In the realm of divine slaying, I, Ling Hai, commence my journey as the revered Qingdi of a nation. A ghostly figure breaks through the door. Isn't it reasonable for a magician to wield a godlight stick akin to Dijia, accompanying Zhou Ping to extinguish Hela, aiding Guan in seizing the Brahma heaven, as the red cloth is lifted to summon Loki, Zeus, in a daze with diminished health. Engaging in battle against the great Xia equals an unknown duel with fully armored deities? Chapter 1. The Enigma of the Boundless Realm. In the city of Sangnan, at the foot of Jinan Mountain. We have arrived. That will be 26 yuan in total. Shall I scan the code? The driver, turning his head, cast a peculiar glance at Ling Hai. This young man appeared rather normal, even possessing a certain handsome charm. He hardly resembled someone with a troubled mind. Why, as dusk approached, was he venturing into the mountains? The driver regretted accepting Ling Hai's fare. "He'll transfer through WeChat," Ling Hai replied. After completing the payment, he gently closed the car door and surveyed the lush expanse of Jinan Mountain. Once the vehicle sped away, he murmured softly, "Is it possible for such a powerful entity to escape to a secluded place like Sangnan City?" Seemingly merging with the flora of the mountain forest, he opened his eyes after a few breaths, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. "Found it!" Ling Hai's lips curled into a smile as he fixed his gaze on a specific spot within the mountain and strode purposefully into the dense woods. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a veil of soft pink and yellow over the earth. The small city buzzed with life, an undercurrent of strange and shadowy activities lurking in its corners, waiting for the opportune moment. As Ling Hai entered the forest, it felt as if darkness had enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Moments later, on the city side of Jinan Mountain, Zhao Kongcheng followed Chunmai with a solemn expression. His keen eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, his grip on the hilt of his knife tightening involuntarily, fearing the emergence of something from the surrounding darkness. "Captain, is the information accurate? That is a being of the boundless realm. How could it possibly appear in such a remote Sangnan city?" Chunmai discerned the anxiety in Zhao Kongcheng's voice and, despite his reluctance to admit it, could only nod in resignation. "The information is indeed correct. By tomorrow at the latest, the mass team will arrive to handle that entity. You need not worry, the higher-ups would not send us to confront such a being. Our task is merely to mark the area within the forest and establish a rough perimeter. It shouldn't take long." Chunmai, the captain of the Night Watch's 136 squad in Sangnan City, had received word at noon that a being of the boundless realm had appeared on the outskirts of Jinan Mountain. As the captain, his strength only reached the Chuan realm, not to mention the capabilities of his fellow squad members. Faced with such a terrifying entity, they could only await the arrival of the masked team, specialized in dealing with powerful local mysterious beings. Their squad would serve only a supportive role at best. If you sense anything unusual, retreat immediately, understood? Do not engage against a being of such caliber. Even the most potent divine summons would be futile. Chunmai cautioned, quickening his pace. The sooner they concluded their task before darkness fell, the safer they would be. In a small valley, a pond reflected the sky, illuminating the face of a monstrous figure. Its limbs resembled those of a human, yet its entire body was covered in crimson scales. The light reflecting off the pond revealed an eerie shimmer. It clutched a wild boar's leg in its mouth, with a still-breathing boar lying at its feet, its neck marred by a gruesome gash. It would not survive much longer. Dark red blood dripped from the wound, pooling on the ground. A trickle of blood flowed from its feet into the nearby pond, staining a small area crimson. The sun is nearly set. I must hurry to join Hong, Ying, and the others. In the thicket on the other side of the pond, Long Xian crouched, revealing only his head. A hastily bandaged wound on his calf oozed blood. Following the original plan, he was supposed to mark the area with Hong Ying. However, the complex terrain of Jinan Mountain had caused him to slip into a hole. After a dizzying fall, he found himself here. The moment he landed, Long Xian checked to ensure his weapon was still with him. He breathed a sigh of relief when the cold touch of his sniper rifle met his palm. Even without the boundless realm entity mentioned by his captain, the ordinary wildlife in Jinan Mountain could pose a significant threat to someone like him, who lacked restrictions. Long Xian took a deep breath, carefully observing his surroundings. A faint scent of blood wafted from the pond, but diluted, he could not discern its source. He had to rely on his keen eyesight to detect any suspicious movements. In the shadows, the mysterious being devoured the last morsels of the pig's leg, carelessly tossing the bone aside. It clattered against a nearby stone, the sound echoing in the stillness, reaching Long Xian's ears. In that instant, his breath hitched, and he could even hear the pounding of his own heart. His gaze darted towards the source of the noise. Cautiously, he removed his sniper rifle from his back. Before the last rays of sunlight faded, he caught a glimpse of the crimson figure amidst the forest. He dared not act recklessly. Prior to their departure, they had confirmed that only members of the 136 squad were present in the mountain. That humanoid monster must be the boundless realm entity spoken of by Chun Mai. Then, since you've had your fill, esteemed mysterious one, would you care to witness a little magic? A sudden, clear male voice echoed from a distance, momentarily startling Long Xian, causing his grip on the sniper rifle to falter. Someone was here, and not a member of their 136 squad. The individual appeared to be aware of the existence of such entities. Could they be from the ancient god church? In a fleeting moment, countless speculations about Ling Hai flashed through Long Xian's mind. He shook his head. Ling Hai's identity was not the priority now. The immediate concern was to eliminate the boundless realm entity. The mass team had yet to arrive in Songnan City. If the entity were to be provoked by the man before him, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the citizens of Songnan. The wrath of a boundless realm entity was not something anyone could withstand. Long Xian wished to caution Ling Hai to proceed with care. At this point, hiding or revealing oneself was inconsequential. However, the next second, the unfolding scene shattered Long Xian's worldview. Bang! Through the scope of the sniper rifle, he witnessed Ling Hai effortlessly slam the mysterious being into the ground, leaving only its head, the size of a soccer ball, visible. Subsequently, he nonchalantly produced two small bowls, the source of which Long Xian could not discern. Observing the monster's limbs buried in the earth, Ling Hai smiled with satisfaction. This was more like it. An audience must watch the performance attentively. If there were continual disruptions during his magic act, Ling Hai would become displeased. Now, these two are ordinary bowls, right? Ling Hai waved the unremarkable bowls in front of the mysterious being, the grease stains still unwashed. But the entity could not tolerate such taunts. It gazed at the smiling man before it, desperate to escape and flay Ling Hai alive. With its strength at the boundless realm, breaking free from the soil should have been a trivial task. Yet now, despite its fervent struggles, it could not move an inch. With no other recourse, it opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, as if this would alleviate its pent-up rage. From its birth until now, it had never encountered such humiliation. Ling Hai cast a glance at it. In the next moment, countless slender vines ensnared its monstrous mouth, sealing it shut. Please refrain from loud disturbances while watching the performance. He kindly reminded, continuing, now, I will place these two bowls on the ground. Look, this is an ordinary chicken egg. Whoosh. It's gone. Can you guess which bowl it's in? Chapter 2. 5 Yuan. The only response to Ling Hai was a guttural wail reminiscent of a tiger's roar emanating from the mysterious throat. Members of Team 136, scattered throughout the mountains and forests, simultaneously raised their heads. Such a commotion was exceedingly jarring in the profound silence of the woods. That must be the direction of the mystery, she thought, having been assigned with Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima for this operation. Zhao Kongsheng and Chen Mai were in one team, while Hong Ying and Lung Xian formed another. Wu Xiangnan gazed into the distance at the flying birds, squinting slightly. Although the distance rendered her unable to sense any psychic energy, it was evident that such a disturbance could not be caused by ordinary animals. It must be. Let's mark the area right here and refrain from approaching any closer. Although we are unaware of what has transpired, the noise that creature has made works to our advantage. However, that direction is somewhat close to Hong Ying and Lung Xian, so I need to send them a message to refrain from venturing too deep. Wen Qima, standing behind Wu Xiangnan, nodded in agreement. Just as he opened his phone, Hong Ying sent a message from the other end. Upon reading the words, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. Si Xiaonan noticed the change in Wen Qima's expression and felt a sense of foreboding. What's wrong? When Qima tucked his phone away, his expression grave as he looked up. Lung Xian is missing. When he disappeared, his phone fell at Hong Ying's feet. She is currently searching for him, and according to her estimate, Lung Xian is very close to that mysterious being. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan mastered concern, exchanging glances with Wu Xiangnan. Should we inform the captain? Wu Xiangnan shook his head. It's too far. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. We must mark this area quickly. Qima, it's sufficient for me and Xiaonan to handle this here. You should head to Hong Ying's location, first Xiaonan, and I will finish here and join you. Remember, do not act rashly. The last sliver of daylight was consumed by darkness. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the worried faces of the three. Wen Shima glanced at the two before nodding and handing the marker to Si Xiaonan. I will head over first, stay in contact. Hurry. Jinan Mountain remained undeveloped, with a complex terrain that made it difficult for even the night watchmen to reach Hong Ying's location quickly. Moreover, they had to be vigilant against the ferocious beasts that could emerge at any moment. Wen Shima was considered one of the frontline combatants of Team 136, and he was reluctant to traverse Jinan Mountain alone unless absolutely necessary. As night deepened, Hong Ying held her breath in the forest, waiting for Wen Shima and the others to regroup. Although she knew Long Xian was nearby, it was unwise to advance recklessly. By the pond, Long Xian discerned Ling Hai's movements in the faint moonlight. Ever since that man had struck the formless mystery into the ground, he had ceased to worry about its potential threat to Tsangnan City. Now he was concerned about Ling Hai's identity. If the visitor bore ill intentions, the threat he posed would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than that of a mere mystery. So you choose this bowl? Ling Hai's eyes sparkled as he lifted the left bowl in front of the creature, who looked on with confusion. Wrong. Now, guess if the egg isn't the right bowl? It isn't either. Ling Hai feigned mystery, reaching behind the creature's head with an exaggerated expression of surprise. The egg is right here. He clapped his hands cheerfully, the sound echoing through the tranquil valley. Not far away, Hong Ying felt a jolt at the noise. Had Long Xian confronted the formless mystery? Was it possible he had awakened the forbidden void at the brink of death? No. A thought surfaced, and a layer of worry shadowed the girl's delicate features. Could it be that Long Xian had invoked the ghostly spirit? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. After much deliberation, the hesitant Hong Ying ultimately decided against joining the fray. Although she was considered a frontline combatant of Team 136, she was merely at the pool realm. Even if she teamed up with Long Xian, they would not stand a chance against the formless mystery. Having watched the performance, it's time for payment. 5 yuan in cash. Ling Hai squatted down, staring intently into the creature's eyes, which glowed faintly in the darkness like a hungry wolf poised to devour. The formless mystery felt an inexplicable dread wash over it. Unable to comprehend human language, it could only continue to whimper. Ling Hai finally noticed the vines around the creature's mouth and smiled apologetically. I truly apologize, the performance is over, and the audience can now speak. As his words fell, the vines transformed into specks of green light, vanishing into the dense forest. The wound on the creature's mouth began to heal at an observable rate. Now granted freedom of speech, the creature remained trapped in the earth, venting its frustrations through furious roars. Pay up! With a thought, the ground seemed to come alive, releasing half of the creature's body from the soil, just enough for it to move its arms. Although it could not comprehend Ling Hai's words, it understood that the outstretched hand before it must be asking for something. Refraining from its claws, the creature's eyes, the size of beans, glinted with calculation as it slowly placed its hand on Ling Hai's. In response to Ling Hai's cheerful gaze, psychic energy erupted, and the claws tightened suddenly, clamping down on Ling Hai's hand like a vice. Its other hand seized Ling Hai's collar, but it clearly overestimated the strength of Ling Hai's clothing. With a tearing sound, Ling Hai's robust chest was exposed to the creature. A few tattered rags lay quietly in the grip of its powerful claws. The scene fell into silence. The creature could even hear Ling Hai's increasingly labored breathing. Feeling the chilling mountain breeze seep through the gaps and brush against his skin, Ling Hai's composed smile finally faltered. You beast! Ling Hai's eyes widened as he bellowed, grasping the creature's hand in return and pulling with all his might. The arm, encased in crimson scales and as thick as a barrel, was torn from its body, blood arcing crimson under the moonlight. What magic show is worth seeing without payment? Do you have any idea how much these clothes cost? With such a strong mountain wind, are you trying to give me a cold? Bathed in moonlight, the creature could not discern Ling Hai's expression. It could only feel the searing pain as it thrashed wildly on the ground. From a distance, it resembled a blade of grass swaying in the wind. Everything around it was isolated by this piercing pain that reached into its soul. The agony compelled it to howl. The roar reverberated, shaking the forest. Despite being a monster, the distant Long Xian, the elevated Hong Ying, and the just-arrived Wen Shima could all sense the creature's suffering. Through the scope, Long Xian could see every move Ling Hai made. He was now astonished by Ling Hai's unfathomable strength. While realms beyond the formless mystery existed, such as Klein, it did not imply that the formless mystery was merely a plaything. The man by the pond found dealing with that creature more effortless than drinking water or eating. He dared not imagine the true extent of Ling Hai's terrifying power. Above, Hong Ying and Wenqima exchanged glances. Seasoned by countless battles, they recognized that such a sound indicated the creature had sustained severe damage. At that moment, they disregarded Wu Xiangnan's warnings and leaned forward to shout downwards. Lung Xian, are you all right? What about that mysterious being? After all, from the very beginning, he had no intention of exposing himself to Ling Hai's perception. Your friends are calling for you. In the realm of transcending and slaying gods, I, Ling Hai, commence my journey as the revered Green Emperor. The specter with a ghastly visage breaks through the door. Is it not reasonable for a magician to wield a divine light stick? Accompany Zhou Ping to vanquish Hela. Assist Guan in seizing the Brahma heaven, and with a flick of the crimson cloth, summon Loki. Zeus, in a state of disarray with his health waning, ponders, to contend against the great Xia equals a unknown with a pantheon of deities? Chapter 1. The Enigma of the Boundless Realm. At the foot of Jinan Mountain in Songnan City, the driver glanced back, his expression peculiar as he assessed Ling Hai. This young man appeared quite ordinary, even possessing a hint of elegance amidst his youthful vigor. It's getting dark. Why would he venture into such a remote area? The driver pondered, regretting his decision to accept Ling Hai's fare. I'll transfer the payment via WeChat, Ling Hai said, closing the car door gently. He surveyed the lush Jinan Mountain before murmuring to himself, is it possible for a being of such caliber to escape to a secluded place like Songnan City? As if he melded with the verdant foliage of the mountain, Ling Hai opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. I found it. His gaze fixated on a particular spot within the mountain, and he ventured into the dense thicket. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a veil of soft amber across the earth, the small town became alive with the hustle and bustle of its denizens. Shadows of the uncanny lurked in the corners of the city, poised for action. Ling Hai, entering the forest, seemed to be swallowed by darkness, his presence fading as if he had never existed. Moments later, on the city-adjacent side of Jinan Mountain, Zhao Kongsheng followed Chunmai with solemnity. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, wary of any emerging threats from the shadows. Captain, are you certain about the information? A being of the boundless realm appearing in such a remote location as Songnan City seems implausible. Chunmai, detecting the concern in Zhao Kongsheng's voice, reluctantly nodded. The information is correct. By tomorrow at the latest, the mass squad will arrive to handle this entity. There's no need for alarm. Our superiors would not send us to confront such a presence. Our task is merely to mark the area and establish a perimeter. It shan't take long. Chunmai, captain of the Night Watch's 136 Squad, received a report at noon about a being of the boundless realm lurking in the outskirts of Songnan City. As the squad leader, his strength was limited to the river realm, and the other members were no match for such a formidable entity. They could only wait for the specialized mass squad to arrive, trained to deal with powerful local anomalies. Their role would be merely supportive. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Do you understand? Engaging with such a being is futile. Even with our ghostly summons, he advised, quickening his pace. The sooner they completed their task before nightfall, the safer they would be. In a small glade within the valley, the surface of a pond reflected the light of the sky, illuminating the visage of a monstrous figure. Its limbs bore resemblance to a human's, yet its entire body was encrusted with crimson scales. The light dancing on the water revealed an eerie glimmer. Clutched in its jaws was a wild boar's leg, while a still-breathing boar lay at its feet, its neck marred by a gruesome wound, blood dripping steadily to the ground, turning a portion of the earth crimson. The sun is nearly set. I must reunite with Hong Ying. In the underbrush on the opposite side of the pond, Long Xian crouched, revealing only his head. A hastily bandaged wound on his calf continued to seep blood. According to their plan, he was to mark the area with Hong Ying. However, the complex terrain of Jinan Mountain led to an unfortunate slip, tumbling into a hole. After a dizzying fall, he found himself here. Upon landing, he immediately checked for his weapon. The cold touch of his sniper rifle brought him a sigh of relief. Even without the formidable presence that Captain Chen spoke of, the ordinary beasts of Jinan Mountain posed a substantial threat to someone like Long Xian, who lacked the protections of the Forbidden Realm. He held his breath, carefully observing his surroundings. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted from the pond, Yet deluded, he could not discern its source, relying solely on his sight to identify any suspicious movements. In the shadows, the entity consumed the last remnants of the pig's leg, discarding the bones carelessly onto a nearby stone with a clatter. In the stillness, the sound echoed over the pond, reaching Long Xian's ears. His breath stilled, he could hear the pounding of his heart. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, darted to the source of the noise. Cautiously, he unstrapped his sniper rifle. Just before the last remnants of daylight vanished, he caught sight of a flash of crimson amidst the foliage. He dared not move recklessly. They had confirmed that only members of their 136 squad were present in the mountains. The humanoid monster must undoubtedly be the boundless realm entity that Shunmai had warned about. Since you've had your fill, would this mysterious gentleman care for a little magic show? A sudden, clear male voice resonated from the distance, causing Long Xian to freeze, his grip on the sniper rifle momentarily faltering. Someone else was present, and they were not from the 136 squad. The stranger seemed aware of the existence of such entities. Could they be from the ancient god church? In a fleeting moment, countless speculations about Ling Hai flashed through Long Xian's mind. He shook his head. Ling Hai's identity was of little consequence now. The pressing matter was to eliminate this boundless realm being. The mass squad had yet to arrive in Sangnan City, and should this entity be provoked by the man before him, it would spell disaster for the citizens. The wrath of a boundless realm entity was insufferable. Long Xian desired to warn Ling Hai, urging caution. However, the unfolding scene shattered his worldview. With a resounding thud, through the lens of his sniper rifle, Long Xian witnessed Ling Hai strike the entity into the ground with the force of a hammer, leaving only its head above the earth. Ling Hai then casually produced two small bowls, seemingly from thin air. Beholding the entity, which was now partially buried, Ling Hai smiled with satisfaction. This is how it should be. An audience must watch the performance attentively. If there's constant interference, I might become displeased. Now, these two are perfectly ordinary bowls, correct? Ling Hai waved the unremarkable bowls before the entity, the grease stains still visible. Yet the creature could not tolerate such mockery. Gazing at the smiling man before it, all it yearned for was to escape and rend Ling Hai asunder. With its boundless realm might, breaking free from the earth should have been trivial. Yet despite its struggles, it could not budge an inch. Left with no other recourse, it opened its maw and let out a furious roar, as if that would quell its indignation. It had never encountered such humiliation since its birth. Ling Hai cast a glance at it. In the next moment, countless slender vines, akin to threads, sealed its menacing mouth. Please refrain from loud outbursts while watching the performance. He kindly reminded, continuing, now, I shall place these two bowls on the ground. Behold, this is an utterly ordinary chicken egg. Whoosh, it's vanished. Can you guess which bowl it resides in? Chapter 2. $5. The only response to Ling Hai was a mournful cry reminiscent of a tiger's roar emanating from a mysterious throat. Members of Team 136, scattered throughout the mountains and forests, simultaneously lifted their heads. Such a disturbance in the profound silence of the woods was indeed jarring. That must be the direction of the mystery, she thought, having teamed up with Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima for this mission. Zhao Kongcheng and Chunmai were in a separate squad, as were Hong Ying and Long Xian. Wu Xiangnan gazed into the distance at the flying birds, narrowing his eyes. Although the distance rendered him unable to sense any spiritual energy, it was evident that such commotion could not be caused by ordinary wildlife. It must be. We should mark this area and refrain from approaching further. While we are uncertain of what has transpired, the sound created by that entity is certainly advantageous for us. However, that direction is rather close to Hong Ying and Long Xian. We need to send them a message to avoid going too deep. Wen Qima, standing behind Wu Xiangnan, nodded in agreement. As he opened his phone, a message from Hong Ying arrived. Upon reading it, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. Si Xiaonan noticed the change in Wen Qima's expression and felt a sense of foreboding. What is it? Wen Qima put away his phone and lifted his head with a grave expression. Long Xian has gone missing. His phone was found at Hong Ying's feet. She is currently searching for him, and according to her estimation, Long Xian is very close to that mystery. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan masked her concerns, exchanging glances with Wu Xiangnan. Should we inform the captain? Wu Xiangnan shook his head. It's too far. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. We need to mark this area quickly. Qima, it's sufficient for me and Xiaonan to handle this. You should head over to Hong Ying. Once we finish here, we'll join you. Remember, do not act recklessly. The last glimmers of light in the sky were engulfed by darkness. The beam of their flashlight illuminated the anxious faces of the three. When Shima glanced at the two, nodded, and handed the marker to Si Xiaonan. I will go ahead, stay in touch. You two hurry. Jinan Mountain was undeveloped, and the terrain complex. Even the Sentinels found it challenging to reach Hong Ying's location swiftly. Moreover, they had to be wary of the ferocious beasts that could appear at any moment. Wen Shima was one of the frontline combatants of Team 136 and preferred not to operate alone in Jinan Mountain unless absolutely necessary. As night deepened, Hong Ying held her breath in the jungle, waiting for the rendezvous with Wen Shima and the others. Even though she knew Long Xian was nearby, advancing recklessly was unwise. By the waterside, Long Xian discerned Ling Hai's actions in the dim moonlight. Since the moment that man had struck the boundless mystery into the ground, he had ceased to worry about whether it would wreak havoc in Sangnan City. Now, his concern lay with Ling Hai's identity. If the newcomer harbored ill intentions, the threat he posed would undoubtedly surpass that of a mere mystery. So you choose this bowl? Ling Hai's eyes sparkled mischievously as he lifted the left bowl in front of the puzzle mystery. Incorrect. Now guess, does the right bowl contain the egg? It doesn't. Ling Hai feigned mystery, reaching behind the enigmatic being's head with exaggerated surprise. Ah, hey, race the egg. He clapped his hands, the sound echoing starkly in the tranquil valley. Not far away, Hong Ying felt a tremor at the noise. Had Long Xian confronted that boundless mystery? Could it be that he awakened the forbidden realm in his moment of peril? No, a thought emerged, her delicate brows furrowing with concern. Surely, Long Xian hadn't used the ghost god call? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. After careful consideration, the hesitant Hong Ying ultimately abandoned the idea of joining the fray. Although she was one of Team 130 SXS frontline fighters, she was merely at the pool realm. Even if she teamed up with Long Xian, they would not be a match for the boundless mystery. Now that the show is over, it's time to pay. $5 cash. Ling Hai squatted down, his gaze fixed on the mystery's eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to devour. The boundless mystery felt an inexplicable unease. Unable to comprehend human speech, it continued to whimper. Ling Hai seemed to have just noticed the vines ensnaring the mystery's mouth and offered an apologetic smile. I truly apologize. The performance has concluded, and the audience may now speak. As his words fell, the vines transformed into specks of green light, vanishing into the dense forest. The wound on the mystery's mouth visibly healed at a rapid pace. Now granted freedom of speech, the mystery remained trapped in the earth, only able to express its dissatisfaction through furious roars. Pay up! With a thought, Ling Hai caused the ground to come alive, releasing the mystery partially from its confines, allowing it to move its arms. Though it could not understand Ling Hai's request, it sensed that the outstretched hand in front of it signified a demand for something. It retracted its claws, its beady eyes gleaming with calculation as it slowly placed its hand on Ling Hai's. Under Ling Hai's cheerful gaze, a surge of spiritual power erupted, and its claws tightened suddenly, like a golden hoop securing Ling Hai's hand. With its other hand, it gripped Ling Hai's collar. However, it evidently overestimated the strength of Ling Hai's clothing. With a rip, Ling Hai's robust chest was exposed before the mystery, a few tattered rags lying quietly in its powerful claws. The scene fell silent. The mystery could even hear Ling Hai's increasingly labored breaths. Feeling the mountain breeze whistling through the gaps, brushing against his flesh, Ling Hai's composed smile eventually faltered. "You wretched creature!" Ling Hai's eyes widened as he shouted, gripping the mystery's hand forcefully. The arm, encased in crimson scales and as thick as a barrel, was torn from its body, blood arcing vividly in the moonlight. What kind of magic show is this without payment? Do you know how much my clothes cost? With such a strong mountain wind, are you trying to give me a cold? Facing the moonlight, the mystery could not discern the expression on Ling Hai's face. All it felt was the searing pain, its upper body thrashing violently against the ground. From a distance, it appeared like a grass swaying in the wind. Everything around was isolated by this excruciating pain that pierced its very soul. The tearing sensation compelled it to unleash a roar. The cry resounded through the mountains, shaking the forest. Despite being a monster, the distant Long Xian, the elevated Hong Ying, and the just arrived Wen Shima could all discern the anguish within those cries. Through the scope, Long Xian observed Ling Hai's every movement. Now, he was astonished by Ling Hai's unfathomable strength. While there were realms above the boundless realm, such as Klein, this did not imply that the mysteries of the boundless realm were mere playthings. The man by the waterside dealt with that mystery as easily as drinking water or eating. He could scarcely fathom the true extent of the other's terrifying power. Above, Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged glances. Seasoned warriors, they recognized that this sound signified the mystery had sustained severe damage. At this moment, they disregarded Wu Xiangnan's warnings and leaned forward to shout downwards. Lung Xian, are you all right? What happened to that mystery? After all, from the very beginning, he had not intended to expose himself to Ling Hai's awareness. Your friends are calling for you. Chapter 3. The Divine System of National Sacrifice. A male voice resonated from behind. Although it sounded amiable, Lung Xian found himself frozen, even blinking cautiously as he feared provoking the man behind him. The thought of endangering not only his own life but also implicating Hong Ying and Wen Qima, who were calling out his name above, filled him with dread. In his extreme anxiety, Ling Xian was at a loss as to whether to reassure his companions above or greet the man behind him first. My apologies, I didn't notice your injury, he said. Ling Hai extended his right hand, hovering over Lung Xian's wound, and a faint azure glow emanated from his palm. Lung Xian felt a tingling sensation as the dull pain at the site of his injury gradually eased. Sensing Ling Hai's benevolence, he finally dared to turn his head and steal a glance at Ling Hai's visage. Under the silvery moonlight, Ling Hai's demeanor while tending to his wound was remarkably earnest. Strands of hair lazily fell over his sword-like brows, and his eyes seemed to contain the vastness of mountains and rivers. There was no hint of the madness he exhibited during the mysterious encounter. Were it not for the bloodied mysterious head he held, Lang Xian would have believed him to be a deity. Now that you are healed, stand up and move around to see if there are any lingering issues. Upon hearing this, Lung Xian hastily rose, checking himself with a sense of urgency. All is well, I feel no discomfort, he replied, his posture slightly bent, speaking with a caution that suggested any misstep might provoke Ling Hai's ire. Yet he spoke the truth. After Ling Hai's healing, his legs felt more invigorated than they had prior to the injury. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Lung Xian sensed that not only his legs, but his entire body felt unusually light, as if years of hidden ailments had been swept away. That's good to hear. Do you still want this head? Ling Hai inquired, holding the mysterious head before Lang Xian. Even in death, the aura of terror surrounding the creature was palpable at such close proximity. He suppressed the urge to gasp and shook his head repeatedly. No, that's quite unnecessary. If you wish to keep it, please do. Senior? Ling Hai tilted his head. I am perhaps only a year or two younger than you. Is it truly fitting to address me as such? Lung Xian was taken aback, having not anticipated that someone with such formidable prowess was actually younger than himself. It was a known fact that strength could make one appear deceptively youthful. What should I call you then? He began, but was interrupted by Ling Hai's hand gesture. The most pressing matter is that you witnessed my magic performance, correct? 5 yuan. Cash, paper currency. Ling Hai extended his slender fingers toward the blank-faced Long Xian. Me? Witnessed your magic? Is that really what it qualifies as? Long Xian questioned, grappling with disbelief, yet refraining from voicing his doubts. Esteemed colleague, I didn't bring any money for this mission. With each word, his voice grew weaker, the memory of the mysterious creature still fresh in his mind. He quickly glanced at the head Ling Hai held, struggling to meet his gaze. No money? That's quite all right. We can arrange for credit. Ling Hai smiled knowingly, placing a gentle hand on Lung Xian's shoulder. A subtle green light merged with their contact, silently seeping into Lung Xian's being. Yet, the image of that mysterious creature loomed large in his mind. But you're human, he thought. Today, I entered the mountains with the intent to slay that being. Even if it produced a 5 yuan note, I could use magic to transform it into a counterfeit before dealing with it. As for you, I have always been quite lenient towards humans. Moreover, I am not at all concerned about your potential escape. The takeout I ordered should be arriving at my doorstep soon. Well then, farewell, my, agent. The last phrase Ling Hai uttered was somewhat muffled, and Lung Xian did not quite catch it. However, seeing Ling Hai preparing to depart, he mustered the courage to inquire. Senior, what about your existence? Ling Hai turned back, wearing a look of bemusement. My existence? Oh, you mean my address, right? It is in the Nanshan Mansion District, Songnan City. At that moment, Lung Xian sensed 2 figures rapidly approaching from above and hastily interrupted. Senior, I meant, can we inform others of your appearance? He feared that the arrival of Hong Ying and Wen Qima might displease Ling Hai. Ling Hai waved his hand, a profound azure light radiating from him, exuding an ancient and timeless aura that left Lung Xian momentarily entranced. It's entirely up to you. With that, the azure light dissipated, and Ling Hai's figure vanished completely from Lung Xian's sight. The air was left with a lingering warmth and the head that Ling Hai had casually discarded at Lung Xian's feet. Nanshan Mansion, District Number 9. Upon returning home, Ling Hai had changed into casual attire at some point. He opened the door, picked up the Northwest fried rice noodles from the ground, glanced around, and closed the door. Eagerly lifting the lid, a wave of spicy aroma wafted into the air. A satisfied smile crept onto Ling Hai's lips as he turned on the television, muttering to himself. Who says deities are above human pleasures? This is quite delectable. Magician Ling Hai, the Azure Emperor of the Great Xia. The Azure Emperor, unlike the Taoist pantheon, belongs to the divine system of national sacrifice. One of the 5 celestial emperors in ancient myths of the Great Xia, he governs spring and wood in the east, symbolizing vitality and hope. However, this identity belongs to the Azure Emperor, not to Ling Hai himself. Ling Hai's true essence is in consciousness that traverses multiple universes, capable of perceiving everything across them simultaneously. Countless years ago, this consciousness fragmented itself into myriad pieces scattered across numerous universes. Each fragment held its own identity, unaware of the others. They only recognized themselves as part of their respective worlds, oblivious to the nature of their true essence. In a certain universe, he might be a sorcerer known as Ling One, mingling with students. In another, he could be Ling Jun, an incarnation of the Tao, preoccupied with the cultivation of practitioners. In this universe, he manifests as a magician, yet the medium of his existence is the long-transcended Azure Emperor of the Great Xia. Ling Hai forcibly revived himself in the guise of the Azure Emperor, assimilating all of the Emperor's memories. Now, he is not only a conceptually defined magician, but also a deity of the Great Xia, one in the prime of his power. The other 4 emperors, however, chose to sacrifice themselves during the onset of the mist, safeguarding the destiny of the Great Xia and its vital essence. As the manifestation of the Azure Emperor, Ling Hai could naturally sense the lingering energies left behind by the other 4 emperors in the Great Xia, even able to summon them at will. Chapter 4. Long Xian's Forbidden Ruins. Thus, shortly after his emergence, he detected the tremors occurring in Songnan City, attributed to the power of the Central Yellow Emperor. It was the most intense divine energy fluctuation he sensed since his arrival. Unfortunately, by the time he reached the location, everything had already settled down. That year, Lin Chia was 7 years old, successfully admitted to a psychiatric hospital, breaking the historical age limit for patients there. Truly a cause for celebration. Subsequently, Ling Hai settled in Songnan City. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the overwhelming divine power of the Seraphim Michael surrounding him. He had also secretly observed Lin Chia on numerous occasions, as well as Yang Jin, who trailed Lin Chia, diligently concealing his own divine energy, seemingly plotting something. Yang Jin, oh no, he should be referred to as Erlangshan, the true Lord Yang Jin, was indeed Lin Chia's cousin. Beside him lay a small black dog, naturally embodying the sun-devouring god, the howling celestial hound. Ling Hai was not particularly concerned with the arrangement of the Taoist deities. After all, when those who came to challenge him arrived, he would naturally prepare water to welcome them. Having lived for so long, he had yet to experience the essence of divinity. This time, choosing Lung Xian as his agent was driven partly by curiosity and partly by his interest in the trajectory of his fate. Currently, Ling Hai also held the authority of the agents for the other 4 emperors. If he so wished, he could completely transfer all of it to Long Xian. However, with the 4 emperors having passed away, should he really do so, Leng Xian might instantly transcend to divinity. Having dined well, he turned off the lights and retired for the night. As dusk descended, although Songnan City was small, a bird's-eye view from above revealed a tapestry of lights that could truly be described as a beautiful sight. The twinkling neon lights resembled a dragon coiled upon the earth. Amidst the profound silence, a series of rustling sounds emanated from Lung Xian's bed. He lay there, eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed in a knot. His pajamas, along with the sheets, were drenched in sweat. In the pitch blackness, he emitted a faint azure glow. Countless impurities were expelled from every pore of his body. The warm yellow bedboard began to transform into a vibrant green. In his dreams, innumerable jade-like vines glimmering with a blue light crept up the edge of Long Xian's bed. With each breath he took, the entire Songnan City, and even the surrounding cities, witnessed all the plants unknowingly unfurling. Even the old tree that had been dead for many years sprouted tender green buds. Not yet asleep, Chen Mai gazed at the blooming potted iron tree by the head of the bed, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. How could a mysterious being of boundless realm have departed, only for an ancestor to arrive? He felt no fluctuations of spiritual power, yet this tree, which had been dead for several months and which he had forgotten to discard, was blooming right before his eyes. Do not tell him that this dead tree had suddenly become sentient overnight. To be honest, he would prefer to accept that the iron tree he nurtured had attained sentience rather than the idea of a mysterious invasion. To provoke such phenomena without generating any fluctuations, he could scarcely imagine the magnitude of the mystery that would invade Songnan City. Given the circumstances, he decided to sleep. After all, upon awakening, the masked team, as one of the special squads, would have arrived in Songnan City. If even they could not resolve the situation, he would have to await humanity's ultimate fate. Chen Mai exhaled a deep breath, reclining slowly on his bed. His eyes remained shut for a long while, yet he felt not a hint of drowsiness. In his restless state, he reluctantly opened his eyes. Bathed in moonlight, he stared unblinkingly at the vibrant flowers blooming on the iron tree. Earlier in the day, Lung Xian had shared with him the matter regarding Ling Hai. That mysterious man bore no malice towards humanity. For the entirety of Songnan City, and even for the Great Xia, this was indeed a fortuitous event. Furthermore, according to Lung Xian, the visitor could arrive at any moment. A mere $5. Chen Mai did not take this matter to heart. What troubled him now was the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in Songnan City. He extended his spiritual power to its utmost limit but could not discern the source of the anomalies. As a night watchman, the weight of responsibility upon him rendered him incapable of sleep. Thus, he endured a restless night. The following day, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Chen Mai, with dark circles under his eyes, greeted his team with a good morning. Good morning, Captain. Why do you look so haggard? Si Xiaonan offered Chen Mai a cup of strong coffee with thoughtful concern. He sighed, slowly accepted it, and took a large gulp. I am troubled. You must have noticed the abnormalities on your way here, right? As he spoke, Chen Mai turned on the television hanging on the wall. The local news from Songnan City was live broadcasting the changes in the flora that had transpired overnight. When Shima took a bite of his bread and glanced up. Oh, we are aware of that. Before you arrived, we discussed it. And we unanimously concluded that everything that happened last night in Songnan City was due to that man mentioned by Lang Xian. After all, we only learned of his existence yesterday, and then this event occurred. By the way, where is Lang Xian? Has he not arrived yet? He usually comes the earliest. Hongying shifted her focus from the television to Zhao Kongqing. The latter scratched his head, looking rather awkward. I almost arrived late today too. I didn't pay attention to such things. Just then, as the group conversed, Lang Xian burst into view, panting heavily. Before anyone could speak, he raised his hand, which shimmered with azure light. Everyone, it seems I have awakened the Forbidden Ruins. His brief statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Forbidden Ruins? Lang Xian, you are not deceiving me, are you? You truly awakened the Forbidden Ruins? The very one? When Shima danced with excitement, leaving Lang Xian speechless. Was it as if he had embedded a light bulb in his palm? Or did they think he had overindulged in meals, leading to a mutation? Zhao Kongqing, however, remained silent, fixated on Lang Xian's raised hands, his face etched with envy. How unbearable! I am afflicted with envy. Chen Mai quietly sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Lang Xian and gestured for silence among the group. Lang Xian, can you perceive any information regarding this Forbidden Ruins? After a moment of contemplation, Lang Xian responded slowly. My Forbidden Ruins is called the Nine Azure Song Domain. It appears to be related to plants. Plants? At this, everyone was taken aback, a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the air. Could it be that the phenomena occurring in Songnan City were not orchestrated by Ling Hai, but rather by Lang Xian? To claim that the occurrence of these two events was merely coincidental would be hard for anyone to believe. Just a moment ago, the group had been immersed in the joy of a teammate awakening the Forbidden Ruins, and in the next instant, Chen Mai's expression darkened like the waters of a deep lake, tinged with a hint of resentment. You little rascal, is it you who has robbed me of my sleep? During training later, do not blame me for being merciless. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lang Xian added, Oh, it seems mine is a Divine Ruins. Divine Ruins? This time, it was Si Xiaonan who spoke first. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. If it's a Divine Ruins, then that means you are the agent of a deity, right? Lang Xian, whose agent are you? And what is your divine instruction? When agents acquire Divine Ruins, they typically receive directives from their deities. Some instructions compel agents to oppose humanity. Therefore, they must approach this matter with utmost caution. If necessary, it would not be impossible to confine Lang Xian. Feeling the weight of the serious gazes from everyone upon him, beads of sweat began to form on Lang Xian's forehead. Do not be anxious. This deity is someone you all must have heard of. It is the Azure Emperor, the directive I received. Reflecting on the instructions given by the man in his dreams, Lang Xian found them difficult to articulate. Could such a directive truly originate from a legitimate deity? Would it not seem too hasty? The directive I received is to eat well, sleep well, and study diligently, striving for improvement every day. Upon finishing, he buried his head deeply into his chest, unable to bear the diverse expressions on his teammates' faces. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such absurd commands. So outrageous that Wu Xiangnan began to doubt whether he was still dreaming. Hey, Hongying, pinch me, he said. Wu Xiangnan grimaced, but simultaneously realized that he had not been imagining things. It appeared that the so-called Azure Emperor was indeed no ordinary deity. As a night watcher, he had a general understanding of the pantheon of deities in the world. Therefore, upon hearing the name of the Azure Emperor, they were not overly astonished. However, until now, no representative of the national deities had emerged. They had not even encountered a representative of the great Xia deities. Hearing that his teammate had become the representative of the Azure Emperor was a novel surprise for them. Do you think this matter is related to the man that Leng Xian encountered yesterday? After all, he had just met someone as mysterious as a god. And the very next day, Leng Xian awakened to the divine ruins. This cannot possibly be a coincidence. Chen Mai stroked his chin, slowly articulating his hypothesis. Upon hearing this, Leng Xian nodded vigorously. In that dream, Ling Hai had not altered his voice in any way. The voice of the deity issuing commands was identical to that of the man he had encountered the previous day. That man, he had not even bothered to pretend. Long Xian, your awakening of the divine ruins is likely related to that man, since you have seen his appearance. And he even disclosed the general location of his residence to you. It is your responsibility to gather information about him. If necessary, you may visit his abode, provided that the elder is willing to meet with you. We should not approach recklessly, as it may displease this formidable being. Old Zhao, Old Wu, accompany me to receive the masked team. They will arrive in Songnan City in just over half an hour. The rest of you stand by or head to the underground training ground for some practice. We don't want anyone falling while climbing a mountain like Leng Xian did. After stating this in one breath, Chen Mai's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Leng Xian. Noting the implication in Chen Mai's words, Leng Xian chuckled awkwardly and pointed at himself. Me? Captain, although I am not afraid, wouldn't it be a bit lonely to go alone? Couldn't you send someone else with me? While complaining, Leng Xian stole glances at Si Xiaonan, who was watching the scene unfold. Unable to contain herself at Leng Xian's comical expression, Si Xiaonan burst into laughter. Don't look for me. Just follow the captain's orders. I'm going to train now. Bye, Leng Xian. Hong Ying, let us go. Si Xiaonan flashed a smile at Leng Xian and raised her eyebrows at Hong Ying. When Shima nodded at the group and followed the two women to the underground training ground, Zhao Kongqing engaged Wu Xiangnan in idle chatter at the dining table. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Leng Xian quietly approached Chen Mai and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Captain, you may not believe this, but I suspect that the man I encountered yesterday is a deity. Upon quickly grasping Leng Xian's hushed words, Chen Mai's pupils jolted in surprise. The warm soy milk in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Captain, what's wrong? Zhao Kongqing turned to look at Chen Mai and Leng Xian. Nothing. Just lost my grip. You and Old will continue your conversation. After cleaning up the mess on the floor, Chen Mai pulled Leng Xian into a corner. That man is a deity? Leng Xian, this matter is no jest. You should be aware that since the mist descended, the Night Watchers have not observed any deities belonging to the Great Xia. Therefore, the emergence of a deity from the Great Xia signifies something monumental. At that moment, Chen Mai's expression was grave. In truth, among the Night Watchers, only a select few high-ranking individuals, including Yi Fan, were privy to this knowledge. The deities of Great Xia had sacrificed their own heavenly origins to forge the National Guardian Monument to prevent the encroachment of the mist, shielding the territory of Great Xia and its denizens through an act of near-sacrificial devotion. Leng Xian nodded solemnly. This is merely my conjecture. When the Azure Emperor issued commands to me last night, his voice was identical to that of the man I encountered yesterday. Hence, I suspect that this man is indeed the Azure Emperor himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Although the current Great Xia appeared tranquil, with its people living in peace, the nation itself resembled a fragile boat upon a turbulent sea, susceptible to capsizing at any moment. While other nations had been engulfed by the mist, many deities had survived at great cost. Their objective now was unmistakably the sole remaining sanctuary on Blue Star, Great Xia. In the presence of ravenous wolves, Great Xia had no deities to fend off their prying eyes. Thus, a living deity was akin to a stabilizing force for Great Xia. Even a deity of lesser strength could provide a sense of security. Although the Night Watchers had their limitations, facing a deity would be tantamount to throwing eggs against stones. Therefore, Leng Xian, this matter is imperative for you. Since he has chosen you as his representative, it is a clear sign of his recognition. As a member of Team 136, I command you, in my capacity as captain, to gather as much information about the Azure Emperor as possible today. Most importantly, ascertain whether this deity stands with Great Xia. Chen Mai's anxiety was understandable. Deities from every nation could harbor traitors. If this suddenly appearing Azure Emperor held malicious intent toward Great Xia, it would spell catastrophic doom for the nation. Nanshan Mansion. Achoo. Ling Hai rubbed his nose and glanced at the sunlight streaming across the warm-colored floor. The aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks wafted through the air. Surely, the representative I chose is thinking of me. I wonder what old words he is saying behind my back. He stretched lazily and rose from the sofa, his flip-flops slapping against the floor. Although he had lived in Songnan City for nearly a decade, Ling Hai did not possess a proper job. The income from his performances as a magician was insufficient to sustain even a modest lifestyle. Nanshan Mansion was the most luxurious villa district in Songnan City. With favorable living conditions, Ling Hai certainly would not deprive himself. In the few years since arriving in Songnan City, Yifan had led Lu Wuwei to envelop the bridge under which he resided with his divine power. Although a deity, Ling Hai considered himself a law-abiding citizen, resolutely refusing to use his divine power to secure a better living situation. The money he made from magic shows was solely spent on buying chicken legs to eat. Inside Jin Nanshan, waves of divine and mental energy surged through the heavens and earth. On that day, Shenmai had briefly suspected that the end of the world was at hand. The mountains and forests turned to ashes in the aftermath of the fierce battle, swept away by the wind. Yet, amidst the gentle divine energy, life was rekindled. In less than 3 minutes, the three towering figures, previously agitated and burdened with thoughts, settled down. Lu Wuwei watched in dismay as the wheels of his electric scooter were squished into squares by Ling Hai. Shen Fuzhong glared at the horse meat bun in his hand, blowing his beard in indignation. Yi Fan covered his sensitive area. Watching Ling Hai flaunt himself in the military uniform, the mountain breeze chilled him more than the wintry northwest wind. On that day, Yi Fan had explicitly promised that as long as Ling Hai asked, he would fulfill anything within his power, hoping only that Ling Hai would not stand against Great Xia. Ling Hai did not understand why. Although the encounter among them was merely a friendly spar, for Ling Hai, it felt more like a bath. Moreover, the experience was far from pleasurable. Following that incident, every time Ling Hai sought out Chunfuzi and Lu Wuwei for companionship, they would invariably concoct excuses to avoid him. Ling Hai's true identity remained a secret known only to Yi Fan and a select few of the human elite. Chapter 6. A divine shock for the masked team. The residence he currently occupied, the Nanshan Mansion, had been acquired in full by our esteemed commander, Yi Fan. At that time, the commander had experienced considerable financial discomfort, all the while forcing a fa of delight at spending money for Ling Hai's benefit. Yet, inwardly, he regretted making such a promise. On the first of every month, Yi Fan would dutifully transfer living expenses to Ling Hai's account, with each transaction executed personally by Yi Fan himself. After all, when it comes to matters of the divine, no one is more trustworthy than oneself. Living under such generous support, Ling Hai's life was splendid. After meeting Zhou Ping through Lu Wuwei, he frequently visited Zhou Ping's small eatery. Occasionally, he would also stop by Zhou Ping's residence to request a small gaming modification. However, since that incident, Ling Hai had been discreetly concealing his divine powers. He was uncertain how many others possessed the extraordinary perception of Lu Wuwei and preferred to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Thus, this tranquil existence continued until a mysterious entity of immeasurable power intruded upon Jinnan Mountain, a remote yet unique part of Songnan City. In the underground of the Peace Affairs office, the words "No query permission" ominously appeared on the computer screen. Long Xian, bewildered, gazed at those characters. Knowing Ling Hai's appearance, he had little trouble locating his residence. However, as he delved deeper, a cold sweat began to form. Particularly concerning was the mysterious figure who sent Ling Hai monthly remittances. A secret he could not uncover despite his utmost efforts. Such a situation had never occurred before. The Night Watcher's authority surpassed that of most organizations in Daxia. Slumping in his chair, Long Xian stared blankly at the bright, yet pale ceiling, unable to fathom who might be behind Ling Hai. In the distance, the sound of ping-pong echoed from the training room where Si Xiaonan and others were practicing. Having awakened the divine ruins, he could sense the psychic energy emanating from Wen Qima during her training. In all of Daxia, the number of individuals he lacked the authority to investigate could be counted on 2 hands. Under these circumstances, even if he told the captain, Shenmai would likely be at a loss. However, it was entirely possible that the higher-ups were already aware of this mysterious individual's identity. After all, a divine being had resided in Songnan City for a decade. It was implausible that the human elite remained oblivious. Do you have something on your mind? You seem to bear a heavy heart. In a moment of contemplation, a familiar male voice suddenly resonated from above. Startled, Lang Xian opened his eyes wide. Before him stood Ling Hai, whose face appeared utterly innocuous. With a thud, Lang Xian fell from his chair as if he had seen a ghost. Are you that excited to see me? I assume you're ready with the 5 yuan? Ling Hai extended his hand towards the floor where Lang Xian sat, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Rubbing his lower back, Lang Xian rose, suddenly recalling his outstanding debt of 5 yuan. He retrieved a purple note from his drawer and placed it in Ling Hai's hand. his expression complex. While he suspected that Ling Hai was the so-called Qingdi, the man before him exhibited none of the characteristics one would attribute to a deity. He seemed more like a collector of debts than anything else. Ling Hai happily accepted the bill and tucked it into his pocket. Upon looking up, he noticed the inscrutable expression on Lang Xian's face. Speak your mind. Lang Xian fixed his gaze on Ling Hai's eyes, swallowed hard, and cautiously asked, Are you a deity? Indeed. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Ling Hai's candidness left Lang Xian feeling uneasy. He had anticipated that Ling Hai might feign mystery before him, allowing him to express his understanding through a knowing glance. Instead, Ling Hai's single word shattered all his mental preparations, diminishing the tension and reverence that had accompanied his rare encounters with the divine. Just as Lang Xian opened his mouth to speak, Ling Hai raised a hand to silence him, interrupting the carefully formulated words he had been rehearsing. You should now grasp the nature of our relationship, correct? There is no need for deception between us. As you have surmised, I am indeed a deity. However, for external purposes, I wish for you to state that we are both agents of the Qingdi. Is that acceptable? After all, anyone could surmise that declaring oneself a deity would lead to considerable trouble. Moreover, the emergence of an additional human elite would not cause much upheaval among other divine factions. Yet, the presence of a living deity within the territory of Daxia would undoubtedly attract a multitude of complications, a truth you should comprehend, right? Lang Xian paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. That is acceptable. But typically, isn't there only one agent for each deity? If you state it this way, others will undoubtedly find it hard to believe. A glimmer of azure light flickered in Ling Hai's eyes as he stared into the void, as if he had perceived something intriguing. Someone is coming, slightly more powerful than you. Your captain will surely inform them of my existence and the matter regarding the divine ruins within you. At that time, you will relay my words to them. I possess ample means to convince them that a deity can have multiple agents. At the Peace Affairs office, upon entering the bright and pristine service hall, the masked team began surveying their surroundings. Where is everyone? Are they all in the underground training room? A sharp slap echoed as Chong Wei struck Vortex's wandering hand. Don't fidget. Wang Mian and Chun Mai walked side by side at the forefront, feeling the ruckus created by their teammates behind them, leaving them with a sense of exasperation. Old Chun, did that mysterious entity of immeasurable power truly get dealt with by a mysterious individual? Although Wang Mian's tone held a hint of skepticism, he still held a firm belief in Chen Mai's character. Indeed, it was Lang Xian who stated so himself. Although he may be young, he is quite reliable. As they conversed, Vortex, upon hearing Lang Xian's name, suddenly darted in front of Chun Mai. Captain Chun, didn't you just mention that Lang Xian from your team awakened the divine ruins? Our captain has also awakened the divine ruins. How about letting them spar a little? You have no sense of decorum. Before Vortex could finish his mischievous grin, Chong Wei seized his ear and dragged him back behind Chun Mai and Wang Mian. Ouch. That hurts. Chong Wei, ease up. Casting a discreet glance at the rambunctious team behind him, Wang Mian scratched his head awkwardly. The young ones lack restraint. Please don't take it to heart. Chun Mai burst into hearty laughter. What is the harm? I find it rather lively. As they walked, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. I too have awakened the divine ruins. May we spar? Both Chen Mai and Wang Mian were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. The other members of the masked team immediately assumed a defensive stance. Too fast. Wang Mian's brow furrowed beneath his mask. He was the divine agent of Kronos, the god of time, and the strongest among those present. The moment Ling Hai appeared and spoke, he had been entirely unaware of his presence. As he looked up at the man before him, the aura he exuded showed no signs of restraint. Chun Mai silently drew the Night Watcher's long sword from his waist, positioning it between himself and Ling Hai. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? By observing Wang Mian and the reactions of the other team members, he discerned that the man before him would be exceptionally formidable. It was quite possible that all of them would meet their end here today. Wang Mian silently stared at Ling Hai, continuously infusing his spiritual energy into the bow in his hand, the long blade poised to unsheathe at any moment. Wait. Don't be alarmed. We are allies. Cold Xian rushed to the forefront, hands gesticulating in the air. His anxious tone carried a hint of fear, as he dreaded that a confrontation might erupt at any moment. Knowing Ling Hai's true identity, he was not the least bit concerned about Ling Hai's safety. Even if Wang Mian was the agent of the god of time and the captain of a special team, he would stand no chance against Ling Hai, a true deity. Allies? In Chapter 7, The Might of the Azure Emperor, upon catching sight of Cold Xian, Chen Mai felt the hostility on his face lessen considerably. The members of the faceless team behind him exchanged glances, uncertain. After a brief moment of silent communication, their eyes turned to their captain, Wang Mian. Captain, what do you think? Although they were in the home territory of Team 136, their Their attitude towards the unfamiliar man before them depended entirely on their leader. Wang Mian suppressed a shock and glanced at Chen Mai beside him. Old Chen, this must be the cold Xian you mentioned earlier, the one who awakened the divine ruins. Right? Chen Mai nodded. Cold Xian, please elucidate the current situation. He too was eager to ascertain why, in such a brief period, another individual had appeared in their stronghold. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere easing slightly, Cold Xian took a deep breath and replied, Captain, didn't you ask me to investigate the mysterious individual from yesterday? Well, here he is. His name is Ling Hai, residing at number 9, Nanshan Mansion District, and he is, 19 years old. He is also an agent of the deity, and like me, an agent of the Azure Emperor. That is the gist of what I have uncovered. One thing is certain, he undoubtedly stands with humanity. Just as he was about to explain why Ling Hai had appeared at the Peace Affairs office, Ling Hai stepped forward. Amidst the puzzled gazes of those present. Greetings, I am Ling Hai, the agent of the Azure Emperor. I look forward to your guidance. He extended his hand towards Wang Mian, the strongest among them. Greetings, I am the captain of the Faceless team. You may call me Wang Mian. The masked individuals behind me are my team members. I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Although Wang Mian could not discern Ling Hai's strength, his tone was neither submissive nor arrogant. In his view, the only entities worthy of awe in the Great Xia were the 5 apex humans. Old Chen, who would have thought that in your jurisdiction, 2 agents of the deities would appear? If others were to find out, they'd be utterly envious. Ha! In the next moment, he seemed to recall something amusing, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. Indeed, there were 2 agents of the deities, previously overlooked. He now realized that the small night watchman team in Sangnan City was teeming with hidden talents. It seemed that there would be much to witness in the future. Chen Mai, flattered by Wang Mian's praise, scratched his head and voiced his lingering doubts. Cold Xian, you just mentioned that Mr. Ling Hai is also an agent of the Azure Emperor. But is it truly possible for a single deity to have 2 agents? Such a precedent has never existed in the history of the Great Xia. Cold Xian glanced at the smiling Ling Hai beside him and thought it ill-fated, hastily explaining. The night watchmen have never observed the deities of the Great Xia before. Exceptions must exist. Perhaps the Azure Emperor has a preference for locals? However, his words came too late. As he spoke, the fragment of the Azure Emperor's divine might that Ling Hai had left within him enveloped the Peace Affairs office like an ominous cloud. In that split second when the divine might erupted, the surging spiritual energy within everyone instantaneously fell silent. At that moment, Cold Xian seemed truly like a deity. His divine power vast and overwhelming. The pressure was akin to a mountain crashing down upon them. Everyone, except Ling Hai and Cold Xian, felt as though they were trudging through quicksand. Zhao Kongcheng, devoid of any spiritual power, collapsed to the ground, his face pressed against the cold tiles. Wang Mian attempted to counteract this divine might with his own spiritual ruins, but to his horror, he realized that all the spiritual energy within him was entirely beyond his control. Within mere seconds, the uniforms of those present were drenched in cold sweat. The very act of breathing had become a luxury for them. Oh dear, it seems our Azure Emperor is displeased. Ling Hai clapped his hands. The mountainous pressure that weighed upon them dissipated in an instant. The hall of the Peace Affairs office was filled with the sound of rapid breaths. No. It was clearly old Shen's question. Why are you all, before Xian Huan could finish his complaint, the recently recovered Yu Guei and Rose hastily rushed forward, covering his mouth tightly. They knew that their teammate would not utter anything insightful. What do you mean no? Are you out of your mind? With that, Yu Guei decisively knocked Xian Huan unconscious. Wang Mian and Chen Mai, who had been tense, simultaneously exhaled in relief. They truly did not wish to experience that sense of helplessness once more. Captain, are you all right? Cold Xian quickly approached to assist Chen Mai. While he was unaffected by the Azure Emperor's divine might, he could see the discomfort on Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongcheng's faces. Zhao Kongcheng, having risen from the ground, slumped onto a nearby bench, his head drooping like wild grass, his eyes vacant, looking utterly desolate. So, my 2 esteemed captains, do you still have any doubts about me and Cold Xian being agents of the same deity? I cannot guarantee whether the Azure Emperor will become enraged if questioned again. Cold Xian, serving water to Chen Mai, Zhao Kongcheng, and Wu Xiangnan, momentarily faltered, nearly spilling the tray's contents. Even knowing that Ling Hai was indeed the Azure Emperor, he had to summon his courage to say, Ling Hai, please refrain from discussing this further. The captain is already aware. Feigning ignorance, Ling Hai stepped closer and patted Wang Mian on the shoulder. I truly apologize. As agents, Cold Xian and I are also uncertain of the Azure Emperor's temperament. Please bear with us. A smile adorned his face as a wave of azure spiritual energy gradually spread throughout the hall. The recently revived individuals basked in this pure energy, feeling their very essence rejuvenated. Even the spiritual energy within them surged beyond previous levels. Is this your ability? This power was unlike the healing ruins Wang Mian had previously encountered. After being nourished by the Azure spiritual energy, Wang Mian could distinctly sense that the backlash he had suffered from altering time had been completely eradicated. Even the barriers that had long constrained him felt slightly loosened. Before everyone now stood Wang Mian in his prime. Both were agents of the Azure Emperor, and whatever Ling Hai could do, Cold Xian could certainly replicate. Were it not for Chen Mai's standing, he would have already wished to recruit Cold Xian into his special team. This was the first healing ruin Wang Mian had encountered that could mend the wounds inflicted by time. Its value was immeasurable. The emergence of such a ruin offered Wang Mian, who had been prepared to face death in battle, a glimmer of hope named life. Had he not sensed that he could not overpower Ling Hai, he would have sought to enlist Ling Hai into his team right then. With this thought, Wang Mian, almost unconsciously, inquired, "Ling Hai, may I ask what your current realm is?" Having spent recent years with companions like Zhou Ping, Guan Zai, and Lu Wuwei, Ling Hai replied without a moment's hesitation, "Naturally, I am at the pinnacle of humanity, the apex. That is what you all call it, right?" After all, in his perception, the pinnacle of human strength is merely a ceiling, silence. The air hangs heavy with a deathly stillness. All eyes are fixed on Ling Hai, as if beholding a monster. Wang Mian suddenly feels a dryness in his throat. Chapter 8. To transfer students, he instinctively wants to question the notion of a human ceiling. There are only 5 individuals of such caliber in the entire Great Xia: 1 sword, 1 knight, 1 statue, 1 void, and 1 sage. He has encountered these 5 before. How could another individual with such terrifying power emerge from nowhere, becoming an agent of the divine? Moreover, Ling Hai has lived in Songnan City for so long. Yet those in power have not detected him at all. The flicker of doubt that arose in his heart quickly dissipates. For now, he only needs to understand that Ling Hai's existence aligns with the Night Watchers and the Great Xia. To seek more specific information would likely exceed his capabilities. After learning of Ling Hai's status as the human ceiling, Chen Mai gazes at him as though he were a rare treasure. If Ling Hai were to appear within his team's jurisdiction, might he be willing to join their ranks? The prospect of having someone of such power in their midst makes the thought of undertaking future missions incredibly enticing. Without hesitation, he speaks up. "Mr. Ling Hai, would you be inclined to join our Night Watcher team?" Ling Hai turns his head, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Mai, clearly uninterested. Why would I want to? Being an agent of the divine is far more liberating. Even if he were to agree to join Chen Mai's team, those like Yifan would likely dare not accept him. Chen Mai's smile momentarily stiffens before quickly returning to normal. Though rendered speechless, Ling Hai's words leave no room for rebuttal. If he possessed such strength, he too would not wish to be constrained. As the captain of the Night Watchers responsible for safeguarding all of Songnan City, Chen Mai feels increasingly overwhelmed. Now, upon encountering someone slightly stronger, he can't help but want to recruit them into his team. My apologies for being presumptuous. I just heard from Lung Xian that Mr. Ling Hai is 19 this year. Where are you studying? I haven't attended school. Chen Mai. So, are you working then? A vagrant. Chen Mai suspects that Ling Hai has come solely to oppose him, though he dares not voice this thought. Are your parents still alive? Ling Hai rolls his eyes. They died long ago. Of course, that was thousands of years ago. The more he probes, the more Chen Mai feels a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Mian, sensing the awkwardness, finds he no longer has the desire to even take a sip of water. He chuckles nervously and steps toward the exit of the Peace Affairs office, discreetly signaling to Tian Ping and Yu Gui to carry the unconscious vortex out. Well, old Chen, since Mr. Ling Hai has resolved the mystery of the infinite realm, we shouldn't linger here any longer. I just remembered that my cousin's son is about to be born, so we should take our leave. Please have a good chat with Mr. Ling Hai. With that, he hastily leads the other 4 team members out of the hall. Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongcheng. On the rooftops of meticulously arranged buildings, several figures dart through the steel jungle. The vortex, suspended in midair by Tian Ping's control, begins to awaken as it senses the strong winds. What just happened? Weren't we at the Peace Affairs office a moment ago? Didn't old Chen promise us a feast? Just as Tian Ping sets him down, Rose's pink hammer comes crashing down on Vortex's head. Having just regained consciousness, Vortex staggers from the unexpected blow, nearly stumbling into the alley below. Eat your head. Always thinking about food. Though masked, Vortex can easily imagine the expression beneath Rose's mask, one that seems ready to devour him alive. All right, no eating. Yu Gui silently follows behind Wang Mian. Captain, are we really just leaving? I find Ling Hai quite suspicious. Should we inform those in Shangjing? After all, he is a human ceiling. Wang Mian remains focused, staring intently at the spot where the helicopter is descending. Yu Gui, where is the most expensive villa district in Songnan City? Yu Gui hesitates for a moment, but continues walking. Nanshan Mansion. Yes, Lung Xian mentioned that Ling Hai currently resides at Nanshan Mansion, and he is unemployed. A vagrant with the power of the human ceiling residing in such a peculiar place, and in the most expensive villa district, with no relatives. He could reach the side of the Infinite Realm's mysterious incursion before the Night Watchers. Who do you think is supporting him? At this point, Yugue suddenly comprehends. Is it those people above? Since our nation has gained another human ceiling, why not announce it? That could stabilize the morale of other Night Watchers. Captain, you must have sensed it too. Those beings from beyond have been growing increasingly audacious and frequent in their activities. Revealing such a person within the Night Watcher's sight could at least uplift spirits. A soft sigh escapes from beneath Wang Mian's mask as he shakes his head in resignation. I'm not certain about that. However, I can assert that including General Yi and the other human ceilings, they must be aware of Ling Hai's existence. Their silence likely indicates they have their own plans. Of course, this is merely speculation within our team. Just keep it to ourselves, no need to spread it around. Yu Guei and the other three, who had ceased their bickering, exchange glances and nod in agreement. Everything will follow the captain's lead. In the underground hall of the Peace Affairs office. So, Mr. Ling Hai, what brings you here this time? Chun Mai sips from his now lukewarm water, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. The events of the day may not be numerous, but Ling Hai alone is enough to stir a tempest in his heart. His desire to recruit Ling Hai has not waned, leaving Chiang Mai in a state of great distress. I sense that the Qing Emperor has acquired another agent. So I came to take a look, Ling Hai says, pulling Lung Xian close and casting an exaggerated wink. This sends a shiver down Lung Xian's spine, prompting him to cast furtive glances at Si Xiaonan, who is watching the scene unfold with amusement. To others, it might seem like mere jest among boys. But Lung Xian knows the one acting frivolously is the Qing Emperor himself. By the way, I haven't finished my training quota for today, so you all can chat slowly. Si Xiaonan rolls her eyes in Lang Xian's direction before darting off. Ling Hai, you seem rather bored with nothing to do all day. Why don't you find a class to join? If that doesn't work, perhaps you could enroll in a school? It would be a great chance to experience the vibrancy of campus life. Lung Xian nudges Ling Hai's arm. Ling Hai rises, shoving a bun from an unknown source into his mouth, mumbling, sure. Our Night Watchers, what about them? The chorus of voices is a unified shout from Chun Mai, Lung Xian, Wu Xiangnan, and Zhao Kongqing. Initially, they believed Ling Hai would refuse, but to their astonishment, the individual who had recently turned down Chun Mai now lightly agrees to Lung Xian's suggestion. Rather than working, I choose to attend school. Besides, Lung Xian, you're mistaken. It's not about experiencing youth. I, the agent of the divine, embody youth itself. By the way, what were you about to say? Ling Hai's acceptance of Lung Xian's proposal is not merely due to their connection as agents. Rather, it is because there has been a slight complication regarding the school he intends to choose. He learned that Lin Qiye, who had recently emerged from a mental illness, would also be attending that school. After all, Lin Qiye had grown up under his watchful eye. He didn't mind lending a small hand. Just now, I was about to suggest that if you wish to work or attend school, we Night Watchers can certainly accommodate that. Age and enrollment issues are matters we can resolve. However, didn't you previously express a desire for freedom? How can you remain unrestrained once you enter school? Chapter 9. Shall we watch a magic show? After a moment of contemplation, the answer was, of course, to climb over the wall. On numerous occasions, as I passed by that school, I encountered many students sneaking out to surf the internet. Moreover, he had a premonition that his stay at that institution would not be prolonged. As the Azure Emperor within the national sacrificial deity system, Ling Hai could vaguely sense the trajectory of his fate. This choice to enter school was merely a whimsical decision. Have you already chosen the school you wish to attend? A deity could hardly follow the mundane routine of ordinary students, attending classes and returning home. Yes, I've chosen Sangnan City's second high school. The term is starting in a couple of days, so we must prepare now, or it will be too late. We can handle the enrollment and other requirements. Do you have any further requests? Ling Hai envisioned Lin Qiye's figure and requested. Please place me in the same class as a boy named Lin Qiye. No other requests? Ah, yes. Remember to arrange for me to be a day student. I have no desire to live off cafeteria food or share a dormitory. Lin Qiye? Cold Xian and the others around him momentarily exhibited surprise upon hearing that name. Who is this person that even a human prodigy remembers? Though they were perplexed, they did not reveal their curiosity. Whatever Ling Hai said, they would comply, for it posed no harm to themselves. Indeed, Lin Qiye is a rather uncommon name. You won't confuse it, will you? As he spoke, Ling Hai wiped the grease from his mouth and stepped toward the lobby. I have already added Cold Xian as a friend. We can communicate via our phones. Chun Mai and the others watched as Ling Hai waved goodbye while leaving the Peace Affairs office. Cold Xian quickly typed away at the computer. Found it. This must be the Lin Qiye Ling Hai mentioned. Blinded for unknown reasons during childhood, He later entered Sunshine Mental Hospital. Both parents deceased. He now lives with his aunt and has a cousin. Nothing particularly special about him, Wu Xiangnan remarked, approaching the screen to scrutinize the somewhat youthful boy. Do you believe Ling Hai would choose someone without any suspicious background as his classmate? That unknown reason seems quite dubious to me. Look further into the reason for his admission to the mental hospital. Cold Xian glanced at Chinmai, who nodded in agreement. His fingers danced across the keyboard once more. It does appear somewhat suspect now. It states that while watching the moon on a rooftop during childhood, he saw a seraph cloaked in golden light with 3 pairs of pure white wings. This was the reason he was sent to the mental hospital. Hearing this, Chinmai frowned and stepped closer to the screen. To an ordinary person, witnessing a seraph seems utterly impossible in reality. However, as night watchers, they were well aware of the existence of deities. They had even seen the visage of gods in some non-confidential night watcher documents. What happened next? Did Lin Xie exhibit any further abnormalities? The screen quickly scrolled, and Cold Xian squinted at the display. Nothing else. Apart from these details, everything else seems normal. Wu Xiangnan and Chinmai simultaneously straightened up. Old Qin, what do you think? At present, it seems merely coincidental. But since Ling Hai has brought it up, Chinmai stroked his chin, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Old Zhao, since you lack combat prowess and have no restrictions, keep an eye on that Lin Xie. Hey. Zhao Kongqing sprang up from the couch, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Captain, that sounds rather disparaging. What do you mean I lack combat prowess? I assure you, if I had the same restrictions, I would surpass all of you. Chinmai crossed his arms, his expression devoid of amusement. So, will you take on this task? If not, I'll send Cold Xian or Xiaonan instead. Seeing the sincerity in Chinmai's expression, Zhao Kongqing suppressed his indignation. Fine. With so many tasks these days, it'll be nice to get out for a change. Then it's settled. Cold Xian, now that you've just awakened your divine abilities, go to the training ground and spar with Chi Mo. Use this time to familiarize yourself. Cold Xian stood, stretching lazily. All right. Time flowed like water. Songnan City's second high school. Ling Hai, carrying an empty backpack, leisurely trailed behind Lin Xie and others. The warm sunlight bathed his face as he squinted, quietly absorbing the clamor of the school. Lin Xie walked along the tree-lined path, his peculiar attire drawing curious gazes from those around him. Some enthusiastic classmates approached to lend a hand. Not wanting to refuse their goodwill, he was unable to walk the 5-minute route without it stretching into over 10 minutes. By the time Lin Xie and his companions entered the classroom, Ling Hai had already seated himself in a solitary spot at the back. At the school gate, Zhao Kongqing settled at a snack shop after Lin Xie vanished from sight. Oh, this is the life. Boss. A bowl of sour soup dumplings, please. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes converged upon Lin Xie, whose eyes were covered with a black cloth. After a few seconds of silence, the previously packed classroom erupted into a cacophony. Students eagerly assisted Lin Xie to his seat, their warmth leaving him slightly bewildered. Classmate, you must be Lin Xie, right? I am Li Yifei. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. A short-haired boy draped his arm over Lin Xie's shoulder, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Others around them frequently mentioned Lin Xie's name. How come it seems like you all know me? The class monitor, Jiang Qian, spoke up first. Our homeroom teacher mentioned you. He said there would be 2 transfer students today and encouraged us to look out for you. 2. Lin Xie expressed mild surprise. Many parents would not allow their children to transfer at the onset of a new term, especially in the 2nd year of high school. Hello. I am the other transfer student, Ling Hai. Lin Xie, I look forward to your guidance. Ling Hai stepped forward, extending a hand. They know you because your aunt previously sent us eggs and asked us to look after you. You need not feel embarrassed. Listening to the clear male voice beside him, Lin Xie's attention shifted to the hand extended before him. After a moment's hesitation, he took it. Hello, Ling Hai. Thank you for your concern. In that instant of contact, Ling Hai's consciousness was transported to a grand mental hospital. Having lived in Songnan City for many years, he instantly recognized the furnishings of this mysteriously veiled institution, strikingly similar to Sunshine Mental Hospital. The purpose of entering this mental facility was precisely to uncover the intentions behind his handshake with Lin Xie. Let me see who is orchestrating this. Ling Hai smiled as he approached a row of tightly closed patient rooms. The 6 doors were unremarkable, lacking any signage. Instead, they were adorned with intricate golden patterns, symbolizing the identity of each patient. The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Ling Hai strolled leisurely before each door, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of familiarity with these long-lost companions. As the embodiment of the Green Emperor, Ling Hai inherited all of the Emperor's knowledge and experiences. Upon reaching the 5th door, he paused momentarily, curiosity flickering in his azure eyes as he sensed the divine aura emanating from within. He had only heard tales of a human deity from the Sumerian Pantheon, and today, he was finally face to face with one. The 5 emperors of the national sacrifice pantheon were all human deities. Feeling the surge of divine energy from behind the door, Ling Hai was inexplicably filled with a sense of warmth. Upon arriving at the 6th door, Ling Hai halted, his gaze fixed intently on the golden patterns adorning the door. "Found you," he declared, clapping his hands, the clear sound resonating throughout the psychiatric hospital. The reverberation lingered, causing all within the institution to shudder. He then retrieved an ancient pocket watch from his pocket, its surface etched with the marks of time. "Shall we witness some magic?" As his words echoed, the air momentarily stilled, as if time itself had paused. In the next instant, an eerie surge of divine power erupted from the previously quiet 6th ward. Reminiscent of an impending cataclysm, the entire building trembled, and cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the smooth door, spreading ominously. Ling Hai chuckled softly, bracing the violently shaking door with the tip of his foot. A brilliant azure light radiated from him, dispelling the chilling divine force. "It seems my audience can hardly wait," he mused. But as spectators, they must patiently await the performance. Endless dark red divine energy trickled from the edges of the door frame onto the floor. Yet, whenever it approached Ling Hai, it was gently dispersed by the soft azure glow surrounding him. He stood firm, akin to a torch amidst an expanse of unending darkness. The moment to witness a miracle was at hand. Ling Hai lifted the pocket watch to his eyes and shook it gently. Invisible waves emanated from the watch, swiftly penetrating the 6th door. Within seconds, the apocalyptic tremors subsided, and the psychiatric hospital fell silent once more. The dark red divine energy was utterly consumed by the ethereal aura radiating from Ling Hai. He tucked away the pocket watch and clapped his hands, the crisp sound echoing into the 6th ward, erasing any trace of his presence. To the outside world, scarcely a second had passed. Lin Xie nodded, opening his textbooks. In class, he held his pen attentively, while beside him, Li Yifei appeared tormented, as though the teacher's lecture was a foreign tongue. Lacking any desire to learn, he began scrutinizing his classmates, particularly Lin Xie and Ling Hai. Compared to others with whom he had shared a year, these two were undeniably exceptional. His gaze fell upon the black cloth covering Lin Xie's eyes, and a wave of confusion washed over him. How could he possibly follow the lesson? Pondering this, Li Yifei shifted his attention back to Ling Hai. However, upon turning, he found Ling Hai staring intently at Lin Xie. The intensity of that gaze was peculiar, more fierce than that of a sworn enemy. For the first time, Ling Hai had entered a human classroom in his mortal guise. Just as he was about to speak, a piece of chalk struck him squarely on the forehead. "Li Yifei, what are you doing? Look at Lin Xie, then look at yourself. If you don't pay attention, you'll be standing at the back." The teacher's voice boomed, nearly startling Li Yifei into a quail. Laughter erupted in the classroom, gradually quieting under the teacher's thunderous reprimand. 40 minutes flew by. After class, Li Yifei's expression was one of hesitation. Although Lin Xie's eyes were covered, he could still sense everything around him. Noticing Li Yifei's constipated expression, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Li Yifei, did you wish to say something?" Caught off guard by Lin Xie's prompt, Li Yifei stammered, "Huh? How did you know what I was thinking?" Lin Xie's mind raced as he slowly replied, "You were humming beside me the moment the class ended. Hard not to notice." Li Yifei scratched his head and grinned. "Oh right. By the way, Xie, do you need to use the restroom?" "Not really. Actually, you do." Li Yifei stood up and, without hesitation, pulled Lin Xie towards the restroom. Reluctantly, Lin Xie followed him out of the classroom. Once outside, however, Li Yifei turned and led Lin Xie towards a staircase corner. "This isn't the way to the restroom, is it?" "Shoo." Li Yifei's heart raced as he gestured for Lin Xie to be quiet, glancing back as if fearing Ling Hai might follow. "Xie, be careful." Recalling Ling Hai's gaze sent shivers down Li Yifei's spine. "Why?" Lin Xie frowned. The old district, though dilapidated, was hardly a den of danger. Li Yifei, shrouded in mystery, replied, "Xie, did you offend Ling Hai in some way?" "What do you mean?" "During class, I noticed his gaze towards you was unusual, almost predatory. As we are all-day students, I'm concerned he might confront you after school." "Surely not. I assure you, I've only just met Ling Hai. We exchanged a few polite words. I didn't offend him. Perhaps you misinterpreted? Or perhaps you suffer from paranoia. I happen to know a few doctors at the Songnan Psychiatric Hospital. If necessary, I could introduce you." Lin Xie's serious expression darkened Li Yifei's face. "Why does this involve me? I'm not crazy. It's merely that the focus of this inquiry has shifted onto Li Yifei himself. With so many people around, Ling Hai wouldn't dare act." In the classroom, the teacher animatedly lectured while Ling Hai observed Li Yifei, who silently prayed for his own safety. Noticing the subtle expressions on Li Yifei's face, Ling Hai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Despite being a relatively weak insect, He demonstrated a semblance of intellect. The mysteries yet to be widely disseminated likely pertain to his corporeal form. The Night Watchman squad would undoubtedly intervene, leaving Ling Hai responsible for controlling the spread of these insects. After the afternoon class, the bell rang punctually. Boarding students rushed into the convenience store, while others stealthily climbed over walls in unnoticed corners. Day students, on the other hand, laughed and chatted in groups as they exited the school gates. Outside, vendors shouted, peddling their wares, and the scent of various snacks wafted into the air. Once he packed his bag, Li Yifei, along with several others, encircled Lin Qiye, fearful of losing him. As he tugged Lin Qiye along, Li Yifei remained vigilant of Ling Hai's movements. In an instant, Ling Hai, who had been in view, vanished without a trace. Wait, did I misjudge? Impossible. He is definitely waiting by the school gates. It was imperative that Lin Qiye did not leave alone now. Nanshan Mansion. Although he accomplished nothing throughout the day, he felt he had exerted himself. With practiced ease, he opened the food delivery app. Chapter 11. The Faceless One delivers warmth after placing his order. Ling Hai tossed his phone aside and turned to gaze at the warm yellow light fixture in the living room. Could it be that he had exposed himself? Ling Hai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Surely not. Aside from the supreme deity, no one else should be able to discern his true identity while he concealed his aura. Even if the supreme deity saw through his disguise, they could not overpower him. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. Ling Hai straightened up from the sofa and casually switched on the television. Just as he closed his eyes, the sound of his phone ringing pierced the silence. His contacts consisted solely of the most elite humans and the cold-hearted Xian. After enduring their antics for so long, Zhou Ping and his companions hardly ever called him. Hello? Xian, what's up? The Faceless One? Oh, you mean those insignificant nuisances? Do as you please. Go to the old city area, near Nanshan Mansion. I want to spare a single one of them. After all, you are my agent, aren't you? All right, hang up. Bye. Boom. Just as Ling Hai ended the call, a dark monstrosity crashed through one of the walls of his villa, leaving it in ruins. As the dust settled, he beheld a gaunt, ominous creature before him. Its grin frozen on its face, a chilling glint in its eyes. You wretched creature. Even a creature with limited intellect, having intruded into Ling Hai's home. Sensed the danger posed by the man before it, although destruction and slaughter were its instincts. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Ling Hai instilled in it a singular desire to flee. Yet, as thoughts of retreat began to surface, it realized its feet were rooted to the ground as if bound by the very earth itself. No matter how it struggled, it could not budge an inch. Fortunately, Ling Hai was the sole occupant of Nanshan Mansion. Otherwise, the commotion would soon attract other residents. On the wall opposite the gaping hole, various props for Ling Hai's magic performances were displayed: a feather duster, a seemingly heavy tome, a sword adorned with enormous gemstones, and a pair of crimson horns. With an impassive expression, he glanced at the howling Faceless One before walking to the wall, selecting from the myriad of props. As he chose, he extended his finger toward the outside of the villa. A brilliant azure light flowed from his fingertip, merging with the earth below. His spiritual energy swiftly permeated every structure surrounding Nanshan Mansion. All across Songnan City, several roaring Faceless Ones abruptly halted in their tracks. From their gaping, blood-red moss, vibrant green leaves began to surge forth, spilling from their throats. As the foliage multiplied, their towering forms shrank in stature. The wheezing sounds emanating from their throats grew increasingly feeble. They continued to run, the wind howling around them. Yet they were acutely aware of their lives draining away at an alarming rate. A few Faceless Ones attempted to seal their mouths shut, but as they did, their bellies began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, their once emaciated abdomens ballooned like inflated balloons. Suddenly, as if foreseeing their fate, they emitted a final, mournful wail, awaiting the arrival of death in a hidden corner. Bang! The remaining flesh was consumed by the verdant leaves. Occasionally, passers-by in the alley would be drawn to the incongruous greenery. How is there foliage here? Each leaf appeared plump and glistening. They looked up, surveying the surrounding steel jungle, muttering in confusion. Nanshan Mansion. Ling Hai picked up a sleek black top hat, and azure waves of spiritual energy converged from all directions toward him. Observing the trapped Faceless One, Ling Hai smirked. Oh ho, your companions have all perished. But fret not, I shall soon escort you to meet them. He toyed with the hat, leisurely making his way to the Faceless One. A table woven from vines gradually took shape before it. Ling Hai placed the top hat in the center of the table, revealing its interior. A mere ordinary hat, is it not? Realizing escape was futile, the Faceless One opened its foul mouth to roar at Ling Hai. Unperturbed, he continued to fiddle with his hat, instructing the audience to refrain from excessive noise. A sharp vine extended from the table, piercing through the Faceless One's mouth and securing it firmly, silencing its fury in its throat. Ling Hai displayed his slender fingers before the creature. See? I possess nothing in my hands. Now, prepare to witness a miracle. Saying this, he plunged his hand into the top hat, withdrawing from the faceless one's line of sight. Blue star. In a cramped room with rough flooring, a bookshelf against the wall was filled with an array of books. The glow from the computer screen illuminated Sanjiao Inyu and Ji Qianming's faces. In the next moment, a spatial rift appeared before Sanjiao Inyu. Care to explain? Ji Qianming and Sanjiao Inyu exchanged bewildered glances. Sanjiao adjusted his glasses, equally uncertain. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the world of novels. As I previously mentioned, everything unfolds according to the plot I have crafted. While there are elements I can design, there are also naturally arising aspects. Moreover, individuals of my caliber are far from rare. Inside the Nanshan mansion room, Ling Hai withdrew the divine light staff from the top hat, wearing an air of feigned mystery. What is this? Let us see what miraculous powers this object possesses. He smiled at the faceless one, gripping its neck as he stepped outside the villa. The creature's feet, anchored to the ground, left deep drag marks on the surface. The intense sensation of suffocation compelled it to violently tug at its restraints. However, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not affect Ling Hai's grip in the slightest. Not even a single hair was dislodged. The moment he acquired this magical prop, he had already comprehended its full capabilities. Ling Hai grinned as he held the divine light staff aloft, squinting at the setting sun still radiating warmth in the distance, and shouted, "Digga." Chapter 12. The part-time Green Emperor. The low-hanging red sun finally sank beneath the horizon. Above, the clouds, draped in countless hues of dawn, receded like a flood. Yet, Songnan City did not succumb to darkness with the setting sun. Nanshan Mansion. A light more brilliant than the midday sun filled the eyes of every citizen in Songnan City. Within the office buildings, some felt the changes occurring outside and squinted at the blinding radiance. Faced with this sight, one could not help but exclaim, "Holy cow." A young man donned in sunglasses, attempting to appear nonchalant, now shielded his eyes and rolled on the ground in agony. My eyes. My eyes. Help. I think I'm going blind." All citizens abandoned their tasks, staring vacantly at the distant light that dispelled the night. On the other side of Nanshan Mansion, in the old district of Songnan City, Lin Qiye roared in fury. Boundless golden light erupted from his being. An astonishing wave of heat emanated from his slender frame, reminiscent of a flood. The divine majesty of the Archangel Michael enveloped the narrow alleyway. His eyes, long sealed for years, opened just a sliver, releasing strands of golden brilliance. However, this commotion went unnoticed by all except Zhao Kongcheng, who was closest to him. Even the ghoul-faced figure, poised to tear apart Lin Qiye's throat just a moment ago, momentarily lost focus, transfixed by the blinding light from the opposite end of the city. It failed to perceive the transformation occurring within Lin Qiye. On the desolate and silent thoroughfare, Zhao Kongcheng was engulfed in terror, torn between gazing westward or eastward. Leng Xian had stated that the western side of the city was dealt with by Ling Hai. Could this uproar be the result of his machinations? This thought crossed his mind as he wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Each time the night watchmen undertook a mission, they would employ a void to contain the operational area, ensuring that the repercussions of their battles would not extend across the entire city, thus easing their subsequent cleanup efforts. Yet, witnessing the overwhelming radiance that nearly engulfed the entirety of Songnan and even reached surrounding cities, Zhao Kongcheng felt utterly paralyzed. He could scarcely fathom where to begin the cleanup from this debacle. After much contemplation, he resolved to address the anomaly nearest to him. Setting aside the ghoul-faced figure for the moment, it was evident from the towering beam of light piercing the starry night that someone had awakened the Forbidden Ruins. Although Zhao Kongcheng lacked direct access to the Forbidden Ruins and could not sense the divine power radiating from the light, the extraordinary phenomenon heralded by this emergence indicated that the intensity of the Forbidden Ruins would be far from trivial. At Nanshan Mansion, Ling Hai, transformed into a being akin to Digga, regarded the radiant aura emanating from him with satisfaction. The performance had concluded. Now it was time to send you to meet your companions. He gestured with his hands in an unusual manner, his tone laced with anticipation. Zai Pei Li Ao Guangxian. The sacred incantation resonated in the ears of the immobile, ghoul-faced figure, which now felt a profound sense of despair. Fear was its sole emotion in that moment. Ling Hai crossed his arms, and as he expanded and contracted, pure energy imbued with a sense of destruction coalesced from the timer on his chest. Amidst the blinding white veil, a flicker of purple light pierced through it. What followed was a barrage of white energy projectiles, descending with the swiftness of a torrential downpour. Under Ling Hai's deliberate control, the onslaught consumed only the ghoul-faced figure on the ground, as he had no desire to obliterate the entire villa district. Primarily, he wished to avoid the lamentations of Yi Fan when it came time for financial recompense. As the form of Digga vanished, the golden light erupting from Lin Qiye also dissipated entirely. Long Xian spat a mouthful of blood, standing atop the head of a ghoul-faced figure. and dialed Ling Hai's number with an expression of exasperation. Is it resolved? Of course, I intervened. It went smoothly without any mishaps. Ling Hai answered, his voice on speaker as he surveyed the hole in the wall caused by the ghoul-faced figure, his brow furrowed in a knot of concern. Why do I not sense your Qingdi aura? Ling Hai knelt, placing his hand upon the elongated drag marks. And the seldom used divine powers of the Bai Di and Huang Di flowed from his palm into the earth. In the next moment, the drag marks on the ground and the breach in the wall were filled with soil as if it were flesh growing anew. Yet, an irregular patch of gray marred the warm yellow wall, standing out conspicuously. I am but a magician. Qingdi is merely my side job. I just performed a simple trick for a pitiful ghoul-faced figure. Is there anything else? Listening to Ling Hai's voice on the other end, Lang Xian kicked the severed head of the ghoul-faced figure aside and glanced at his companions, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying, who all bore expressions of discontent. Among the ghoul-faced figures that attacked the old district, one of them was a ghoul-faced king. Due to the dispersed combat strategy, by the time we noticed, Hong Ying had already sustained injuries from the ghoul-faced king. Chen Mai pursued the fleeing king, leaving us to handle the aftermath in the old district. Have you considered how to manage the cleanup? Your magical coverage is too extensive. I estimate the captain's expression could be dark enough to draw water. If we don't resolve this quickly, by tomorrow this incident will become a national sensation. After a brief silence, Ling Hai's voice emerged from the phone. Tell your captain that I will handle this matter. That's all. My takeout has arrived. Facing the curious gaze of the delivery driver, Ling Hai maintained a calm demeanor as he accepted his meal. Upon entering, he casually placed the takeout on the dining table and proceeded to a small room behind the prop wall. Upon opening the door, a plethora of eerie and mysterious energy surged forth. The moment Ling Hai stepped inside, he became ethereal, and as he fully entered the room, the door closed automatically. The room, filled with shelves of items, transformed into an expanse of void. Ling Hai pondered for a moment before striding purposefully towards a corner. A fragmented chime stood silently in the corner, reminiscent of a deity in its twilight years. He halted, his palm grasping a mallet formed from Qingdi's divine power. Dong dong dong. 3 resonant chimes echoed from the void, enveloping the entirety of Tsangnan City in an instant. The sound was akin to that of ancient times, steeped in antiquity. Those who heard it found their thoughts rendered tranquil. Done. The mallet in Ling Hai's hand vanished as he exited the room with purposeful strides. At the edge of the old district, all members of Team 136 heard the resounding chimes from all directions. Was this commotion orchestrated by Ling Hai? Wu Xiangnan inquired, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Lung Xian. The latter shrugged. I'm not certain, but we could simply ask someone. Adjacent to the alley was a noodle shop bustling with patrons during dinner time. Lung Xian cleared his throat and approached a diner, who was savoring their meal. Excuse me. Did you see the brilliant light to the west just now? The diner wiped grease from their lips, looking perplexed. Light? What light? And did you hear the chimes? Observing the smile on Lung Xian's face, the diner hesitated, pondering whether to call a psychiatric facility. The diner's expression was one of utter confusion. Being mistaken for a madman, Lung Xian's face broke into a relieved smile. My apologies for the intrusion. If the chimes had borne no significance, it meant he and his teammates would have to traverse the entirety of Tsangnan overnight. Though Tsangnan City was small, erasing the memories of all its citizens in a single night was an impossibility. He had already prepared himself for the inevitable scolding from those in the capital. What is the situation? Wu Xiangnan's voice trembled slightly. Noticing the tense expressions on his teammates, Lung Xian exhaled deeply and signaled with his hand. It's resolved. Chapter 13. Thus, the alley was suddenly filled with a buoyant atmosphere. I estimate that the captain's situation should also be approaching resolution. Ling Hai has aided us with the cleanup. Is there anything else? Hong Ying leaned against the wall, wiping blood off the tip of her gun casually. Wu Xiangnan's gaze swept over the team. It seems we are missing someone? When Shima paused momentarily, then recalled the figure who usually wore a silly grin. Oh no. Old Zhao went to deal with the other 2 ghoul-faced figures, and he doesn't even have the forbidden ruins yet. Behind him, Si Xiaoan patted his shoulder. Don't overreact. They're just 2 ghoul-faced figures, not the ghoul-faced king. Though old Zhao is an ordinary person, after enduring so much devilish training and wielding the Star Blade, dealing with those 2 minor lackeys should pose no problem. Should we go find old Zhao and regroup? Wu Xiangnan suggested. Hong Ying, how's your wound? He turned his head, fixating on the 30-centimeter-long tear in Hong Ying's coat. After reuniting with the injured Hong Ying, Lung Xian attempted to use his forbidden realm to heal her numerous wounds. Although it had not been long since he became the agent of the Azure Emperor, Lang Xian's strength had already reached the pool realm. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that breaking through to the river realm would likely occur within the next couple of days. Observing the remarkable leap in her teammates' power, Hong Ying and Wen Qiamo were consumed by jealousy, their eyes turning red with envy. Walking ahead, Leng Xian could sense the two pairs of resentful gazes behind him. Wu Xiangnan remained unfazed, as Leng Xian had not possessed a divine realm prior to this. As an ordinary person, he had endured rigorous training in the Night Watcher's rookie camp to become useful during missions. Through persistent effort, he had gradually amassed strength. After awakening his forbidden realm, his power naturally surged. Hong Ying casually glanced at her previously injured areas, moving her shoulders to assess the healing. On her sun-kissed skin, patches of freshly grown pink flesh were scattered. Almost healed, thanks. I didn't expect you to master the 9 Azure Song domains so proficiently in such a short time. You hardly resemble someone who just awakened a divine realm. Long Xian chuckled awkwardly, not daring to mention how Ling Hai had trained him in his dreams. Compared to Ling Hai's training methods, he would prefer to relive the Night Watcher's rookie training. Behind his swift rise in strength lay the result of Ling Hai repeatedly infusing his meridians with the power of the Azure Emperor. Enough talk. Let us hurry to find old Zhao. Wu Xiangnan clicked his tongue, glancing at the time on his phone, urging everyone along. In the alleys of the old city, the stench of blood mingled with the foul odor emanating from the ghost-faced man, permeating the air. Lin Qie, who had awakened the mortal realm, felt his enhanced senses tormenting him even more. He withdrew the guide stick embedded in the ghost-faced man's eye socket, holding his breath and focusing. Within his perception, a ghost-faced man charged toward him with terrifying speed. Having exhausted all his tricks against one ghost-faced man, he found himself utterly unable to react to the ravenous beast before him. Is this how it ends? As the ghost-faced man drew closer, Lin Qie could sense the repulsive stench it brought with it. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he braced himself defensively, confident that he could inflict significant damage before his demise. Bring it on. Get out of the way, kid. At that critical moment, a gruff voice echoed from the alley's corner. Lin Qie detected an unfamiliar presence and withdrew the aura of the seraph. Zhao Kongqing, wielding the star blade, emerged slowly from behind the wall, exhaling a puff of smoke. He glanced at the bewildered Lin Qie, feeling elated. A being of a slightly higher realm might be beyond his capabilities, but he could certainly handle this remaining ghost-faced man. Previously, he had watched his captain and Qiamo show off. Today, it was finally his turn. Hey, you scum, your opponent is me. Zhao Kongqing's right hand gripped the hilt of his blade, veins bulging. Countless small scars told the tale of his glorious past. With a hum, he swung his right hand, the blade's tip tracing a silver arc under the moonlight. The shrill sound of metal slicing through the air erupted as both the ghost-faced man and Zhao Kongqing sprang into action simultaneously, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. The ghost-faced man's limbs flailed violently against the ground, emitting guttural gasps from its cavernous maw. Zhao Kongqing crouched low, channeling strength into his waist, his left hand resting lightly on his right. With a powerful shout, he swung his arms wide. The sharp clink of metal meeting metal rang out, and Zhao Kongqing elegantly sheathed his blade. Immediately, a thud resounded behind him. The ghost-faced man, its arms and upper body severed, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Kongqing resisted the urge to glance at Lin Qie's expression. The slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner excitement. That was one hell of a strike. Clearing his throat, he dispatched the two fleeing ghost-faced men. Before the logistics team could finish their preparations, a heavy kick landed on his side. Zhao Kongqing, caught off guard, stumbled and fell in front of Lin Qie. Wu Xiangnan spat. Logistics team? Our squad has so few members. Who are you calling a team? Zhao Kongqing blushed, glaring at Wu Xiangnan in annoyance. He then feigned nonchalance and turned to Lin Qie. Kid, are you stunned? What do you think? Am I handsome, or what? Lin Qie took a half step back. If you hadn't made me bow down to you, you'd be quite handsome. Though he said this, he did not overlook the mention of Ling Hai and Wu Xiangnan's words. Zhao Kongqing conveniently ignored the first half of Lin Qie's statement. So, do you want to be as handsome as us? Compared to other newcomers, Lin Qie had a vague impression of Ling Hai, who was also a transfer student. At this, Zhao Kongqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How should he respond? Should he mention that Ling Hai and Leng Xian from their squad were both agents of the Azure Emperor? But this kid probably didn't even know what an agent was, right? After a brief struggle, Zhao Kongqing stammered. Ling Hai is as handsome as us. Out of words, Leng Xian, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Zhao Kongqing behind him. Ling Hai is just like us. He is a member of a special squad. Zhao Kongqing stared wide-eyed at Leng Xian's serious nonsense, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. His instinct to speak was stifled by Wen Qimo's firm hand over his mouth. He entered your school due to mission requirements. In any case, you can rest assured that we are definitely not bad people. You can see, we stand opposed to these monsters. Lin Qie pondered over these words, blurting out, so what? Before Leng Xian could articulate further, he suddenly felt as if his throat had been choked. Yes, so what? Why was he wasting so many words on an ordinary person? Chapter 14. Wait, where are the others? After struggling for a while, Zhao Kongqing finally broke free from Wen Qimo's grip. Let me speak. He gasped for fresh air, his slightly reddened eyes locking onto the retreating Lin Qiye. His name is Lin Qiye. He is the one Ling Hai requested to be in the same class. Moreover, I witnessed him awaken his forbidden realm. The moment these words left his mouth, the gazes directed at Lin Qiye changed drastically. With Ling Hai gone, another who had awakened a forbidden realm had arrived. Truly, the Night Watchers Squad 136 in Songnan City was not forsaken by the heavens. If they couldn't handle a mere high schooler, then what was the point? Feeling the weight of their stares, Lin Qiye sensed that he was akin to a lamb being targeted by a pack of wolves. What do you want? His grip tightened around the half of the guide stick he held. The group before him seemed hostile, even with his awakened forbidden realm. He was exhausted and likely could not defeat Zhao Kongqing, let alone the others who radiated powerful mental energy, Lang Xian, Wen Qimo, Wu Xiangnan, and Hong Ying. After obtaining the mortal realm, he instantly recognized the disparity between himself and these 4 teammates. Don't be nervous. I told you we are not bad people. Wu Xiangnan waved his hand, signaling Lin Qiye to remain calm, his weathered face attempting to adopt a gentle expression. After much difficulty, Lin Qiye encountered a promising individual, and he certainly did not wish to frighten him away. His gaze was vigilant. After all, nefarious characters often proclaim themselves to be innocent. Moreover, even if they were not malevolent, he had no desire to associate with such people, as it was evident that their identities were far from ordinary. The corpse of the masked figure lay on the ground, seemingly ignored by them. Once involved with such a group, a cascade of troubles would undoubtedly follow. He had individuals worth caring for, and was unwilling to take that risk. Zhao Kongqing pushed aside the stoic Lung Xian at the forefront, gesturing towards himself and then to the already cold body of the masked figure on the ground. I saved your life, so surely you can listen to me, right? His tone was earnest, and Lin Qiye's gaze flickered as he rapidly contemplated. Go ahead. I suspect you have an inkling about the treacherous fog surrounding the Great Xia. Our duty as Night Watchers is to protect the citizens of Great Xia from harm. We are precisely those individuals. Our team is the Night Watchers stationed in Songnan City. Team 136. Compared to ordinary people, you possess boundless potential. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, to become as dashing as I am, to embody the superhero that every young boy dreams of becoming. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's somewhat juvenile speech, the others covered their eyes, finding it both reasonable and difficult to behold. All right, but may I first retrieve my backpack? My documents are still inside. As he spoke, Lin Qiye's movements had already begun, his muscles taut beneath his loose school uniform. Zhao Kongqing, initially prepared for rejection, was momentarily taken aback before a wave of exhilaration surged in his eyes. Ah, it must be my charm at work. Really? Then hurry back. We'll be waiting for you. Having received permission, Lin Qiye suppressed the urge to dash away, instead taking deliberate steps towards a nearby alley. As Zhao Kongqing and the others' figures vanished from sight, he cast a triumphant glance at his teammates. What do you think? Once I made my move, that kid immediately agreed. Lung Xian nodded perfunctorily. Sure, you're the best. By the way, did you really see him awaken the Forbidden Abyss? Zhao Kongqing squatted against the wall, merrily opening a game on his phone. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. However, I do not possess the Forbidden Abyss myself, so I cannot sense the aura emanating from it. Yet, I can describe the phenomenon I observed. For the next 2 minutes, Zhao Kongqing swiftly tapped on his phone screen while animatedly recounting the golden pillar of light that soared into the heavens. I, Zhao, assure you on my character that the kid's Forbidden Abyss sequence will undoubtedly be high. No wonder Ling Hai specifically asked us to pay attention. One might speculate that Ling Hai has already uncovered the secret that lies within that boy. His gaze shifted to Wu Xiangnan. Among the team, aside from Captain Shinmai, Wu was the most knowledgeable. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, his face a mask of conflict. Old Zhao, are you certain you did not misinterpret? We were all drawn to the commotion created by Ling Hai and did not pay much attention to the happenings in the old city. If what you say is true, then Lin Qiye's awakening is not of an ordinary forbidden abyss, but rather a divine abyss, coupled with the information Cold Xian found earlier, where he mentioned seeing angels on the moon as a child. I boldly speculate that Lin Qiye has awakened a divine abyss. This implies that Lin Qiye is now the agent of the divine sequence 003, the Archangel Michael. A series of crisp sounds echoed behind them. Who is it? At the moment the voice sounded, every individual instinctively assumed a combat stance. Only Lung Xian, sensing a familiar presence, wore an exasperated expression. Could you refrain from appearing and disappearing at will? If they had not managed to hold back, and you instinctively retaliated, it would have been a disgraceful end for them. Oh, wait, perhaps it wouldn't even count as a noble demise. He turned as expected, encountered Ling Hai, who had just finished dinner. Doesn't it seem that your team's conjectures are quite intriguing? Ling Hai, clad in home slippers and pajamas, leaned against the wall with an appreciative glint in his eyes. Upon recognizing Ling Hai, the group collectively exhaled in relief. If it had truly been an external threat capable of silently infiltrating their midst, they would have been utterly overwhelmed. Senior, what brings you here? Ling Hai smiled at Wu Xiangnan. Those lofty matters are beyond my immediate concern. However, under my watch, I will not allow any mysterious entity to harm a single soul. On the ground, the corpses of Wang Xiao and others lay covered in dust, their blood staining the limestone beneath them a deep crimson. The group glanced down at the bodies of the masked figure and the humans, finally registering the foul odor in the air. I can't take it anymore. Since old Zhao is unharmed, I'm leaving, Xiaonan exclaimed, pinching her nose. Her brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly. Holding her breath, she grabbed Si Xiaonan and dashed out of the alley. Receiving her signal, Lung Xian turned to Ling Hai, but before he could speak, Ling Hai swiftly covered his lips. You are not allowed to leave. Observe how I handle this. When Qima chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Zhao Kongcheng, who was unsure of what to do. Old Zhao, the captain initially tasked you with overseeing Lin Xie, so I shall take my leave. For some reason, whenever he found himself in the same space as Ling Hai, Zhao Kongcheng felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Ling Hai crouched down, holding a piece of Jiang Qian's skull, and looked up at Zhao Kongcheng. They have all departed. Will you not follow? But Lin Xie, wait. Where is he? Chapter 15. A divine presence has come. He raked his fingers through his hair in despair, utterly overwhelmed. All of his teammates had fled, leaving him without even one to share the blame. He peered into the alley where Lin Xie had vanished, finding it devoid of any trace. As the last of his companions abandoned him, Lang Xian felt a profound sense of hopelessness. Where had the camaraderie he often spoke of gone? Oh, so it's just you left, huh? Don't just stand there. I estimate that with the mental energy currently residing within you, reviving an ordinary person shouldn't pose much difficulty. Come, give it a try. I will handle the remaining individual. Seeing Ling Hai's serious expression, Lang Xian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. No way, brother. I've only just grasped the forbidden abyss for less than a week. Now you expect me to control it well enough to resurrect the dead? The key issue is that I don't even know where to begin. Ling Hai pondered briefly, then picked up a piece of rotten flesh from the ground. Here, take this and infuse it with your mental energy until you see it move. Trust me, you can do it. Having battled the mysterious numerous times, Lang Xian felt no discomfort at the sight of the grotesque flesh. He took it without hesitation. Casting a dubious glance at Ling Hai, he attempted to channel the mental energy of the 9 Azure Song domain into the piece of flesh. In his mind, resurrecting the dead was not an impossible feat. However, it would certainly not be as effortless as Ling Hai suggested. Otherwise, one might see long-deceased night watchers in some city's team, with great Xia under the watchful eyes of foreign deities. It would not be in such a disadvantageous position as it was today. As Lung Xian worked diligently, Ling Hai held a fragment of Jiang Qian's bones in his right hand. The divine power belonging to the Azure Emperor flickered momentarily in the narrow alley. The crimson flesh on Jiang Qian's skeletal remains, marked by the bite of the ghostly figure, began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing pace. Within mere breaths, a flawless yet entirely nude girl, pale of complexion, lay amidst a pool of blood, under the astonished gaze of Lang Xian. Ling Hai produced a pocket watch from his bosom. Although Jiang Qian had undergone death, her memories from life remained intact. He held the watch before her, gently shaking it. Waves of intangible energy flowed from his hand into her body. Jiang Qian, still unconscious, furrowed her brow slightly but showed no signs of awakening. Observing the tattered cloth and the girl lying beside it, he sighed helplessly. Lung Xian, however, became increasingly focused, as he noticed that with the infusion of mental energy, the fragmented flesh in his hands began to writhe, as if imbued with life. As time passed, it gradually formed skeletal structures. Upon seeing the white bones in his grasp, a surge of alarm welled within Lang Xian. Would this truly lead to resurrection? After realizing he was the Azure Emperor's agent, he had immersed himself in the myths surrounding the deity, watching the red flesh coalesce into humanoid form. Even knowing that the Azure Emperor symbolized vitality and hope, he struggled to believe that reviving a person could be so effortless. Yet, as the body before him became increasingly complete, Lang Xian felt his own strength waning. When a full figure finally materialized, the prolonged exertion of mental energy left him utterly exhausted. Before he could catch his breath, a school uniform reeking of spicy snacks was tossed over his head by Ling Hai. What is this? You are putting their uniforms and undergarments on them, Lang Xian remarked. And what about you? You need practice, don't you? I can't even fight back, Lang Xian lamented, resigned to the task of dressing the lifeless form. Haven't these clothes turned to rags? Could it be that the 9 Azure Song domain could even restore clothing? Ling Hai leaned against the wall, casting Ling Xian an incredulous glance. If only it were that simple. How did you manage this? Have you forgotten so soon? I'm a magician. Restoring an object is a trivial feat for a magician, you know? By the way, once you finish with this one, there is another waiting for you over there. Long Xian glanced towards the bear Jiang Qian, internally protesting, yet he obediently agreed. Xiaonan, it's not that I don't wish to guard my virtue. It's all Ling Hai's doing. Observing the changes in Lang Xian's expression, Ling Hai found it amusing. It was not as if he was asking him to engage in a life-altering union with that girl. Minutes later, Lang Xian clapped his hands and stood beside Ling Hai. I'm done now. Can I leave? Ling Hai nodded. Go ahead. After all, both of them have been revived. And you won't be of much use from here on. With a cheer, Lang Xian departed. While Ling Hai controlled the vines to place the two figures in a nearby tidy alley, he gazed at the bloodstained ground, and with a thought. The earthy divine power flowed from his being into the soil beneath. In an instant, the ground cracked, and sand and soil rolled like waves. A rumble echoed beneath his feet. Before long, all traces of battle were buried deep underground. The night was as dark as ink. Lying in bed, Lin Chie's thoughts plunged into the mental institution within his mind. In room 1, Lin Chie stared at Nyx, the goddess of night, who clung tightly to him. Murmuring about the dark goddess. Uncertain whether he should break free, he hesitated. Nyx, teary-eyed, scrutinized Lin Chie closely. Did you go to the Great Xia? Lin Chie was taken aback, and in an effort to avoid complications, he followed Nyx's lead. Yes, mother, I went to the Great Xia. Suddenly addressing a strange deity as mother felt quite disconcerting, yet his worries eased somewhat. My child, after all these years, your divine power has weakened considerably. Divine power? Lin Chie scoffed inwardly. The divine energy within him had been nearly depleted in his battle against the ghostly figure. What divine power remained? It seemed this Greek primordial deity was indeed quite ill. However, she had just mentioned the presence of a divine being from the Great Xia within this mental institution. Could it be that besides himself, others could enter this asylum? Lin Chie felt resigned, although curiosity lingered in his heart. His immediate priority was to find a cure for Nyx. Through the institution's information, he learned that upon reaching a certain level of treatment, one could extract divine abilities. Chapter 16. How did you get in? Everything that had transpired since Lin Chie could remember validated his thoughts. Supernatural powers truly existed in the world. The more divine powers he possessed, the greater his chances of safeguarding his family in this unpredictable world. Embraced by Nyx, Lin Chie's gaze hardened with resolve. He silently vowed never to let his family fall into danger. Nanshan Mansion, Ling Hai strolled leisurely down the brightly lit street, carrying a bag of fried skewers. After leaving that alley, he had revived other citizens of Songnan City who had fallen victim to the ghostly figure. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. In the distance, his villa loomed in darkness. Ling Hai bit into a skewer of grilled gluten while rummaging for his keys to open the door. As soon as he stepped inside, a heavy scent of smoke assaulted his nostrils. In the dimly lit living room, a flickering orange light danced. Ling Hai frowned. An intruder in my home? No. This presence feels oddly familiar. Just as he prepared to use his mental energy to investigate, a figure sitting motionless in the center of the living room suddenly stood and turned towards him. Initially, he intended to eliminate any hostile intruder, but as the lights brightened, he recognized the disheveled figure of Zhao Kongqing. Ling Hai, I beg you, join the Night Watch team. Ling Hai regarded the tearful Zhao Kongqing with an impassive expression, tossing the skewer he'd been holding into the trash bin nearby. How did you get in? You might even dock my pay. I have dependents to consider. Please help me. How did you get in? If you agree to join our team, the captain might not penalize me, considering your face. I'll ask you one last time. How did you get in? As Ling Hai approached, he placed the bag on the coffee table, while thorny green vines encircled the sniveling Zhao Kongqing. Under the light, Ling Hai could even see a crystal pendant dangling beneath the other's nose. Sensing the chill surrounding him, Zhao Kongqing fell silent. I'll tell you. I broke the glass in your kitchen and climbed in. Upon hearing this, Ling Hai immediately turned towards the kitchen. There, on the northern wall, only a bare window frame remained. A gust of cool wind wafted through, brushing against Ling Hai's face. Looking a bit further inside, he noticed Zhao Kongqing had even kindly swept the glass shards into the trash bin. Call the police. We must alert them immediately. Ling Hai's expression remained unchanged as he pulled out his phone, dialing the police right before Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Surrounded by thorns capable of easily piercing him, he could only helplessly watch Ling Hai relay his home address to the police. Yes, it's number 9, Nanshan Mansion District. As he spoke, Ling Hai cast a glance at Zhao Kongqing and the star blade he had left on the sofa. Please bring more people. This thief is armed with a prohibited weapon. It's fine. I've already subdued him. All right, thank you. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Ling Hai finally wore a smile on his face. Speak. Before the police arrive. No way, buddy. Did you really call the police? With the situation having escalated, Zhao Kongqing could only grit his teeth and continue persuading. Ling Hai. Join our team. I, Zhao Kongqing, swear on my life. Once you join us, we will not interfere with your actions. You will have absolute freedom, though not too much. Otherwise, I, old Zhao, will meet my glorious end within a week. In any case, I beg you. Ling Hai lay back casually on the sofa, pulling out a tube of starched sausage. Did Chinmai send you to persuade me? Upon hearing his captain's name, Zhao Kongqing swallowed hard. It was not merely due to hunger after such a long wait. Seeing the fried skewers in Ling Hai's hand made him crave them. Rather, it was because their captain trained them without regard for whether they had completed their tasks, while Hong Ying and Wen Shima had some spiritual energy to aid their recovery. Every time Zhao Kongqing sparred with Chinmai, he felt utterly exhausted. He shook his head. No, I came here of my own accord. After losing track of the divine agent of the Seraph, the captain would surely have my skin. However, if I persuade you to join, he might even smile and give me a raise. Of course, the raise was not the main point. Ling Hai swallowed the sausage in his mouth. In truth, Chinmai's strictness towards you is for your own good. Besides, it's merely a matter of losing track, not losing a life. Lung Xian told me that your team has tasked you with overseeing Lin Chia. You must know his home address quite well. If you lost track today, you can go find him tomorrow. Moreover, Zhao Kongqing, you should know that the Green Emperor is the god of fate, right? Zhao Kongqing was puzzled as to why Ling Hai suddenly brought this up, but having supplemented his knowledge of the deities of the Great Xia, he instinctively nodded. As his agent, I can barely see your fate line. Afterward, Lin Chia's fate line intertwined with yours and your teammates. Thus, I can assure you that you will certainly be able to persuade him to join your team. It is merely a matter of time. You need not worry about this. Ling Hai was not lying. However, what he saw was that after intertwining with Lin Chia's fate line, Zhao Kongqing's fate had become precarious. This was a calamity that the other party must endure. After the tribulation, Ling Hai would naturally intervene. Observing the serious expression on Ling Hai's face, Zhao Kongqing was filled with doubt. Is that true? Ling Hai glared. If you do not trust me, can you not trust the Green Emperor? This simple utterance awakened Zhao Kongqing's memory of the visit from the mass team a few days prior. I believe. Ling Hai wiped his mouth. That's all I need to hear. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Someone has already taken care of your meal today. Look, the police car has arrived. Sweet dreams. After the sound of the siren, Ling Hai watched as Zhao Kongqing, adorned with silver bracelets, wore an expression of disbelief as he was led away by the stern-faced officer. Initially, he too was supposed to enter to give a statement. However, Ling Hai was a magician. With a resounding bang, he closed the door, glaring at the shattered window, and dialed Lung Xian's number. I've sent Zhao Kongqing in. What? Chapter 17, Why are you still teaching English? He barged into my house, and I called the police to take him away. Don't forget to have your captain come to pick him up. And his starry blade. I'll be free tomorrow, so I'll drop by the peace office. By the way, we have extra training tonight. Having finished speaking in one breath, Ling Hai hung up on Lung Xian. In the underground hall of the peace office, due to the speakerphone being on, as the call ended, everyone's gaze turned blank. Did I just hear correctly? Old Zhao was sent in by Ling Hai? Hong Ying's chopsticks were still wrapped around a piece of undercooked instant noodles, although they had chased away a ghost-faced king today. With Ling Hai's help, they had resolved most of the ghost-faced people without injuries. The celebratory hot pot was all prepared, waiting for Zhao Kongqing to join in the feast. But after waiting and waiting, there was still no sign of him. Starving, Hong Ying reluctantly prepared a bucket of instant noodles. Now they were being told that Zhao Kongqing had been taken by the police. Moreover, that Chinmai needed to pick him up. The once lively hall fell silent, and no one dared to meet the dark expression on Chinmai's face. So, can anyone tell me why Zhao Kongqing went to find Ling Hai? The question, devoid of warmth, left the crowd exchanging glances, none able to answer Chinmai's confusion. Having worked together for so long, everyone knew he was on the verge of fury. Even the most senior Wu Xiangnan did not dare to provoke Chinmai at this moment. Another silence ensued. Chinmai scanned the faces of his team, his expression darkening as he stood up, casually glancing at the fatty beef on the table. A fleeting desire crossed his eyes. His stomach growled audibly. You all go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me, and Zhao Kongqing. He closed his eyes, forcing himself not to look at the tempting ingredients. But the quieter it became, the more pronounced the bubbling of the hot pot sounded. Everyone lowered their heads, and only after a loud bang at the hall's door did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Is the captain all right? Si Xiaonan asked, glancing in the direction Chinmai had left, her expression uncertain. Hearing this, Lung Xian pretended to be nonchalant as he added a piece of shrimp to Si Xiaonan's plate. What we should be concerned about now is whether old Zhao will have a mishap. When Qima, cooking the tripe, casually inquired, "So, did old Zhao manage to persuade Lin Xie, the Seraph's agent, to join our team?" Then, jokingly, he added, "He wouldn't have lost track of Lin Xie and gone to Ling Hai for help, would he? After all, he is the only one in Songnan City who isn't afraid of the captain, haha." The group, who had been engrossed in eating, suddenly paused, and their speed picked up significantly. Without a second thought, when Qima stuffed freshly cooked enoki mushrooms into his mouth, combined, these events were enough to leave Zhao Kongqing in a dire state. If they ate too slowly, they would surely feel the brunt of his wrath. The following day, dark clouds gathered over Songnan City. The sky seemed to press against the earth, and pedestrians hurried along the streets, as if any delay would leave them drenched. Ling Hai sat in the classroom, staring at Lin Xie's empty seat, ignoring the teacher's incessant lecture, lost in thought. He knew about the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, or rather, he had come to Songnan City precisely for that hospital. He also knew the true identity of the deity in Room 6. Beyond that, he felt an inexplicable connection with Lin Xie, or rather, he sensed something similar in Lin Xie that resonated with himself. He was not well acquainted with Michael from the Western Holy Church, having only seen him a few times during conversations with Jehovah, outside the Great Xiao Pantheon. He was most familiar with the Norse Pantheon. He, or rather the Green Emperor, was even friends with Thor. Although he had transformed into Digga yesterday, he had not forgotten to observe the movements in the old city. Michael's divine power had been completely absorbed by Lin Xie, which meant that Lin Xie could genuinely access the divine psychiatric hospital within his mind. The Great Xiao was about to undergo a transformation. "Ling Hai, if you're not paying attention in class, what are you thinking about? Come, tell me, what is the answer to this question on the blackboard?" Ling Hai slowly stood up, trying to decipher the teacher's handwriting on the board. "Report, teacher, I am from the Great Xiao. Why are you still teaching English?" Upon hearing this, the teacher on stage appeared to be both amused and enraged, as evidenced by the prominent veins protruding from her forehead, a clear indicator of her inner fury. With a cold snort, she commanded, "Stand at the back. Li Yifei is absent today, and it falls upon you to take his place, correct? English. I dare say you seem utterly befuddled. Now, class, let us examine this problem. The answer is indeed 1/2 of the square root of 3. Students who have erred, please raise your hands so I may see." Ling Hai, under the mocking gazes of his fellow classmates, obediently made his way to the back of the classroom with his book in hand. If only he had known not to attend today, he thought, for he was determined to find Lin Xie. Last night, after Chun Mai had retrieved him from the police station, they practiced from 10 in the evening until 5 this morning. During this time, Chen Mai frequently inquired about Zhao Kongqing's elder's health and whether his child had experienced any troubles. Once at the back of the classroom, Ling Hai's attention remained fixated on Zhao Kongqing at the entrance. After today, the fateful intertwining of Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing's destinies would commence. Within the confines of his mental perception, Zhao Kongqing, having spotted Lin Xie, pursued him with the fervor of a hungry wolf, following him until they exited the school gates. The sky remained perpetually overcast, heavy rain clouds blanketing the heavens above Songnan. The torrential downpour battered the ground, creating ripples upon the surface of water that reflected the warm glow of the streetlights. The star blade was tucked within Ling Hai's guitar case. Amidst the deluge, Ling Hai wielded an umbrella, inching closer to the peace affairs office. He rapped on the door, which was plastered with advertisements, and the ever-prepared Lung Xian rushed out from the underground base. "Ah, your peace affairs office is still open, yet there is not a soul inside? Aren't you concerned about potential customers?" Long Xian chuckled lightly. "You see, there exists a surveillance room within the underground base, specifically to monitor the vicinity of the office. Should anyone draw near, we are promptly alerted." Ling Hai surveyed the office's interior, nodding in acknowledgement. "Ah, this is Zhao Kongqing's blade. I witnessed his limping figure at the school gate yesterday. The image is etched in my mind." Reflecting on his teammate's unfortunate state, Long Xian glanced back and waved dismissively. "Don't even mention it. If I hadn't treated him this morning, he would have been unable to eat breakfast. You have no idea. Old Zhao's lips resemble sausages. It's no exaggeration." Ling Hai's expression turned peculiar. "You actually healed him with your abilities?" "Indeed. Is there a problem? We are teammates, after all." "Then how did he end up in such a state?" Ling Hai mused, recalling the bruises marring Zhao's stubbled face. "Well, the captain forbade me from healing him." Lung Xian explained with a suppressed laugh. He insisted that Zhao should bear some marks as a lesson. Chapter 18. A glimpse of the supernatural. Did he manage to persuade Lin Xie to join us today? Ling Hai inquired, meticulously sensing the atmosphere in the underground base. Yet he detected no trace of Lin Xie's presence. Taking the star blade from Ling Hai, Lung Xian shook his head in disappointment. Not yet. However, he has informed that lad about the mist, the divine, the mysterious, and the night watchers. It's a step forward, at least. Yet, it is quite perplexing. According to our expectations, upon revealing the existence of the Night Watchers to Lin Chia, he should have eagerly joined us, perhaps without us even needing to persuade him. Who would have thought that despite our efforts, he remained steadfastly unyielding? It appears that old Zhao will have to endure a bit more hardship in convincing Lin Chia. Ling Hai chuckled inwardly at the thought of Zhao Kongqing's destiny. Hardship? No, it is a veritable sea of suffering. Tonight, we shall practice extra. With that, Ling Hai turned and departed, leaving behind Lung Xian's lamentations. Although his rigorous training often left Lung Xian feeling as if he were enduring unimaginable torment, the results were undeniably gratifying. Since becoming his agent, Ling Hai's prowess had ascended to the level of the river boundary. Captain Chen Mai, without resorting to the Forbidden Ruins, was no longer a match for Lang Xian. Thanks to this, Lang Xian was selected by Chen Mai to assume the role of instructor alongside him. In addition to the two instructors in the battle-hardened Wu Xiangnan, for individuals were required to undergo training daily. During the drawing of lots, Lang Xian inadvertently selected Si Xiaonan. Faced with the bewildered stares of his teammates, he stubbornly declared it was fate. Si Xiaonan, observing Lang Xian arguing fervently with the others, suppressed a laugh with Hong Ying in the background. This guy has no subtlety about his mental prowess, yet he dares to claim it's fate. Humph, truly shameless. Xiaonan, I believe he is merely infatuated with you. This revelation caused both of them to blush furiously. However, a flicker of melancholy crossed Si Xiaonan's gaze as she looked at Lung Xian, her eyes tinged with sadness and helplessness. The rain persisted throughout the night, the accumulated clouds showing no signs of dispersing. The traffic on the road unconsciously slowed. Umbrellas, when viewed from above, resembled vibrant flowers blooming amidst the dreary weather. The streets had become so inundated that the water rose to ankle depth. The alarm clock rang, rousing Lin Chia from his slumber, his eyes heavy with sleep. Since he had truly opened the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, every instance of rest had been remarkably serene. Struggling to sit up, his eyes were vacant. His mind flooded with the conversations he had with Zhao Kongqing the previous day. The Night Watchers are not my concern, he muttered to himself. Xiaoqi, the eggs are in the pan, and the milk is warmed up for you, and Xiao Jing, hurry and get up. Outside the door, his aunt gently knocked, her soothing voice dispelling Lin Chia's fatigue. I'm coming, in his haste to reach the classroom. Lin Chia was greeted not only by the astonished gasps of his classmates witnessing his miraculous recovery, but also by the peculiar gazes of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian. Staring at the two, Lin Chia was engulfed in disbelief. Aren't these two supposed to be dead? I saw them die right before my eyes. Just 2 nights ago. I washed away the bloodstains from their uniforms. Could it be that I truly have encountered the supernatural on this rainy day? He glanced at Li Yifei, tugging at his sleeve. Yifei, can you see Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao? Li Yifei, overwhelmed with guilt for abandoning Lin Chia that day, froze in place. What do you mean? Are you still rattled from yesterday? How could I not see Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian, both alive and well? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Lin Chia's forehead. Lin Chia gazed at the two in disbelief, his hands waving before them. Simultaneously, he silently employed his mundane divine domain to scrutinize them. After thorough observation, he found no anomalies. Could it be that I was truly hallucinating that day? Just as Lin Chia wrestled with self-doubt, Wang Xiao broke the silence. Chia, be honest. Are there human traffickers in your old district? Caught off guard by Wang Xiao's question, Lin Chia stammered, uncertain how to respond. What do you mean? When I awoke, I found myself lying in an alley next to Wang Xiao. Although I do not understand why that person stopped later, thankfully, neither of us had any valuables on us, and we both emerged unscathed. You must know that nowadays, some criminals show no regard for gender. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement. Exactly, especially someone as handsome as me. Li Yifei shot him a disapproving glance. You? Handsome? Ling Hai could outshine you any day. Of course, and then there's Chia. I never expected that after removing the black cloth, Chia would be so striking. Even I feel inferior. Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian both exclaimed. Pa. However, as Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian spoke extensively about Lin Chia, I found myself contemplating the necessity of seeking psychiatric treatment. How could their memories diverge so starkly from my own? Li Yifei noticed the bewildered expression on Lin Chia's face and discreetly gestured for him to step out of the classroom. In a corner of the classroom, Lu Yuan silently scrutinized the 4 individuals, his gaze opaque. The instigator of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian's revival, Ling Hai, listened with keen interest to their imaginative musings. Outside the classroom, Li Yifei wore a mysterious expression. Chia, you've noticed something amiss? Haven't you? I don't know, Jiang Qian replied. Wang Xiao died before my eyes just 2 days ago. They must have approached you, right? Li Yifei nodded. Lu Yuan likely signed a confidentiality agreement as well. I truly regret what happened that day. As the class bell rang, Lin Chia patted Li Yifei's shoulder. In the face of life and death, It's only human to feel this way. Your apology is appreciated. Let us attend class. When he looked at him, he would not return the gaze. When he looked back, Lin Qiye averted his eyes. Upon learning Ling Hai's true identity from the Night Watchers, Li Yifei no longer perceived the malice in Ling Hai's glance towards Qiye. Lin Qiye wished to converse with Ling Hai, but the latter simply smiled and bid him farewell before vanishing from sight, his speed surpassing even Lin Qiye's dynamic vision. Chapter 19. Zhao is currently as lively as ever. Due to the unrelenting downpour, the school gate was crowded with parents picking up their children. The street vendors selling snacks had noticeably dwindled. Today marked the fateful day for Zhao Kongqing. It also coincided with Lin Qiye's commitment to join the Night Watchers. In truth, even had Zhao Kongqing survived, Lin Qiye would inevitably have joined the Night Watchers. After all, having awakened the divine ruins, he attracted attention from more than just the Night Watchers. The potential of a divine agent was immense, especially as the agent of the Archangel Michael. No one could resist the allure of Lin Qiye's remarkable abilities. Before Lin Qiye ascended to power, he lacked the means to ensure his family's safety. The Night Watchers represented his best and sole option. Moreover, Zhao Kongqing's death inadvertently expedited Lin Qiye's induction into the Night Watchers. Outside, raindrops the size of beans pounded the ground as Ling Hai busily prepared a hot pot in the kitchen. In the rainy night, 6 figures cloaked in capes traversed through the intersection of rain and night. The chill of the midnight breeze cut across their resolute faces like a blade. Damn it! Zhao Kongqing is still over in the old district. Shinmai exclaimed anxiously, quickening his pace. Although I have severely wounded the Faceless King, its strength in the Chuan realm remains formidable. Even at his peak, Zhao Kongqing would stand no chance against the Faceless King. Beside him, Lung Xian matched his pace. Captain, you cannot utilize the Forbidden Ruins right now. Let me give it a try. Although I have only recently broken through, I am still a legitimate presence in the Chuan realm. Plus, my 9 Azure Tsang domain has no restrictions, so handling the Faceless King should pose no issue. As Lung Xian spoke, an azure light emanated from him, standing out vividly against the darkness. Passing by an adjacent apartment complex, a child leaning against the window pointed at the fleeting figure outside, shouting to his parent, "Mom, someone just ran across the roof. They were glowing." "You silly child. There's no one glowing outside. You should watch fewer cartoons," the parent replied, but the rain showed no signs of relenting. The sound of wind carried Lung Xian's proposal to Chun Mai's ears, as the other team members waited for him to respond. After a few moments of contemplation, Chun Mai sighed. "Very well, you are currently the fastest among us. Aim to arrive before anything happens to Zhao Kongqing. We should reach the scene in about 10 minutes. Remember, prioritize safety. Your cultivation is not yet stable. Do not act recklessly." As Ling Xian regarded Chen Mai's face, illuminated by the neon lights, he nodded solemnly. "Yes. Ling Xian, stay safe," urged Si Xiaonan, unable to hold back her concern. At this critical moment, even Hong Ying, usually playful, wore a serious expression. Wu Xiangnan, who had been silently trailing behind Chen Mai and Lang Xian, suddenly interjected, "Isn't Ling Hai faster than us?" With his connection to Long Xian and being the Azure Emperor's agent, he wouldn't abandon old Zhao, would he? Chen Mai, Lang Xian, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying were taken aback. Chen Mai, who had maintained a stern demeanor since leaving, suddenly lit up with determination. "Lung Xian, hurry. You have Ling Hai's contact information. Call him now." Without needing further prompting, Lung Xian envisioned Ling Hai's figure as Wu Xiangnan spoke. "I was truly lost in thought and forgot about such a significant ally in Songnan City." He continued running, his phone casting a faint glow in the rainy night. A beacon of hope for the others. "Hello, Ling Hai? Can you go to, what? You're already there? Is old Zhao all right?" In a narrow alley, Ling Hai stood under an umbrella, observing the barely conscious Zhao Kongqing on the ground, chuckling softly. "Rest assured, old Zhao is as lively as ever. With me around, nothing unexpected will occur, all right? All right, I've said enough. My phone's about to die." Ling Hai hung up, glancing at the small hot pot he had placed beneath the awning. If he continued chatting with Lang Xian, the ingredients in his pot would soon grow cold. As everyone listened to Ling Hai's voice through the receiver, their worries dissipated entirely. Lung Xian, having hung up, exhaled a sigh of relief. "Captain, Before he could finish, Chen Mai pushed him lightly. "Lung Xian, while Ling Hai is on site, we must also demonstrate our concern for our teammates. Here's the plan. You are the strongest, and since both you and Ling Hai are agents of the Azure Emperor, you will represent us in assisting Zhao Kongqing. No need for further discussion. It's settled. We will await your and Zhao Kongqing's safe return at the Peace Affairs office." The group came to a halt, and Chen Mai patted Lung Xian's shoulder with trust evident on his face. Lung Xian regarded the captain's expression, realizing the wisdom in his words. If they were to entrust Zhao Kongqing solely to Ling Hai, a non-Night Watcher, How would old Zhao perceive them later? The years of friendship could easily dissolve in an instant. Moreover, Lang Xian did not wish to witness Zhao Kongqing, a grown man, lamenting in front of him, looking as if he had been betrayed. Contemplating the crystal pendant beneath Zhao Kongqing's nose, Lang Xian nodded with difficulty. All right, Captain, you can count on me. I will ensure old Zhao returns safely. With that, he transformed into a fleeting azure shadow, vanishing before the others. The remaining 5 stood still, watching Lang Xian disappear, the rain drumming on their cloaks. Captain, let us proceed. With Ling Hai present, Zhao Kongqing's safety is no longer our concern. Chenmai turned, casting his gaze over the faces of his teammates. Did you all enjoy your meal the night before last? At his words, the group fell silent. Captain, what do you mean? Songnan City still has much to offer. Hello, everyone. Despite the torrential rain, the hot pot restaurant in Qiantai remained bustling with patrons. The brightly lit interior of the mall stood in stark contrast to the rainy world outside. The server wore a standard smile, unfazed by the unusual attire of the patrons before her. In the 21st century, there is little that seems peculiar as long as one is not strolling down the street in a state of utter nudity. Chenmai wore a serious expression as he extended his rough, calloused fingers, 5 in total. All right, someone will guide you over here. Eshion In and Hing Wying, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by, instinctively tugged at their unremoved night watchman cloaks. Once seated, Eshion In, her cheeks flushed, hastily removed her cloak. Captain, why didn't you say something earlier? Neither Redding nor I have had the chance to put on our makeup. Chenmai, unperturbed by his teammate's playful reproach, calmly removed his cloak and donned an apron that he had hastily grabbed, maintaining his composure. Besides, I'm treating. Aren't you going to eat? The 4 exchanged glances, their hesitation non-existent. Absolutely. Chapter 20. Would you like to watch a magic show? Then keep your mouth shut. On a secluded street in the old city, only a few dim lights flickered from the buildings on either side. The signs for the emergency exits cast a faint green glow in the stairwell. The light streamed through the window, illuminating Zhao Kongqing, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Ghost-Faced King. While not far behind, Lin Xie watched the entwined figures, powerless but to call out Zhao Kongqing's name in desperation. In stark contrast to Lin Xie's sorrow, Zhao Kongqing appeared somewhat unhinged. Ha! At least I get to experience just how exhilarating it is to possess the forbidden ruins. Countless crescent-shaped blades of energy trailed behind Zhao Kongqing's movements, leaving varying depths of gashes on the ground. The Ghost-Faced King, who had initially dominated the fight, now found itself being overwhelmed by this human it considered prey. Any contact with those blades would plunge it into an even more precarious situation. Zhao Kongqing's robust form was surprisingly agile, relentlessly clinging to the Ghost-Faced King like a tenacious parasite. His boisterous laughter sharply contrasted with Lin Xie's tearful tone. Yet, the deep, bone-exposing wounds on his body oozed blood, creating a thin red film on the ground. Zhao Kongqing seemed oblivious, focused solely on wielding his starry blade, each movement capable of summoning a tempest. However, as his ferocity escalated, the color drained from his face. Before long, the frenzied figure of Zhao Kongqing, coupled with his ghastly pale, scarred visage, made him appear more like a demon than the Ghost-Faced King itself, eagerly awaiting its descent into the depths of hell. It seemed he felt no sorrow for the impending death that loomed. Amidst the struggle, Zhao Kongqing momentarily squinted towards the warm yellow light glowing from Lin Xie's home. With a disdainful spit, he expelled the rain-soaked cigarette from his mouth, his large teeth gleaming in the night. Worth it. On the desolate street, the intertwining shadows of crimson and emerald flickered and vanished in an instant. Songnan was a small city, yet Lang Xian had never felt it to be as vast as he did today, though he had faith in Ling Hai's abilities. His right eyelid had been twitching incessantly since he awoke. Could it be that old Zhao was in trouble? This unsettling thought crossed his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. With Ling Hai around, Zhao Kongqing would find it difficult to meet his demise. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered, like a dense cloud pressing upon his heart, adding a sense of dampness to his sprint through the rain-soaked night. As the distance between the battlefield and Lang Xian diminished, he sensed a wave of psychic energy that did not belong to the Ghost-Faced King, nor did it belong to Ling Hai. Was there a third party involved in the fray? As he ran, Lang Xian did not contemplate the ghost spirit's influence. Gradually, he closed in his prime. Entering the unbound void was no challenge for him. He caught sight of Zhao Kongqing, fiercely engaged with the Ghost-Faced King under the glow of the yellow streetlight, and the multitude of wounds he bore. The call he could not vocalize was drowned out by the howling wind and rain. In a blink, an irresistible force yanked him into a nearby dark alley. Outside the combat zone, Lin Xie heard the commotion and looked up, only to see the empty street reflecting the streetlights. What is this? Others have work tomorrow. Hey, the spicy chicken strips aren't cold yet. Want some? The alley was pitch black, Yet Ling Xian could not ignore the luminous blue glow in Ling Hai's eyes. Yui said, peeking towards the center of the battle. Didn't you say old Zhao was in top form? By the looks of it, he resorted to the ghost spirit's influence. Is that what you call top form? He retorted, his earlier anxiety morphing into irritation. However, under the gaze of Ling Hai's piercing blue eyes, Ling Xian suddenly realized whom he was addressing. What I meant is, your description is rather misleading. Ling Hai, let us revert to the language of Daxia. Ling Xian swallowed hard. What I mean is, old Zhao has already resorted to the ghost spirit's influence. You know what that is, right? Before he could finish, Ling Hai interrupted him once more. He was all too familiar with the ghost spirit's influence. When Yufan brought the teacher and Lu Wuwei to confront him, he had intended to use the ghost spirit against Ling Hai as well, only to be thwarted by a swift strike from Ling Hai. After meeting Zhou Ping, he had learned about the ghost spirit's specific functions. In the midst of Ling Xian's alarmed gaze, Ling Hai retrieved Zhou Ping's ghost spirit, unhesitatingly injecting it into his own body. The sensation was imperceptible. Zhou Ping, out of options, had to request another from Yifan. When the time came, even the Deluo immortal could do little to save him, except for Ling Hai. Whether through the authority of the Azure Emperor or the sorcery of a magician, he could disregard the ghost spirit's side effects. The ghost spirit was something he didn't need an introduction to. He understood it better than anyone. Just watch how Zhao Kongqing battles the Ghost Face King. Though the 9 Azure Tsong realm lay atop the forbidden ruins he had awakened, Zhao Kongqing's physical prowess far exceeded Ling Xian's. Opportunities to witness Zhao Kongqing fight with such determination were rare. Although Ling Xian did not understand why Ling Hai was well informed about the ghost spirit's effects, he recognized the wisdom in refraining from inquiry. Accepting the cool yet still tender chicken strips from Ling Hai, he absent-mindedly placed them in his mouth. Ling Hai, sheltered under the rain awning of the alley, observed Zhao Kongqing's every move on the battlefield with his luminous blue eyes. While Ling Xian could only feel the elusive flicker of life emanating from Zhao Kongqing through the 9 Azure Song realm, he settled beside Ling Hai, conjuring a pair of chopsticks from the divine ruins, but before he could grasp a piece of bacon, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield around the corner. Lin Chia's faint sobs could still be heard. Ling Hai leaned down and snatched the chopsticks from Ling Xian's hand, causing the bacon to plop into the soup, splattering Ling Xian with red oil. Let us go. It's our turn to take the stage. Why are you still thinking about food at a time like this? After saving Zhao Kongqing, you can let him treat us. Ling Xian's gaze shifted between Ling Hai and the small hot pot for a brief moment before he resolutely stood up. Let us go. He followed closely behind Ling Hai, while Lin Chia's murmurs echoed clearly in their ears. Is it worth it? For someone who is irrelevant to you? With each step splashing through the rain, they pressed forward, the sound of their footsteps resonating in the downpour. Lin Chia, her eyes brimming with sorrow, stiffly lifted her head, recognizing the faces of Ling Hai and Ling Xian illuminated by the streetlight. Ling Hai was her classmate, and she had encountered Ling Xian in the alley that day. As Lin Chia observed the two approaching figures, his mind was engulfed in a fog of confusion. The Ghost-Faced King, beheaded by Zhao Kongqing, was not entirely lifeless. From its solitary head, ragged breaths emerged. Simultaneously, an astonishing number of flesh buds sprouted from the neatly severed neck. Do not obstruct the way, Ling Hai exclaimed, kicking the still recovering head of the Ghost-Faced King aside, casting a glance at Ling Xian. You deal with it. You are both from Chuanjing, and it is severely injured. If you cannot handle this, I shall have to reconsider your suitability as a proxy for the esteemed Qing Emperor. Ling Xian hesitated momentarily, but upon sensing the faint aura emanating from the Ghost-Faced King, his previously hunched posture straightened with resolve. I shall ensure the task is completed. Faced with the weakened Ghost-Faced King, even the ordinary Zhao Kongqing could easily take its life, let alone the awakened Lin Chia. Before Lin Chia stood the nearly lifeless Zhao Kongqing, who had lost all consciousness. Ling Hai positioned himself in front of the two, wearing a composed smile. As I mentioned after school, we meet again, Lin Chia. In response, Lin Chia remained silently numb. Ling Hai's smile persisted as he propped up an umbrella with his left hand while producing a large piece of red cloth from his pocket with the right. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to see a magic trick? Upon hearing this, Lin Chia's face finally displayed an emotion beyond sorrow and confusion. What the hell? Ling Hai. This is a living person. Do you possess even a shred of compassion? You must know them, right? You ought to be more aware than I am about what the Night Watchers are. Even if, like me, you are unwilling to join them. Could you not at least maintain a sense of reverence? Now, you come before me, speaking of magic tricks in front of Zhao Kongqing's body. Do you have any humanity left? His overwhelming fury seemed poised to reduce Ling Hai to ashes. The angry, sorrowful gaze under the streetlight was striking. Lin Chia's reprimand continued until Ling Hai spoke again. Well then, my magic trick requires an audience member to hold the umbrella. Which audience member is willing? He cast his gaze toward the audacious Lin Xie and the lifeless Zhao Kongqing. Why isn't this sleeping audience member speaking? Excellent. This audience member is quite spirited. Now, please assist me in holding. Before he could finish his sentence, the relentless downpour that had persisted throughout the day miraculously ceased. Light danced upon the water's surface like a school of luminous fish. The sound of raindrops on the umbrella vanished. Ling Hai raised an eyebrow in surprise as he stowed the umbrella away. He placed it at his feet, holding the red velvet cloth in both hands, shaking it in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who had been so vociferous, suddenly realized his lips felt as if they were glued together by an invisible force. Not even a whisper escaped his throat. He wanted to strike Ling Hai, but found his body unresponsive, collapsing into the rainwater instead. Heavy breaths escaped his nostrils, carrying the fury within him. Attempting to harness the power of the mortal realm, he was horrified to discover that even his mental faculties lay beyond his control. It felt as if he were a puppet, manipulated by Ling Hai's words. In desperation, he instinctively connected to the divine asylum in his mind. In the first ward, Nikes, sensing Lin Xie's presence, rushed from the room to the courtyard. Yet, all that greeted him was a garden brimming with flowers and a long corridor piercing through it. In the real world, Ling Hai declared, covering Zhao Kongqing's body with the red cloth. Today, I shall present the magic trick of transforming a living being. The audience member assisting me is named Zhao Kongqing. I believe our friend Lin here is quite familiar with him. What you just witnessed was the deceased Zhao Kongqing. Correct? Ling Hai pretended to hold a microphone before Lin Xie. The moment Lin Xie realized he could move his mouth, his first instinct was to deliver a fierce bite to Ling Hai. He could only wonder what Zhao Kongqing had done in his past life to deserve being toyed with in death by Ling Hai. Yet, an unseen force compelled him to echo Ling Hai's sentiment. Yes, good, very spirited. On the other side, amidst his battle with the Ghost-Face King, Lung Xian dared not turn his head at the commotion. Previously, on Jinan Mountain, he had only observed Ling Hai's torment of that enigmatic being from afar through binoculars, which led to Ling Hai pursuing him for money at the Peace Affairs office. Moreover, he had discovered that as long as he did not strike the moving visage of the Ghost-Face King, the latter seemingly could achieve infinite resurrection. This served as an excellent sharpening stone for his divine realm. While practicing with his captain, Chunmai, he had refrained from fully unleashing his abilities. Now, facing the Ghost-Face King, he had no such reservations, unleashing his mental energy upon it without restraint. So, do you believe I can transform the deceased Zhao Kongqing back into a living being? A round of applause, please, as we welcome the moment of witnessing a miracle. Lin Xie, now completely dazed, resignedly clapped his hands in accordance with Ling Hai's words. The sound of clapping echoed in his ears, grating upon his senses. He vowed that once he regained mobility, he would make Ling Hai unrecognizable. As Lin Xie plotted in his mind how to cover Ling Hai's head with a sack, Zhao Kongqing, who had long been consumed by death, began to move. However, the manner of his movement was peculiar. Lin Xie observed a small area, palm-sized, where a flush appeared upon Zhao Kongqing's face even under the dim streetlight, much like every man awakening in the morning. The first part to stir was the flesh upon Zhao Kongqing's body. Ling Hai noticed this sudden occurrence and clicked his tongue. In the next moment, the once mountainous form below the waist collapsed. Following that, his limbs, the rising and falling of his chest, and the sound of heavy breathing ensued. Hey kid, do you see how cool my knife was? At the moment the red cloth was yanked away by Ling Hai, Zhao Kongqing, having regained some color, abruptly surged forth, transforming his empty hands into a blade, cleaving violently forward. The black crescent of energy surged towards Lung Xian and the Ghost-Face King, silently and swiftly. Oh, Ling Hai! Lung Xian exclaimed as he collided with a nearby streetlight, which split in two under his impact. The Ghost-Face King's head was once again severed by Zhao Kongqing's strike, and the once dead human, now revived, emitted a horrifying, mocking screech. Lung Xian, who had been skillfully battling the Ghost-Face King, rose from the grass. Mud smeared across his lips, blood trailing down. Supporting himself against the broken streetlight, he glared at Ling Hai. Could you give me a heads up before you make your move next time? Just a little warning, and I won't charge you the $5 for this magic trick. What? Last time was fine, but this time I didn't even see it. Why should I pay you? When you arrived, you were gazing at the deceased Zhao Kongqing, weren't you? Yes. And now? Lung Xian followed Ling Hai's gaze towards the just revived, bewildered Zhao Kongqing. All right then. Hey, Xie, Lung Xian, Ling Hai. Wait, wasn't he dead? Gentlemen, payment is due. $5 each, cash, please. Lin Xie, still reeling from the shock of Zhao Kongqing's revival, instinctively reached into his pocket for the leftover money his aunt had given him for snacks. What the hell? Zhao Kongqing, you're alive. He turned to the bewildered Zhao Kongqing, shaking him frantically. unable to believe that the person before him was the same Zhao Kongqing who had just drawn his last breath. Ling Hai, lips pressed tight, seized the $5 that Lin Qiye clutched. And yours too, Zhao Kongqing. Ling Hai gently prodded the ecstatic Zhao Kongqing, rousing him from his blissful reverie. Chapter 22, Chen Mai scheme what? What's wrong with me? Zhao Kongqing gazed blankly at Ling Hai's outstretched hand. What's the matter? Are you upset because you didn't pay for the magic show? Hurry up, 5 yuan. Though he had just been revived, Zhao Kongqing had heard from Leng Xin about Ling Hai's feats of performing magic in the Wuliang realm. He promptly pulled out the last 5 yuan he had left from his pocket. Ling Hai, did you bring me back to life? Having invoked the ghostly Goddess Hel, he could distinctly feel the passage of his life. He was acutely aware that he had indeed perished once. Among all those present, only Ling Hai possessed the power to resurrect someone like him who had once wielded the ephemeral powers of the abyss. Indeed, the resurrected Zhao Kongqing had not lost the awakened forbidden ruins due to the ghostly Goddess Hel. He was now a bona fide night watchman of the Chuan realm, having ascended to this status merely by dying once. Cold Xian, who stood beside him and sensed the aura emanating from Zhao Kongqing, felt his face flush with anger. Before becoming the Qing Emperor's agent, he had trained relentlessly every day. After obtaining the 9 Qin Song domain, he underwent grueling training sessions with Ling Hai every night. He had faced numerous trials to ascend to the Chuan realm. He observed Zhao Kongqing conversing with Ling Hai, seeing the same look in Zhao Kongqing's eyes that he had on the day of his own awakening. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly longed to invoke the ghostly Goddess Hel as well. Noticing Cold Xian's gaze, Ling Hai turned to him, understanding the turmoil within. If you die, I want to bring you back to life. At that time, Xiao Nan will only be left to guard. Before he could finish, upon hearing the name Xiao Nan, Cold Xian rushed forward and covered Ling Hai's mouth with his hand. How do you know about that? He desperately evaded the glances of Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing, his voice trembling with tension. Ling Hai pried Cold Xian's fingers apart, remarking, your little thoughts are evident to everyone, you know? With that, he turned his attention back to Zhao Kongqing. Indeed, Cold Xian, in truth, we've been privately betting on when you and Xiao Nan will marry. Zhao Kongqing looked at the blushing Cold Xian, reminiscent of his own proposal days. Ah, youth is truly beautiful. The already shy Cold Xian felt an even greater urge to find a crevice to hide in. Marriage and children, please refrain from prying. Xiao Nan and I haven't even met each other's parents yet. The issue of our children's schooling is still a concern, and I'm currently saving for a home in the school district. Ignoring Cold Xian's fanciful thoughts, Zhao Kongqing fixed his gaze on Ling Hai's eyes. So, did you bring me back to life? Ling Hai spread his hands, saying, what resurrection are you talking about? I merely performed a little magic for you. Right, Lin Qiye? Exactly, it was just a magic show. A series of rapid changes had rendered Lin Qiye somewhat disoriented. The Seraphim, the ghostly-faced one. The psychiatric hospital of the gods, could such magic truly bring the dead back to life? He chuckled softly, diverting the attention of the other 3 towards himself. Ling Hai, you haven't frightened Lin Qiye into silence, have you? Cold Xian, still smiling, glanced at Lin Qiye, who was unsteadily rising to his feet, and nudged the silent Ling Hai. Is this a trap? Lin Qiye's eyes blazed crimson, teetering on the brink of collapse. He merely wished to live a peaceful life with his aunt and cousin. Why did fate lead him to encounter such a group? When did this trap begin? Was it when he met the ghostly-faced one? Or when you spoke to me about the night watchman yesterday? Or perhaps when you bid me farewell this afternoon? Countless memories flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. He pointed at Zhao Kongqing, then at Ling Hai. Seeing Lin Qiye on the verge of madness, Ling Hai gently placed his hand on his shoulder. A wave of gentle spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Lin Qiye's body, gradually calming the tremors of confusion. Yet, his erratic breathing still betrayed the tumult within. Ling Hai glanced at Zhao Kongqing on the ground and spoke softly. There is no so-called trap. Lin Qiye, believe it or not, the appearance of the ghostly-faced one was merely an accident. Without me, Zhao Kongqing would truly have died. Hardly anyone would be foolish enough to gamble with their own life. In that instant, Zhao Kongqing's final moments flooded Lin Qiye's mind, the satisfaction of delivering a striking blow, the guilt of not being able to see his child grow. The anxiety of worrying his teammates would be heartbroken. An avalanche of unexpressed negative emotions engulfed Lin Qiye. From this moment forth, Zhao Kongqing was destined for a brand new fate. Sensing Zhao Kongqing's emotions, Lin Qiye fell into silence, his eyes brimming with tears. It turned out that even the seemingly carefree Zhao Kongqing feared death. It truly mattered to him to shield the myriad lights behind him. Zhao Kongqing, now aided to his feet by Cold Xian, waved his hand dismissively. Come now, let us not get all sentimental. What about the ghostly-faced king? At Zhao Kongqing's words, the others suddenly recalled that the ghostly-faced king, severed in two, was still alive. In the next moment, for pairs of eyes turned towards the recently healed ghostly-faced king. Having sustained numerous injuries and lacking nourishment, its self-healing was now painfully slow. Give it a few more hits, and even the elderly dancing in the square could walk it like a dog. As Cold Xian prepared to advance, Lin Xie stopped him. Can I handle this one? Had it not been for Zhao Kongqing, his aunt and cousin might have perished at the claws of the ghostly-faced king. Having experienced the emotions Zhao Kongqing felt before his death, Lin Xie yearned to personally eliminate the ghostly-faced one. Cold Xian nodded indifferently. At present, the ghostly-faced one was not worthy of being his training dummy. As he thought this, Cold Xian's gaze suddenly shifted back to Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, the captain can't utilize the Forbidden Ruins, and you are now of the Chuan realm. How about we practice together later? Zhao Kongqing, who was silently attuning to his Forbidden Ruins, looked up, responding with enthusiasm. Of course, after awakening the Forbidden Ruins. Let us see if they will still say I can only do support work. You don't know how envious I was every time I watched them showcasing their flashy skills and mysterious battles. Cold Xian nodded in agreement. Not long ago, he had been merely a supportive fighter who could only snipe from a distance. Now, he had transformed into an agent of the divine. A role he had never dared to dream of. With this newfound strength, he could better protect his teammates and safeguard the people of Daxia. Lin Xie, imbued with the might of the Seraphim, radiated a pure golden glow. He held Zhao Kongqing's star blade, which he had picked up from the ground. With no fear, he stood against the ghostly-faced king, whose vitality was waning. The wind, cool after the rain, tousled the youth's slender figure, framing Lin Xie's somewhat frail silhouette. The streetlights illuminating the ghostly-faced king flickered ominously, as if foreshadowing its imminent demise. Beast, die. Ah, I still need to gather. Ah, it burns, it burns. Hong Ying fanned herself with one hand, while guzzling sour plum soup with the other. Seeing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Xi Xiaonan placed a piece of glutinous rice cake coated in brown sugar on her plate. Sister Hong Ying, I thought you could handle spicy food. When Qima and Wu Xiangnan watched the panting Hong Ying with amused smiles. Captain, what are you pondering? This is your treat. Shouldn't you eat a bit more? When Qima waved her chopsticks in front of Chun Mai, who seemed lost in thought. You all eat. I'll just watch. I was just contemplating that the members of the Ancient God Church must be nearing their encounter with Ling Hai. Upon hearing the term Ancient God Church, everyone instinctively paused their chopsticks, exchanging glances filled with curiosity. Wu Xiangnan was the first to break the silence. Why suddenly bring up the Ancient God Church? What connection could they possibly have with Ling Hai? Chen Mai stirred the hot pot with a ladle, recalling the day when Lang Xian awakened the Divine Ruins, which coincided with Ling Hai's first visit to the peacekeeping office. I had reported Ling Hai's whereabouts, while simultaneously dispatching word of our team's discovery of a divine agent, emphasizing that it was one from the Great Xia. However, the identity of the divine agent I carefully spread was not Lang Xian, but Ling Hai. Confronted with such a promising individual, the rabble of the Ancient God Church would undoubtedly seek to stifle his growth and would never permit such an existence to join the Night Watchers. My intent behind this was to observe whether the members of the Ancient God Church could manage to take down a formidable human talent. As it stands, their intelligence only points to Ling Hai. Meanwhile, I have tightly guarded the information regarding Lang Xian and Lin Xie, who also awakened the Divine Ruins. Before Lin Xie joins the Night Watchers and participates in the rookie training camp, no one aside from us will be aware of his identity as the agent of Michael. Not even the inhabitants of Jing City. Chapter 23. Agreement to join the Night Watchers. Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment, concern etched across his face. But if Ling Hai discovers you have plotted against him, won't he be furious? We cannot withstand the wrath of a human powerhouse. As a former member of the elite Team Blue Rain, Wu Xiangnan had first-hand experience of the terrifying strength possessed by a human at the pinnacle. Chen Mai chuckled. You needn't worry about that. I have already spoken to Ling Hai in advance. Besides, do you think I am that foolish? To not inform him and merely include him in the plan would be self-destructive. Did Ling Hai agree? Chen Mai fished out a meatball, blowing away the steam rising from it, and nodded. Of course, he agreed. Moreover, he expressed a desire to confront those anthropomorphized beings. I believe it would be best to eliminate the entire rabble of the Ancient God Church in one fell swoop. Initially, there were only external threats. But now we face troubles both from within and without. Have you not noticed? In recent years, the Night Watchers have been short-handed. In the Old City, at the heart of the battlefield, Lin Xie radiated golden light, all of which he reined in, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the star blade. With only the strength of the lamp realm, he found it somewhat challenging to contend with the self-healing Ghost Mask King. Fortunately, the support of the Starry Night Dancer allowed him to keep pace with the Ghost Mask King's speed, let alone deliver a fatal blow. Exhausted mentally, Lin Xie felt as though all his strength had been sapped, as if a gentle breeze could knock him over. With a clatter, Zhao Kongqing's star blade fell to the ground, embedding itself in the melting form of the ghost masked king. Blood surged, and a ringing filled his ears. He turned to Zhao Kongqing, who gave him a thumbs up, forcing a smile. Zhao Kongqing, would you say this counts as avenging you? Hearing Lin Qiya's words, Zhao Kongqing wept uncontrollably. Absolutely. It counts. I didn't expect this kid to take me to heart after just a few days. As the excitement of his revival faded, Zhao Kongqing recalled the task entrusted to him by his captain. Yet, seeing Lin Qiya on the brink of collapse, he hurried forward to help him to a wooden bench by the roadside, struggling to find the right words. Kid, you should rest for a moment. We can talk later. Lin Qiya raised his hand with all his might, stopping Zhao Kongqing's forthcoming words. After a brief silence, his eyes shimmered with resolve as he gazed at the damp floor. His mind filled with visions of his aunt and Yang Jin. Zhao Kongqing, I am willing to join the Night Watchers, but with a 10-year limit. After 10 years, our paths will diverge. I understand your good intentions in wanting me to remain in my own little haven, but I, Lin Qiya, do not wish to owe anyone a favor. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made. As for the subsequent tasks, I leave them entirely to you. Zhao Kongqing, who instinctively sought to protect more people, was willing to sacrifice his life for his small family. He would not forget the kindness shown to him now that the other party was revived, yet he would not fully abandon his family. Hence the time constraint he set for himself. Zhao Kongqing listened quietly as Lin Qiya spoke, feeling as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. The image of Chun Mai's grotesque face now appeared almost endearing. Actually, you need not do this for me. Lin Qiya, come, I will take you somewhere. By then, free from the bonds of Zhao Kongqing's kindness, you will willingly join the Night Watchers. Sensing the turmoil within Lin Qiya, Ling Hai interjected at the right moment. We can't fight. We can't fight. Lung Xian looked curiously at Ling Hai beside him. Where are we going? Can I come? When the time comes, I will treat you all to a grand feast, and I will personally prepare it. He hoped the three of them would be able to eat their fill. Naturally, he also wished that the feast would be substantial enough. As he spoke, he stepped in front of Lin Qiya, observing the somewhat waning spirit of the youth. Extending his hand. Shall we go? Under the warm yellow light, the sincerity on Ling Hai's face was unmistakable. Since he had already promised Zhao Kongqing to join the Night Watchers, accompanying Ling Hai on this journey was of no consequence to him. He hesitated for only a moment before extending his pale hand. The instant their hands met, a gentle wave of divine power from the Green Emperor flowed into Lin Qiya's body. As the divine energy coursed through his limbs, Lin Qiya felt invigorated, as though every cell within him was rejoicing. His previously exhausted mental energy surged back to fullness. If faced with the Ghost Mask King again now, he was confident he could dispatch it in even less time. Thank you. You're welcome. You will surely need it shortly. I am off to the supermarket to purchase a few items. I shall return shortly. As he spoke, Ling Hai unceremoniously ushered the three away from the old city. By the way, here are the keys to my house. He pulled the keys from his pocket and tossed them to Lung Xian. He had not forgotten the incident where Zhao Kongqing had smashed the kitchen window of his home. He did not wish to make a late-night call to the property management for repairs. In the night, aside from the gradually fading voices of the three, only Ling Hai's steady breaths remained. His eyes shone with a verdant light as he gazed toward a lit room in the old city. Across from him, Lin Qiya's cousin Yang Jin met his gaze. Bang! Having witnessed the entire scene from the balcony, Yang Jin's figure vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Senior. Yang Jin bowed, his slightly youthful voice reaching Ling Hai's ears. Indeed. Before this, I must trouble you, senior, to protect our great Xia. Of the other 4 seniors, I am the only one who remains, but all that they left is with me. The divine lineage of the national sacrifice will not be severed. Will you join the Night Watchers, senior? I will not. Little Black, now we need not worry. The human gods are not constrained by those outer gods. The Green Emperor will surely protect my brother. Nanshan Manor. Lung Xian opened the door, and Zhao Kongqing rushed inside, plopping down onto Ling Hai's soft sofa. So comfortable. If I were to buy such quality furniture for my home, my wife would write me a scathing letter. I really wonder how that kid is doing now. Leaning back against the sofa, he beckoned Lin Qiya to sit down. Come, sit down, make yourself at home. Lin Qiya suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, glancing around the room. Though the decor of Ling Hai's home may not be opulent, for Lin Qiya, who has resided in the old district for many years, it feels rather extravagant. Is this truly Ling Hai's abode? My goodness, how many years must I toil to afford such a place? The benefits of being a night watchman are beyond imagination. Did you not establish a 10-year pact? I assure you, within that decade, you will undoubtedly earn enough to acquire 10 or even 100 villas of this caliber. This is the worth of a divine agent. In the future, you can easily secure school district housing for your children from primary to university. Lin Qiya nodded, his gaze drifting to the prop wall on the opposite side of the living room. What is that? Decorative items? Why are they all hung on the wall? Following Lin Chie's finger, Lung Xian's eyes fell upon a series of props, seemingly chaotic yet orderly. This must be the equipment Ling Hai uses for his magic tricks, he thought. As he reached out to touch a pair of crimson horns, a wave of azure psychic energy knocked him to the ground. Ling Hai, holding a large bag of snacks, looked down at the sprawled and disheveled Lang Xian with a smile. If you wish to be incinerated, you may feel free to touch it. However, if you are burned to ashes by its flames, reviving will not be a simple matter. Chapter 24. The Horns of Surtur. With a twisted expression, Lang Xian pushed himself off the ground, exclaiming, "Could you perhaps be a bit gentler next time? That almost knocked my kidneys out." He gasped, his curiosity piqued by the unusual horns on the wall that, apart from their odd shape, seemed unremarkable. Initially, he instinctively thought they were dyed cow horns, but a closer inspection revealed that compared to cow horns, these had a ruggedness that was peculiar. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall any corresponding creature. Could they belong to an extinct species? Furrowing his brow, he stared intently at the horns, as if trying to bore a hole through them with his gaze. If he had to describe them, the term demonic horns would be more fitting. Ling Hai tossed the bag of snacks into Lin Chie's arms. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Have a little something to tide you over. The main course will arrive shortly." Lin Chie looked at the overflowing snacks, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What does arriving shortly mean? Did you order takeout? As Ling Hai walked toward the prop wall, he explained, "No, someone invited us, specifically, me. Since you were here as well, I thought it would be nice to let you sample their culinary skills." As he spoke, he took down the pair of horns and displayed them before Lung Xian. "In your recollection, do you know of any creatures that possess crimson horns?" Lung Xian, having exhausted his thoughts, shook his head. "In my memory, there are hardly any deities with horns. However, the god of lies and trickery, Loki, wears a horn crown. That does come close. The owner of these horns is indeed from Norse mythology. Do you know of Surtur?" Lung Xian pondered for a moment, his mind racing through the information about deities. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Isn't he the guardian of Muspelheim, the land of fire in Norse mythology? That is a mythological being of immense power. Could it be that these horns belong to Surtur?" "Exactly. I have known Zhou Ping for only a short while and thought it would be fitting to show him around. After some consideration, I decided that the Norse pantheon was the most appropriate choice. I wanted to impress Zhou Ping, so I casually dispatched Surtur. To say I dispatched him isn't entirely accurate. I essentially forced his life essence into these horns. I thought he used them as props for future magic tricks. Just imagine, amidst my performance, a fire giant suddenly appearing on stage. How explosive that would be. By the way, Zhou Ping, you must know him, right?" Zhao Kongsheng and Lung Xian, who had been quietly listening beside them, were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Setting aside how Ling Hai became acquainted with Zhou Ping, this was Surtur we were talking about. In Norse mythology, there were originally only two realms of gods, one of which was the land of fire, Muspelheim. As the guardian of this realm and its sole life force, Surtur's power is unimaginable. Yet, in Ling Hai's casual words, it seemed to pass by effortlessly. At this moment, Lung Xian recalled what Ling Hai had said upon entering. If he were to touch the horn of Surtur without permission, he might indeed be turned to ash, erased entirely. Wait a moment. It dawned on him, and he shouted, "You said you forced Surtur's life essence into these horns? Meaning that what exists within them now is the fire giant at the height of his power?" Ling Hai looked at Lung Xian, who was overreacting, with an expression of exasperation. "Yes, for me, this is hardly a challenge. Could you refrain from displaying such a lack of worldly experience? As my agent of the Green Emperor, your astonishment is quite unbecoming. Moreover, I have intertwined his fate with my own. If I wish for him to live, he shall. If I desire his demise, even Odin cannot save him. In simpler terms, Surtur is now merely a prop for my magic tricks. You all saw the plethora of props on my walls, right? Many of them are of a higher caliber than the horn of Surtur. So kindly close your mouths and do not let your jaws drop onto my floor." With great difficulty, Lung Xian swallowed hard. "Is this fidget spinner also one of them?" Ling Hai glanced casually at it, picking up a feather duster from the corner and brushing off a layer of dust from the props. "Perhaps tonight, I will select a good family to present it to. Don't tell me this palm-sized umbrella is also a prop." Ling Hai quickly pulled Lung Xian aside. "You need to keep your distance from this one. The umbrella itself is not a prop, but the ribs are. 4 of the ribs were fashioned using the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, glued together." As he spoke, he gestured toward the living room's center. "Look, the carpet beneath the coffee table is inscribed with the formation of the extermination of immortals. I repurposed it as a carpet since it isn't very practical as a prop. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. It works wonders for exterminating cockroaches and mice." Lung Xian listened with a blank expression as Ling Hai spoke in a nonchalant tone about matters that could shake the very foundations of the gods. He was dumbfounded, genuinely bewildered. However, aren't many of these items treasures from the Taoist pantheon? Ling Hai brushed off the dust from his clothes and tossed the feather duster into the corner. These gods' pantheons have long since been severed. Since they are deities of the Great Xia, who would dare to use these artifacts and treasures? Besides, I am the Green Emperor, a deity of the national sacrificial pantheon, the most authentic deity of Great Xia. These were all bestowed upon me. Haha. Lung Xian was at a loss for words. Brother, almighty Green Emperor, don't you find this statement lacking in credibility? To avoid exposing his true identity, could we not speak so freely? On the sofa, Lin Xia, who had been quietly listening, raised his hand. I have a question. Speak. Who was Zhou Ping? Although he had previously been unable to see, he could sense everything around him. Lin Xia had also read numerous books related to mythology. He was somewhat familiar with names like Searcher and the extermination of immortals. However, aside from Michael, he had never witnessed any other deities with his own eyes and, naturally, remained unaware of their terrifying powers. Therefore, he was particularly curious about the sudden mention of this name amidst all this conversation. You can ask the person next to you. Although Zhou Ping and I are friends, if it comes to details, I may not know more than what the Night Watchmen have shared. Lin Xia turned to look at Zhao Kongqing, who had just recovered from his shock. So, General Zhao Kongqing, could you tell me about Zhou Ping? Upon hearing the title of general, Zhao Kongqing's face, lined with age, almost split into a beaming smile. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you elaborate on the previous statement? Lin Xia furrowed his brow. General Zhao Kongqing? Merely those two words held more potency for Zhao Kongqing than any aphrodisiac. He bared his teeth in a broad grin, slapping his thigh. Ah, young lad. Do you recall when I mentioned that the realms of strength are classified into 6 categories? Zhan, Qi, Chuan, Hai, Wuliang, and Klein? In truth, beyond Klein and beneath the divine, there exists another realm we refer to as the pinnacle of humanity. Their strength transcends human limits. In our Great Xia, excluding Ling Hai, there are 5 individuals who represent this pinnacle: Yi Jian, Yi Qi, Yi Zun, Yi Suwu, and Yi Fuzi. Chapter 25. You are Ling Hai, correct? Lin Xie glanced at Ling Hai, who was sitting nearby, opening snacks, and couldn't help but turn his head to inquire. Why exclude Ling Hai? Didn't you all claim he was a member of your Night Watch? At this moment, Lin Xie completely disregarded the frantic signals Zhao Kongqing was sending him. Oh, is that what they told you about me? That I'm a member of the Night Watch? Not particularly impressive in strength, but quite the dreamer, aren't they? Luckily, it was dark then, so they weren't completely delusional. Just speaking nonsense. Perhaps a visit to an ophthalmologist is in order. Ling Hai, with great interest, popped a dark, oily snack into his mouth. Before he could finish his teasing remark, his expression shifted, turning pale as he rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. Damn it. Why is it that in a country where all others have perished, they still print English on the packaging? Who is it for? Not a single word of Great Xia. I ought to send a legal notice to the manufacturer. Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply, feeling the pressure of his earlier bravado being exposed before the very subject of it, especially in front of Lin Xie. At this moment, he dared not meet Lin Xie's gaze, wishing he could simply vanish beneath the carpet. Ahem. Let us not dwell on that. We were discussing the pinnacle of humanity. Yi Jian is Zhou Ping, Yi Qi is Lu Wuwei. Yi Zun is our Night Watch commander Yi Fan, Yi Suwu is Guan Zai, and Yi Fuzi is Chen Fuzi. As a divine agent, once your strength increases, you will naturally encounter these individuals. In essence, know that the ordinary Night Watch members are the backbone of Great Xia, while the 5 at the pinnacle serve as its elite force. Without them, our Great Xia might falter in the presence of foreign deities. Though Ling Hai isn't a member of our Night Watch, he claims to be at the pinnacle of humanity. So, considering that, it's not particularly strange for him and Zhou Ping to be friends. But you, young lad, I truly didn't see that coming. The ghost-faced king, though severely wounded, still possessed Chuan realm strength. Yet, you, a mere novice just entering the Zhan realm, managed to slay him. You certainly have the talent to be a Night Watch member. Lin Xie rubbed his nose, contemplating, ultimately deciding to temporarily conceal the fact that he was, for the moment, a dual divine agent. After all, he had only just stepped into this unknown world, and a measure of caution was always prudent. Without the Night Stalker of Nyx, he might not have triumphed in the skirmish with the ghost-faced man. Uninterested in the idle chatter of the two, Lang Xian unlocked his phone, scrolling through his chat with Si Xiaonan. I'm currently at Ling Hai's place. Zhao Kongqing is here as well, and he is fine. Inform the captain not to wait for us. With Ling Hai around, we're quite safe. At Qiandao Plaza, Qiandao Cinema, Si Xiaonan, wearing 3D glasses, stood in line with others, wholly oblivious to the notifications on her phone. Everyone was absorbed in the large screen, with no thought of the 2 teammates they had seemingly abandoned. As Lung Xian awaited a response, growing restless, he stood up and walked towards the villa's exterior. Ling Hai, why has tea the host arrived yet? It's nearly midnight, and snacks one tea fill the stomach. What's the rush? Good food is worth the wait. If I can't hold out, I'll just watch some television. Wait, they're here. Accompanying Ling Hai's words was the sound of shattered glass from the kitchen. The Nanshan mansion area was situated in a secluded part, with few residents. Thus, the sudden, sharp noise echoed starkly in the night. The moment Lung Xian closed the door, he, along with the three on the sofa, froze in shock. Damn it. The kitchen glass was just fixed less than 2 days ago. And you couldn't even use the front door? Are you going to repay the glass repair cost with your life? A ferocious bloodlust instantly spread across Ling Hai's eyes, as the divine power of the Azure Emperor surged within him, nearly overflowing. Sensing the unusual psychic disturbance, Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xie, and Lung Xian simultaneously took up defensive stances. However, Zhao Kongcheng's star knife had already returned to its rightful owner. Without a weapon, Lin Xie surveyed the surroundings and pulled out a half-meter-long spicy snack from a bag on the sofa. Ling Hai, do you think that's appropriate? Lin Xie glanced at Ling Hai. I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to eat. After a few mock swings, he nodded in satisfaction. This will do. It's at least more useful than a snack. It might even allow the opponent to taste a bit of sweetness. This served to establish Lin Xie's image as both handsome and kind-hearted. Ling Hai, do you think I'm a fool, or do you believe that intruder is the fool? He scanned the room, realizing there was nothing suitable to turn into a weapon for Lin Xie. Using the magical props on the wall would render the battle too one-sided. In a fleeting moment of thought, Ling Hai casually reached into his pocket. A nearly human-length star knife was drawn forth before the group. Unlike the star knives of Zhao Kongcheng and Lung Xian, the one Ling Hai handed to Lin Xie bore no name inscribed upon it. What are you all staring at? The main course has arrived. Why aren't you eating? Is there a problem with me having a few more magical props? Zhao Kongcheng and Lung Xian quickly averted their gazes, no longer daring to meet Ling Hai's eyes. Lin Xie accepted the star knife from him, finding it surprisingly comfortable to wield, even more so than Zhao Kongcheng's. It felt as though it had been crafted specifically for him. In the kitchen, the shattered glass eerily floated in the air, illuminated by the living room's overhead light, refracting colorful beams. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the villa's front door burst open. Outside loomed the strange presence that had been sensed by the group. At last, I've found you. Not a bad place you've got here. The newcomer, cloaked in dark garb, concealed their face in shadows. Nevertheless, the ominous glare from beneath the hood was unmistakable. The cloak was adorned with intricate, mysterious red patterns, and blood seeped from the shoes they wore. A pale hand emerged from beneath the cloak, seemingly controlling the shards of glass that lay scattered across the living room floor. An indescribable stench of blood filled the air, carried in by the wind. The figure spoke with a raspy voice, akin to chalk scraping against a blackboard. You must be Ling Hai, right? They turned to face Ling Hai, standing in the center of the room, showing no regard for the 3 armed individuals beside him. Suddenly, they laughed. I want to let you die too quickly. Chapter 26. Sea Realm Assassin. Even if you lick the floor clean with your tongue, it won't matter. The cloaked figure, ignoring the 3, fixated their gaze on Ling Hai at the center of the living room. I suppose it's only fitting that you are the divine agent. Your tone is certainly distinctive. Little one, if you accompany me honestly, I shall conveniently disregard your previous remarks. Zhao Kongcheng, wielding the star blade, silently positioned himself before Lin Xie, a glimmer of vigilance flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the members of the ancient divine sect remained as ever, akin to rats scuttling in the sewers. Without uttering a word, I can already detect the foul stench emanating from your mouth. The man sneered coldly, tilting his head slightly as he turned towards Zhao Kongcheng, seemingly to assert his own nobility. Mere words are futile. In this age, power reigns supreme. As his voice resonated, a surge of mental energy from the sea realm enveloped the entire living room. Under the weight of a pressure far surpassing their own, the 3 felt as if a mountain had settled upon their shoulders, as if they might be crushed into minuscule fragments at any moment. The assassin from the ancient divine sect awaited with confidence for the trio to be forced to the ground by his mental prowess. As a torrent of murderous intent cascaded onto the central array of the celestial slaying sword. When Ling Hai finally comprehended what had transpired, the air was thick with blood mist, yet the assassin's figure had vanished. As the oppressive force dissipated, Lin Xie and his companions managed to lift their heads just in time. Ling Hai had already resurrected the assassin before they could fully grasp the situation. Not again. You perished far too soon. How can I demonstrate the ferocity of the ancient divine sect to Lin Xie now? Furthermore, does the sect not comprehend the need to send more than one individual to deal with a divine agent? Fortunately, his resurrection speed was adequate. Otherwise, Lin Xie and the others would have barely warmed up before the battle concluded. Upon raising their heads, the assassin appeared utterly bewildered. In his memory, he had merely blinked. only to find himself outside Ling Hai's villa. Yet, it was of little consequence. It was likely just a minor spatial displacement trick. The ancient divine sect is indeed generous. Dispatching a master from the sea realm. Our captain is merely at the river realm. If this is directed towards our small team, we truly are at a loss. Cold Xian's expression tightened, the 9 Azure Song domain activating silently, azure light coiling around him like a dragon. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye instinctively tightened their grips on their star blades. Zhao Kongqing was relatively untroubled. The essence of life he retained after resurrection could assist him in ranged attacks. Conversely, the weakest among them, Lin Qiye, would have to engage the assassin in close combat. And the assassin might not even grant him that chance. Sea realm? Lin Qiye's heart sank. Having just faced the severely wounded Ghost-Face King, he now confronted an assassin from the sea realm. No, wait. Suddenly realizing, Lin Qiye's mind raced. Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with Ling Hai? Did you not claim that Ling Hai possessed the strength of humanity's pinnacle? Why, then, are we, the weakest, at the forefront? What of Ling Hai? As these words fell, Cold Xian and Zhao Kongqing were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why were they shielding Ling Hai? Was this not akin to flaunting a great sword before Guangong? Ignoring the assassin's murderous gaze, the three turned in unison. Behind them, Ling Hai leaned against the doorframe, which lacked a door, cradling a large bag of chips, and waved his hand. Did I not mention? This is the feast I prepared for you. Enjoy it well, and do not waste my good intentions. Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Ling Hai's intentions. Cold Xian, emboldened slightly, opened his mouth to voice his doubts. But a flicker of azure light flashed in Ling Hai's eyes. A long-absent voice erupted in Cold Xian's mind. Lin Qiye's joining the Night Watchers ultimately stemmed from Zhao Kongqing risking his life to protect his aunt and cousin. This assassin from the ancient divine sect appeared solely because I am a divine agent. My identity was deliberately disseminated by Chun Mai. Lin Qiye is also a divine agent. Although he conceals it well for now, the ancient divine sect will eventually discover his identity. This opportunity allows me to observe what fate befalls a divine agent without the protection of the Night Watchers. What might happen to their families as well? Without the power of the Night Watchers, he cannot possibly safeguard his own small family. After this encounter, Lin Qiye's joining the Night Watchers will not be out of obligation but rather willingly. Of course, you need not worry. I shall not allow you to perish. Merely put on a show before Lin Qiye. Upon returning, I will seal the entrance thoroughly with the 9 Azure Song domain. Cold Xian rapidly processed Ling Hai's words in his mind, his gaze darting between Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye. Indeed, Lin Qiye, who had never formally clashed with the ancient divine sect, would remain unaware of the lengths those standing against the great Xiao would go to recruit a divine agent. The adage that calamity does not befall one's family held no weight for them. For what they desired, they would not hesitate to instigate one massacre after another. Lives, in their eyes, were merely instruments to achieve their ends. Even if Lin Qiye swore before the ancient divine sect that he would never join the Night Watchers, those individuals would still not spare Lin Qiye's family. The potential of divine agents is far too great. They will not disregard Lin Qiye simply because of a vow, allowing him to grow unchecked. Since Ling Hai has stated such, let us focus on the battle. Old Zhao, both you and I are in our prime. Confronting a beast from the sea realm is not beyond possibility. Cold Xian's declaration lacked conviction. After years of executing tasks, he understood the vast chasm between realms. Victory could not merely rely on numbers. Zhao Kongqing, listening to Cold Xian's somewhat timid bravado, cast a discreet glance at him. He had noticed that after Cold Xian exchanged glances with Ling Hai, there was a moment of distraction. It was evident that the two harbored some plan. However, as longtime teammates, Zhao Kongqing was willing to place his unwavering trust in Cold Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, he glared at the assassin from the ancient divine sect and bellowed, "Come on, scoundrel. Let me see if the sea realm is truly as formidable as they say." Only Lin Qiye, clutching the star blade, stood by, uncertain. Are we truly going to engage? To have a lantern realm and a sea realm assassin clash in close quarters? Yet, witnessing the fervor radiating from Zhao Kongqing and Cold Xian, he swallowed hard, activating the mortal realm. In the darkness, golden radiance enveloped the somewhat peculiar star blade in his grasp. The transformation caught the assassin's attention, and he instantly resembled a starving leopard in the savannah, quivering with excitement at the sight of prey. Unbelievable. To think that such a plethora of divine agents exists in the small city of Cangnan. Excellent. You are all splendid. Chapter 27. Fierce battle not again, comrade. Can you not see? I am also a divine agent. Do you not perceive the azure light upon me? Can you not sense the divine power within? Are you truly that ignorant? Cold Xian, witnessing the assassin's attention diverted towards Lin Qiye, felt a surge of anger boiling within him. A thorn shot forth from beneath his feet, akin to a swift arrow aimed at the assassin. We are all divine agents. What does this disregard mean? The thorn, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, reached the assassin's visage in the blink of an eye. This strike, if met by anyone beneath the river realm, would undoubtedly result in being pierced through. Yet, the assassin merely shifted slightly, his fingers twitching. From beneath his cloak emerged a dagger, glistening in the moonlight against the clear sky, casting a silver sheen akin to scattered stars. His hand, resembling a withered branch, spread open, weaving the silver light into several threads. The series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving fine cuts along the asphalt road. You wish to harm me? You are not worthy. Once I take away Ling Hai and this little one, you shall witness what true hell on earth entails. Certainly. Should you wish to abandon the Night Watchman and join my ancient god sect, kneeling to me in apology, I would not mind granting you a brief extension of your existence. Lung Xian scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming that even if he were to scavenge for refuse, he would never venture into the den of snakes and rats that you inhabit. An expanse of azure radiance surged forth, the ground trembling beneath his feet as several roaring azure wooden dragons ascended into the sky. Their colossal and imposing forms eclipsed the very light of day, with their curved claws resembling the scythes of death, poised to reap lives at any moment. Within their lantern-sized eyes were leaf-shaped pupils, and under the moonlight, the immense dragons emanated a profound azure glow. The dragons hovered above, then thundered down, encircling the assassin and leaving him no avenue for escape. The three dragon heads faced the assassin, emitting a low, resonant growl that seemed to echo from the ancient past, mysterious and distant, threatening to plunge one's consciousness into the abyss with a mere misstep. As he felt the surging psychic force within the creature before him, the assassin's earlier contempt faded. Initially, he had regarded the others with disdain, believing himself superior in the sea realm, but he now recognized the folly of his arrogance. Though the psychic strength of these wooden dragons was not overwhelming, he found himself unable to discern its depths in such a short span of time. Lung Xian's approach was one of quantity over quality, his psychic energy radiating outward as if it were inexhaustible, seemingly unconcerned about how he would confront his counterattack once it was depleted. In truth, to the Azure Emperor and his emissaries, divine and psychic energies were as abundant as air. Ling Hai and Lung Xian could squander them at will. Their reservoirs of power were as limitless as their very lives, a testament to the dominion of the Azure Emperor. The constraint on Lung Xian's output was never the total amount of psychic energy, but rather its quality. Come on. Aren't you impressive? Aren't you in the sea realm? I will outlast you. Lung Xian's furious shout resonated, prompting the three wooden dragons to respond in kind, their roars reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Ling Hai reclined on the sofa, sensing the battle unfolding outside, and mused, fortunately, I used divine energy to isolate the other zones. Otherwise, my home would surely be making headlines tomorrow. Outside, witnessing Leng Xian's formidable display before Lin Chiye, Zhao Kongqing was equally unwilling to yield. He stepped forward, gripping his star blade with both hands, a torrent of black psychic energy flowing into the weapon. As the energy filled, glimmers of starlight began to appear upon the obsidian blade, radiating a soft, moonlit glow. With the charge complete, Zhao Kongqing unified his stance, his arm muscles bulging like coiled serpents as the star blade traced a black and white arc through the air, its blade energy shooting straight toward the ancient god sect assassin encircled by the wooden dragons, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The sounds of dragon roars, the quaking earth, and the blade's keen whistle reached Lin Chiye's ears. He observed the spirited combatants, Lung Xian and Zhao Kongqing, brimming with fighting spirit, and found himself at a loss as to whether he should remain in his position, holding the star blade, as a mere flickering light in this tumult. Stepping forward would likely reduce him to mere fragments amidst the ruthless chaos of battle. While he contemplated whether to indulge in a thrilling game on his phone, Ling Hai swiftly opened the window. With nothing to do, he decided to watch the fight, treating it as an extravagant spectacle. He tossed a few bags of snacks through the window into Lin Chiye's arms and promptly closed it again. Lin Chiye, clutching the star blade in one hand and several bags of snacks in the other, glanced at the fierce battle before him. Listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from Ling Hai's phone in the living room, he sat expressionless on the steps, resting the star blade against the pillar at his feet, casually opening a bag of snacks and crunching noisily. Hey, I must say, this is far more exhilarating than watching a thrilling movie in the cinema. If not for the occasional debris falling near him, Lin Chiye would not mind if the battle continued for a while longer. At the heart of the conflict, the ancient god sect assassin floated in the air, resembling a malevolent spirit, glaring at the wildly darting forms of Lung Xian and Zhao Kongqing below. Damn it, they are merely two insignificant insects in the sea realm. They should be crushed without a second thought. They bounced around, irritating me. His hands, concealed beneath his cloak, extended fully. 10 thin fingers danced in the air, and 10 oddly shaped daggers followed suit, swirling around him. The moonlight reflecting off the blades resembled 10 silver serpents gliding through the air. With each movement, the wooden dragons sustained gaping wounds, but in an instant, under the influence of the 9 Azure Song domain, they healed as if untouched. The dragons howled as they charged toward the airborne assassin, only to be torn to shreds by the surrounding silver snakes. Zhao Kongqing's blade energy, upon colliding with the silver serpents, produced a resonant hum akin to metal meeting metal. He turned to Long Xian, who appeared vibrant and alive, and offered a wry smile. Acknowledging, indeed, you are the agent of a deity. Chapter 28. A mere fatal wound. The mist of Forgotten Moon was a perilous forbidden domain. Yet in the face of the overwhelming advantages brought by the formidable 9 Azure Song domain, it still felt somewhat inadequate. If it weren't for Lin Xie observing his battle with Long Xian from behind, Zhao Kongqing suspected he would be leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Perhaps it was age catching up with him, but he felt increasingly outmatched in combat, a sensation akin to a middle-aged man unable to rise. Faced with the relentless assault, the assassin's curses grew more frantic and desperate. The so-called righteous night watchmen truly lack martial virtue. 2 against 1, with one of them being an agent of the divine. What a disgraceful situation. He swung his daggers while cursing, as if this was the only way to vent his mounting fury. His abilities were best suited for assassination. According to their intelligence, Ling Hai had only recently awakened his divine domain, which was why he dared to appear before them openly. But who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Long Xian and Zhao Kongqing? Moreover, whether the intelligence was flawed was uncertain. Initially, he had received word that the Night Watchman's team in Songnan City consisted solely of Captain Chen Mai, whose strength had reached the Sea Realm. Yet, it seemed that the 2 unexpected arrivals displayed power only a realm below his own, though he felt confident in securing victory. Defeating the 2 within a short time frame was nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhao Kongqing, on the other hand, was not so difficult to contend with, as he could see the depletion of his psychic energy nearing its end. He was of similar age and build, likely old enough to retire soon. Yet the closest adversary, the young man wearing a cap, possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of psychic energy. The wooden dragons had been destroyed countless times. Yet that young man could summon them back as if his psychic energy was boundless. If the battle continued to drag on, he believed his psychic energy would undoubtedly be exhausted before Lang Xian's. At that point, the Sea Realm would be like a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. As for Lin Xie, the seemingly powerless light, he had never considered him a threat from the start. Had it not been for the fact that he too was an agent of the divine, the assassin might not have even bothered to consider his life. The disparity in power between them was too vast to incite any desire for battle. He merely hoped that if the mission failed, Lord Yuehui would show him some leniency in punishment. Zhao Kongqing, overhearing the assassin's grievances, scoffed. Lack of martial virtue? I believe it is your ancient god sect that truly embodies that. Like a rat scurrying through the gutters, you intrude upon others' homes, attempting to persuade them to join your nefarious cult of the ancient gods. If your cult truly embodies the virtues you claim, why do you not dare to emerge into the light? The assassin absorbed Zhao Kongqing's retort without missing a word. His lips trembled beneath the brim of his hat as his gaze darkened, fixating on the man whose face was obscured by stubble. You seek death. Insulting him was permissible, but he would not tolerate any affront to the cult of the ancient gods. 10 daggers whirled in the air around him, leaving only 3 for his own defense. The remaining 7, under his command, shot forth like bullets towards Zhao Kongqing, who had forsaken defense in favor of an all-out assault. For Zhao Kongqing, battling an assassin of a significantly higher realm meant that exerting himself to the utmost was the best form of defense. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the adversary would be incited to fury by his mere words. 7 silver blades, like a brilliant rainbow, tore through the air and in an instant were upon him. At such a close distance, he felt the tremendous aura of slaughter enveloping them. The moonlight reflecting off the blades seemed to carry a chill, causing every hair on Zhao Kongqing's body to stand on end. The sound of his heartbeat resonated clearly amidst the chaotic battlefield. His pupils constricted to mere pinpricks, and instinctively, he lifted his hands gripping the star blade, attempting to shield his imposing figure behind its edge. The clashing of metal rang out, sending jolts of pain through Zhao Kongqing as his hands suffered grievous injuries. Warm blood trickled down the blade's tip and pooled on the ground. 3 daggers were thwarted by the indomitable star blade, leaving no trace but severing the fingers that clutched the hilt. 8 fingers fell to the ground like dumplings. Lin Xie, chewing on a sausage, stared intently at the rough fingers scattered on the ground before spitting in disgust. 1 dagger shot through Zhao Kongqing's knee, while the other 2 plunged into the chest of the timely arrived Lung Xian. The sound of breaking ribs echoed as Lung Xian stifled a groan of pain. Observing Zhao Kongqing kneeling, he forced a reassuring smile through his pained visage. Are you all right? Zhao Kongqing's gaze fell upon the 2 gaping wounds on Lang Xian's chest. from which blood gushed forth, and he swallowed hard. His right hand, now missing 4 fingers, flailed in the air, as if giving Long Xian a thumbs up. What the hell is happening? I'm fine. Long Xian, are you okay? That knife, if I'm not mistaken, has pierced your heart. How can you still smile? Though Zhao Kongqing's hands appeared formidable, his companions, who often faced dismemberment, knew that losing a few fingers was not a particularly severe injury. Hearing Zhao Kongqing's vibrant exclamation, Lang Xian smiled with relief. Blood trickled from his lips, splattering Zhao Kongqing's face. Damn, I shouldn't have bothered to care about you. Rest assured. It's just a trivial injury. The star blade, which had been his support, clattered to the ground. Trembling, Lang Xian reached down, picked it up, and handed it back to Zhao Kongqing. No matter how formidable he was, he could not destroy the star blade. I'll continue fighting him. You keep the blade for your defense. As he spoke, he ensnared Zhao Kongqing with several tendrils and brought him to Lin Qi's side. Feeling Lang Xian's fighting spirit, Zhao Kongqing erupted in despair. Are you mad? You're about to be riddled with daggers, and you still want to fight? Ignoring the crystal pendant beneath his nose, Lang Xian waved his hand and yanked the daggers out of his chest, discarding them like refuse. If you have the courage, come and finish me off. 2 daggers? Who do you think you're underestimating? Let us see who the true survivor is today. In a corner unseen by all, as Lang Xian extracted the daggers, a green light flickered within his chest cavity. The so-called fatal wound healed instantaneously. Indeed, Zhao Kongqing was correct. 1 dagger had struck true into Lang Xian's heart. The moment the pain registered in his mind, he nearly collapsed. He endured solely to maintain his dignity as a night watchman in front of Lin Qi. Chapter 29, Wood. Wind, thunder. The assassin once again severed the head of the wooden dragon. In the brief moment that Lang Xian was restoring it, he beckoned with his hand. Surrounding him like a planetary ring, the pressure on him diminished considerably with Zhao Kongqing's absence, who, when engaged in battle, resembled a rabid dog, demanding a significant portion of one's focus. Should he divert his attention, he would undoubtedly falter against Lang Xian's onslaught. Kid, it's now a one-on-one match. Have you thought about how you will meet your demise? From now on, regardless of how you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Oh, by the way, aren't you a night watchman? Why not summon your captain? What was his name again? Shen Mai, right? You could trade his life for yours. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? While speaking, Lang Xian's wounds had already healed. He spat disdainfully, the bloodied foam flying as he glared at the assassin hovering above. Do you truly consider life a commodity to be weighed casually? Though Lang Xian was looking up at him, the assassin felt as if he were being scorned. Meeting Lang Xian's gaze ignited an inexplicable fury within him. For a being of my caliber, life is indeed something to be measured at will. Turning his head, he noticed 3 slightly dulled daggers, and his brow furrowed slightly. This is impossible. His ability was to bestow sharpness upon all things. Under his influence, nothing could be severed. However, with the 3 roaring wooden dragons approaching once more, he had no time for contemplation. What does it matter if they are dulled? Even if given a soft tissue, he could transform it into an unbreakable blade. Lang Xian's head, he had set his sights upon. At the steps before the villa, Lin Qi tended to Zhao Kongqing's wounds while occasionally glancing at the rough fingers on the ground nearby. All bandaged up, should I help you retrieve your fingers? That assassin likely would target me. As the effects of adrenaline began to wane, the pain consumed Zhao Kongqing's senses. He inhaled sharply, his expression twisting in agony as he shook his head. No, there is no need. Lang Xian will help me heal. You stay put and don't go anywhere. After all, no one can guarantee that Assassin 1T suddenly turn on us. If he discovers he cannot take you with him, he might consider killing you to eliminate a potential rival for his cult. Do not overestimate the benevolence of that bunch of beasts in the ancient god cult. Sitting here, at least Ling Hai will ensure our safety. If we step forward, who knows what pieces might fall from us. Although everything transpired in a flash, Zhao Kongqing discerned the assassin's unique ability. He struggled to lift his head and loudly conveyed his suspicion to Lang Xian. Lang Xian, although you can recover, be cautious. Based on my deductions, that person's abilities seem to pertain to slashing. Do your utmost to avoid his daggers. When 2 daggers aimed for his knees and hands, he felt no resistance whatsoever. A battle-hardened Zhao Kongqing had never encountered such a phenomenon, though his opponent was of a higher realm. It was inconceivable that he could amplify his attacks to such a terrifying degree. If this assassin were of the boundless realm, it would make sense. Upon receiving the information from Zhao Kongqing, Lang Xian's expression tightened slightly. No wonder. His wooden dragons had been resurrected nearly 100 times. The assassin faced them with an air of nonchalance, as if destroying these wooden dragons was as simple as eating or drinking. In the villa's living room, Ling Hai observed everything keenly. His voice drifted through the wide-open window into Lang Xian's ears. Lang Xian, in certain aspects, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams of the Great Xia are one and the same. Do you know what the 8 trigrams are? Naturally, while frantically evading the assassin's onslaught. Lung Xian understood that Ling Hai would not suddenly bring this up. As a night watchman, he was quite familiar with this knowledge of the great Xia. He immediately called out loudly, I know. The 8 trigrams are Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. Ling Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, among them. Jun represents thunder, and Sun represents wind. These 2 trigrams correspond to wood. He then asked, do you remember what the Qing Emperor governs? The Qing Emperor. The deity of spring and wood, the overseer of life among gods and men. As the assassin pushed him back, Lung Xian's eyes lit up. He did not flinch or evade the daggers aimed at him, allowing them to pierce his body recklessly. This meant that what I can wield is not merely wood, but also wind and thunder. Aha. As if struck by an amusing thought, Lang Xian began to stride forward against the silver serpent, enduring the pain. You know nothing. Do you? The Qing Emperor is the god of destiny, and I am his agent. I govern life, I create life, I command life. You shall perish. With each word he uttered, a kirin radiating brilliant purple lightning emerged from behind him. With each syllable, a phoenix enveloped in countless blue wind blades materialized above him. The wooden dragons, phoenixes, and thunder kirins, legendary beasts, gradually encroached upon the space in which the assassin's silver serpent could maneuver. The assassin in the air gasped, his chest heaving violently. At this moment, he felt fear. Although Lung Xian's realm remained at the river boundary, he felt he was facing a formidable sea boundary opponent. The silver serpent, as always, effortlessly tore through the bodies of the 3 divine beasts. Yet, Lang Xian's vast spiritual energy could instantly heal all wounds. He had no intention of granting this assassin a moment's respite. The 9 Azure Song domains surged wildly, with spiritual energy pouring forth recklessly. Behind him, the cries of phoenixes and the roars of kirins echoed. 2 phoenixes soared into the sky. 2 kirins exuded a chilling aura. The 9 divine beasts trapped the assassin in their midst. Even 9 beasts at the river boundary were beyond the assassin's capacity to handle. For beasts had already pushed him to his limits, yet these 9 were far from Lang Xian's utmost potential. Ah, weren't you just so capable? A tempest capable of obliterating all lifted Lung Xian into the air. He gazed down upon the beleaguered assassin, whose strength was waning, as if observing a mere insect. The speed at which the daggers tore was gradually outpaced by the recovery of these spiritual beasts. The space to evade that the ancient cult had granted the assassin steadily diminished with time. Even more dire was the fact that he could feel his internal spiritual energy teetering on the brink of depletion. To survive, he had to maintain 100% output of spiritual energy. All his struggles were merely prolonging his demise by a few seconds. Oh, isn't this the ancient cult's assassin? Has it been only a few seconds, and you've already fallen so far? Chapter 30. What are you pretending for? Long Xian's expression turned grim as he raised his hand, abruptly pressing down. The gale descended like a colossal beast, crashing down upon the assassin's chest. With a sharp crack in that instant, the assassin felt as if countless fists were pounding upon him. He sensed all his ribs within the chest cavity fracture without exception. Struck hard, he crashed to the ground. His previously calm demeanor shattered, his head bleeding profusely. The wind blades circled around him, and with his dwindling spiritual energy, he could barely open his eyes. The luxurious cloak he wore upon his entrance had transformed into tattered rags under Lung Xian's torrential assault. In the cool night, he tightly closed his eyes and tilted his head back, feeling someone approach. That person descended from the sky, their pace leisurely, as if to savor his disheveled state. Daggers clattered to the ground, one of which fell perfectly at Lung Xian's feet. He halted, glancing at the groaning assassin on the ground, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He bent down, picked up the dagger, and leisurely approached the assassin. The dagger, glimmering in the moonlight, remained exceedingly sharp, capable of claiming a life in an instant. After toying with it for a moment, Lang Xian pressed the cold blade against the assassin's face. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy attached to it, the assassin felt the dagger, which was gradually moving towards his neck, chilling to the bone. Hey, the wind has ceased. You may open your eyes now. Holding the dagger, Lang Xian tapped it against the assassin's wind-cut face twice, producing crisp sounds. The voice, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, penetrated his ears. Trembling, he opened his eyes, meeting Lang Xian's perfectly timed smile. How could one who harvests lives with daggers carelessly discard them? Not to mention the potential harm to others or the flora. Now, you hold your own dagger. Suppressing his amusement, Lang Xian unceremoniously thrust the dagger into the assassin's trembling hand. Under his predatory gaze, Lang Xian took the assassin's bony hand and gestured towards his own neck. Come, make the cut. Don't be shy. The slaughter is not yet complete. And the assassin must strive harder. Perhaps this time you might even succeed in ending my life. After mocking him, the dagger slipped from the assassin's grip, leaving a scratch on his exposed pale skin. The assassin gazed quietly at the clear night sky, his eyes devoid of spirit, as helpless tears welled in his eyes. He had become so numb that he could not even feel the excruciating pain in his chest that would drive an ordinary person to madness. Although the wind had ceased, and the 9 divine beasts had been dispersed by Lang Xian's wave of his hand, he felt a chill, piercing like a knife, stab at his heart. Why? Though he knew Lang Xian was the deity's agent, the strength he exhibited barely indicated he had just stepped into the river boundary. Yet, he had basked in the sea boundary for years. Why had he been so easily defeated by this night watchman, who was a whole realm beneath him? Previously, he had slain several divine agents but had never encountered a situation like today. It seemed he would never have the chance again. Everything Lang Xian showcased made him suspect that the seemingly youthful night watchman possessed spiritual energy perhaps even deeper than his own Lord Moonhua. Throughout this battle, his predominant feeling was one of powerlessness. It was the sensation of facing someone clearly weaker yet being unable to vanquish them. Lang Xian disregarded the assassin, whose face was smeared with snot and tears, and walked directly towards Zhao Kongqing, who was grimacing on the steps. Extend your hand. TSK. Why the rush? Wait until I finish treatment before giving me a thumbs up. Zhao Kongqing, with only 2 thumbs left, retorted, do you believe I can't slap you even without fingers? What happened to the aloof persona you cultivated earlier? How did you transform into a different person upon meeting Ling Hai? Amidst the banter, Zhao Kongqing's hands had already returned to normal. Even the knee that had been pierced was healed as well. Lang Xian, did you not kill him outright? Why the silence? Lang Xian turned his head, seeing that the assassin, though still possessing some strength, had chosen to lie still. No, Zhao Kongqing replied, striding forward with his star blade. Then why does he lie on the ground like a dead dog? The unrestrained mockery echoed in the air, yet the assassin remained motionless. The victor claims the throne. Having faced defeat before Lang Xian, he had resigned himself to the humiliation. However, hearing the blatant mockery in the other's tone ignited a surge of anger within him. Yet, this misplaced fury seemed utterly ludicrous in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Oh dear, he seems quite displeased. Whatever happened to that reckless bravado? Lang Xian chuckled helplessly. Old Zhao, we are at least night watchmen. Let us maintain a semblance of decorum in front of others. Do not make us appear as villains. Zhao Kongqing looked down upon the assassin's scarred face, pressing a foot onto his slightly concave chest. Qi, come here and slap him a couple of times. Once this opportunity passes, who knows when we'll be able to slap a Sea Realm powerhouse again. Lin Chia brushed off the crumbs from his clothes, standing up with an exasperated expression. No need, I'm not that sadistic. You can do it yourself. He then promptly severed half of the assassin's ear. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the center of the chaotic battlefield. Having recovered from his sense of defeat, the assassin now felt a piercing pain. He attempted to curl up and cover the blood gushing from his ear, but any movement reminded him of the true agony brought forth by his broken ribs. Lang Xian, shall I kill this beast? Lang Xian glanced at the utterly defenseless assassin and waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. Zhao Kongqing gripped his star blade tightly and raised it with determination. I have no habit of torturing others. Rest assured, I shall grant you a death without suffering. The sound of the blade scraping against the ground reached the assassin's ears, and he felt as if he could hear the countdown to his demise. At that moment, he truly realized he was about to die. Wait. His voice, choked with congealed blood, emerged as a discordant rasp. Aren't you night watchman? I still have value. I can provide intelligence. I know many things. I'm a Sea Realm powerhouse. I can be of use to you. I cannot die. Estimating the time had come, Ling Hai staggered outside, calling out, Chodo, you've had your fun, and I haven't even made my move yet. You've already displayed your prowess before Lin Chia. What am I to do now? If anyone is to kill, it should be I, the Qingdi agent who holds the power of life. What do you call that? It's called specialization. Chapter 31. White Dove. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing lowered the star blade he had raised, letting out a regretful sigh. He would not be able to avenge his severed finger. Point him over there. I too wish to see how Ling Hai executes a kill. Upon reflection, I realize I have yet to witness him in action. Zhao Kongqing casually set aside his blade, fixating his gaze on Ling Hai as he approached the assassin. In his imagination, every move of humanity's pinnacle embodied supreme truths. Lin Chia, resting his chin in hand, watched intently. He too was eager to see how Ling Hai, at the zenith of human potential, would eliminate this assassin from the ancient god church. During the earlier confrontation between Lang Xian, Zhao Kongqing, and the assassin, he had been munching on snacks, scarcely daring to blink lest he miss a thrilling moment. Having never been to a cinema in his life, he could only imagine the spectacle from the descriptions of others. However, the recent battle, particularly after Long Xian's explosive display, perfectly aligned with the cinematic fantasies in his mind. He wondered what kind of visual feast Ling Hai would bring forth. Ling Hai nudged the despondent assassin's face with his toe and retrieved a tissue from his pocket. Do you know what the most commonly used animal prop is for magicians? As Ling Xian and the others looked on in confusion, he continued, it's a dove. A white dove. And we know that in ancient times, doves were also used to send messages. I wonder, if my dove were to clash with your ancient god church's dove, which would prevail? As he spoke, a spark of excitement flickered in Ling Hai's eyes as he waved the tissue in the air. In an instant, the ordinary tissue transformed into a pristine white dove, appearing exceptionally pure under the silvery moonlight. It was as if this dove were not an ordinary bird, but a messenger from the heavens. The dove circled in the air before shooting off into the distance like a beam of white light. Ling Hai waved his hand, and 3 streams of azure light merged into the minds of Long Xian and his companions. In that moment of complete fusion, they found themselves perceiving the white dove soaring swiftly over the city from a third-person perspective. Meanwhile, at the southernmost high-rise of Chang'an City, a member of the ancient god church responsible for reconnaissance, upon witnessing Ling Hai step out of the villa, hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of Chang'an City without a hint of hesitation. It was as if the assassin, destined for execution, were not his comrade at all. He was merely a messenger under the whispers of prophecy, while the assassin on the offensive was a disciple of Moon Acacia. From the outset, his mission had solely been to gather intelligence. Serving a different master, he bore no inclination to attempt a rescue for the assassin. Even as a fellow messenger under the whispers of prophecy, he was not foolish enough to believe that he could rescue the Sea Realm assassin from the clutches of danger. Behind him, a beam of white light, as thick as a fist, rapidly approached. He sensed it as the dove drew near. The night breeze whistled past his ears. Narrowing his eyes, he concentrated, using his psychic energy to probe the dove that flew parallel to him. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not detect any aura emanating from it. Yet, the white light illuminating the dove indicated that it was no ordinary bird. Confirming that he was at a safe distance from the Nanshan mansion, he halted atop a commercial building's rooftop. The dove that had accompanied him also came to a stop. Something was amiss. As his toes brushed against the rooftop, he hesitated not at all, swiftly forming seals with his hands. His 10 fingers flickered with countless afterimages. As his psychic energy expanded, an astonishing heat began to coalesce in his palms. Within 2 breaths, a brilliant orange flame ignited on the pitch-black rooftop, illuminating his murderous gaze and casting light upon the dove that hurtled toward him like a sharp arrow. Having completed the seals, the flames exploded forth like a caged beast unleashed. The yellow and white lights collided violently, sending a deep rumble throughout the building. Dust cascaded from the walls, painting the dark asphalt road in shades of gray and white. As the heat capable of incinerating a person radiated outward, he held his breath, noticing that an abundance of pristine white tissues had appeared in the air. Each tissue, without exception, glowed with the same alarming white light as the dove. Ling Hai watched with great interest as the expressions on the man's face shifted from confidence to horror. Suddenly recalling the nearly breathless assassin at his feet, he, in a moment of mercy, sent a stream of green light into his body. You may as well witness how your colleague vanishes from this world. With that, he snapped his fingers. On the rooftop, countless tissues transformed into flapping white doves. A gust of air bearing the scent of fowl swept across the man's face, allowing him to glimpse the glimmering green light in the pigeon's eyes. Before he could strike again, the overwhelming presence of the pigeon descended upon him. Its talons tore at his skin, and its sharp beak feasted upon his flesh. All cries of anguish were drowned out by the sound of the white dove's wings flapping. The following day, people would only discover a strangely red handkerchief, lying quietly on the rooftop. Beneath the handkerchief were the footprints of an adult man. It appeared that my pigeons are indeed superior. Now, it is your turn. The green light within the 4 bodies faded. He was mistaken. From the very beginning, he was wrong. Ling Hai, whom he had least regarded, turned out to be the most unfathomable among them. The mental energy radiating from Lin Chiye was evident. Yet Ling Hai emitted not a single trace of aura. Apart from his face, he appeared as ordinary as anyone else on the street. Do you know? Just a couple of days ago, the glass in our kitchen was repaired by the property management, and that front door of ours. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to restore it using power? Ling Hai's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce glare directed at the nearly lifeless assassin on the ground. You, utterly wicked. As he shouted, Ling Hai kicked the assassin away, sending him soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc. The assassin's neck landed precisely on the blade of Lin Chiye's star knife, which he leaned against a pillar. Following the sound of flesh tearing, a wide-eyed head rolled to Lin Chiye's feet. Lin Chiye turned around, lowered his head, and locked eyes with the bloodied head that stained his shoe soles. A wave of intense nausea washed over him, and he retched, His stomach contents mingled with undigested snack fragments, splattering onto Zhao Kongqing's pants. Feeling the warmth of the mess, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, "What the heck?" Chapter 32. After the battle, he hurriedly stood up, his hands hovering in the air, trying to wipe the filth from his pants. But he found himself unable to do so. "You little brat," he turned in frustration, but when he saw Lin Chia's bloodshot eyes from the vomiting, the words of family curses got stuck in his throat. After all, Lin Chia had only recently become the proxy for Michael and had hardly participated in any serious battles. It was understandable for him to vomit after such a bloody encounter. Lang Xian pinched his nose, doing his best to keep the foul stench from invading his senses. "You stay outside to air out. I'm going in first." With that, he dashed into the living room, hastily weaving a curtain from vines to cover the now-framed door. As if that could prevent the night breeze from carrying the stench of vomit indoors. Ling Hai stepped forward, instinctively maintaining a distance from Lin Chia and Zhao Kongqing. His brows furrowing deeply. "Take off your pants and throw them outside. I see we're about the same size. I'll lend you a pair of mine later. You smell." Before he could finish, he waved his hand dismissively and followed Lang Xian into the house. After a few minutes of commotion, Zhao Kongqing sat awkwardly on the sofa, cautiously asking Ling Hai about the price of the pants he was currently wearing. "Ling Hai, I might not be able to afford this pair in a short time. If it comes to that, you can set a deadline, and I, old Zhao, will definitely repay you by then." Before changing into the new pants, he casually glanced at the tag still attached. Upon seeing the long string of numbers, he hesitated whether he should even put them on. At this time of night, even if he ran around naked, hardly anyone would notice. Besides, at his age, he didn't really care about such things. Lin Xia, who had remained silent since the vomiting began, quietly raised his hand. "It was my fault that Zhao Kongqing's pants got dirty. I should bear part of the cost." "Hey, Zhao Kongqing, weren't you the one who secretly slipped a wad of cash into my hand when you came over?" He continued. It looked quite thick. "Should I take a few bills out?" Zhao Kongqing looked at the sincerity in Lin Chia's face, leaned closer, and whispered the price of the pants into his ear. In the next moment, Lin Chia's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be serious." Zhao Kongqing nodded in despair. "Thank you, Chia, for being willing to share this burden with me." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chia's mind conjured the image of his aunt busily working at the phone repair shop and the young Jean, who had yet to enter college. There were expenses everywhere. His hand, which had crept into his pocket, silently withdrew. Clearing his throat, he shifted his body away from Zhao Kongqing. "Well, you insisted on sitting next to me. You can cover your own costs. We're not that close anyway." He awkwardly picked up a sugar cane from the table, ignoring Zhao Kongqing's hungry gaze, and began to gnaw on it bit by bit. Ling Hai observed the changing expressions on both of their faces and chuckled. "What a promising young man. Since I've already let you wear them, I want to ask for your money back. Besides, I didn't spend a dime on these pants." Zhao Kongqing, taken aback, was about to express his gratitude to Ling Hai when a rumbling sound interrupted him. "What? I haven't eaten all day, all right? A man is iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped, and I feel famished. Old Zhao, aren't you hungry?" Zhao Kongqing paused, and it was only after Lang Xian's reminder that he realized his stomach was empty. Meanwhile, Lin Chia, who had vomited everything, rubbed his belly, looking quite embarrassed. All right, let us not linger here. I'll treat tonight, okay?" Ling Hai waved his hand, quickly dialing the property management. Yes. Hey, you can tell it's me just by my voice, right?" "Yes, it's about the kitchen window. I'm sorry to bother you so late." "Oh, and about my front door, a child from a distant relative broke it." "Okay, thank you." After hanging up, Ling Hai turned to the three of them. "You all, put the star knife in my room. Long Xian, take off that cloak of yours. If you go out wearing it, it's my embarrassment. Chia, if you're fine, fix the shattered television in the living room for me. I'll throw it out as well." With that, he strode out of the living room. At the foot of the steps, the dismembered assassin lay still on the ground. The signs of battle were nearly ubiquitous throughout the area. Ling Hai sighed, and the mixed energies of green, yellow, and white flowed from within him like a stream. In mere moments, the battlefield, including the assassin's body, returned to its original state, without a trace of the previous disturbance. In the living room, the tidied group emerged at that moment. "Ling Hai, why did I just sense a different kind of mental energy?" Zhao Kongqing scratched his head, glancing around, but all he saw was the night. It seemed that the anomaly he had felt earlier was merely a figment of his imagination. Ling Hai remained unfazed, responding, "You must be hungry. That's why you're imagining things. How could there be other powers here? Let us go. Qingdao Plaza is near Nishan Mansion, and at this hour, we can still grab a discount." 10 minutes later, despite the late hour, there was still a long queue at the entrance of the restaurant. Among them were many ambitious youths who had scaled the walls of their school. Inside the brightly lit mall, Pristine window displays showcased an array of products. In various department stores, young people huddled together, laughing and chatting. Having just endured a fierce battle, Zhao Kongsheng felt the warm air of the mall brushing against him. Watching the faces of those around him filled with anticipation and joy, he couldn't help but elbow Lin Xie, who was engrossed in his phone. Hey, look. Lin Xie lifted his head and scanned the crowd, looking utterly bewildered. What is there to see? Look at the people. Look at their smiling faces. He turned his head, realizing that Zhao Kongsheng was also gazing at him. Gazing at the 2 rows of white teeth, Lung Xian couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. Ling Hai, holding the queue ticket, led Lin Xie to a less crowded area. What do you think of tonight's battle? Although Lung Xian's 9 Azure Song domain was impressive, what left a profound impression on him was Zhao Kongsheng, who, despite suffering grievous injuries with fingers severed and knees bloodied, continued to cheer for Lung Xian. It was evident that he could hear the rough man's labored breathing after being wounded, yet the latter maintained a carefree demeanor, always smiling in his presence. This time, the ancient god society dispatched only that assassin as their frontline force, and you must have heard that it was specifically aimed at me. Do you still remember the scene when you awakened the divine ruins that day? Chapter 33. A strolling Qi mimicked Ling Hai, lowering his head and squinting slightly. A faint golden light igniting in his narrowed eyes. The moment the divine power of the Archangel Michael erupted within him, though his eyes remained closed, he could still vividly perceive the changes occurring in the outside world. Naturally, he noticed the golden pillar of light surging from his body, reaching for the heavens. Of course, he recalled that it was precisely this event that drew the attention of the night watchman and Zhao Kongsheng. He chuckled to himself, yet Ling Hai did not reciprocate. Indeed, you have caught the attention of the night watchman. But do you think the ancient god society, which has a presence throughout the nation, would overlook such an obvious awakening phenomenon? They are aware that another divine agent has emerged in Songnan City, apart from me. Knowing your true identity is merely a matter of time for them. When that happens, do you believe they will refrain from acting against you or your family? When that day comes, do you think they will only send one frontline force like today? Lin Qi absorbed each word Ling Hai spoke, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. You know they won't. You witnessed Lung Xian's combat prowess today. Compared to ordinary ruins possessors, divine agents are akin to players with cheats in a game. The ancient god society will not allow a divine agent to escape their grasp. When that day arrives, if you have not joined the Night Watchman, can you protect your cherished family? 248. Is 248 present? Ling Hai raised his Q-ticket, disregarding Lin Qi's speechlessness, and called out loudly. Here. The waiting patrons merely glanced over, continuing to enjoy their complimentary snacks and play their free games. You should have moved a few steps just now, right? I remember placing it here. Did you move my piece? You're talking nonsense. If you want to take back your move, just say it. Ling Hai patted Lin Qi's shoulder. Come on, let's eat our heart's content. I have money. Lung Xian, Zhao Kongsheng, it's our turn. Hello, for people. All right, sir, this way please. After ordering the hot pot base, Ling Hai and Zhao Kongsheng reclined on the sofa, casually scrolling through their phones. Lung Xian, having ordered his dishes, stood up and headed outside. Hey, where are you going? Upon closer inspection, one could see Lung Xian's earlobes flushed crimson. Ling Hai sprang up, seizing the moment before Lung Xian could stray too far. Mimicking with exaggerated flair, by shouting a cup of milk tea. Do I deserve a cup of milk tea? Lung Xian gritted his teeth, halting his pace. Wait. As his figure vanished into the crowd, Ling Hai and Zhao Kongsheng leaned in closer. Zhao Kongsheng, when do you think Lung Xian and your team member, Si Xiaonan, will officially get together? I wonder if I should give them 2 wedding gifts. No, perhaps 4. Ling Hai raised an eyebrow. Placing his phone on the table to elaborate, Zhao Kongsheng opened his chat history with Wen Qi-mo, unabashedly displaying it before Ling Hai. Look, our team S Wen Qi-mo observed these enticing words. He is undoubtedly infatuated with Hong Ying. He is always concocting excuses to stay with her. Today, it was the water pipe at home broke. Tomorrow it's about the mice. He is too scared to sleep alone. If that guy doesn't tea like Hong Ying, Zhao Kongsheng will change my surname. Ling Hai waved his hand dismissively. No worries, you can have another wedding with your wife. Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Meanwhile, at the nearby milk tea shop, Lung Xian leaned against the railing, his gaze sweeping across the mall. The sweet aroma from the milk tea shop and nearby snack store wafted into his nostrils. As another movie ended, patrons gradually emerged from the Tianda cinema. Although Lung Xian initially paid no mind, familiar figures soon caught his eye, momentarily causing him to doubt his vision. Why hadn't the Night Watchman informed him of their public presence? How could one still encounter members of the Night Watchman in this day and age? Having shed his cloak and donned Ling Hai's regular attire, Chen Muyi, and the others exiting the cinema remained oblivious to Long Xian's discontented gaze from a distance, as they continued to discuss the film's plot animatedly. As they were engrossed in their conversation, Long Xian approached, tapping the shoulder of Wu Xiongnan, who was trailing behind. With 5 cups of milk tea in hand. You all have such refined tastes. Realizing who was behind her, Wu Xiongnan stiffened momentarily before slowly turning around, an awkward smile adorning her face. That was all the captain's idea. Oh, what idea? We thought it would be nice to take a stroll. And we happened to run into you here. Long Xian responded with an "oh," glancing back at the imposing sign of the Qian de Cinema. So, you strolled right into the cinema, did you? As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, somewhat incredulous, pulling Wen Qiyemo closer to him. I suspect you didn't just take a walk around the cinema. You also indulged in some treats, didn't you? And look at that spicy hot pot base. Wen, you've got some red oil on your lips that you didn't wipe clean, do you realize? Wen Qiyemo chuckled awkwardly, attempting to defend himself. However, Lang Xian promptly thrust a cup of milk tea into Si Xiaonan's hands without a trace of hesitation, turning on his heel and leaving before anyone could react. Hong Ying observed the milk tea in Si Xiaonan's hand, rubbing her eyes. Xiaonan, if I'm not mistaken, Long Xian just stormed in here to grab a treat for himself, didn't he? Is he planning to treat himself? Maybe a little self-compensation? Let it be, she decided. We'll let Zhao Kongqing report back tomorrow. All right, let us go. As Ling Xian's figure faded from view, Si Xiaonan seemed to recall something, unconsciously slowing her pace and trailing behind the others. Opening her chat window with Long Xian, she gazed at the lengthy string of messages. The milk tea remained unopened, yet she felt as though she could already savor its sweetness. Xiaonan, what are you thinking about? Hong Ying draped her arm over Si Xiaonan's shoulder, causing the latter to quickly silence her phone. Nothing. I was just contemplating how an ordinary person like Zhao managed to deal with the ghost masked king in the Chuan realm. Chapter 34. Indefinite. Hong Ying tilted her head. Xiaonan, are you confused? Isn't Ling Hai also in the old district? His strength is acknowledged by our captain. Moreover, Lang Xian is currently in the Chuan realm. Dealing with a ghost masked king should pose no issue for him. Just don't overthink it. Let us go. Si Xiaonan, absent-mindedly tucking her phone away, was pulled forward by Hong Ying as they exited the mall, parting ways with Chun Muyi and the others. Still have to grab some milk tea. Long Xian grumpily plopped onto the sofa, placing his milk tea on the table. Nothing much. Let us eat. Upon reflecting on the fact that he was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the ancient cult's assassins while they indulged in a movie, a wave of frustration surged within Lang Xian. He could only transform his sorrow into appetite. As he consumed several mouthfuls, his thin lips became glistening like polished sausages. Suddenly, the sound of a camera shutter interrupted him, prompting Lang Xian to lift his head swiftly. Zhao Kongqing and Ling Hai nonchalantly tucked away their phones, feigning innocence. What are you two up to? Lang Xian inquired. Zhao Kongqing cleared his throat, glancing at Ling Hai beside him. We plan to display this at your wedding on the big screen. Taken aback, Lang Xian vividly imagined the uproarious laughter of guests lifting the roof off the venue on his wedding day, and he immediately declared, delete it, I beg you. Zhao Kongqing set down his chopsticks and extended his hand, demanding 100. Gritting his teeth at Zhao Kongqing's shamelessness, Lang Xian relented, fine, I'll transfer it to you. After uttering this, he turned to look at Ling Hai. The latter waved his hand dismissively, I don't want money. Just don't expect a red envelope from me at your wedding. However, he insisted, you, Zhao Kongqing, and Lin Chiya each owe me 10 yuan, in 2 5-yuan notes. Lin Chiya, who had been engrossed in eating, suddenly raised his head. Are you in dire need of money? I've saved a little over the years. I could support you for a while. With hands and feet, what work could one not find? If all else fails, you could join the night watch. Didn't Zhao Kongqing say their benefits are substantial? If you encounter any difficulties, just let us know, don't hesitate. Ling Hai interjected. He suppressed the urge to give Lin Chiya a light tap on the head. Those 2 5-yuan notes are for watching the magic show. The transformation of a star blade and the paper napkin into a dove were both witnessed by you. The trio attempted to protest but dared not speak. They had clearly seen the scene where the flock of doves pecked the ancient cult's spy to death. Moreover, 10 yuan was hardly a considerable sum. I must keep my distance from you next time, Lin Chiya remarked, pulling out the scant change from his pocket and placing it in Ling Hai's outstretched hand with a complex expression. Ling Hai, having just received the money, chuckled. That is not certain. Sated and refreshed, the four meandered out of the shopping mall. Outside, the bright moon hung high, with puddles reflecting the milky moonlight. The illuminated windows of distant skyscrapers gradually diminished in number. Only a few cars raced by on the road, leaving behind muffled whooshing sounds in the air. Occasionally, solitary pedestrians could be seen on the tree-lined paths. Walking side by side, Lin Chiya glanced upward at the moon, intermittently surveying the direction of the old town. Chiya, What are you pondering? Are you considering joining the Night Watch and feeling exhilarated? I assure you, everyone in our team is quite amiable. No one will bully you once you join. Although the captain's training intensity is somewhat high, it's all for our benefit. He cast a glance at Ling Hai, who remained silent with a smile, then turned to Zhao Conqing earnestly. Zhao Conqing, I've changed my mind. Startled, Zhao Conqing, who had been eagerly introducing his team members, quickly responded, You're not having second thoughts, are you? My life is tough. After such effort to recruit a divine agent, you can't back out now. Lin Chiye rolled his eyes and playfully punched Zhao Conqing's shoulder. At your age, what wild thoughts are you entertaining? What I mean is, I am willing to join the Night Watch, indefinitely. Chia, you must think carefully. This is not a simple verbal commitment. Your words could significantly impact your future. You have your family to consider. Of course, I understand that being exposed to so much in a short time may leave you a bit confused. However, I hope this declaration comes after thorough contemplation. At that moment, Lang Xian, who had been fiddling with his phone, cast a glance at Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye halted, locking eyes with Zhao Conqing's dark, weathered gaze. I am serious, Zhao Conqing. After witnessing the battle between you, Lang Xian, and that ancient cult assassin, I realized how naive I had been. Naive enough to think I could protect my family on my own. You all must understand that the ancient cult won't spare me, right? I had previously underestimated the situation. Encountering the Night Watch, I mistakenly believed that all dark forces were like them. If it weren't for you today, Zhao Conqing, my aunt and a Jean, not to mention myself, would likely have been lost. Thus, my willingness to join the Night Watch indefinitely is a well-considered decision. You need not worry about me. I trust that the Night Watch will safeguard my family, correct? As his words echoed into the air, a profound silence enveloped them. Zhao Conqing and Lang Xian exchanged glances. What do you think? With a stoic expression, Lang Xian turned away. This lad is your responsibility. Why are you asking me? Zhao Conqing grinned and extended his hand toward Lin Chiye. Welcome to the Night Watch. The ancient cult. At the heart of the assembly, 3 statues served as the focal point, surrounded by dozens of steps forming a perfect circle. The dimly lit hall was illuminated by only a few flickering lamps. Countless figures clad in black robes stood silently in the shadows, their chilling presence permeating the hall. In the obscurity, a robed figure hurried towards the stone pedestal beneath the statue. What is the matter? Speak. My lord, our communication with the 2 dispatched individuals has been severed. Murmuring squinted his eyes, intrigued as he turned to Moon Sephora beside him. Are you implying that even the Sea Realm agent beneath Moon Sephora has gone silent? The figure beneath the cloak trembled. Everyone in the ancient cult knew that Lord Murmuring was capricious. A moment's inattention could lead to a fate worse than death. Feigning a sigh of regret, Murmuring remarked, What a pity. We have so few experts in the Sea Realm within our ancient cult. The sarcasm was evident. Despite being members of the same cult, rivalries existed among the factions. Moon Sephora snorted in disdain, incompetent. She then rose, casting a long glance at the trembling devotee on the ground before sweeping away. Chapter 35, The Increasing Intrigue. Dismissed. Hiding her face in the darkness, her gaze was murky. Although her earlier words towards Moon Sephora were slightly mocking, they were still part of the ancient cult. Despite the infighting, their hearts remained aligned. The disappearance of a Sea Realm expert was indeed a significant loss for them. After all, even a fool could comprehend what disappearance meant in such circumstances. Yet, Murmuring recalled that the Night Watch team stationed in Songnan City had not demonstrated the capacity to extinguish the Sea Realm. There had been no recent reports of special teams arriving in Songnan City. The suspicion inevitably fell upon the divine agent named Ling Hai, reclining on the stone pedestal. Murmuring extended a slender hand, watching the eerie purple mental energy flicker within her fingers, and chuckled softly. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I wonder, whose agent are you that you could slay a Sea Realm expert with years of combat experience in such a short time after becoming an agent? This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Licking her crimson tongue, a glimmer of excitement danced in Murmuring's elongated eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had ignited her desire to hunt. In Songnan City, at the crossroads, Zhao Conqing and Lang Xian halted simultaneously, exchanging glances before looking at Ling Hai and Lin Chiye. Chiye, tomorrow you can visit the Peace Affairs office to find us. Our team's base is located there. As for our star blades, as the gaze shifted to Ling Hai, he waved his hand dismissively. It's rather late. It wouldn't be appropriate to go to my house now. In any case, Lin Chiye will be visiting the Peace Affairs office tomorrow, so let him bring it to you. Lin Chiye no longer needs to attend school, but I still have to go. All right. Chiye, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow I will properly introduce you to the members of our small team. Zhao Conqing nodded and, alongside Lang Xian, headed off in another direction. Wait. Lin Chiye raised his hand, earnestly inquiring, where am I supposed to stay? Zhao Conqing, who had already walked a considerable distance, paused, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten this essential detail. Ah, Chia, before you officially become a member of our team, we do not provide food and accommodation. Furthermore, our dormitory is rather limited. It cannot accommodate 2 people. Desperate, Zhao Conqing began to signal frantically to Ling Hai. Having visited Ling Hai's home a couple of times, Zhao Conqing knew that even if the entire 136 team were to stay, Ling Hai's house could easily accommodate them. Were it not for the hassle of moving, he would have shamelessly insisted on living at Ling Hai's place. Ling Hai clicked his tongue. All right, no need to squeeze. The space is limited as it is. Chia, you can stay at my house tonight. It's quite spacious. However, I must clarify that it's only for tonight. I'm not particularly fond of sharing living quarters. I've heard that the Hongying family from the team also has a large house. You might as well sweet-talk them into letting you stay there. A little while later, at the entrance of the villa, Ling Hai surveyed the newly refreshed door, nodding in satisfaction. What efficiency! It's worth the hefty property fees I pay each month. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the sofa and beckoned Lin Xie. The northern rooms on the second floor are all guest rooms. Feel free to choose any. As Lin Xie approached the staircase, he noticed Ling Hai had opened a food delivery app. Didn't you say you have to go to school tomorrow? Why are you ordering takeout now? Didn't you just eat? Ling Hai lifted his eyes from the array of enticing food images. School can wait. Besides, who knows? I might be hungry again by the time the delivery arrives. A midnight snack seems perfectly reasonable, don't you think? You should head to bed. Once you report to the Peace Affairs office tomorrow, Chenmai will undoubtedly put you through rigorous training. Lin Xie pouted and went upstairs, casually selecting a room. The room was simply furnished yet spacious, larger than the combined size of his and his family's bedrooms. It even felt somewhat cavernous. How wonderful it is to have wealth. Once he earns money in the future, he must buy his aunt a large house too. After a quick wash, he lay on the unfamiliar bed, his mind subconsciously drifting into the realm of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. Mother, it's time for your medication. Within the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xie transformed, donning a white coat. After placing the pills in his mouth, Nyx lifted her gaze, her expression serene as she glanced at the otherwise composed Lin Xie. Dana Ducey. There is a presence of the great Xia deity about you. Have you encountered someone? Furrowing her brow, she pinched her temples. The divine aura Nyx spoke of must be that of the Azure Emperor, for after spending considerable time with Ling Hai and Longxian, it was inevitable that he would absorb some of their spiritual energy. Is it the Azure Emperor's aura, mother? He attempted to speak, unsure if he could evoke Nyx's hazy memories. A flicker of light ignited in Nyx's contemplative eyes. Indeed, it is the aura of the Azure Emperor. Dana Ducey, do you remember when I mentioned that a deity had visited? The aura is identical to the divine presence you carry. Lin Xie paused, quickly asking, then, Mother, can you recall what the Azure Emperor did after arriving at the hospital? To this day, Lin Xie remained uncertain whether he was the sole master of this psychiatric institution. The thought of an unknown deity silently entering his mind's divine psychiatric hospital had always gnawed at him. Nyx's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her gaze distant as it focused on the room at the end of the corridor, a pensive expression gracing her face. Following Nyx's line of sight, Lin Xie approached the 6th door. Mother, is there something about this door? Nyx rose from her wheelchair and slowly walked to Lin Xie's side, partially embracing her son. She unconsciously pressed her slightly pale hand against the door. The starlit night's divine energy enveloped the door like ink. I can sense the Azure Emperor's presence on this door. On that day, he merely stood before the 6th door, seemingly doing nothing. After a moment, he vanished from the hospital. Aside from the golden patterns that differentiated it from other patient rooms, Lin Xie could discern no other distinct features of this door. Dana Ducey, you are the true master of this hospital. Always have been. I can feel the bond between us, so do not worry. Simply pursue what you desire. Mother, I will always stand by your side. Listening to Nyx's words, Lin Xie's furrowed brow relaxed. Yes, knowing that the Azure Emperor bore no ill will was sufficient for him at this moment. After experiencing so much in a single day, when Lin Xie finally opened his drowsy eyes, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. The plain-colored sheets caught his attention, and he felt a pang of emptiness in his heart. Having returned home late, he wondered if his aunt would be worried. In the living room, several workers were installing a television, while Ling Hai lounged on the sofa in his pajamas. Good morning. I've assembled your guitar for you. Would you like me to order you breakfast? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie noticed the direction of Ling Hai's finger. A guitar case, reaching up to his abdomen, lay quietly by the entrance of the living room. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lin Xie found that the workers had completed the installation and left. Ling Hai sat at the dining table, a piece of toast in his mouth, while a warm breakfast awaited Lin Xie beside him. It's nearly 10. Are you still planning to go to school? Lin Chia sat beside Ling Hai and, upon seeing the time on the wall, displayed a strained expression. If it were him, he would have already prepared himself to face the teacher's wrath. As a fellow student, he found himself unable to attend classes. He wondered if he would face punishment from the math teacher today. According to Zhao Kongsheng, their team leader, Chen Mai, was quite a stern individual. Previously, when they were in the alley, Chen Mai had not been present. Today marked their first meeting. Lin Chia began to envision Chen Mai based on Zhao Kongsheng's descriptions. Beads of sweat forming on his hand as he gripped his chopsticks, while swallowing the last of his toast with warm soy milk. Ling Hai opened his phone calendar and displayed it to Lin Chia. Look, there's a long weekend this week. No school. Therefore, I can accompany you to the Peace Affairs office. Besides, I have a few matters to discuss with Lang Xian. Hurry up and eat. Ling Hai wiped his mouth and reclined on the sofa, yet his mind wandered to another matter. Lang Xian had only been mastering the powers of wind and thunder for less than a day. As her agent, Ling Hai felt a sense of obligation to help her acclimate. Previously, he had observed that Lang Xian's fate line intertwined with Si Xianan's, extending to Asgard. While capable of manipulating fate, Ling Hai had no intention of meddling in Lang Xian's future. After all, this was a valuable opportunity for her to cultivate her relationship with Si Xiaonan. Nevertheless, entering a foreign divine realm as a human required heightened strength. According to Ling Hai's plan, Lang Xian needed to reach the pinnacle of human capability before she and Si Xiaonan embarked for Asgard. If necessary, he would extract the divinity of Surtur and install it into Lang Xian's body like mechanical parts. With the power of the Supreme God, self-preservation beyond the Daxiao realm should pose no significant challenge, especially since the clan of K has yet to fully awaken. As for the Nordic deity behind Si Xiaonan, Ling Hai recognized it upon seeing her for the first time, the god of trickery, Loki. In fact, Ling Hai had once cradled a young Loki, who had urinated in his arms and received a thorough scolding from Odin. Now grown, Loki had become more cunning and stood in opposition to Daxia. I've finished eating. Let us go. The sunlight outside is splendid, and one would hardly guess that it rained yesterday. The trees lining the road, washed by the rain, appear exceptionally lush. Occasionally, a breeze wafts by, bringing with it the fragrant scent of rain-soaked earth. As it was the weekend, the Peace Affairs office was particularly bustling when the two arrived. Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, and Hong Ying were all preoccupied with various requests, some seeking assistance in catching a cheating spouse, others inquiring if they could have their children cared for free. Observing the throng of people, Lin Chia couldn't help but smirk. It was quite lively. The Peace Affairs office was far removed from the old district where Lin Chia had previously resided. Before encountering Zhao Kongsheng and his group, he had never even heard of such a civilian service organization, let alone one with so many visitors. In the underground base, Lang Xian spotted Ling Hai and Lin Chia on the monitors and hurriedly made his way through the underground passage to greet them. This way, he beckoned, casually taking the guitar case off Lin Chia's back. Instantly liberated from the weight, Lin Chia felt rejuvenated. Each star blade was substantial, and although he had reached the Zhan realm, traversing such a distance while burdened was indeed a considerable ordeal. Steering clear of the crowd, Lang Xian led Lin Chia into the underground base and directed him to Chen Mai's office. At the door, Lin Chia, who had almost exhausted himself, let out a deep breath and nodded resolutely at Ling Hai and Lang Xian before pushing open the office door. Looking as though he were about to brave a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, hearing the commotion at the entrance, Chen Mai lifted his head from a mountain of documents, striving to maintain a friendly smile. From Lang Xian and Zhao Kongsheng, he had learned that the youth entering was Lin Chia, the agent of Michael who had outwitted Zhao Kongsheng in a narrow alley. He did not want to frighten off such a promising talent at their first meeting. When Ling Hai had initially declined to join their team, only Chen Mai had heard the sound of his own heart breaking. This time, he could not let Lin Chia slip away. As Lin Chia entered, Chen Mai nodded at Ling Hai. You must be Lin Chia. Please take a seat. Lang Xian, why are you still lingering at the door? Do you wish to come in and listen? With the sound of the door closing heavily, Ling Hai found it amusing to see Lang Xian, clearly anxious. Are you truly so intimidated by your captain? At your current level, you should be able to easily overpower Chen Mai, right? Is there truly a need for such timidity? Through the glass of the door, Lang Xian peered into the office and wiped away non-existent sweat. It's not merely a matter of whether I can win. After spending so long under the captain's command, I've developed a conditioned reflex. Moreover, as a team member, one should maintain a basic level of respect for the captain. Wouldn't you agree? By the way, why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to school today? I came to provide you with additional training. This training encompasses more than just imparting divine power. To the training ground, we go. Inside the office, Chen Mai observed Lin Chia, who appeared somewhat trembling, and felt a wave of confusion. Did he truly look that intimidating? Though he bore a few scars, they were not to the extent of inducing such fear. Did Zhao Kongsheng say something to you? You can relax. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's name, Lin Qiye visibly flinched, and Chen Mai instantly understood. That old rascal had indeed been a bit rough during training, but it was for Lin Qiye's own good. After all, before awakening the Mingxing Shanhua, he was still an ordinary person. Without adequate physical conditioning, he would struggle even with logistical tasks. Observing the strained smile on Chen Mai's face, Lin Qiye stifled a laugh and nervously spoke. You should already be aware of my background. Zhao Kongqing informed me that before participating in the Night Watchman's new recruit training camp, I am merely a temporary team member. The nature of the Night Watchman, the Mist, the deities, the Forbidden Ruin series, the deity series, Lang Xian and Zhao Kongsheng have briefed me on these matters. I also know that temporary team members do not receive food and accommodation. Chen Mai, who had intended to impress Lin Qiye, now clenched his hands tightly under the desk, veins protruding, while forcing himself to maintain a friendly demeanor. Chapter 37. Training. Feeling every movement of Chen Mai, Lin Qiye's hands instinctively balled into fists, one out of anger, the other out of fear. Would the captain lose control and strike him in a fit of rage? His smile was growing increasingly peculiar. Lin Qiye, do you have any questions regarding the Night Watchman? In truth, Zhao Kongqing had nearly relayed all pertinent information about Lin Qiye to him. Chen Mai struggled to think of a relevant question within such a short time. After a brief silence, Lin Qiye bit his lip and rolled his eyes around. Actually, I do have one question. Where will I be staying before the new recruit training? After pondering for a moment, Chen Mai recalled that both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan did not stay in the dormitory. He promptly used the office phone to call the exhausted Hong Ying in the main hall. Hong Ying, could you come down for a moment? I need to discuss something with you. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Captain, what do you need? She bounced into the office and playfully winked at Lin Qiye. Chen Mai coughed a couple of times, seeming somewhat hesitant to speak. After all, Lin Qiye was a young man. It was somewhat inappropriate for him to stay at Hong Ying's home. Hong Ying, you should recall that temporary team members of the Night Watchman do not receive food and accommodation, correct? Lin Qiye has already agreed to join the Night Watchman, yet he currently lacks a place to stay. I remember your home is quite spacious. Could you temporarily accommodate him? After a month, the new recruit training would commence, after which Lin Qiye would be able to stay in the dormitory. Hong Ying considered for less than a second before quickly nodding in agreement. Sure, no problem. Lin Qiye, when will you move in? Chen Mai had expected Hong Ying to hesitate, but was pleasantly surprised by her prompt acceptance. Since she agreed, it saved him a great deal of effort. Lin Qiye stood up, extending his hand gratefully toward Hong Ying, who was willing to take him in. Zhao Kongqing introduced me to you. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. I left home without bringing anything and can move in at any time. By the way, Captain Chen mentioned your house is quite large, so you live in the Nanshan mansion, right? Hong Ying's smile froze as she replied, I have a bit of money. And we also live in a villa, but we aren't wealthy enough to afford a place in the Nanshan mansion. Comparing me to Ling Hai is a bit cruel. Seeing Hong Ying's expression of disbelief mixed with resentment, Lin Qiye scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I'm sorry, Sister Hong Ying. Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. With Lin Qiye's living arrangement settled, Chen Mai issued a gentle dismissal. Hong Ying, please inform Xiao Nan and the others that the peace office will not be open today. It is almost lunchtime. Take Qi Yi out for a meal and perhaps purchase some daily necessities. I will begin training Qi Yi this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt a tightening in her chest. Has the time finally come? Is it a bit too soon? Facing the devilish training described by Zhao Kongqing, she wondered how many layers of her willpower she might shed. By then, perhaps Lung Xian would provide her with some healing. Hong Ying nodded and pulled the lost-in-thought Lin Qiye out the door. In the underground training room, Wu Xiongnan, the vice captain, was aiding Zhao Kongqing, who had recently awakened the power of the Silent Moon in his forbidden training. As Ling Hai led Lung Xian into the training area, Wu Xiongnan acknowledged them with a nod. Would Ling Hai also reduce me to such a state? Since entering the training ground, his gaze remained fixed on the wailing Zhao Kongqing. This is sheer cruelty. If it were not for my awakening of the divine ruins, Lung Xian had no doubt that she would also be cowering from Wu Xiongnan's relentless pursuit alongside Zhao Kongqing. Having years of combat experience, she realized that until Zhao Kongqing fully adapted to his current abilities, he would only be subjected to Wu Xiongnan's overwhelming strength. You possess the 9 Azure Tsang domain, a power that even the Night Watcher files do not contain. Do you really believe you could end up like Zhao Kongqing? Today's training content was similar to what Wu Xiongnan was conducting, focusing on forbidden training. I will no longer infuse your body with divine power. Instead, I require you to output your weakest mental energy at maximum capacity. You must utilize the 3 types of mental energy, wood, wind, and thunder, to their utmost potential. This way, I will not tarnish the reputation of the Azure Emperor. Ling Hai's words left Lang Xian in a haze. Maximum output, minimum mental energy. What could that possibly mean? Ling Hai retrieved a piece of chalk from his pocket and began sketching on the ground. Turning back, he found Lang Xian with her eyes tightly shut. What kind of trick are you playing now? Lang Xian extended her hand, blindly pointing at the chalk in Ling Hai's grasp. You performed another magic trick? Didn't you? I didn't see it. Don't even think about asking me for money. Ling Hai replied. Look. At his words, Lang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring Ling Hai's disapproving gaze, she crouched down to examine the abstract diagrams he had drawn on the floor. Imagine you are a rubber swimming pool. The water inside represents your mental energy. During battle, it is akin to creating a hole in the pool, allowing the water to flow out. What I need you to do is to create the largest possible hole while deliberately controlling the flow and speed of the water, suppressing your mental energy to the lowest level. Do you understand? Lang Xian stroked her chin, carefully studying the abstract illustration on the ground. I think I understand. But surely, this training doesn't require your involvement? Couldn't I have the captain or old Wu assist me instead? At her words, Ling Hai couldn't help but smirk. Given the nature of the divine ruins, our mental energy is limitless. You should be well aware of this. Do you really think Qin Muyi and Wu Xiongnan could withstand your ceaseless mental energy? Especially since your forbidden training focuses on mental energy control. If you slip up, I might have to resurrect Qin Muyi for you. Lang Xian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, lowering her gaze to avoid his. She had indeed overlooked that within Team 136, her strength was currently unrivaled. Asking Qin Muyi or Wu Xiongnan for assistance with forbidden training was indeed an unreasonable demand. All right, stop standing there foolishly. Release your mental energy towards me. Starting with the wood attribute. Remember, maximum output, minimal mental energy. Chapter 38. The unraveled Zhao Kongqing. Lang Xian composed herself, casting a glance at Ling Hai before taking a deep breath and cautiously controlling the release of her mental energy. Since becoming Ling Hai's proxy, she had always relied on the advantages granted by the 9 Azure Song domain, employing a flamboyant style and utilizing her mental energy. She had never considered controlling its output. As her mental energy surged forth, the members of the Night Watcher team within the underground base could sense the aura emanating from Lang Xian. When the concentration of the Azure Emperor's energy in the air reached a certain threshold, Ling Hai, who had been waiting nearby, beckoned with his hand. The 3 attributes of mental energy, wood, wind, and thunder gathered in the palm of his hand like a roaring river. Ling Hai's lips curved into a confident smile as he gently closed his fingers. The formidable mental energy that could instantaneously annihilate a powerful adversary vanished from everyone's perception as if a colossal beast, poised to wreak havoc, had been swallowed by an endless abyss, leaving no trace of a scream behind. Wu Xiongnan, who was closest to Ling Hai and Lang Xian, felt a change in his expression. He and Qin Muyi had only speculated about Ling Hai's strength. They had never witnessed this enigmatic man in action. Ultimately, it was the Azure Emperor's true self that had intimidated them when the masked squad arrived in Songnan. On that day, Ling Hai proclaimed himself the pinnacle of humanity. Yet there have been no evidence to substantiate this claim. However, today, with merely a flick of his finger, all doubts in Wu Xiangnan's mind were dispelled. For an ordinary person to harness such overwhelming mental energy, it would require an immense amount of time and constant vigilance to avoid conflict with their own energy. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. However, Ling Hai not only accomplished this feat but did so in less than a second, a feat unattainable even for those at the sea boundary or infinite boundary. Though Wu Xiongnan was merely at the river boundary, having once been a member of the Blue Rain Special Team, he understood the sheer volume of mental energy Lang Xian had unleashed. A transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. A moment's negligence could lead to the destruction of their base. Zhao Kongqing, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, observed Wu Xiongnan slightly dazed expression and chuckled. How about that? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Last night, he resurrected me after I had exhausted my ghostly powers. You should now have some understanding of Ling Hai's extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately, you were absent yesterday and missed witnessing how terrifying Ling Hai's so-called magic truly is. If you had the chance to see it, your face wouldn't bear such a shocked expression. It would be more accurate to say that Ling Hai, whose every move could leave one astounded, was the Ling Hai he was familiar with. He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of creaking sounds that made Zhao Kongqing wince. What? Haven't you had enough of a beating yet? Zhao Kongqing gasped as he rose from the ground, stretching his sore muscles. Bring it on. As time passed, Zhao Kongqing even found the energy to tug at Wu Xiangnan's beard during their skirmish. After several rounds, Wu Xiongnan contemplated unleashing his hidden reserves to retaliate against Zhao Kongqing. Lang Xian's mental energy training continued until Lin Qiyi and Qin Muyi concluded their sparring session. Listening to Lin Qiyi's wails emanating from the adjacent training room, Lang Xian, satisfied with her training, couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate she was compared to Lin Qiyi's current state. Moreover, she had a premonition that before Lin Qi completed her third round of training today, her control over mental energy would reach an extraordinary level. After all, Lang Xian had been a high IQ talent before joining the Night Watchers, and with Ling Hai's assistance, mastering mental energy control would be a matter of course. Finally, before Lin Qi's lamentations came to an end, Ling Hai called a halt to Lang Xian's forbidden training. Well done. To achieve such proficiency in such a short time is commendable. You truly are the proxy I selected. The training session in the Forbidden Ruins concludes here. When you retire for the evening, I shall seek you out. The initially elated Lang Xian felt his spirits plummet upon hearing those words. He had thought he would escape physical torment today, but it seemed fate had other plans. Observing the despondent expression that engulfed Lang Xian's face, Ling Hai waved his hand before the gradually vacant gaze of his eyes. What are you pondering? Fear not. I shall not subject you to the same fate as Lin Qi. The evening's training primarily focuses on the powers of the Qingdi and the Si Ming. I will teach you how to weave the threads of mortal destiny. There shall be no suffering. Do not wear such a woeful expression as if I have wronged you. Now, off you go. Your Xiaonan awaits in the adjacent training room to tend to Lin Qi's wounds. With that, Ling Hai waved his hand and transformed into a dazzling azure light, vanishing before Lang Xian. Upon sensing the departure of Ling Hai's presence, Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng cautiously entered. As he left, Lang Xian nodded as he opened the door to Lin Qi's training room. Yes, what is the matter? Zhao Kongsheng mimicked the motion of rubbing his hands together, inquiring about the nature of his training. Out of respect for Qinmai and the fact that they both hailed from the Chuan region, Zhao Kongsheng had been eager to find an opportunity to spar with Lang Xian since that morning. However, today being the weekend, the Peace Affairs office had been bustling since opening. It wasn't until Lin Qi arrived that Qinmai announced a pause in operations. Lang Xian glanced at Zhao Kongsheng, fully aware of his teammates' thoughts, both revolving around the same topic of Forbidden Ruins training. Are you truly eager to engage in a spar? Zhao Kongsheng, caught in the act of revealing his intentions, nodded vigorously. Even if Wu Xiangnan were to exert his utmost effort, it would be challenging to add any difficulty to his training. Among the entire team, Lang Xian was the ideal training partner, with a spirit that wanes almost immediately. What do you hope to achieve? Lang Xian chuckled lightly, shutting the door to Lin Qi's training room just before Zhao Kongsheng could respond. Left behind were a flustered Zhao Kongsheng and a barely suppressed chuckle from Wu Xiangnan. When dinner time arrived, Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongsheng, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Old Zhao, we are of similar age. I can empathize with you. Do not lose hope. Modern medicine has advanced significantly. With that hasty consolation, Wu Xiangnan covered his mouth and dashed out of the underground base before Zhao Kongsheng could erupt. Chapter 39. Weaving Destiny. Lang Xian, open the door. Who are you calling withered? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Zhao Kongsheng, consumed by rage, pounded frantically on the door of the training room. Aside from Si Xiaonan, Lin Qi, Qinmai, and Lang Xian within the training room, everyone else heard Zhao Kongsheng's thunderous roar. When Qima, slurping noodles and savoring takeout, exchanged bewildered glances with his companion. Has Lang Xian angered old Zhao? It sounds as if it pertains to something more intimate. As when Qima comprehended what Hong Ying had just said, he nearly choked on a grain of rice. Cough, cough. Hong Ying, you must be mistaken. How could such topics arise in a training room? Surely, you are overthinking it. With his rough hands growing numb from the relentless pounding, Zhao Kongsheng showed no signs of stopping. Inside the room, Qinmai, awaiting Lang Xian's treatment of Lin Qi, was thoroughly annoyed by the commotion and rushed forward to fling the door open. The sound of a slap echoed sharply as it connected with a face. Realizing who stood before him, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly remembered his own identity. Just as Lang Xian was about to shift closer to Si Xiaonan, he stared blankly at the doorway. Si Xiaonan, seemingly foreseeing the impending chaos, turned his head away in pity. Lin Qi, bruised and battered, regarded Zhao Kongsheng's frozen expression of fury with silent admiration. Quite the character to dare strike his own captain. He knew that both Zhao Kongsheng and Qinmai were formidable Chuan region masters, and it was uncertain who would prevail in an actual confrontation. At the entrance, Zhao Kongsheng's slap caught Qinmai off guard, causing his head to tilt awkwardly. The force behind that slap was unrestrained, delivered with full strength. Qinmai felt more injured in that moment than he had against the Ghost-Face King. Noticing the gazes of those around him, he managed to muster a semblance of a gentle smile for Lin Qi, despite the cruelty flickering in his eyes. In a gesture of sympathy, he pushed Zhao Kongsheng into another training room and casually closed the door behind him. Staring at his trembling hand, suspended in the air, he felt the flush of embarrassment creeping towards his face. Before him, Qinmai's spiritual energy coalesced. Zhao Kongsheng swallowed hard, mustering his courage to stammer a defense. Captain, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Ignoring the pleading expression on Zhao Kongsheng's face, Qinmai tossed aside his coat and rolled up his sleeves. transforming his feigned smile into something far more genuine. Of course, I believe you. From your slap, I can sense your determination to spar with me. However, it must be noted that while Old Wu is also from the Chuan region, his abilities in the Forbidden Ruins are not on par with your exceptional prowess. Fear not. I shall show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. With that proclamation, Chun Mai lunged at the cowering Zhao Kongcheng, his face contorted in a menacing grin. That night, all within earshot retreated to Zhao Kongcheng's anguished cries that echoed until the early hours of the morning, alongside the raucous laughter of the typically reserved Chen Mai. Lin Xie, initially wishing to witness the sparring, was forcibly dragged away by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Meanwhile, a hopeful Lung Xian lay in bed, eagerly anticipating Ling Hai's visit. As night fell, the scattered clouds in the sky fragmented the starlight into a million pieces. In the distance, the inky night sky was tinted with the hues of the city's neon glow. In every corner of the city, the chirping of insects added a touch of vibrancy to the gradually slumbering Songnan. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Xian had succumbed to the dreamscape meticulously woven by Ling Hai. Is it here? Upon entering the dream, Lung Xian felt weightless. Ling Hai's voice resonated from above. He tilted his head back to see Ling Hai descending leisurely from the heights, reminiscent of a monkey. This thought crossed Lang Xian's mind, yet he dared not voice it, fearing he might suffer a fate akin to Zhao Kongcheng's. Without his healing, Zhao Kongcheng would likely remain bedridden for a week. Long Xian. What if there exists a mysterious force capable of imbuing an ordinary person with traits akin to its own? Moreover, once infected, the individual would appear indistinguishable from a regular person, retaining all memories prior to the transformation, only revealing their true nature in necessary circumstances. Do you believe that person could ever revert to their former self? Pursing his lips, Lung Xian fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, he cautiously replied, perhaps not. After all, possessing only memories means that the individual's essence has transformed into something enigmatic, fundamentally severing its ties to humanity. Ling Hai shook his head, stepping closer to Lung Xian, as a surge of azure light emanated from his palm, revealing Zhao Kongcheng's fate before him. In truth, according to your explanation, once infected, that individual can no longer be classified as human. But what powers do we possess? The power of Ming. If we so desire, we can manipulate the destinies of all beings. This is Zhao Kongcheng's fate. After invoking the divine, his life has been compressed to its utmost limit. Under most circumstances, survival is impossible. Only deities can revive him through the remnants of his soul using secret techniques. However, as time passes, the soul will dissipate into the universe. Unless you can reverse time or possess the strength to directly alter the cosmos, salvation from gods and demons is unattainable. However, we possess the ability to alter their destinies at will, eradicating the notion of death that should not manifest at that moment. Naturally, whom he encounters and what he experiences thereafter can be freely transformed according to our desires. The hypothetical scenario I previously mentioned can be addressed using this method. Even if he were to become mere ashes, we could still resurrect him. When a person dies, the body perishes and the soul disperses, yet the lines of fate can remain eternally intact. Not so, Ling Hai refuted Lung Xian's conjecture. We utilized their flesh and blood, which contains their own vitality. What we did was forcibly extend life using the spiritual energy belonging to the Qing Emperor. And what about the day you resurrected Zhao Kongcheng? Surely that involved the authority of the god of fate? Not exactly. That was magic. Resurrecting Zhao Kongcheng from the Chuan realm, if I had invoked the Qing Emperor's powers, would undoubtedly reveal divine strength. By that time, the followers of the ancient god sect would have already escaped, wouldn't they? Moreover, weaving the lines of fate is an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. What I am about to teach you is how to weave the lines of fate for ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian nodded solemnly. He could not always rely on Ling Hai, and Ling Hai would not be by his side indefinitely. By mastering more of the Qing Emperor's powers, he could better protect his teammates. Chapter 40. The mystery of Songnan City No. 2 High School. A night swiftly passed. In his dreams, Lang Xian undertook nearly 1,000 attempts before he could barely touch the existence of the lines of fate. The relentless repetition nearly drove him to the brink of despair. Unlike the forbidden training Ling Hai assisted him with, during the process of contacting the lines of fate, Lang Xian felt as though he were being torn into countless fragments, as if he might dissipate into the ether at any moment. The pain from injury sustained in battle paled in comparison to the torment of his soul nearing obliteration. Even when the assassin from the ancient god sect pierced his heart, Lang Xian had not felt such a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Just before dawn, he finally made contact with that elusive line of fate. In the underground base of the Peace Affairs office, as the unified wake-up bell rang, Zhao Kongcheng, sporting two panda eyes courtesy of Chun Mai's earlier antics, pushed the door open to find the utterly exhausted Lung Xian before him. Oh dear. This lad claimed yesterday that he was worn out, and I hadn't had the chance to settle the score with him yet. How come he looks as though he has been drained by a female ghost first thing this morning? Lung Xian, what is the matter with you? I'm afraid if you take one more step, you might collapse. Take it easy. Having spent nearly an entire sleepless night, Lung Xian lethargically greeted Zhao Kongsheng with a good morning before shuffling off like a zombie to have breakfast. A person is iron and food is steel. One meal skipped leads to discomfort. Seeing Lung Xian in such a haggard state, Zhao Kongsheng felt too embarrassed to pursue yesterday's grievances. Thus, today Lin Qi as practice partner remained Chinma himself. At the entrance of the Peace Affairs office, Hong Ying called out to Wen Qima, who had risen early, and glanced at the eager Lin Qia. Qia dear, what has got you so excited? Forewarned about today's training content, Lin Qia rubbed his hands together eagerly. Sister Hong Ying, Captain told me yesterday that today's session is a shooting course. The mere thought of handling the real deal excites me. He paused, glancing towards the interior of the office, and leaned closer to whisper to Hong Ying, mainly because I have to spar with the captain. You have no idea. He doesn't see me as a new member at all. His strikes are merciless. Had it not been for Sister Nan and Brother Lang Xin yesterday, I might not have gotten out of bed today. The memory of the wooden sword striking him made Lin Qie grimace, observing the comical expression on the new member's face. Si Xiaonan stifled a laugh. Chia, all of us in Team 136 have been personally trained by the captain and are seasoned veterans. But rest assured, he is usually busy. And most of the time, old Wu substitutes for him. Moreover, once you become a formal member of our team, your opportunities to spar with the captain will significantly diminish. As they spoke, Lang Xin emerged from the underground base. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted the steaming soup dumplings held by Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan also noticed Lang Xian's wan demeanor. Lang Xian, what is wrong with you? She placed the dumplings on the table and gently touched the dark circles under his eyes. However, as Hong Ying's teasing gaze fell upon her, Si Xiaonan realized what she had done. Unperturbed by such thoughts, Lang Xian picked up a dumpling from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling an explanation. I had a nightmare last night, so I didn't sleep well. Xiaonan, you needn't worry. At that moment, Chenmai approached. Earlier, Zhao Kongsheng had informed him of Lung Xian's condition while they were in the underground base. He held a youtiao in hand and casually remarked to Lin Qia, Qia, today you're still sparring with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Qia, who had been enjoying his meal, froze in place. Had it not been for Wen Qima beside him, his soy milk would have surely spilled on the ground. Wu Xiangnan, holding a thermos, patted Lin Qia's stiff shoulder with a serious expression. Take care. He then leisurely made his way toward the underground base, leaving Lin Qia behind, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Days passed swiftly. Lin Qia underwent several shooting training sessions under Lang Xian's guidance. Were it not for Lang Xian's constant critiques regarding his abysmal marksmanship, Lin Qia would likely have been much happier. It wasn't he that Lung Xian was overly harsh. He had never encountered someone with such poor aim. Even if a primary school student were to shoot, their results would likely surpass Lin Qia's. If Lin Qia were not utilizing the mundane realm's divine domain to cheat, he would likely have been used as a cautionary tale during the Night Watchman-esque training camp. Meanwhile, with Ling Hai's assistance, Lang Xian became adept at manipulating the fate lines of mortals, and the sensation of tearing associated with touching the lines of fate diminished. At least now he wouldn't be relentlessly teased by Zhao Kongsheng upon waking up each day. At Sangnan City No. 2 High School, Ling Hai, who had not been called upon by the teacher for an entire day, ambled towards the exit with an empty backpack, humming a tune. The crimson sunset hung over the tallest building in Sangnan City, casting a rosy hue over the small town. The artificial lake on campus reflected shimmering waves, enticing many students to pause, as if this sight could sweep away their fatigue from the day. Ling Hai, as he approached the gate, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Spotting Li Yifei, who was sprinting towards him, his face flushed under the glow of the evening sun. Ling Hai raised an eyebrow and halted, turning to face the panting figure of Li Yifei. Li Yifei, what brings you to seek me? Seeing Ling Hai's silhouette, Li Yifei, who had fled from the teaching building, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. His back rose and fell with each inhalation. In response to Ling Hai's inquiry, he shook his head and pulled Ling Hai, described by Zhao Kongsheng as a member of the Night Watchman, into a secluded alley near the school. Once their figures were entirely swallowed by the shadows, Li Yifei cast a wary glance around, ensuring no one was nearby before exhaling heavily. Ling Hai, I know you are a Night Watchman. Listen to me. I just saw a monster in the teaching building, and there's more than one. The situation is urgent, and I didn't dare to look closely. They seem capable of devouring humans. Hasten to inform your comrades, lest time elapses and countless lives be lost to that monstrous creature. Go swiftly. I can accompany you as a witness. In the face of such a dire situation, Li Yifei exhibited no hesitation, articulating his thoughts with remarkable fluency. So fluidly, in fact, that Ling Hai narrowed his eyes, a hint of scrutiny passing through his gaze. However, in the dim alleyway, Li Yifei could not discern the expression on Ling Hai's face. Ling Hai nodded, indicating for Li Yifei to release his grip on his sleeve. Regarding your claim of having encountered the monster, I do not doubt you, for I too have witnessed it. However, I must clarify that I am not a night watchman. Zhao Kongqing may have referred to me as such, but that was likely just to show off before you. Since you are aware of the night watchman's existence, it is only logical that you seek them out to resolve this matter, rather than me. Do you comprehend, Li Yifei? Chapter 41 was orchestrated by Ling Hai. He could not fathom why some boys, aware of the night watchman's existence, would refrain from joining such an exhilarating organization. Fortunately, Zhao Kongqing merely stated that Ling Hai was a member of the Night Watchman and did not elaborate on his terrifying prowess. Otherwise, Li Yifei would never have allowed Ling Hai to depart so easily. As Ling Hai's silhouette vanished into the alley, Li Yifei hurriedly left. At the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai scrutinized Li Yifei's face with grave intensity, as if attempting to uncover any cracks in the boy's facade. Young student, you must have realized the gravity of this matter before seeking our assistance, correct? Should there be even a hint of deception? We are fully capable of bypassing the judicial system to hold you accountable. Under the scrutiny of Chen Mai's piercing gaze, Li Yifei nearly divulged the color of his undergarments. He feared that a careless word might lead to his demise at the hands of this night watchman squad leader. Swallowing hard, he discreetly glanced at Lin Chia behind Chen Mai, making a gesture of oath. What I just said is entirely truthful, not a single falsehood. If there is any lie, may I perish prematurely, my descendants born without orifices. Chen Mai, others, Lin Chia, I have a question. Chen Mai, speak. How can Li Yifei father children after an early demise? Leaning slightly forward, his clear eyes filled with earnestness, Lin Chia, who had seldom attended school, was eager to learn how such a miraculous occurrence could transpire. Chen Mai turned away in silence, a look of exasperation on his face directed towards the new recruit. If you wish to practice more, feel free to speak up. Do not be shy, be bold. Do not jest inappropriately. After further inquiries, Chen Mai allowed Li Yifei to attend school normally. After all, since the mystery only began to consume after school hours, it would not make a grand appearance before the public. The Peace Affairs office, having recently opened, found itself once again shuttered due to the mysterious happenings at Songnan City No. 2 High School. After an afternoon of deliberation, Team 136 prepared their mission plan. Considering that the mystery could spread, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan opted to hunt the mystery within the students' homes. Subsequently, disregarding Zhao Kongqing's vehement objections, they instructed him to deploy an unrestricted area around the school. After all, among all the team members, Zhao Kongqing possessed the most experience. Lin Chia's primary duty was to detect hidden mysteries using the mundane domain. The others would serve as the main combat force in this endeavor. That night, Lang Xian shared the squad's battle plan with Ling Hai in a dream. This mystery bears a striking resemblance to what you previously hypothesized, does it not? Were you aware of something beforehand? Under Lang Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Ling Hai confidently nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I was aware. However, this is ultimately a matter for the Night Watchman. My interference would be overstepping my bounds. By the way, tomorrow you should refrain from participating in the frontline battle and accompany Chen Mai to the students' homes for the mission. Upon hearing this, a furrow creased Lang Xian's brow. Why? This is the captain's directive. Would it not be inappropriate for me to alter the plan unilaterally? Ling Hai dismissed his concern nonchalantly. The skills I taught you in weaving the fates of mortals are now coming into play, are they not? As for Chen Mai, simply state that it was my arrangement. Trust me, he will not question it further. Moreover, have you forgotten? I also attend Songnan City No. 2 High School. Rest assured, I will provide cover there. Thus, when the following morning Chen Mai observed Lang Xian closely following him, he assumed the boy had entered a rebellious phase. Little Lang, do you harbor any discontent regarding my battle plan? As he spoke, an aura of danger emanated from Chen Mai, causing Lang Xian, who walked behind him, to hold his breath. The last time he felt this aura was during an earlier encounter. Just before Chen Mai's star knife was drawn, Lang Xian hastily interjected, Captain, I am here at Ling Hai's behest. I would not dare to alter your battle plan without permission. You can call him to confirm. He also assured me that he would provide backup at the school, so you need not worry. Recalling Ling Hai's cheerful countenance, Chen Mai relaxed his grip on the knife's hilt. There was no other choice, after he had used a private line to contact Yu Fan. The latter instructed him to allow Ling Hai to act freely. From the outset, he had suspected Ling Hai's identity was anything but simple. Yet he had not anticipated the connection to the upper echelons of the Night Watchman. given Ling Hai's formidable abilities and Yifan's endorsement. As long as Ling Hai refrained from committing heinous acts, it would be prudent to turn a blind eye, compared to the absence of Long Xian on the front line. Having Ling Hai provide cover was evidently more advantageous. Very well, then you shall accompany us. After notifying the other team members of the revised plan, the trio set off towards the nearest student's home. Time was of the essence, and the mission was pressing. They remained unaware of the precise speed at which the mystery could infect others. It was imperative to eliminate it before it spread further. Wu Xiangnan held a student roster and turned to solicit Leng Xian's opinion, given that the mystery was exceptionally adept at disguise. Even Chun Mai from the Chuanjing could not see through it. However, upon engaging with the threads of fate, Leng Xian could effortlessly pierce through the mystery's facade, his speed surpassing even Lin Qi's mundane domain. Upon confirming that the entity within was indeed the source of the infection, the three burst through the door. Just before Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan drew their blades, Leng Xian shouted, unleashing a purple lightning bolt from his palm. It pierced the form of the Nanda serpent demon before it had a chance to reveal its true nature. The two who entered alongside Long Xian were momentarily blinded by the brilliant purple light. An intense heat surged within the cramped room, causing their lips to crack. The once yellowed walls were illuminated in a soft lavender hue. The previously dim room erupted in radiance, followed by the foul stench of the Nanda serpent demon, now charred to a crisp. Those accustomed to consuming human flesh knew that roasted human meat was on par with pork, as the indescribable stench invaded their nostrils. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan's doubts regarding Leng Xian's discerning abilities vanished. They had initially thought his claims were mere bravado. As the crackling of electricity subsided, Chen Mai, bearing the star knife at his waist, and Wu Xiangnan opened their eyes to behold a charred corpse sprawled on the floor, its human form indiscernible. The fissures across the corpse's surface still flickered with sparks. Remarkably, everything else in the room remained unaffected by the lightning released by Lang Xian. This was indeed unexpected for Chen Mai. Leng Xian, you rascal. Who would have thought? It has barely been a month since becoming the agent of the Green Emperor. Yet my mastery over mental energy has already surpassed mine? Listening to Chen Mai's praise, Long Xian chuckled softly. Chapter 42, The Resentful Zhao Conching. Anyone who has undergone such an extensive period of training in the Forbidden Ruins would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement in their control over mental energy. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from the charred corpse to the view outside the window. Life in Songnan City continued its routine. The bustling sounds of the citizens filled the air. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Mai turned his attention towards Songnan No. 2 Middle School. With Ling Hai present, we need not worry overly about the school. We must swiftly eliminate the lurking mystery. Songnan City cannot afford another victim. He turned to face Lang Xian and Wu Xiangnan, his expression gravely serious. Old Wu, both Lang Xian and I are at the Chuanjing level, so you must investigate the origins of this mystery. Knowing ourselves and the enemy, we will be victorious in every battle. Wu Xiangnan met Chen Mai's gaze and nodded earnestly. Captain, please wait a moment. At this juncture, Lang Xian interjected. Ling Hai has taught me how to weave the threads of mortal destinies. Perhaps I can revive those citizens who perished due to this mystery. After defeating the Nantua snake demon's progeny, Lang Xian inadvertently noticed the family portrait hanging in the center of the living room. A couple, seemingly deeply in love, sat in the middle, cradling the very student from Songnan No. 2 Middle School depicted in their file. He had just slain the mother of this family, while the investigation revealed that the father had gone off to work. For this reason alone, even without Ling Hai's urging, he would strive to attempt a rescue. Chen Mai followed Lang Xian's gaze and saw the family portrait on the wall. He let out a heavy sigh, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. Do not force yourself. Though he spoke these words, he held great confidence in Leng Xian, primarily due to his trust in Ling Hai. Previously, Zhao Conching had personally informed him that during his battle with the ghostly-faced man, he had used the ghostly deity's call. The sensation of life being drawn away was vividly clear. Chen Mai believed that Leng Xian could indeed save an ordinary family. Leng Xian stepped beside the increasingly cold corpse. An exquisite surge of pure mental energy gradually emanating from his palms, flowing slowly over the body, establishing a connection between the two. All of Leng Xian's focus converged upon the mental will. Even the atmosphere dared not stir. This was his first actual combat after mastering the power of fate. And caution was prudent. Moments later, a mysterious thread of fate, visible only to Leng Xian, began to waver in the air. Upon opening his eyes, his irises were intricately adorned with azure runes, flecks of light dancing upon them. Simultaneously, the thread of fate continued to pulse, twisting, sometimes dispersing, sometimes converging. Under the astonished gazes of Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, a divine and gentle azure light began to seep from the fissures of the corpse. The charred remnants that enveloped the body gradually peeled away like a cicada's exoskeleton. In just a few minutes, a complete female form appeared before the three. Her breathing was steady, devoid of any abnormality. After accomplishing this, Ling Xian blinked again. His azure eyes transformed into the deep brown of the Daxia people. The spirit energy belonging to the Green Emperor receded entirely within him. Casting a glance at the body on the ground, Ling Xian felt a surge of joy, only to quickly avert his gaze. Captain, please move her to the bathroom and sprinkle some water on her. I recall the dream whisper technique from Old Wu. You can let her believe she fainted from low blood sugar while bathing. Chen Mai, who was just about to commend Ling Xian for his excellent work, suddenly dropped his expression, his face sourer than fermented tofu. Are you expecting me and Old Wu, both more seasoned than you, to handle this? You, a young lad at the Chuanjing level, cannot even move an ordinary middle-aged woman? Wu Xiangnan's face was equally awkward. Embarrassed, Ling Xian's cheeks flushed. It is precisely because I am a young lad that I suggested you and Old Wu take on this task. You both have more experience. Suddenly, the sound of a knife echoed throughout the living room. In a flash of white light, Ling Xian opened his eyes. Mere centimeters from his carotid artery lay the star blade. Chen Mai's face radiated with care for the younger generation. This is an organizational test for you. Hurry. We still have another place to go. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive all the opportunities for training. You will surely evolve from a mere youth into a well-traveled young man. As he spoke, he glanced at the parent-student list in Wu Xiangnan's hand. Oh, Old Wu. Am I mistaken? There are quite a few elderly men on this list. Just imagine, what an excellent opportunity this is. Not only will it enhance your experience, but it is also a great chance to earn merit. With that, he discreetly shot a glance at Ling Xian. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up. Ling Xian wanted to retort, but, adhering to the values of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young, he resolved to wait until the new year when he could sneakily place firecrackers in the restroom while Chen Mai was occupied. Songnan No. 2 Middle School. During the flag-raising ceremony, Ling Hai's gaze remained fixated on Lin Chiye, who held the flag aloft. This youth, with a glimmer of golden light in his eyes, truly believed that these Nantua snake demon progenies were fools? Had he not noticed that many students' expressions were already awry? Particularly that bespectacled student, the seemingly gentle Qingyu, who looked as if he would tear Lin Chiye apart. Yet, even if he hadn't acted yet, it didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. After all, on the first day of entering this school, Ling Hai had observed the intertwining of their fates. This was a crucial reason Ling Hai had not taken the initiative to hunt the Nantua snake demons. What appeared to be a simple task was intricately connected to Lin Chiye's future. As for how many lives would be lost, it was of no concern to Ling Hai. He would take action. When the time came, with a mere suggestion, no one aside from the Night Watch team would remember what transpired today. All would only know that a large-scale fire drill had occurred at the school. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chiye had already approached Ling Hai. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned closer and whispered into Ling Hai's ear, "Could you please stop staring at me? I have goosebumps all over." Due to Lin Chiye's interruptions, the flag-raising ceremony ended abruptly within mere minutes. Some students, seizing the moment before class began, hurried in groups back to the dormitories. Their phones were hidden in various corners of the dorms. Every precious moment counted, and they sought to play for as long as possible. Ling Hai did not follow the main group towards the teaching building, but instead strolled directly towards the location where Zhao Kongxing was supposed to be. As per the battle plan, within his perception, the Nantua snake demon had crafted a false maternal body, concealed in the corner of the girls' dormitory. This was precisely where Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, and the cross-dressing Wen Qima were located. It wouldn't be long before this seemingly peaceful school fell into chaos. Zhao Kongxing idly squatted on the ground, his back resting against the railing of No. 2 Middle School. Beyond the railing lay a dense green belt. Due to prolonged neglect, the greenery towered higher than a person, perfectly concealing Ling Hai's approaching figure. Zhao Kongxing's position was near the riverbank, and with him crouched in the grass, no one would detect his presence. From a distance, he appeared to be squatting by the school's wall, attending to nature's call. As Ling Hai drew closer, he could hear Zhao Kongxing muttering complaints. "I, old Zhao, am still a formidable force in Chuanjing. The captain couldn't defeat me without the forbidden ruins. To have me initiate the boundless domain is simply a waste. Even Si Xiaonan, who possesses little combat ability, has gone in. What nonsense. They say I look untrustworthy." Fearing expulsion from the security office. Bah, just excuses. Frequent mentions of camaraderie are often made, yet when critical moments arise, one chooses to indulge in personal gratification. My abundant mental energy finds no outlet. Ling Hai whistled, casting a teasing glance at Zhao Kongqing's despondent figure. "I recorded what you just said. I'll hand the recording over to Chen Mai. I wonder if you can still surpass your captain after this." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling Zhao Kongxing like a frightened cat. He sprang to his feet, brandishing the star blade as if he were about to cleave the barrier, aiming for Ling Hai's heart. Once he discerned the identity of the intruder, he sheathed his blade into the earth beside him and exhaled in relief. Why did you approach without a sound? Thankfully, Old Zhao, sheathed my blade quickly. Otherwise, the cost for damaging public property would surely be deducted from my funding. Isn't class about to start? What brings you here? Zhao Kongqing glanced at his watch, eyeing Ling Hai with confusion. Having lived in Sangnan City for many years, and given the school's heavy atmosphere, they often attracted the mysterious. Thus, every member of Team 136 was exceptionally familiar with the school schedule. The school is about to descend into chaos. What use is there in attending class? Yet here you are, rambling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing recalled Ling Hai's mention of the recording. Bro, can you refrain from telling the captain about the recording? With Longxian around, he would truly strip me of my skin. Ling Hai couldn't help but chuckle at the incongruity between Zhao Kongqing's fierce demeanor and his expression. I was just teasing you. There is no recording. Just as Zhao Kongqing's anxious heart began to settle, Lin Qiye's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Zhao Kongqing, quickly activate the Wujie Void. The mysterious forces are about to erupt. As Lin Qiye's voice faded, a wave of astonished cries erupted within the campus. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. Disregarding further conversation with Ling Hai, and promptly activated the Wujie Void at his feet. Complaints aside, the important matters must be addressed. A bright red triangle materialized above the school. The students, who had noticed this commotion, including Lin Qiye and others, felt a wave of relief. Without the Wujie Void, allowing these infectious entities to escape the campus would be tantamount to a calamity for this small city. Chapter 43. Zhao Kongqing goes on a rampage. Lin Qiye helpless to stop it. Having activated the Wujie Void, Zhao Kongqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If only he could join the fray and unleash chaos. After awakening the Forbidden Ruins, he found himself deprived of practical combat opportunities. Observing Ling Hai still standing idly, a question arose in Zhao Kongqing's mind. The mysterious forces are on the move. Why aren't you entering? Didn't the captain say you were here to provide backup? Crossing the barrier, Ling Hai smiled warmly at Zhao Kongqing, gesturing him to proceed. Aren't you keen to engage the mysterious entities? Go on in. I'll take on the role of watchman for you. Zhao Kongqing's previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound vitality upon hearing Ling Hai's words. As if he had truly come to life. He rubbed his hands together nervously, asking, what about my captain? Will he be upset if I alter his battle plan? Observing the hint of fear on Zhao Kongqing's face, Ling Hai couldn't help but laugh. Do you think, having altered Lung Xian's battle strategy, I would need your consent? Chenmai has me covered. As Ling Hai's words concluded, Zhao Kongqing quickly halted him from climbing over the barrier. Wait. Haha, thanks. I'll find a chance to treat you to a meal later. As Ling Hai clicked his tongue, Zhao Kongqing darted across the greenery, disappearing from sight. Once Zhao Kongqing's figure vanished from view, a vibrant light flickered in Ling Hai's eyes as he traversed the Wujie Void, observing the fleeing students within the campus. Due to the outbreak of the mysterious forces and many teachers transformed into subordinates by the Nantoa serpent demon, the student presence in the teaching buildings had significantly dwindled. The students who had temporarily escaped the danger zone were primarily preoccupied with the singular thought of fleeing the school. They had witnessed the hunt against the Nantoa serpent demon by the likes of Hong Ying and Lin Qiye, yet facing the unknown, they hesitated to stake their lives. Remaining in the school, should those engaged in battle falter against the creatures, they risked becoming the next to be devoured. Within moments, the Wujie Void at the school's entrance had gathered the majority of the students. This indeed provided Zhao Kongqing with the space needed to unleash the Mingxing Shanhua. However, due to insufficient training in the Forbidden Ruins, he could not control his mental energy with the precision of Longxian. A large-scale activation of the Forbidden Ruins under his command could potentially inflict damage more terrifying than that of the Nantoa serpent demon. As time passed, the number of students still fleeing within the campus dwindled. They were now divided into two groups. One group lamenting loudly at the school gates, while another group was trapped within the classrooms, paralyzed with fear as they faced the scattered Nantoa serpent demon subordinates. To falter meant a plunge into the abyss. Lacking the ability to discern the Nantoa serpent demons hidden among the students, Zhao Kongqing, with a surge of chaotic mental energy, searched throughout the school for Lin Qiye's figure. In his search, he encountered several gathered Nantoa serpent demons within one of the teaching buildings. With no time to ponder why they had congregated, Zhao Kongqing's star blade was already enveloped by the mental energy of Mingxing Shanhua. His gaze turned fierce as he addressed the Nantoa serpent demons. You lot are easy to find. If you don't kneel and call me Grandpa today, I swear I'll take your surname. Initially worried about distinguishing the hidden entities among the students, they had conveniently presented themselves to him. A wicked grin spread across his face, excitement gleaming in his ancient eyes. Battle. What a thrill. His mental energy surged into the star blade at maximum capacity. The blade sliced through the air, producing a resonant metallic hum. The black and white tip of the blade formed a crescent in the atmosphere. A blade aura, nearly 3 stories high, tore through the air, hurtling toward the cluster of Nantawa serpent demon subordinates. The blade's energy stirred a fierce wind, causing the nearby glass windows to wail. Students trembling in the classroom sensed the external commotion, with several succumbing to fear. Yet, normally boisterous students fell silent, oblivious to the pungent odor of urine permeating the air. In that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. Are we going to die? They were in the prime of their lives. They could not die. They did not wish to perish. The Nantawa serpent demons, capable of shared vision, understood the lethal nature of the approaching blade aura. They exerted all their strength, desperately attempting to leap from the building to escape. However, the chasm of power between the Chuanjing and the Zhanjing could not be bridged by a final burst of energy. Wherever the blade passed, all was severed. A gash, as wide as an adult S-waist, appeared before Zhao Kongqing, stretching from the first to the third floor. The foul blood of several serpent demons flowed through the fissure down to the ground, blooming into grotesque blood flowers on the solid cement. Those few serpent demons that had reached the edge of the corridor were cleaved in two, their upper halves plummeting to the ground. Their long tongues lay limp, dead beyond revival. Zhao Kongqing, with no blood clinging to his blade, pressed a kiss to its surface, gazing in disbelief at the line of serpent demon corpses. Just days prior, facing such a multitude of Zhanjing entities would have felt insurmountable. Now, it seemed easier than rousing oneself from the warmth of a cozy bed in the depths of winter. Zhao Kongqing, at the opposite end of the corridor. Lin Qie hurriedly peeked out from the stairwell, trembling. Just moments ago, as he had stepped onto this floor, a lethal blade of energy narrowly grazed the tip of his nose. Had he been a fraction quicker, he might have found himself playing the role of Louis XVI without props. From the very first moment he sensed that surge of spiritual power. He recognized it was Zhao Kongqing. After all, before the awakening of his abilities, Zhao's combat style had always been characterized by grand and audacious maneuvers. Coupled with the blade energy he had previously wielded against the Ghost-Faced King, Lin Qie knew he could never forget it. However, according to their operational plan, he was supposed to be guarding the unmarked void outside the school. How could he possibly be here? Upon hearing Lin Qie's voice, Zhao Kongqing's face lit up with joy. Qie, I've been looking for you everywhere. Quickly, help me identify those hidden mysteries among the students. You have no idea how long I've been waiting outside the school. Just as Lin Qie was about to inquire how Zhao Kongqing came to be here, a Nantawa serpent demon child wielding a dagger appeared behind him. Zhao Kongqing, behind you. With years of combat experience, Zhao Kongqing instantly activated his muscles the moment he received Lin Qie's signal. The star blade, always at his side, swept horizontally behind him. As the mundane realm sensed the flow of spiritual energy emanating from Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qie's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted in alarm, Zhao Kongqing, do not use your full strength. Unfortunately, his voice could not match the swiftness of Zhao Kongqing's blade. With that strike, Zhao Kongqing unleashed all his power as a master of the Chuan realm. The rebar hidden within the load-bearing walls shattered completely. The corridor, once filled with the stench of blood, was instantly engulfed in dust. Lin Qie could not see Zhao Kongqing amidst the haze, but he could feel the terrifying force behind that desperate slash. With a thunderous roar, the already battered teaching building began to tilt and collapse under the weight of the blow. Standing in the corridor, Lin Qie covered his mouth and nose, numbly experiencing the vibrations beneath his feet. Let it be destroyed. I am weary. What was initially intended to exorcise the mysteries had unexpectedly turned into a demolition crew's task. Chapter 44. Allow me to kill the oppressive shadow that once loomed vanished in an instant. The students hiding within the floors felt the world spin around them before succumbing to darkness. Fortunately, due to the relatively low height and the cushioning of the floors, there were no casualties. However, the Nantawa serpent demon progeny gathered on the fourth floor, being of lower realms, were directly crushed into pulp by the falling debris. This inadvertently spared Lin Qie and Zhao Kongqing considerable effort. As the dust settled, the anxious Zhao Kongqing locked eyes with the expressionless Lin Qie. Having slain the mysterious attacker from behind, Zhao Kongqing felt no exhilaration as before. Instead, he was preoccupied with calculating how much of his monthly allowance would be deducted. After all, the operational plan did not include demolishing the school. After much contemplation, Zhao Kongqing realized that even if he were to sacrifice his own flesh, he could not cover this expense. A cool breeze blew through the air, yet beads of sweat dripped from Zhao Kongqing's forehead. Qie, could you possibly explain a few things to the captain on my behalf? You saw it. That mysterious entity tried to ambush me, and in my desperation, In any case, you will help me, right? As Lin Qie waited for Zhao Kongqing to finish, he noticed a pallor emerging on the latter's dark skin. With a resigned sigh, he raised a hand to his forehead. I will relay the truth to the captain. You need not worry about that. But why are you here instead of outside the school? And why have you assumed the role of a demolition crew? With Lin Qie's assurance, Zhao Conching felt a surge of confidence. Ruffling his hair, he replied with a sense of righteousness, Ling Hai took my place. And he will assist in explaining things to the captain. If you don't trust others, surely you can trust me, right? How could I, Zhao, unilaterally alter the captain's operational plan? Lin Xia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhao Conching was not exaggerating. Just a few days prior, Zhao Conqing's anguished cries had echoed throughout the base, making it clear he would not dare to act independently. Outside the school gates, Ling Hai sat atop a box of unmarked void, his expression impassive as he watched the students frantically pounding against the barrier. No one knew whether any of them were mingled with mysteries, so every individual struck the barrier with all their might. Before long, their hands were bloodied. Observing Ling Hai, who remained unfazed, several irritable youths began to shout curses. You, I recognize you. You're Ling Hai, right? Let me out. Otherwise, when I find the chance, I'll make you regret it. Some pleaded with flushed faces, while others begged on their knees. Watching Ling Hai remain unmoved, some quickly lost their composure. Despite the curses directed at him, Ling Hai felt no anger. If he were merely a 17 or 18-year-old student, facing such an unknown situation, he might react even more drastically. The reason for not releasing them was simply that if he did, the aftermath would be exceedingly difficult to handle. It was impossible to have each person sign a confidentiality agreement. If everyone knew a secret, it would cease to be a secret. As for the Nantua serpent demon progeny hiding among the crowd, they had already been transformed into humans through the power of fate manipulation. The crowd at the school gate was devoid of Nantua serpent demons. Only the palpable fear circulated among them. However, even if Ling Hai were to reveal this truth to them now, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. These individuals were teetering on the brink of losing their rationality. Unable to absorb any information, Ling Hai dismissed their insults as mere noise while observing the students post-transformation. His gaze danced through the throng. This pair clearly appeared to be chain smokers, already beset with lung cancer at such a young age. A few suffered from appendicitis, some had kidney issues, and others faced impotence at the tender age of 17 or 18. Most students exhibited some degree of digestive ailments. Yet, Ling Hai was not a doctor and had no desire to become one. Life and death were matters best left to their own fates. As for the students who had become Nantua serpent demons, it was uncertain whether to deem them fortunate or unfortunate. Ling Hai sighed, unwilling to gaze upon the distorted faces of those around him, and turned his attention to the bustling street outside. Within the campus, after clearing the other Nantua serpents, Si Xiaonan and her companions reunited with Lin Xia, leading the surviving classmates toward the Grand Hall. According to their accounts, they had originally been in pursuit of the Nantua serpent's true form, only to discover that the mysterious entity had been slain by a sword energy that seemingly appeared from nowhere. Redding, feeling unsatisfied, had not even been given a chance to strike. Throughout their conversation, Lin Xia's eyes subtly flicked toward Zhao Conching. Upon seeing Zhao Conching, who had been shadowing Lin Xia, they expressed mild surprise. They were unaware of when Zhao Conching had mustered the audacity to deviate from the operational plan. After a round of explanations, they learned the reason behind Zhao Conching's presence within the school. In the Grand Hall, after deducing the true identity of the Nantua serpent demon, it emerged from Li Yifei's body, eliciting another round of screams from the students who had just settled down. Si Xiaonan fired 3 shots to soothe the chaotic crowd, which quieted slightly, though a few sobs were still audible. Zhao Conching exchanged glances with Wen Qima and others, deciding to lead the students out through the back door. They had received news from Wu Xiangnan over 10 minutes earlier. The current Nantua serpent demon is not adept at inflicting harm. Zhao Conching can easily handle it alone. Additionally, Lin Xia is present to provide support. This encounter is destined to be a one-sided slaughter. As for Xingyu, despite several attempts by Wen Qima to persuade him, he remains unwilling to leave the Grand Hall. His insatiable thirst for knowledge compels him to understand what truly differentiates this Nantua serpent demon and the peculiar individuals claiming to be night watchers. Beneath the facade of his mundane existence, there lies an extraordinary world. Standing beside Lin Xia, a hint of excitement curves in Xingyu's lips, and his eyes, obscured by glasses, gleam with fervor. He does not dare to blink, fearing he might miss an exhilarating moment. Li Yifei opens his gaping mouth, a foul stench surging towards Zhao Conching. Damn it, I will slay this unbrushed canine. With the noxious odor assaulting him, Zhao Conching's face contorts in disgust. Holding his breath, he channels his mental energy into the star knife, which darts toward Li Yifei like a swift arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, who has been contemplating, suddenly recalls the hospital dungeon he discovered. He raises a hand to signal for a pause and exclaims, "Wait, Zhao Conching, I wish to make an impression before the captain. And considering Li Yifei is a classmate of mine, I would like the honor of delivering him myself. Allow me to be the one to strike." This time, Zhao Conching barely restrains his blade. In midair, he moves with incredible speed, managing to hurl the newly emerged Nantua serpent demon against the wall with all his might. With a resounding crash, the blade's energy, emanating from the moonlight of oblivion, severs half of Li Yifei's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound. Although the day is still bright, Lin Xie cannot harness the power of the Starry Night Dancer. Nevertheless, facing an adversary so inept at combat and severely wounded, he lunges forward with the star knife bestowed upon him by Ling Hai, moving like a cheetah on the savannah, without hesitation, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charges at the Nantua serpent demon. With a metallic clang, life fades away. The severed head of the Nantua serpent demon, carrying an air of defiance, clatters to the ground. Chapter 45, Divine Miracle. A thin layer of dust settles upon the grotesque serpent head, unnoticed by anyone. As Qing Yu's eyes blaze with a sudden brilliance while he gazes intently at the severed head, Zhao Kongqing, sheathing his blade, cast a peculiar glance at Lin Xie. Realizing he had not previously noticed this eagerness for accolades in him. Moreover, didn't he only attend school for a few days? When did he forge such a close bond with his classmates? These questions, though unintentional, send a shiver down Lin Xie's spine. He cannot let Zhao Kongqing discover the existence of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. Otherwise, he might find himself captured and subjected to unspeakable experiments. After all, in such chaotic times, the allure of the divine is unmatched. Even though Zhao Kongqing has turned his attention to report to Chunmai at the school gate, no longer focusing on Lin Xie, he chuckles awkwardly, stammering to justify his earlier clumsy excuse. This isn't just about earning merits. The funding from above might increase a bit. I wish to alleviate my aunt's burdens as much as possible. Although I have indeed attended school for only a short while, Li Yifei is my closest friend among everyone. Isn't it normal to have a special bond? Ha. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's indifference, Lin Xie turns to regard the restless Qingyu behind him. Sensing Lin Xie's gaze, Qingyu takes a step back, almost fearing his secret thoughts have been uncovered. What are you looking at? Lin Xie hesitates and replies, I think you look quite handsome. Upon hearing this, Qingyu instinctively distances himself further. Respect, blessings, understanding, take care. With that, he casts a lingering glance at the neglected head of Li Yifei and hurriedly exits the grand hall. At the school gate, in the backseat of a car, Lung Xian squints while observing Ling Hai, seated at the entrance. Captain, why does that person resemble Ling Hai so much? Shouldn't he be in school at this hour? Chunmai clears his throat, feeling a loss of face due to the numerous adjustments made to his battle plan because of Ling Hai. Yet, he does not dare confront Ling Hai. Without him, Lung Xian would not have been able to restore all the victims. It was Ling Hai who insisted on taking Zhao Kongqing's place. Zhao Kongqing is from Chuanjing. Relegating him to merely being a watcher seems like a waste of talent. This was my oversight. Lang Xian nods thoughtfully, stepping out of the car towards Ling Hai. Remaining inside the vehicle was pointless. It is better to stretch his legs. Besides, Ling Hai has surely sensed his presence. Lingering in the car might lead to unforeseen trouble later. How are those who were infected? Long Xian tosses a bottle of chilled guijiao, smirking, of course. I handled it. If I were to botch such a trivial matter, you would have me reduced to a mere shadow of myself, wouldn't you? How is it at school? Can't you see for yourself? Ling Hai scoffs. Some were taken to the safe zone by Wen Qima and the others, while the rest are here. Gazing past Ling Hai, Lung Xian sees students huddled at the school gate, utterly exhausted and slumped on the ground. As another person approaches the entrance, not a single one possesses the energy to plead for their release. After such a prolonged wait, even the dullest among them has realized that there are no man-eating monsters among their ranks. Rather than waste their strength shouting and begging, it is wiser to conserve energy. Once Lin Xie signals, it will be my turn to act. Ling Hai rises, brushing off the dirt from his attire, squinting towards the direction of Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing. Sure enough, within minutes, the earpieces of Lung Xian and the others resonate with the signal of mission completion issued by Hong Ying. They merely await the logistics team to tidy up the aftermath. Ling Hai turns to exchange a glance with Chiang Mai, who remains in the car. That dream whisper of yours is concerning Wu Xiangnan, isn't it? Once I revive those students who perished due to the Nantua serpent demon, it will be his turn to act. From afar, Ling Hai notices Wu Xiangnan nodding at him. A smile graces his lips as he strides through the barrier, which the students, filled with terror, confusion, anger, and resentment, cannot breach. However, just as his foot steps into the school, a blue arc shoots up from where he stands. Emerging through the barrier parallel to the ground, Ling Hai manifests. His eyes blaze with the radiance of Azure incantations. In the hazy glow, Lang Xian standing outside the car can discern the divine halo encircling Ling Hai and the tricolored divine garments billowing behind him. Dozens of strands of mental energy, materializing from all corners of the campus, converge upon Ling Hai. On the ground, Lin Xie's eyes shine with golden light. catching only a glimpse of the dazzling azure glow above and the ethereal mental energy floating like roots between heaven and earth. Vast. This is the only word Lin Chiye can conceive to describe the spectacle before him. Such a magnitude of mental energy and mastery over it. He wonders how long it will take him to reach even a fraction of Ling Hai's level. In the air, Ling Hai smiles, extending his long fingers, the tips dancing as if playing a melody in the sky. Only Leng Xian, Chunmai, and Wu Xiangnan comprehend the divine act the celestial figure is performing above. When Shima and the others stood with their mouths slightly agape, unable to close them for a long time. Previously, in the underground base of the peace office, Ling Hai had delivered a shocking blow to them for the first time. Today marked the second. The most formidable night watcher that Hong Ying had encountered, aside from the special team, was Yuan Gang from the rookie training camp. Yet, in comparison to Ling Hai, Yuan Gang's strength could only be described as insignificant, merely a fleeting shadow in the presence of the sun and moon. If anyone were to proclaim Ling Hai as a true deity, they would harbor no doubts in their hearts. At the very least, Ling Hai was the strongest individual they had ever witnessed. The azure light lasted for less than a second, yet to the observers, it felt as if it endured for millennia. Hey, are you all in a daze? Hurry and let Wu Xiangnan modify their memories. As the blue light flickered, Ling Hai gently patted the shoulder of the stunned Long Xian. Oh. Long Xian inhaled deeply, despairing at the chasm between himself and Ling Hai. Do you know what to look for when drinking tea? Long Xian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Ling Hai's intent. Ling Hai patted his shoulder earnestly and walked towards Chen Mai. You need to find the tea set yourself, my friend. Chapter 46. Rookie Training of the Night Watchers. Ling Hai opened the rear door and reclined onto the leather seat, saying, Master, to Nanshan Mansion District. Chen Mai, seated in the driver's seat, responded with a puzzled expression. Lang Xian stood frozen, as if Ling Hai's words had rendered him a wooden statue. Wu Xiangnan, who had taken the dream whisper from the passenger seat, glanced at Lang Xian's expression and merely frowned slightly, saying nothing as he headed towards the school. Chun Mai silently absorbed the residual warmth from the passenger seat before reluctantly starting the car. On the road, with his deliberate acceleration, the scenery outside flew by in a blur. Ling Hai, maintaining his composure, glanced at the fleeting speed limit sign and hesitated to speak. Don't you night watchers worry about speeding tickets? Chen Mai, eager to expedite Ling Hai's journey, instinctively pressed the brake. The sharp screech of brakes echoed, and Ling Hai, caught off guard, slammed his head against the driver's seat. Chen Mai, equally jolted, silently cursed himself and discreetly stole a glance at Ling Hai, who was rubbing his nose. The confined atmosphere in the vehicle grew increasingly tense, and Chen Mai felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. As the screeching subsided, the bustling road was suddenly filled with the cacophony of honking horns. A Mitsubishi sped up beside Chen Mai. The window rolled down, revealing a burly man with a face full of scars, a cigarette wedged between his ear, and sunglasses obscuring his eyes. He glared at the window as if he intended to bore a hole through it, cursing profusely. What the hell? Driving such a fine car, and yet your skills are atrocious? At your age, don't you know the traffic rules? You dare to brake suddenly on the road without even rolling down the window to show your face? The driver, still ranting, stepped out of his vehicle, pulling out his phone to record while frantically banging on Chen Mai's car door. Ling Hai covered his face, unable to bear the sight of the man's camera practically thrusting into his face. Chen Mai clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bulging. Unfortunately, he was in the wrong. Just as the man prepared to circle the car to capture the license plate, Chen Mai slammed on the gas and sped away, leaving a cloud of black smoke in the man's face, his curses fading into the distance. The world finally quieted down, and through the rearview mirror, Chen Mai noticed Ling Hai looking awkwardly at him. Old Chen, you really shouldn't get distracted while driving. Chen Mai mentally cursed. Wasn't it you who spoke first? Fortunately, the next 20 minutes passed in silence for both of them. After all, the next time they exited the car, there might be more than one person to contend with. As soon as Ling Hai's feet touched the ground, his hand ready to scan the code, the car, under Chen Mai's guidance, transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing out of Nanshan Mansion. The force on the accelerator nearly crushed the car's undercarriage. Ling Hai pouted, just about to put his phone away when a glimmer of mischief crossed his eyes. In another vehicle, Long Xian had just intended to close his eyes for a moment when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Ling Hai? What is it? Aside from the Nantua serpent demon being defeated, nothing major happened. Lin Chiye? What happened to him? Upon hearing his name, Lin Chiye, seated beside Long Xian, turned curiously. Long Xian, considerate, switched his phone to speaker mode. I heard Zhao Conqing say that you were responsible for overseeing Lin Chiye's shooting training, right? The moment he heard the word shooting, Lin Chiye's heart tightened, and he dared not meet Long Xian's gaze. Let me tell you, if you can't teach him, take him to the night market and let him practice shooting balloons for $5 10 times. Earlier, during the mission, that kid didn't hit a single shot. He almost caused the Nantua serpent demon to develop a severe infection. If you can't be a coach, get Chun-Mai to switch him out. Before Lin Chiye could protest, Ling Hai hung up the phone, leaving Lin Chiye facing Lang Xian's indifferent expression. Seated in the passenger seat, Si Xiaoan stifled a laugh, while Wu Xiangnan trembled slightly as he drove. Lin Chiye swallowed hard, flustered as he tried to explain. Lang Xian, listen to me. Don't take Ling Hai's words seriously. Although my aim is a bit off, I at least hit the Nantua serpent demon's upper body with 2 out of 10 shots. And I even helped identify the Nantua serpent demon's child body. I was the one who defeated the final Nantua serpent demon, and Zhao Kongqing can vouch for me. You can't treat a hero like this. Lang Xian placed his hand on Lin Chiye's neck. The warmth radiating from his palm sent a chill down Lin Chiye's spine. Little Chiye, do you know what it means to discuss matters separately? You are a hero, and the captain will reward you. However, as my student, your shooting skills are as atrocious as a pile of dog excrement. If word gets out, how will I save face? Ling Hai on the phone had said. Give me a few days off. With a shooting master like me giving you private lessons, you should just enjoy it. Despite his cheerful demeanor and calm tone, Lin Chiye looked at him as if he were a demon. Strangely, he even found the Nantua serpent demon more endearing than the current Lang Xian. Having cast aside his studies, Ling Hai frequently visited the peace office. However, in recent days, he could always hear Lin Chiye's lamentations echoing from the underground training room. When boredom struck, he would quietly stand behind Qingyu, observing him conduct various peculiar experiments while silently assessing the progress of the key's revival. Days passed like fleeting shadows. And before long, as Ling Hai shared a communal meal with Lang Xian in the underground base, Lin Chiye was summoned to Chen Mai's office. When he emerged, his entire demeanor radiated excitement. The office door was not soundproof, and everyone present could hear the conversation within. You're going to participate in rookie training. And you're so happy about it? When Qima smiled as he placed a piece of meat into Lin Chiye's bowl, inquiring. In truth, he was not alone. Everyone was aware of Lin Chiye's deep yearning for the rookie training. Successfully completing the training would mean a stable job with guaranteed meals and accommodations. Furthermore, as an agent of Michael, there would be a generous stipend each month. Even if Lin Chiye's aunt did not work, it would sufficiently cover the family's expenses. At that point, he would truly become the pillar of his household. Lin Chiye, with his cheeks stuffed, nodded vigorously. Ling Hai lightly tapped his chopsticks against the porcelain plate, his gaze heavy as it fixed upon the visibly excited Lin Chiye. He observed that after this new recruit training, several threads of fate had intertwined with his own, among which were quite a few intriguing individuals. It seemed that the ensuing amusement would be plentiful. Chapter 47. Zhou Ping ascends to divinity. His eyes remained locked on the ethereal threads of destiny, hovering above Lin Chiye's head, and with a smile, he added a piece of meat to Lin's bowl. Lin Chiye glanced at Ling Hai in surprise, feeling an unexpected sense of being favored. Though they were classmates, their relationship had always been lukewarm. Absent the connection of the Night Watchers, they might have merely passed through each other's lives, perhaps even forgetting one another's names. Why are you staring at me? Is there rice on my face? Ling Hai widened his eyes and hastily wiped his face. It's just a piece of vegetable I picked up. Why all the shock? Not at all. I merely didn't anticipate that it was you who offered me food. Ling Hai waved his chopsticks in the air, as if to make amends for previously reporting to Cold Xian about him. As Lin Chiye recalled the grueling training he had endured at the hands of Cold Xian over the past few days, he found his meal suddenly less appetizing. However, after such arduous days, his shooting skills had indeed improved significantly. While not a qualitative leap, he could at least ensure that every shot found its mark on the enemy. Though where it landed was another matter entirely. Days passed. As the new recruit training approached, Hong Ying, as if under a spell, dragged Lin Chiye along to procure supplies. Simultaneously, he did not neglect his training in the Forbidden Ruins and shooting. Swordsmanship training was conducted by Wu Xiang Nan in place of Chun Muyi, who had been exceedingly busy as the leader of the Night Watchers in Songnan City, leaving him little time to oversee Lin Chiye's training. Ling Hai, who was not attending classes, spent his days either lounging at home with his phone or observing Lin Chiye's struggles at the Peace Affairs office. Naturally, he did not neglect the nightly divine energy infusion sessions with Cold Xian. One afternoon, just before the new recruit training commenced, Ling Hai lounged on his sofa, waiting for a food delivery. A thin layer of dust coated the items on the prop's wall. If a connoisseur were to behold it, they would undoubtedly berate Ling Hai for squandering such treasures. Each magical prop hanging on the wall would be fiercely coveted by the gods if placed in the outside world. Yet here they seemed merely ornamental. Buzzing. Ling Hai held the television remote in one hand and an ice pop in the other. Mistaking the phone's ringing for his food delivery, he casually glanced at the illuminated screen. As the two characters flashed before his eyes, an exclamation of disbelief escaped his lips. Swallowing the remnants of the ice pop, he felt as though someone had struck him hard on the back of the head. Zhou Ping? What's wrong? It's rare to receive a call from you, the busy one. On the other end, Zhou Ping's voice trembled slightly. Ling Hai, I think I might become a god. Those words echoed in Ling Hai's mind, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Since meeting Zhou Ping, Ling Hai had always led him through the mists. With Zhou Ping's protection, the perilous fog that others avoided like poison was as mundane as the smog of the capital city to him. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that the mist was far more potent. A breath of it was invigorating. Once one entered the fog, encounters with deities from other pantheons became inevitable. For Ling Hai, eliminating them was as effortless as eating and drinking. It was better to save his strength to empower Zhou Ping. Over time, Zhou Ping had reached the pinnacle of human potential due to his pure-hearted nature. He nearly transcended during a conflict with an Olympian deity. Even amidst the mist, Ling Hai could see the sword tip manifesting from the sky. Surrounded by an onslaught of sword energy that encircled Zhou Ping, the deity had been obliterated amidst the tempest of blades, before Ling Hai could gather the deity's essence. Both its corporeal form and divine soul dissipated into the universe, leaving Zhou Ping at the center of the storm, calm yet slightly panicked as he watched his body fade. That sensation was unlike death. When one dies, the soul can linger in the world, but to be ground to dust by the cosmic order signifies true obliteration. Had Ling Hai not been present, Zhou Ping would likely have been the first to fall among humanity's apex. Following this incident, Ling Hai ceased bringing Zhou Ping into the mist and cautioned Yi Fan against assigning him frequent tasks. The more battles Zhou Ping engaged in, the quicker the seal Ling Hai had placed upon him would unravel. No, it's my own decision to undertake the task. You must know that mysterious activities within the Great Xiao have been increasing in frequency. The Night Watchers are short-handed, and I cannot bear to see those mysteries wreaking havoc in our realm. I apologize for the trouble. Zhou Ping was a sincere individual, and Ling Hai found it difficult to reprimand him. Well then, wait for me. I will arrive shortly. By the way, are you at the Flavor of the Earth restaurant on Changxiang Road in Shijin City? No, I was near the capital when I discovered the seal was about to break. Yi Fan brought me to his office upon noticing the anomaly. Just find me at Yi Fan's office. After ending the call, Ling Hai sighed. In truth, during Zhou Ping's last near transcendence, Ling Hai possessed the ability to ensure his survival. However, according to his initial plan, he intended to find a deity associated with swords, consume its essence along with its fate thread, and facilitate Zhou Ping's ascension. In that state, Zhou Ping would be better positioned to absorb the essence of that divine realm. If all went smoothly, Zhou Ping could leap to the highest echelon. Moreover, prior to that, Ling Hai had already envisioned a chosen one. Consequently, he resolved to seal the resonance emanating from Zhou Ping to sever the connection with the cosmic order. Ling Hai rose from the sofa, wrote a note to leave on the door, and approached the prop's wall to retrieve a small paper umbrella, a gift he had prepared for Zhou Ping's ascension long ago. Now, it was finally put to use. Imagining the expression on Zhou Ping's face transforming from confusion to elation upon receiving the gift, a smile crept upon Ling Hai's lips. As he prepared to turn off the television, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the diagram of the extermination sword array beneath the coffee table. Compelled by an unseen force, he extracted it, shook it slightly, and murmured to himself, the extermination sword, paired with the extermination sword array, once Zhou Ping ascends. It seems few deities will pose a threat to him aside from myself. His eyes suddenly gleamed, and he rolled up the sword array diagram, fastening it at his waist, and exited the door with excitement. Absent from home, please leave the delivery at the door. Do not call. Outside the villa, Ling Hai held the small umbrella in his right hand and the extermination sword array in his left, his eyes fixed intently on the void in the north. Now, it is time for a magic trick. He arrived at the villa's entrance and pushed the door open. In the office of Yi Fan, in the capital city, Zhou Ping exclaimed, I'm not scolding you. Knowing there's a seal on you, why would you undertake so many tasks? Isn't this madness? Yi Fan was aware of the seal on Zhou Ping. Ever since Ling Hai had briefed him, he had refrained from assigning tasks to Zhou Ping. A brief surge of mysterious activities within Great Xia could easily be managed by the other 4 apex humans. Had he not promptly detected the trace of sword energy emanating from the outskirts of the capital, an array of chaos would have surely ensued. Zhou Ping, with a sword box resting on his thigh, was about to offer some words of comfort to Yi Fan when, in an unexpected turn, the office door, previously locked from the inside, swung open. Chapter 48, The Goddess of the Underworld, Hela, a primordial azure power seemed to surge forth from within. Am I late? Stepping inside, Yi Fan and Zhou Ping maintained their composure. You've arrived. Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled as he gestured toward the empty seat beside him on the sofa. Ling Hai plopped down with a hint of exasperation, casting a reproachful glance at Zhou Ping before turning to Yi Fan. Commander Yi, he addressed with gravity. At the utterance of these words, Yi Fan felt a jolt of apprehension, his body instinctively bristling with tension. He longed to flee, yet escape was futile. Whenever Ling Hai invoked those words, it signified that the Night Watch commander was about to receive a tongue-lashing akin to a grandparent lecturing a grandchild. As the commander of the Night Watch, you seem indifferent to the mundane affairs of the few human elites. Ling Hai's tone was measured, yet to Yi Fan, each word bore the weight of a mountain. Were it not for the dignity of being among the pinnacle of humanity, he might have crumbled under the pressure and knelt before Ling Hai. Ling Hai, I too am one of the human elite. Besides managing the myriad affairs of the Night Watch, I am often required to travel across the nation. My time is rather limited. Ling Hai reclined on the sofa, placing a small umbrella atop Zhou Ping's sword box. No need for explanations. Explanation is but a guise, and a guise is merely the beginning of your dereliction of duty. If I were not present in Daxia today, what would you have done? What would Zhou Ping have done? In any case, I am taking Zhou Ping to resolve the transformation issue. Upon our return, I expect to find your letter of apology on my coffee table. Oh. And please ensure the takeaway at the door is placed on the dining table. With that, he did not await Yi Fan's response but seized the bewildered Zhou Ping. Rising to his feet while still clutching the diagram of the sword array, Zhou Ping glanced at the small umbrella on the sword box, then at the carpet Ling Hai held. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Why did you bring a toy and a carpet along? Surely you don't expect the commander to clean the carpet for you? The commander is not so deserving of such a fate." Ling Hai was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself that he still wished to preserve a modicum of dignity for the Night Watch commander. As for the umbrella, you might want to channel sword energy into it. Perhaps wait until we are out of Daxia to try it, lest you accidentally destroy Yi Fan's office. And this is not a carpet. It is fabric I intend to use for crafting your divine attire. The diagram of the sword array. Ling Hai planned to transform it into the divine garment for Zhou Ping post-deification. Thus, the sword array could be summoned at will, capable of slaughtering the highest of beings as one would cull livestock. Sensing the increasingly unstable seal within Zhou Ping, Ling Hai, before he could speak, urged him to open the door to Yi Fan's office. As the door swung open, a gust of briny sea air rushed in, a stark contrast to the confines of the office. Pushing Zhou Ping through the threshold, Ling Hai turned back to Yi Fan. "Do remember to write that letter of apology. 2,000 words. Use bold for the title and song font for the body." With a resounding thud, the door closed, silencing Yi Fan's complaints from miles away in the capital. Zhou Ping, clutching a palm-sized umbrella, stood quietly at the coastline, while Ling Hai approached him slowly. Beyond the sea lay an endless shroud of mist, though, rather than mist, it would be more apt to describe it as a toxic haze. Ling Hai inhaled deeply, allowing the fog to fill his lungs. "What are you pondering?" Zhou Ping, enveloped in sword energy yet appearing tranquil, emitted an aura of coldness. "I was reminiscing about the days spent following you in the hunt for gods," he mused. "Watching the deities from other pantheons flail helplessly was quite amusing. Rest assured, once we resolve your transformation issue, there will be many more such days ahead." "And what is your plan?" Ling Hai's eyes shone with a piercing light, fixated on the direction of Asgard. "Find a god, slay them, seize their divine essence, strip their fate, and then feed it to you." Zhou Ping, are you familiar with Helheim? I am aware. It is the realm of the dead in Norse mythology, ruled by the death goddess Hela. Is she our target this time? Hela, wielding her skeletal sword with uncanny agility, ranks among the mightiest of the gods. I have had my sights set on her for quite some time. Having her perish for your sake would indeed be a fitting use of her powers. Moreover, I have devised a plan. Zhou Ping, would you care to join me? Zhou Ping's eyes brightened, his sword energy retracting. "It would be my utmost honor, Lord Azure Emperor." As they spoke, a distorted circle materialized before them. Ling Hai paused momentarily before stepping inside, with Zhou Ping following suit. "Helheim, let us depart." Ling Hai crouched, scooping a handful of sand dampened by seawater, casting it into the air. The grains fell, creating a sound reminiscent of submerged earth. When Zhou Ping opened his eyes again, a massive figure awaited beside him. Heimdall, the guardian of the entrance between Asgard and Midgard, donned in golden armor, bowed solemnly, his expression one of utmost reverence. At this moment, as a divine being, he resembled a pet awaiting praise from Ling Hai. Years prior, while en route to slay Surtur, Ling Hai had inadvertently ended Heimdall's life, subsequently shaping him with his divine powers. Heimdall possessed all the attributes of a deity, including memory and emotion. As a god who never engaged in the internal conflicts of Asgard, his new essence made him nearly undetectable by other deities. Typically, he dutifully guarded the Rainbow Bridge. Upon Ling Hai's arrival, he transformed into a loyal divine companion. Zhou Ping was well aware of Heimdall's backstory, so his sudden appearance did not provoke much astonishment. "Open the Rainbow Bridge and point the way." Heimdall lowered his massive head and unsheathed the holy rainbow sword, thrusting it into the void beside him. The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens as the clouds above seemed to ripple outward. As a creature birthed by Ling Hai, Heimdall understood the direction Ling Hai referenced. With the sword returned to its sheath, his sturdy fingers pointed toward the depths of Asgard's void. Ling Hai and Zhou Ping exchanged a glance and nodded. The spiritual energy of the 9 Azure Song domain manifested around him. He grasped at the air and scattered it upwards. The condensed divine energy, shaped like irregular leaves, along with their figures, vanished from sight. Once the aura dissipated, Heimdall's expression of reverence faded, replaced by his customary stoicism. Ling Hai and Zhou Ping's presence made no ripples in the water, and the deities of Asgard remained oblivious to the intrusion of these uninvited guests. Within the bloody realm, Loki, unfazed, was leisurely arranging a sacrificial formation, entirely unaware of the impending fate awaiting his allies, still lost in dreams of becoming the God King. Chapter 49. Helheim. A beam of azure light descended, revealing a stark contrast to the resplendent Asgard. If the Asgard presented to them earlier was paradise, then Helheim now lay before them as a hellscape riddled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This realm was an infinite expanse of blood, as if it were the forgotten end of the world. Any living being that entered this space would find their vitality stripped away in an instant. The thick, viscous blood churned and spread, staining the ground a blinding crimson, reminiscent of the desolate blood sea from a horrific tale. The air perpetually reeked of a nauseating, metallic scent. Though he had long anticipated the presence of Hela, this was Ling Hai's first visit to such a place. Pinching his nose, his face contorted in distaste, he thought, goodness, the environment of our Daxiaofengdu must be 1,000 times better than this. That madwoman Hela is truly a wretched being. During Odin's banquet for the gods, she spat into my food, revealing her inherently malevolent nature. Killing her today would be a righteous act. As the two raised their heads, they beheld a majestic palace standing silently at the distant horizon, partially obscured by a blood mist, resembling a slumbering giant, radiating a stark white light that clashed with the surroundings of Helheim. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the palace was constructed from countless ominous white bones, each exuding a chilling aura of death. Further in the distance, 12 peaks stood in a row behind the palace, like loyal sentinels guarding the skeletal edifice. Zhou Ping might not discern the ominous presence emanating from those peaks, but Ling Hai could distinctly sense a power rivaling that of the chief gods. Look at those 12 mountains, Zhou Ping. You may not grasp their significance now, but once we eliminate Hela, you will understand just how formidable they are. The existence capable of annihilating half of Asgard appears here in Helheim, as if to conquer Asgard in one fell swoop. The words destroy half of Asgard fell lightly into Zhou Ping's ears, while he could not perceive the overwhelming might of the 12 peaks. He had battled alongside Norse deities under Ling Hai's guidance and knew how astonishing it was to speak of such destruction, though usually composed. His eyes widened slightly at Ling Hai's words. It seemed that other divine realms were not as peaceful as they appeared, surrounded by fog. They even had the capacity for internal strife. It echoed a line from a celebrated Daxia classic he had read: one must first self-destruct before facing external threats. As they observed their surroundings, a pure, chilling aura of death began to seep from the palace. Where this power spread, it seemed to freeze the very air, mercilessly consuming all vitality, leaving only endless despair and silence. Zhou Ping, sensing this aura, felt his gaze darken, instinctively reaching for the sword box he had carried with him. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he found his hands empty. However, with Ling Hai beside him, he had little cause for concern. Has Hela discovered us? Ling Hai conjured a bundle of needles and thread, manipulating the formation of the sword array while shaking his head. No, this is merely a normal release of divine power. Before we officially enter Asgard, I have concealed our life forces. Unless Hela manages to sneak into Asgard while we're unprepared, no god here will sense our presence. Not even those 3 young maidens. Besides, we will not be caught off guard. Hela is doomed today. Now, infuse your sword energy into the small umbrella I have given you, as a call to battle. Ling Hai's slender fingers danced swiftly over the sword array diagram. Zhou Ping glanced at Ling Hai's almost ethereal hands and retrieved the umbrella from his pocket. The sword energy he had cultivated surged forth as it touched the small umbrella. With a resonant hum, the sound of the sword echoed like a dragon's roar, shattering the deathly aura that enveloped Helheim. The 4 ribs of the umbrella expanded rapidly in Zhou Ping's astonished gaze, quickly growing to human size. Seeing this, Ling Hai pricked Zhou Ping's palm with a needle and flicked it into the air. For drops of his essence blood, as if animated, curved through the air and merged with the 4 swords of the Zhu Xian. The Zhu Xian sword, the Lu Xian sword, the Xian Xian sword, and the Zhu Xian sword danced in the air, their pale golden light dispelling the lurking darkness, like the sunrise in the east. Though named the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, they imbued the boundless sea of blood with a vibrant vitality. In Zhou Ping's hands, the sword seemed not to seek death, but rather to save lives. In the instant the essence blood fully merged, Zhou Ping sensed a profound connection between himself and the four swords of Zhu Xian. With a mere thought, the swords glided to his side, quietly hovering behind him. He raised a hand, and the four swords aligned before him, their blades concealing an overwhelming sword intent. Though it was their first encounter, Zhou Ping felt as if they were extensions of himself. His sword technique flowed seamlessly. Though situated in the realm of death, a tsunami of sword energy surged towards Zhou Ping from all directions. At that moment, the seal Ling Hai had placed upon him shattered completely. The unique divine power of the sword immortal manifested, revealing the eternal path amidst the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Ling Hai pointed his left hand towards the void behind him, enveloping all of Helheim in the might of the Green Emperor. He wished to prevent any interruptions from the Asgardian gods during the impending battle with Hela, as Zhou Ping ascended to divinity and approached the Tao. As the sword energy materialized, Hela, residing within the skeletal palace, rushed forth with fury. Who dares to behave so audaciously on my territory? Her piercing shriek approached swiftly, as the writhing bones surged like a tide, threatening to engulf Ling Hai and Zhou Ping. Hela stood atop this wave of bones, her cold gaze scanning the two, particularly fixated on Ling Hai. The power emanating from this slender figure felt hauntingly familiar, yet she could not immediately recall his identity. A deity from Daxia? Even if he is reincarnated, his strength could not have returned to such terrifying levels. Speak. Which pantheon do you belong to? Is this Daxian human acting under your behest? Releasing sword energy within my divine realm? Do you truly believe I am dead? Chapter 50. The crumbling Hela, though her expression betrayed nothing. Ling Hai detected a hint of desperation in Hela's voice. He clutched the modified Zhu Xian sword array diagram, gesturing for Zhou Ping to don it. Originally intended as a carpet, the diagram was transformed by Ling Hai into a robe. When Zhou Ping wore it, he exuded an aura of celestial grace, making one wonder if he were cosplaying a character from some anime. Zhou Ping, the path is now revealed. You must leave your mark upon it. The title of Daxia's sword immortal sounded quite impressive. Ling Hai twisted his ankle, smiling as he shielded Zhou Ping from Hela's furious gaze. Seeing that neither the god nor the man before her acknowledged her, Hela trembled with rage. In Asgard, aside from Odin, Thor, and Loki, no deity had ever dared to treat her with such disdain. Those who had done so before had invariably turned into mere bones within her palace. Watching the calm demeanor on Ling Hai's face, her fury threatened to consume the last vestiges of her sanity. Child, has it been merely a few millennia since your father punished you for spitting into my food, and you have already forgotten? As he spoke, Ling Hai's azure light intensified, and the aura of the Green Emperor surged forth unreservedly. Amidst the swirling sword energy, the azure divine power seeped into this realm of death. In Hela's terrified gaze, the crimson of the blood sea receded at a visibly rapid pace. The essence of this divine realm was in conflict with Ling Hai's divine power. Yet it was clear that Ling Hai emerged victorious. The scarlet was replaced by a clarity, and the foul stench in the air gradually gave way to an inexplicable fragrance. In the distance, atop the skeletal remains of his own palace, a thick layer of moss had unexpectedly taken root. Against the backdrop of a dark crimson sky, a hint of the summer azure of the great sea appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The ethereal blue will-o'-the-wisps meandering through this desolate blood-soaked realm transformed into a pure white under the influence of Ling Hai's divine power. He retrieved a crumpled white tissue from his pocket, tearing it apart and tossing it into the air. Countless white doves surged upward, darting towards the black crows circling high above the skeletal palace. Their claws tore through the birds' bodies, and their sharp beaks feasted upon their flesh. My desire is for world peace. Look, these peace doves are quite fitting, aren't they? Ha. Listening to Ling Hai's boisterous laughter, Hela felt her back teeth almost shatter. She raised her hand, summoning the bone dragon that loomed above the skeletal palace. The roar of the dragon, akin to a sound emerging from the abyss, reverberated throughout Helheim. The mountain-like bone dragon transformed into a radiant arc of white light as it charged towards Ling Hai, its roars echoing incessantly. Feeling the deathly aura seeping from the gaps in the bone dragon's every sinew, Ling Hai furrowed his brow and covered his ears. Let's all say it together, little mouth. Shut it. Of course, the life of the bone dragon also calmed in unison. With a thunderous crash, the bone dragon's massive form struck the ground. The earth trembled. Fragments of bone mingled with the crystalline water beneath, splattering Hela from head to toe. Her already unruly hair now clung to her scalp like a leech. Yet, her fitted dark green gown accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Ling Hai squinted and let out a wolf whistle, remarking, "Oh, it's been so long since we last met. You've grown into a fine young lady. When Zhou Ping comes to kill you, you'll surely die quite spectacularly, one to you." Gradually, The divine power of the Green Emperor spread across the skies above the 12 mountains of the fallen cities. The verdant divine energy splashed down like paint, dyeing the lifeless peaks a vibrant green. One could even see a few clouds being gently pushed by the wind. Helheim, in its current state, could hardly be described as anything less than a scenic wonder. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. When summoning the bone dragon, she had contemplated awakening the 12 mountains of the fallen cities alongside it. However, after witnessing the dragon's fate, she abandoned that notion entirely. She was aware that the being before her was the deity of fate from the Great Xia. Yet, compared to the Green Emperor buried deep in her memories, this entity exuded a distinctly different aura. Who are you truly? I remember vividly that the real Green Emperor merged with the land of Great Xia alongside other national deities long ago. Moreover, how did you silently traverse the Rainbow Bridge? What have you done to Heimdall? Ling Hai, stroking his chin in mock contemplation, mused that the Green Emperor had indeed perished but later returned to life. As for Heimdall, oh, you mean my little dog? He pulled a piece of red cloth from his pocket, offering a free glimpse of a grand transformation. The cloth was raised high into the air, rapidly expanding until it resembled a small mountain. The moment it fell, Hela's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The radiant Heimdall lay sprawled on the ground, allowing Ling Hai to manipulate his massive head. His half-open eyes were filled with devotion, as if this guardian of the Rainbow Bridge were truly just Ling Hai's pet. This cannot be, though Hela verbally denied it. She had already accepted in her heart the reality of Heimdall's betrayal. She had no idea how Ling Hai had transformed Heimdall, who was separated from Asgard by a vast distance, nor did she understand what kind of magic he was employing. Yet it was evident that this surpassed the inherent powers of the Green Emperor. The obsequious Heimdall before her radiated a divine energy that could not deceive. While Hela may not have been familiar with the other deities of Asgard, she was quite well acquainted with this renowned neutral deity. This god, who had forsaken his dignity to become a pet, was indeed the Heimdall she knew, without a doubt. Heimdall, how could you? How dare you? What has the Green Emperor done to make you so unreservedly abandon Asgard, which you have protected for so long? At Ling Hai's feet, the frolicking Heimdall furrowed his brow at her words, casting an ingratiating glance at Ling Hai before rising to draw the holy rainbow sword from his waist. The sword's tip pointed directly at Hela's face. Hela, you are quite bothersome, disturbing my master's enjoyment. You shall pay. With that, the massive sword swung down without a hint of hesitation. To Heimdall, Hela seemed merely a stranger. The murderous aura surrounding the blade sent a chill of dread through Hela. In terms of strength, Heimdall could not harm her. Yet she could not believe, nor was she willing to accept, that such an unlikely deity would so easily turn against her. He completely disregarded the disparity in power between the two gods, simply because she had interrupted Ling Hai's amusement. Chapter 51. Zhou Ping slays Hela. From Hela's palm emerged two sharp-boned swords, enveloped in a swirling mist of death. Within 100-meter radius centered around her, bone soldiers, roaring like demons from hell, crawled forth from the shadows. Each soldier was adorned with sharp, bony protrusions, their eyes gleaming with a ghostly fire, as if intent on reducing Ling Hai's soul to ashes. Unaware that the true Heimdall had long ceased to exist, Hela swiftly accepted the reality of his betrayal in her heart, resolving to eliminate this traitor for Asgard. She merely wondered if Ling Hai would impede her efforts. After all, she was uncertain if she could simultaneously deal with both Ling Hai and Heimdall in a one-on-two scenario. Upon recognizing Ling Hai's true identity, she had already attempted to contact other Asgardian deities. However, every signal sent had, without exception, vanished into oblivion. To Hela, Helheim now appeared as a completely isolated divine realm. Today, either she would perish, or Ling Hai and Zhou Ping would meet their end. Crossing her two bone swords before her, Hela's expression darkened, her entire being erupting like a vengeful spirit as she leaped forward. The dark green divine power surged like a tide, once again staining the water beneath her feet black. High above, countless bone swords gradually solidified, each glimmering with a chilling light, awaiting Hela's command. Those lethal implements were poised to pierce Ling Hai and Zhou Ping into a spiky porcupine. Just before the golden holy rainbow sword intersected with the bone swords, Ling Hai tossed the red cloth forward. Its shifting form enveloped Heimdall's figure like a specter. Hela furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she gazed at the vast red velvet cloth, uncertain of what Ling Hai would conjure this time. Just as she prepared for a desperate struggle, she suddenly noticed that Heimdall's presence had vanished completely, just as it had when he first appeared. The red velvet cloth, under Ling Hai's control, scattered into scarlet granules, submerging beneath the water at her feet. Suspended in midair, Hela stared blankly at the ripples gradually calming on the water's surface, her inner turmoil escalating. Without her control, the bone soldiers stood as motionless as blocks of wood. She forced herself to remain composed, her gaze toward Ling Hai filled with malice and fury. But her slightly trembling hands betrayed the terror buried deep within her heart. Even Odin, the king of the Asgardian gods, could not achieve this. Moreover, Helheim was her divine realm, and she had not sensed any teleportation circles. On the brink of a mental breakdown, Hela even considered this a form of illusion conjured by Ling Hai. Yet, she remained unaware of when she had fallen into his trap. Green Emperor, are you toying with me? Or do you wish to replace Heimdall and battle me yourself? Ling Hai feigned an expression of hurt at Hela's misunderstanding, shaking his head and gesturing for her to look at Zhou Ping behind him. I apologize. Our little dog has quite a temper and tends to bite when it encounters ill-intentioned individuals. Of course, do not misunderstand me. I am not casting aspersions upon you, for you are not human. As for engaging in a battle with you, well, I am uncertain about the source of your confidence. Rest assured that I shall refrain from taking action against you at this moment. Your forthcoming adversary is my esteemed friend, the sword immortal of the great Xia, Zhou Ping. Ling Hai smiled subtly, shifting aside to reveal Zhou Ping, who had been obscured from view, while he beautified the natural environment of Helheim. Zhou Ping commanded the 4 swords of extermination, leaving his mark upon the endless path. At the instant the swordsmanship was perfected, a hint of sharpness was infused into the gentle aura surrounding Zhou Ping. Within the existing ocean of laws, he inscribed a principle that belonged solely to him. These principles, deep within the world, silently maintained the operation of all existence. Historically, such laws had been monopolized by deities. Now, the first true principle belonging to humanity emerged, leaving an indelible mark upon the grand path. Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled with clarity, and every breath he took exuded a surge of sword energy. With a mere gesture, the 4 swords of extermination resonated throughout the heavens. A vast sword aura swept in from the horizon, bearing the weight of destruction that ground the sea of bones upon which Hela stood into powder. The skeletal soldiers surrounding Hela remained motionless, as they faced their second demise in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Ping had truly ascended to the ranks of the divine. His heart, imbued with a crystalline innocence, pulsed vigorously as his every movement emanated a torrent of sword intent. Ignoring the dissipating body, Zhou Ping turned his head slightly and offered Hela a faint smile. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Hela, sensing the unsettled sword principle emanating from Zhou Ping, could hardly contain her disbelief as she scoffed coldly. Is this the opponent you have chosen for me? Are you overly confident in his abilities? A mere human who has just entered the realm of divinity? I could annihilate him without even employing my divine powers. Suddenly, a glimmer crossed her gaze as if she had realized something, and the tension in her heart began to ease. Or perhaps, in combating the essence of my divine realm, you have exhausted all your strength. Now you require a newly ascended human to contend with me? Aha. Hela regarded Zhou Ping with utmost disdain, as though she were observing something that had fallen to the lowest depths. Ling Hai exchanged a glance with Zhou Ping, who nodded in understanding. There was still takeout waiting for him at home, so he decided not to engage in unnecessary banter with Hela. With a casual flick of his fingers, he declared, Enough noise. The 4 swords of extermination surged forth, yet the supreme goddess Hela showed no inclination to evade, deriding the formidable swords. In her view, Zhou Ping, who had only recently ascended to divinity, posed no threat whatsoever. Killing him would be no different from dispatching a newborn human infant. Aside from the divine power and sword energy radiating from Zhou Ping himself, she felt no murderous intent emanating from the approaching 4 swords of extermination. Thus, she surmised that these swords were merely for show. In the face of Hela's disdain, a sound reminiscent of flesh being violently torn apart echoed. The once floating figure felt an unexpected lightness in her body. With a series of splashes, she stiffly lowered her gaze, realizing her limbs had inexplicably fallen to the ground, sending up a spray of dark green water. Oh, you seek death. The piercing scream reverberated painfully in Ling Hai's ears. If we must fight, why the need for such a loud outcry? Upon uttering this, Hela felt as if she had lost control over her own mouth. Her tightly sealed lips trapped her cries of agony within her throat. The 4 swords of extermination not only obliterated the flesh but also extinguished the very essence of the soul. The moment Hela sensed her injury, she instinctively attempted to mend her body with divine power. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered she could not feel the presence of her limbs within her soul. The divine power that had once surged within her had diminished significantly following the strike of the 4 swords. Resembling a grotesque creature, Hela summoned the remnants of her divine power to keep herself suspended in the air, desperately maintaining whatever dignity she had left. Internally, she seethed. Do you think that without my limbs, I cannot deal with you? Her deep-set eyes became consumed by fury, as her divine power coalesced into a divine ring around her. The area beneath her transformed into an unfathomable abyss, from which the anguished cries of tormented souls echoed incessantly. Dozens of giants, formed from countless bones, reached forth from the depths of the abyss. Simultaneously, 4 bone swords emerged from where her severed limbs had been, serving as substitutes for her missing hands and feet. The skeletal giants roared as they charged toward Ling Hai, while Hela transformed into a blade, hurtling toward Zhou Ping. With her divine power nearly depleted and her fractured soul flickering like a candle in the wind, she realized that a swift resolution was her best chance for survival. Ling Hai and Zhou Ping would not allow her to live. Thus, she resolved to expend every last ounce of her strength, perhaps even securing her own survival in the process. As her figure entwined with the 4 swords of extermination, the 12 colossal corpses of the obliterated city mountains behind her slowly opened their enormous eyes. Beneath Ling Hai's feet, vegetation surged forth uncontrollably. Chapter 52, Ascension to Divinity. Thick vines ensnared the skeletal giants rushing toward him. Despite their desperate attempts, they were rendered powerless. What was once mere weeds, easily plucked in ordinary circumstances, now proved more resilient than divine artifacts. Ling Hai fashioned a makeshift hammock from the vines, reclining lazily within as he squinted at the towering forms of the obliterated city mountains, which obscured the sky. Are these truly intended for me? You are indeed investing heavily. Summoning these entities must have drained a considerable amount of your divine power, has it not? How much divine power remains within you now? 30%? 20%? With each word he uttered, Hela's expression grew increasingly grim as she grappled with Zhou Ping, who seemed to rival her in strength. Despite having only just entered the divine realm, coupled with the 4 swords that could sever anything, Hela found herself in a situation where the heavens offered no aid, and the earth provided no solace. Zhou Ping, despite his youthful appearance, wielded his sword techniques with exceptional ferocity, striking without the slightest hesitation. Each sword aimed directly at her vital points. A momentary lapse could spell her doom. Ling Hai reclined with his hands behind his head, observing the 12 towering corpses of the obliterated city mountains with indifference. Hela, do you know of a magic trick from the Great Xian known as the Heavy Light Box? A box that one could easily lift, yet must feign to be overwhelmingly heavy before an audience. Much like your current predicament. Exerting all your strength yet failing to even slightly unsettle Zhou Ping. I offer you a chance to perform for me and Zhou Ping. A sly smile crept across his lips as he pressed down with a single hand. In an instant, Hela, unable to comprehend Ling Hai's words, felt an overwhelming backlash surge within her heart. With a muted gasp, her tightly sealed lips finally parted, divine blood raining down and staining the shimmering surface of the water below. How could this be? Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. The 12 colossal corpses of the obliterated city mountains were the result of countless years of her labor, though summoning them demanded immense divine power. She had never encountered a situation like this before. She dodged the strikes of the 4 swords of extermination and Zhou Ping's surging sword energy while attempting to communicate with the 12 colossal corpses. However, no matter how she tried, the moment her divine consciousness touched them, it would sink into silence, as if cast into the ocean. Forest Python. Ling Hai appeared to have grown weary of the game, his smile fading slightly as he uttered the 2 words. A figure, a simple-clad man formed from the divine power of the Azure Emperor, materialized beside him. He donned a tattered hat and wore a simple green linen robe, his bare feet hovering above the water's surface, his muscles chiseled like stone, and his limbs adorned with serpent-like patterns. Though the serpent bore the visage of a great Xiao man, his eyes shone with a pure azure hue, and his aura resonated with that of Ling Hai. With a single utterance of kill, the serpent sprang into action. The world-ending giant serpent erupted violently beside the closed-eyed Ling Hai. Faced with the struggling dozen or so skeletal giants, the serpent merely flicked its tail, its terrifying form twisting within Helheim. The giants, infused with a portion of Hela's demigod power, shattered abruptly under their master's horrified gaze. The serpent opened its cavernous maw, inhaling the deathly aura that lingered in the air. Following the tumultuous waves, the colossal serpent vanished beneath the heavens. The serpent remained beside Ling Hai, his linen robe untouched by moisture, save for a few wisps of pure deathly energy escaping his lips. Zhou Ping, enough of the games. Your transformation is nearly complete. Zhou Ping summoned the 4 swords of smiting immortals to his side. As he dissipated, Zhou Ping felt a sense of satisfaction in having battled a deity to such an extent, especially given that Hela was far more formidable than any other divine being he had encountered in the mists. Zhou Ping felt content. Simultaneously, his innate kindness could not bear to see Hela suffer further. The robe adorned with the smiting immortals' sword array glowed with golden radiance, intricately woven with Tao patterns, pulling both Zhou Ping and the panicked Hela into its lethal embrace. Within the sword array, the atmosphere was saturated with murderous intent and peril. The smiting immortal sword, the slaying immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, and the absolute immortal sword transformed into myriad colorful beams. Wherever they touched, all things were annihilated. In Helheim, the winds and clouds shifted and the cosmos was inverted. Hela, having exhausted her divine power, found herself powerless against Ling Hai. Confronted by Zhou Ping, she could not inflict even the slightest harm. The specter of death loomed over her heart. In the face of mortality, she recklessly ignited the essence of her own life. Yet, even so, her severed limbs bore no signs of regeneration. Hela, with her hair disheveled, furiously battered against the edges of the smiting immortal sword array. Where once her proud bosom stood, now only 2 horrifying wounds remained. Her cold, beautiful visage was marred by flying flesh and blood. Slaying immortal sword, go. A gentle voice echoed in her ears, and Hela seemed to hear the tolling of death's bell. With a swift motion, the slaying immortal sword pierced through her chest. A heart, once radiant with divine light, now lay dull and lifeless. Ling Hai, awaiting nearby, released divine power toward Hela. The Azure energy enveloped her body. And in that moment, Azure runes swirled within Ling Hai's eyes. An invisible thread of fate, grasped tightly in Ling Hai's palm, connected to Hela. At the moment of contact with Hela's fate, Ling Hai glanced at Zhou Ping in surprise, murmuring, "What a timely death." "Zhou Ping, come here." Zhou Ping, now reduced to a mere head, floated beside Ling Hai. The latter reached out, and his seemingly empty hands swiftly formed seals before Zhou Ping's hopeful gaze. As the power of the Azure Emperor gradually merged into Zhou Ping's body, the parts that had already transformed miraculously began to regrow. Simultaneously, Zhou Ping could feel the essence of Helheim, suppressed fiercely by Ling Hai's divine power, as well as the 12 silent corpses of the destroyed city mountains. Hela's corpse, suspended in the air, shrank into a diminutive dark green crystal at Ling Hai's command. A gentle breath from Ling Hai caused Hela's divine essence to slowly drift into Zhou Ping's body. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Ping's soul fully absorbed the divine essence, unleashing the peak divine power of a main god from within him. In an instant, the distant skeletal palace collapsed. A white dove, long circling among the clouds, dove toward the pile of bones below. A holy white light illuminated the scene. The towering mound of bones dissipated, replaced by a white jade divine throne inscribed with countless doves. "Congratulations, main god Zhou Ping." Ling Hai rose from his reclining chair, as the serpent transformed into a streak of white light and entered Ling Hai's body. "Were it not for you, I would have ceased to exist long ago. I owe you my gratitude." Zhou Ping's face bore an expression of gratitude. His newfound strength was undeniable. Chapter 53. The undercover agent. Even if Hela were to resurrect in her prime, the time Zhou Ping could afford her would not exceed a mere breath. Moreover, he sensed that, through his connection with the essence of Helheim, he would soon ascend to the ranks of the supreme gods. Given that this realm is a divine kingdom of Norse mythology, he would feel no regret in absorbing its essence. When that time comes, should any other pantheon dare to invade Great Sia, he would possess a greater confidence in the confrontation. Unfortunately, the absorption of divine kingdom essence requires considerable time. With the pack of wolves closing in on Great Sia, he could not afford to linger here. Furthermore, the peak strength of a main god would be more than sufficient to face an invasion from foreign gods. After all, supreme gods are often the kings of their respective divine realms, and they seldom intervene directly unless exceptional circumstances arise. Moreover, he still wielded the 4 swords of smiting immortals and the sword array formation. Even if a supreme god were to descend, he would dare to fight. "What are you saying? Do we need to be so formal with each other?" Expressing gratitude would only create distance. Ling Hai waved dismissively, then gestured for the delighted Zhou Ping to look at the white jade divine throne radiating holy light. From a distance, the throne appeared as if a deity knelt reverently, humbly awaiting the arrival of its master. Presently, Helheim, aside from the 12 corpses of the destroyed city mountains still exuding deathly energy, could be described as a paradise. The divine blood spilled by Hela had been thoroughly purified by the divine power residing within the source of the divine kingdom. As time passed, this divine realm would ultimately transform into the image its master, Zhou Ping, envisioned. However, there was no need to wait that long. Ling Hai already foresaw its future. At that time, Helheim would likely become the only divine realm overflowing with overwhelming sword intent and sword energy, a realm of pure white between heaven and earth. "Zhou Ping, do you wish to sit upon it and see for yourself?" The 4 swords of smiting immortals morphed into 4 distinct patterns in Zhou Ping's eyes. The golden light from the sword array began to dim gradually after Hela's demise. Zhou Ping steadied the turbulent divine power within him and gazed toward the direction indicated by Ling Hai's finger. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as he looked, the white jade divine throne seemed to gently rotate. The divine ascent staircase extended directly to his feet. He instinctively stepped back. Confusion etched on his face as he glanced at Ling Hai. Ling Hai, feigning mystery, led Zhou Ping up the divine ascent staircase while explaining. "When I commanded the dove to destroy the skeletal palace's ruins, I connected it to the essence of Helheim. Sitting upon this divine throne for meditation will significantly accelerate your absorption of the essence. In no time, you will ascend to the highest ranks. How does that sound? Are you tempted? As Zhou Ping approached the divine throne, he faintly sensed the connection between it and the essence of Helheim. He bit his lower lip hesitantly and turned his head, yet he realized that even if the time for absorption was reduced, he could not afford to linger in Helheim. For a short while, Yi Fan and Lu Wuwei could manage, but over time, the fragile stability they maintained would inevitably shatter. Moreover, he was reluctant to involve himself too deeply in the affairs of the Night Watchers. In addition to the growing quantity and quality of the mysterious entities, Zhou Ping also noticed an increase in the frequency of activities from other pantheons. It would be long before war erupted between Great Xia and them. At that moment, what if he had yet to complete the absorption of Helheim's essence? In the midst of the divine conflict, the Great Xia would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage. Observing the deeply troubled expression of Zhou Ping, Ling Hai promptly pressed him onto the alabaster divine throne. Am I not aware of your concerns? He inquired. As a deity of Great Xia, my vigilance regarding its safety rivals that of Unite Watchmen. While I am somewhat reluctant to involve myself in your affairs, it does not imply a lack of understanding towards my friends. You may be a Night Watchman, but do not forget, you are also my friend, Ling Hai. Your worries will be addressed by me. Great Xia cannot afford to lose a human pinnacle, thus, I shall create one. As for you, remain in Helheim, absorbing the essence of the divine realm while acting as an informant, relaying messages to the Night Watchman. Surely, you wouldn't refuse such a splendid opportunity? Ling Hai possessed the ability to create life, and Zhou Ping was well aware of this. After absorbing his plan, Zhou Ping slowly voiced his doubt. So, you intend to create a being to serve as the agent of the Green Emperor? I recall you mentioning a Night Watchman named Lung Xian in the 136th Squad of Tsangnan City, who is also your agent, right? Moreover, you refer to yourself as the Green Emperor's agent. Wouldn't that be rather problematic? Ling Hai, sitting firmly upon the divine throne, began weaving the destiny of the puppet from thin air, shaking his head to dismiss Zhou Ping's conjecture. Not at all. What I am about to create is a second you, a second Zhou Ping. You wield a sword, thus, I shall grant this puppet the power suited for swordsmanship. Do you remember the 5 emperors of the national sacrifice? The White Emperor, aligned with metal, embodies the fiercest martial spirit among the deities of the national sacrifice. Although the other 4 emperors are deceased, their powers are intertwined. I possess the abilities of all 4, enabling this puppet to become the White Emperor's agent. Simultaneously, this puppet will serve as your substitute within Great Xia, transmitting information from Asgard, while the Zhuxian sword and its array remain here. I will endeavor to elevate the puppet's strength to the pinnacle of the main deity. In Helheim, you will be a sword immortal. In Great Xia, you can still be a sword immortal. With the power of metal, you can create countless divine weapons. As he spoke, Ling Hai grasped the puppet's destiny line with his left hand and Zhou Ping's with his right, merging them. In the next moment, a completely naked Zhou Ping appeared before them. Startled by the sight of his own bare form, Zhou Ping's earlobes turned crimson, and he averted his gaze in discomfort. After intertwining their destiny lines, Zhou Ping felt as though a switch had been flipped in his mind. With a mere thought, his consciousness could transfer into the puppet before him. He contemplated this and proceeded to act upon it. Thus, when he sensed Ling Hai's hands resting on his exposed chest, he blushed even deeper. Ling Hai, who was in the process of making the puppet the agent of the White Emperor, was equally startled by the sudden turn of events. Goodness! Goodness! Both exclamations echoed as Ling Hai and Zhou Ping turned their backs to one another, unable to meet each other's gaze. Although we are good friends, my uncle is still saving money for my wedding, Zhou Ping exclaimed. Ling Hai, equally flushed, froze at this revelation, suppressing the urge to pummel Zhou Ping. He inhaled deeply and spoke through gritted teeth. Before I say anything else, do not enter the puppet's body yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind turning this puppet into a eunuch. You wouldn't want to be unsure whether to use the men's or women's restroom when using this puppet. Would you? Chapter 54. Zhou Ping's puppet. Zhou Ping, turning his back, gasped, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of himself loitering before a public restroom, with others pointing and whispering about him. No, you mustn't change, he shouted, pivoting to face Ling Hai, determination evident in his expression. That was the dignity he held as a man. Not even a puppet could be subjected to such a fate. If he were truly transformed into a eunuch, how could he face the world? If Lu Wuwei discovered this, he could only imagine the mockery that would ensue. Mustn't change? Ling Hai shot Zhou Ping a disapproving glance. Then just sit still. If you're truly restless, you can begin absorbing the essence of Helheim now. As he spoke, a thought struck him. Since the other 4 emperors are deceased, in essence, you will be acting as the 3rd White Emperor. When you control the puppet within Great Xia, you may choose a worthy individual as your agent. Moreover, Since this puppet is of my creation, there is no need to worry about any issues of transformation. With his eyes closed, Zhou Ping attempted to absorb the essence, lifting his eyelids at the mention of the third White Emperor. What does that signify? The potent martial energy of the White Emperor flowed from Ling Hai's hands into the puppet, which was gradually becoming more vibrant with life. The first is the legitimate White Emperor who has perished for the nation. The second is I, the Green Emperor, who shares the same essence as them. The puppet, inheriting the legacy of the White Emperor, naturally becomes the third White Emperor. However, I must caution you that, due to the essence of you, and this puppet not belonging to the national sacrifice deity system, you only possess the powers of the White Emperor with my permission. As the authorization neared completion, feeling the surge of divine power within the puppet, Ling Hai smirked mischievously. Let us see how discerning your choice of agent is. If the individual proves unsatisfactory, I can generously assist in clearing the way. With that, he rose from the divine throne, whimsically weaving a garment of divine energy for the puppet. After all, should Yi Fan whimsically review the office surveillance, she might suspect Ling Hai of harboring peculiar preferences. Zhou Ping's reputation was insignificant compared to his own illustrious name. So, you shall remain in Helheim, absorbing the essence of the divine realm while I take the puppet and depart. Ling Hai turned to face Zhou Ping's still form, seated upon the divine throne. His voice resonated as the puppet opened its eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuations typical of a living being. Apart from the divine energy coursing within, the flowing blood and beating heart, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a lifeless entity. Zhou Ping's consciousness traversed into the puppet's mind. The dull gray of his eyes suddenly burst forth with color. In that moment of adaptation to the new body, he gazed at his original self seated upon the divine throne, a peculiar sensation washing over him. He had never anticipated witnessing such a version of himself while his soul remained intact. What would happen if other Asgardian deities entered Helheim? He felt ill-prepared to confront so many deities alone. Ling Hai descended the divine steps, casting a glance at the alabaster throne and the motionless Zhou Ping seated upon it. Do you not know? The magician's greatest skill lies in visual deception. Deities are no exception. He snapped his fingers, and an intangible wave instantly swept across the entire divine realm. Zhou Ping, following closely, surveyed his surroundings. His divine sense traversed thousands of miles. Yet he discerned no change in the picturesque Helheim. Noticing the confusion in Zhou Ping's gaze, Ling Hai, while drawing circles in the sand beneath his feet, explained, I deceive the Asgardian deities, not you. The essence of this divine realm is precisely as it appears to you. However, if other deities enter Helheim, they shall behold only the realm governed by Hela. To them, you, seated upon the divine throne, will appear as Hela herself. The moment I intertwined Hela's destiny line with yours, you received all her memories, did you not? Therefore, what you must do next is to absorb the essence of Helheim while engaging in role-playing. To those Asgardian deities, you are Hela. The sword energy and divine power you wield are perceived by them as mere bone swords and the force of death. As long as you speak and act in accordance with the established style and form inherent to Hela's memories, you are unlikely to encounter any issues. But what if you inadvertently expose yourself? Ling Hai, holding a handful of sand aloft, spoke with casual nonchalance, uttering chilling words. Expose yourself accidentally? Then simply eliminate the witness. After all, this is your own divine realm. The outside world will remain oblivious. Just deny it vehemently, and the other gods will not suspect you an elder of Asgard. The yellow curtain of sand cascaded down. The briny sea breeze caressed his face, and within his line of sight lay a mist shrouded in ominous clouds. Zhou Ping lowered his gaze, realizing that the two of them were still within the circle they had started from. Feeling the surging power of the White Emperor within him, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed. Taking a deep breath of the air of Daxia, Ling Hai pulled out his phone to check the time. Goodness, it hasn't even been half an hour. My takeout should still be warm. He pondered whether that old rogue Yi Fan had managed to write the confession well in such a short span. Recalling Yi Fan's woeful expression, Zhou Ping chuckled, suggesting, do spare the commander some trouble. The night watchman has a plethora of duties, mysterious cleanups, and recently, new recruits undergoing training. He must be rather stressed. Ling Hai crouched down, grasping another handful of sand to toss into the air. I know, he has had to write that confession dozens of times, and not once has he done it himself. The many clerical staff within the Night Watch are not idle. You can't genuinely believe Yi Fan would write it himself, can you? His 13th and 26th confessions bore distinctly different handwriting. Amidst the shifting shadows, the sound of sand falling onto the floor echoed. Yi Fan's office, sensing an arrival, illuminated itself as the lights activated automatically. Zhou Ping's sword box rested on the sofa opposite the desk, and the air was still tinged with Yi Fan's mental energy. Ling Hai stretched lazily, striding towards the office door. Farewell. He waved at Zhou Ping, opening the door to Yi Fan's office. In the next moment, warm yellow light bathed his face, and the air was infused with the enticing aroma of Northwest fried rice noodles. On the sofa, Yi Fan sat upright, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. "You arrived quite promptly," Ling Hai exclaimed, heading straight for the dining table. Chapter 55, Yi Fan's request on the dining table. Aside from the takeout kept warm by Yi Fan's mental energy, there lay a thick stack of confessions. With a mere flick of his finger, a black halo emerged on the white paper. Ling Hai glanced over, teasingly eyeing Yi Fan. Did someone else write this one too? The handwriting differed from the previous ones. Yi Fan's eyelids flickered, yet his gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. The bold handwriting belonged to an undercover agent from the ancient god church embedded within the Night Watch. Discovered by Lu Wuwei, he was subsequently eliminated by me. This one is a new recruit, with a clean background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to work on his computer at all times. Ling Hai swallowed a mouthful of rice noodles and crumpled the confession into a makeshift pigeon. Is there a significant loss? The pigeon's eyes sparkled with a green sheen, fixated on the beleaguered Yi Fan on the sofa. Hearing this, Yi Fan sighed a bitter smile, raising his head to meet the pigeon's gaze. He had spent considerable time within the Night Watch headquarters. It was impossible to claim there were no losses, but they were within acceptable limits. Ling Hai's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused as images of several humans darting across Daxia flashed in his mind. Although Lu Wuwei and Chen Fuzi kept their distance, in truth, if one were to articulate it, his relationship with them was rather amicable. Among them, Ling Hai could indulge in his whims. He considered himself somewhat loyal. Placing the takeout container down with his left hand, he cradled the pigeon in his palm. "Allow me to avenge you. No thanks necessary." Empowered by divine energy, the pigeon flapped its wings and soared through the open window, gliding into the horizon bathed in the remnants of the setting sun. How many will perish? Yi Fan removed his glasses, shutting the computer, and approached the window. He understood just how formidable the pigeon Ling Hai had unleashed was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he might not even stand a chance against that pigeon. Ling Hai wiped the red oil from the corner of his mouth, turning to gaze at the dimming sky, feeling the surge of his divine power rapidly traversing within Daxia. How many will perish, you ask? The ancient god church has long been your adversary. I certainly will not allow them to be obliterated in one fell swoop. A slight extinguishment will suffice, perhaps around 40%. After all, we must leave a few for the new recruits to serve as practice dummies. In a desolate forest of Daxia, the crimson hue on the horizon gradually began to fade. The colorful clouds drifting high above resembled an oil painting losing its vibrancy. Night unfurled like ink across the sky. The outlines of the mountains blurred, reminiscent of beasts retreating into the night. The ancient god church maintained several strongholds within Daxia, subtly divided into 3 factions: Moon Acacia, Whisper, and Pathways. In a secluded valley, the stronghold under Moon Acacia began to grow lively. Every follower of the ancient god church wore a bloodthirsty smile, raising their cups in celebration, oblivious to the sect they had vanquished. The distant roars of wild beasts echoed through the forest, adding a chilling ambience to the mountains. In the darkness, a solitary white dove, incongruous with its surroundings, hovered in the air, its size akin to a clenched fist, surrounded by a soft, milky glow. Its eyes, however, were a deep azure. It flapped its wings, suspended in midair, quietly observing the raucous humans below. The moon ascended, dispelling some of the tidal darkness engulfing the forest, as the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the dove. With a resounding thud, white feathers mingled with azure light scattered throughout the woods, akin to a heavy snowfall. Naturally, the followers of the ancient god church within the stronghold noticed the peculiar disturbance in the sky. When anomalies arise, there is often something amiss. Living in a world where they danced on the edge of a blade, they exchanged knowing glances and rapidly dispersed, fleeing in various directions through the forest. The night was their best disguise. Within half a minute, only flickering orange flames remained at the original site, although the bonfire could bring light and warmth. The crackling sparks added an eerie silence to the valley after the revelry. The humid mountain breeze swept through, tearing apart the light of the bonfire, plunging the valley, which had just celebrated, into darkness. The luminous moonlight flowed through the mountains. Numerous waves of varying levels of mental energy surged through the dense forest. At the cliff's edge, where the wind howled, a black-robed follower of the ancient god church, at the realm of boundlessness, wore a frostbitten expression. His chest heaved violently, his gaze warily scanning every blade of grass and tree in the vicinity. Apart from the mental energy released during the scattering of white feathers, he sensed no further anomalies. It felt as though it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet, having endured countless battles, he knew that a single misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss. In the profound silence, the sound of cooing pigeons broke the stillness. When did that happen? He gasped, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, hurriedly turning his head to confront the dove. His prowess lay within the realm of boundlessness. placing him among the elite forces of the ancient god church. There was no way he could have missed a mere dove, but regardless of how he scrutinized it, the dove bore no resemblance to anything other than an ordinary pigeon. Humph, playing tricks. He snorted coldly, his chilling mental energy coalescing into a beam of azure ghostly fire in an instant. Since the opponent dared not reveal their true identity, it was likely they would resort to such petty tactics. Did they think they could psychologically undermine him? Dream on. He prided himself on his prowess in killing. What scenes had he not witnessed? The flame seemed to possess the power to freeze all things. Surging through the night like a meteor towards the immobile dove perched on the edge of the cliff. A resplendent blue light illuminated the night sky at the precipice. In the nearby city, countless citizens raised their gazes toward the distant mountaintop. What could it be? Lightning? Are you foolish? I wager it must be aliens. Perhaps it is an experiment conducted by some scientific institution? Dissipate, dissipate. As the brilliance faded, the silhouettes of the ancient god cult's followers vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pile of meticulously arranged dark green feathers. Such occurrences transpired simultaneously throughout the mountains and forests. Dozens of lives, hands stained with blood, perished in the same instant, taking their souls with them. In the southern mountain mansion, Ling Hai paused his subway parkour game, hearing the admonishing voice of a portly man emanating from his phone. It was accomplished, no more, no less. The ancient god cult's combat strength had been reduced by 40%. So, what does it mean that you're still lingering in my house? Ling Hai cast a sidelong glance at Yifan, who stubbornly refused to shift from the sofa, suppressing the urge to kick him out. After all, this villa was purchased by him. He had to afford Yifan some courtesy. Watching Ling Hai restart the game for the umpteenth time, Yifan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, an opportunity to discuss serious matters had arisen. Ling Hai, this year's Night Watcher rookie training camp will be held in Songnan City on Jinan Mountain. This year's rookies are somewhat special. In addition to the heir of the Bailey Group, there is also the divine agent, Lin Xie, whom you should be aware of, along with several promising candidates possessing high-risk forbidden ruins. The ancient god cult will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to obliterate the new strength of the Night Watchers. Thus, I implore you to attend the rookie training camp as a stabilizing force. Fearing Ling Hai might refuse, he quickly added, of course, you need not concern yourself with the rookie's daily training. I can arrange for someone to provide living supplies directly to you. Most importantly, you will only be responsible for the rookie's safety, and we won't restrict your freedom. Ling Hai furrowed his brow, his lips pressed together. You know, just moments ago, I told Zhou Ping that I rarely involve myself with Night Watcher affairs. Moreover, the rookie dormitory is bound to be uncomfortable, and the daily training sounds may disrupt my sleep quality. Yifan observed Ling Hai's subtle expressions, gritting his teeth and slapping his thigh. I will quadruple your monthly allowance. Additionally, I will build a villa within the rookie training camp, with all furnishings mirroring your current residence. Damn it, this time, it's going to cost me dearly. All expenses related to the Night Watchers require approval from the higher-ups. It's not as if Yifan can simply speak, and the funds will be at his disposal. Ling Hai's entire expenditure is borne solely by Yifan, though sometimes he deducts a bit from Chun Fuji and a few others. Currently, Ling Hai's name holds more weight than Yufan's title of Supreme Commander of the Night Watchers. After all, apart from Lung Xian, who serves as the Qing Emperor's agent, only they, humanity's pinnacle, are privy to Ling Hai's divine identity. In the eyes of others who know Ling Hai, he is merely another exceptional talent unwilling to join the Night Watchers. Constructing another villa in the rookie training camp would certainly require personal funds, and he would also have to withstand pressure from other higher-ups. Patting his increasingly depleted wallet, Yifan felt a pang of anguish. Chapter 56. Are they truly not undercover agents? In an invisible manner, he seemed to see countless red bills flowing out like water, and the smile on his face nearly faltered. Ling Hai discreetly cast a glance at Yufan's increasingly clenched fists, deciding to relent. All right then, since your sincerity is apparent, I shall reluctantly agree. However, you must ensure that I possess the highest command authority within the rookie training camp. This is something our commander Yi can certainly manage, right? Believing Ling Hai would make exorbitant demands, Yifan sighed in relief. Of course, I have said that your freedom will not be restricted, which also includes the highest command authority. But are you truly so benevolent as to assist us in guiding those rookies? Ling Hai narrowed his eyes, staring intently into Yifan's gaze. An odd atmosphere enveloped them. Neither spoke, with Yifan forced to hold Ling Hai's gaze. Suddenly, Ling Hai slapped Yufan's shoulder with considerable force, nearly dislocating the old bone. Such precision. Aha. I certainly will not assist you in directing the rookies, but I can oversee the instructors. It's settled then. Once the villa is constructed, you may notify me. Lingering footsteps echoed as Yifan staggered to his feet. Calculating the amount he would have to invest this time, his smile teetering on the brink of collapse. He wished to utter a farewell, but feared that the words escaping his lips would betray his heartfelt distress. Grasping the laptop from the coffee table, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at one corner of his mouth. With a resounding thud, the front door closed behind him, and Ling Hai listened intently, catching the sound of Yifan's heavy breathing and hurried footsteps outside. In truth, even if Yifan did not seek his assistance, he would still have gone. Before embarking on their mission to eliminate Hyla, Lang Xian had approached him. Ling Hai, all information regarding Qie has been reported to the capital city. During the document transfer, it is certain that there are infiltrators from the ancient god cult. Although Qie is merely a shadow, and while the rookie training is discreet, we cannot afford to gamble with his life in case a traitor emerges. Thus, on behalf of Team 136, I beseech you to covertly protect Qie's safety. If you could, consider it a favor owed to our team. Upon recalling this request, Lang Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of asking for a favor from a being who projected divinity. However, after much contemplation, they truly could not conceive a compelling reason to convince Ling Hai to agree to safeguard Lin Qie. As expected, upon hearing Lang Xian's words, Ling Hai nearly spewed his drink. You all owe me a favor? Spare me. However, I shall agree to this matter. Upon hearing this, joy erupted in Lang Xian's eyes. Really? In truth, everyone in their team had prepared themselves for rejection, as aside from Lang Xian, their acquaintance with Ling Hai was only tenuous. Not to the extent of accompanying Lin Qie throughout the year in the rookie training camp. Detecting the disbelief in Lang Xian's tone, Ling Hai looked bemused. Am I truly such an unsympathetic deity? Moreover, you are, after all, the agent I selected. I will certainly acquiesce to your request. Ling Hai paused, suddenly struck by an idea, and inquired curiously. You mentioned that the ancient god cult would target Lin Qie. What of you and Zhao Kongqing? Awakening the divine ruins and forbidden ruins one after another? Aren't you afraid of being pursued by the ancient god cult? Especially you, the divine agent of Daxia. This single aspect of your identity is far more enticing than Lin Qie's. And let us not forget, the last assassin was a master of the Sea Realm. If I were to keep an eye on Lin Qie and Jinan Mountain, what of your safety? You needn't worry about this. Lang Xian waved his hand, a confident smile crossing his face. Our captain has not reported the awakening of the forbidden ruins by me and old Zhao at all. Moreover, wasn't that ancient god cult spy disposed of by you using a pigeon? Their target will only be Qie. Even without Qie, the ancient god cult would not forsake the other geniuses within the rookie camp and instead pursue us, the hardened veterans. Not long after that conversation, Zhou Ping ascended to godhood, followed by Yifan's plea for assistance just moments ago. Without divulging his own intent to head to Jinan Mountain, he had inadvertently secured the highest command authority for himself. Days passed without incident. 2 days have elapsed since Lin Qie arrived at the new recruits camp. Yet no word has come from Yifan. However, given that Yifan is the one seeking assistance from Ling Hai, he remains rather unperturbed. He is well aware of the senior officials, many of whom are rather antiquated in their views. Convincing them to construct a solitary villa within the new recruits training camp will likely require considerable persuasion. On the third day of training, during lunch, Ling Hai was at the peacekeeping office, casually disregarding the hesitations of Chen Mai while he savored his meal. Ling Hai, didn't you promise to go to Jinan Mountain with Ling Xian? It's been 2 days, Zhao Kongqing said, his mouth stuffed, causing his words to emerge muffled. He was not particularly worried about Ling Hai reneging on his word. After spending time together, he found Ling Hai to be rather reliable beneath his seemingly frivolous exterior. In response, Ling Hai snatched the last piece of chicken leg from Wen Chima's chopsticks, nonchalantly retorting, hasn't he only just begun? The ancient god cult won't act so hastily. They will wait until the recruits are fully engaged before striking unexpectedly, won't they? Wu Xiangnan, picking at the last remnants of greens in his bowl, cast a peculiar glance at Ling Hai as he earnestly analyzed the tactical plans of the ancient god cult. With such reasoning, one might mistake you for a follower of the ancient god cult yourself, he remarked. If I were with the ancient god cult, I would certainly seize the opportunity to strike while they are still unsettled. With so many fresh recruits, they would surely be terrified. Ling Hai shook his chopsticks, disagreeing with Wu Xiangnan's assumption. As you said, there might be moles among the instructors. It's only been a few days. Information about the moles hasn't even circulated yet. Even a novice knows that understanding both oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Moreover, those at the headquarters of the Night Watch must have arrived at the training camp before the recruits. If they act recklessly before all recruits are assembled, it would be unwise. Listening to their banter about strategies against the ancient god cult, Chen Mai wore a troubled expression. If he did not know them well, he might suspect that they were, in fact, moles of the ancient god cult, openly strategizing on how to deliver a fatal blow to the new recruits camp. Before Chen Mai's face darkened to the point of dripping water, Ling Hai slammed his chopsticks against the table, creating a sharp crack, then leaned closer to the somewhat flustered Wu Xiangnan. Dare you wager with me? Let us bet on when the ancient god cult will initiate their ambush. At some point, Hong Ying had retreated several meters from the dining table, clutching her bowl defensively. She sensed that her captain was on the brink of an outburst. Should he decide to flip the table, she wanted to ensure a swift escape. Si Xiaonan poked the ever-ready Long Xian beside her, hesitatingly speaking, "Are they really not moles?" Chapter 57. The villa in the training camp beneath the dining table. Long Xian alternated his grip on his firearm, gathering his mental energies of wood, wind, and thunder. When his gaze fell upon Ling Hai's face, he could only sigh helplessly. I cannot ascertain whether they are moles, but I do know that if the ancient god cult learns of today's conversation, they would likely be eager to recruit them as their own moles within the night watch. Slamming his chopsticks onto his bowl, Long Xian stood up, giving Si Xiaonan's shoulder a gentle squeeze. I'm full. I'm heading to the training room. Out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, given Chen Mai's increasingly grim demeanor, he felt it prudent to vacate the dining table and instead unleash a few rounds at the training ground. Si Xiaonan turned to glance at Long Xian's receding figure. Listening to Wu Xiangnan's increasingly labored breathing, she exchanged knowing looks with Hong Ying. In unison, they stood up. We're full as well. Take your time eating. Hong Ying and I will head to the ground to observe the store. With that, they clasped hands and fled the scene in haste. Soon, only Zhao Conching remained at the table, fidgeting yet still shoving food into his mouth. While when Qima was about to set down his chopsticks, suddenly, with a resounding crack, Chen Mai slammed his chopsticks onto the table. His expression dark as he addressed Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan, Vice Captain of the Night Watch S-Team 136, come here. I need to discuss something with you in the training room. Mr. Ling Hai, please enjoy your meal at your leisure, he added, unable to reprimand Ling Hai, yet feeling compelled to address the other team members. Wu Xiangnan, having been a veteran of the Night Watch, was well aware that their earlier behavior at the table was utterly disorganized and lacking discipline. However, he dared not utter a word against Ling Hai, who was now their team's prized asset, dependent on Ling Hai's assistance for guidance. Exchanging glances, when Qima and Zhao Conching both sighed in relief, exchanging a look of schadenfreude as they observed Wu Xiangnan's face contort with a myriad of emotions. They had never witnessed the vice captain display such a vivid expression. He stood up, his eyes vacant, staring blankly in the direction of the training room, his legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead. Others might not recall, but when he was dispatched at Songnan City, he and Chen Mai were once rivals, each equally proud. Both had been exceptional talents, with Wu Xiangnan being part of a special team. Although those days were behind him, a trace of that pride still lingered in his heart. However, after several intimate discussions during training, their relationship inexplicably improved. Zhao Conching, trembling, patted Wu Xiangnan's stiff shoulder, saying, "Take care. Even if the captain is a bit forceful, we still have Long Xian." Wu Xiangnan shot him a blank stare, forcing a smile that barely concealed his irritation. "Since you have Long Xian, why not join me inside?" Minutes later, the training room echoed with the sound of fists striking flesh. The absence of cries was the last vestige of Wu Xiangnan's stubbornness and dignity. In the stronghold of the ancient god cult, all followers instinctively distanced themselves from Yu Huai, who exuded an aura as chilling as frost. Unlike the capricious Ma Yi, one of the three founders of the ancient god cult, Yu Huai possessed a demeanor as cold as ice. Today, his presence radiated a terrifying pressure that could shatter one's spirit. In the center of the hall lay a corpse, its face twisted in terror, as if it had witnessed something unspeakably horrific. Its skin was pale as parchment, with veins stark against the flesh beneath. There was no blood on the ground, yet all the followers could faintly detect the scent of blood in the air. Usually, Mai would not hesitate to mock Yu Huai in such a state. However, the previous day's disaster, which resulted in the obliteration of a branch of the ancient god cult, was akin to a calamity. Nearly 40% of their frontline combat strength had vanished overnight, all of whom were followers beneath Yu Huai's command. How could he not harbor resentment? Thus, when the trembling messenger appeared, the fury within Yu Huai surged, obliterating the remnants of his rationality before Ma Yi could intervene. In an instant, a follower of the ancient god cult was utterly annihilated. The other followers, upon learning of this incident, dared not breathe a word, fearful of attracting the ire of the enraged Yu Huai. After all, you were merely a messenger, with the ancient god cult's dwindling ranks at this rate. Without the night watch, all followers will soon perish by our hands. Ma Yi, who typically displayed an untroubled demeanor, now spoke with an unusual solemnity. Yu Huai's bloodshot eyes turned towards the effeminate man seated upon the stone throne, his voice hoarse, like the sound of bark scraping against wood. Yesterday, Chen Fuzi was at the fasting hall, Lu Wuwei was in the western Tibetan region, Zhou Ping and Yi Fan were in Beijing, and Guan was in the South China Sea. All special teams are hunting the mysterious across the nation. Who? Who is it? The killing intent within Yu Huai surged uncontrollably, his spiritual energy radiating with a palpable malice. The acolytes of the ancient god church, tainted by a hint of darkness, felt as though their souls were being scorched upon a fiery crucible. Yet, they bit their tongues, daring not to utter a sound. The murmurs were stifled. Their eyes shut tight, as one pondered over a plan to ambush the recruits at the Night Watchman-esque training camp, disregarding the frenzied Moon Huai. At that moment, even as a senior member of the ancient god church, Moon Huai would not heed a word from him. Then, Moon Huai retracted his mental energy, and the soul-chilling growl from his throat ceased. He straightened his slightly hunched form, his heaving chest revealing a lingering anger deep within. His rapidly moving figure caused the dark robe to rustle ominously. What should we do? One eye opened, glinting with curiosity. Sighing, he surveyed the silent acolytes of the ancient god church around him. Enough of this. In the next moment, a swarm of shadows surged out of the hall like a flock of crows, leaving only a few of his disciples behind. Jinan Mountain. Today marked the third day since Lin Qi arrived at the recruit training camp, having encountered numerous owners of forbidden ruins from various regions. Their abilities varied, as did their backgrounds. Although he felt somewhat out of place at first, it was quite intriguing. However, he couldn't help but miss the members of Team 136. Especially his uncle, who had suddenly experienced a significant reduction in work pressure, and Yang Jin, who faced the stress of advancing to higher education. Did this mean he was saving up for his cousin's wedding? As he mused while gazing into the distance from the dormitory balcony, Lin Xie suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at, Xie? Behind him, Bai Li Peng carefully poked his roommate. Nothing. What about you? Weren't you changing into your training uniform in the room? Why are you out here wearing just your pants? Bai Li Peng chuckled, the rolls of his belly jiggling like waves. He leaned over the balcony railing, observing the architecture in the eastern half of the training camp. Hearing the commotion from that direction, he came to take a look. On the day they arrived, he had seen them digging foundations, knowing a new building would be erected. But now, it appeared more and more like a villa. Chapter 58. Cast aside thanks to Bai Li Peng's reminder, Lin Qi suddenly recognized the familiar shape of the new building, associating it with the word villa. A name sprang to his mind, Ling Hai. The exterior of this villa was identical to that of Ling Hai's South Mountain Mansion. Except for the fact that its outer walls appeared much more understated, everything else seemed to be carved from the same mold. But Ling Hai wasn't a night watchman. How could he be at the recruit training camp? Was it for him? The instant this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head to dispel it. Lin Qi understood that his relationship with Ling Hai had not yet reached that level. The mere thought of Ling Hai coming to a desolate place like Jinan Mountain for him was beyond imagination. Well, is it already 2 o'clock? I haven't even put on my military uniform. Qi, wait for me. Bai Li Peng nimbly dashed into the dormitory, grabbing his military uniform from the bed and hurriedly slipping it on. Lin Qi glanced at the logistics personnel moving furniture into the villa in the distance and then looked down at the swarm of recruits gathering beneath the dormitory. Hurry up. Peng Peng. They're coming. As they finally reached the ground, most of the others had already assembled. Under the stern commands of the instructor behind Yuan Gang, the ranks quickly fell into formation, the buzzing recruits casting various expressions at the solemn-faced instructors on stage, all falling silent. Of course, some rebels gazed at the figures on stage with disdain. Among the over 200 recruits, most were ordinary individuals without significant abilities. Only a select few possessed forbidden ruins, special powers, or genuine martial arts heritage. Most had been discovered by local night watchmen during routine battles, showcasing a certain talent for becoming night watchmen themselves. In simpler terms, they were street fighters. Fighting was second nature to them, having spent considerable time navigating the streets. Many had developed a fearless attitude, and the fact that they hadn't rushed forward to drag those arrogant instructors down was a testament to their last shred of patience. Naturally, there were also those who were cowards, careful not to let others see their fear. Having trained many batches of recruits, Yuan Gang noticed the defiance etched on their faces. He could read their thoughts from their subtle expressions, even those who kept a stoic demeanor. The helicopter circling above received the signal and pierced through the clouds, entering the sight of all recruits. Captain, I heard that you received news from Commander Yi about that place in Songnan City. What was it called? The Vortex. Peeking from the cabin door, scanned the recruits below, who appeared like ants. Ling Hai, the nearby Tian Ping kindly supplied. Yes, that's it, Ling Hai. I heard he would be training alongside the recruits this time? From across the vortex, the figure behind the rose mask shot a disapproving glance. What do you mean training alongside the recruits? Get your facts straight. He asked the pinnacle of humanity, not just a member of the Night Watchman. Besides, the captain has made it abundantly clear, Ling Hai is merely here to ensure the recruit's safety. He holds the highest command, and even we must heed his orders. Yu Gui nodded. Indeed, it's fortunate that we are only here to temporarily suppress the recruit's arrogance. Otherwise, living alongside such a monster every day would likely lead to a mental breakdown at some point. However, I was surprised that Commander Yi revealed Ling Hai's identity. After our previous speculations, I thought he would keep it hidden indefinitely. The pinnacle of humanity, what trouble could that identity attract? As they felt the ground draw closer, the vortex nearest to the hatch prepared to descend in the most stylish manner possible. He couldn't resist adding, he is the pinnacle of humanity, who would dare provoke him? After all, Commander Yi even arranged accommodations for him at the recruit training camp. We certainly don't enjoy such privileges. And let us not forget, back at the Peace Affairs office, when Qing Di unleashed his divine might, I nearly thought I was done for. With several team members surrounding him, Wang Mian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them. Get ready. It's about to happen. Buzzing sounds reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. At 2:30 in the afternoon, when the sun was radiating its heat, everyone squinted, curiously gazing at the 7 figures plummeting from the sky. Under the golden sunlight, the 7 individuals shimmered with a unique glow, adding an air of mystery. As Ling Hai, carrying 2 large suitcases, arrived at the villa entrance led by logistical personnel, the vortex happened to be giving the recruits an early greeting. Oh, looks like I arrived just in time. I can even catch a special team performing acrobatics. Hello. Could you please help me take my luggage inside? I'll take a quick stroll outside. Handing his luggage to the logistical personnel, Ling Hai meandered over to Yuan Gang. Nearby, night watchman recruits were fleeing from the masked team chasing them. Each recruit gaped in astonishment at Ling Hai, who was dressed in casual attire and wearing home slippers. This was the training camp. Not to mention the masked team in their custom uniforms. Even the highest-ranking Yuan Gang was dutifully clad in military attire. How dare you stroll around dressed like that? But facing the pursuit of the masked team, they could only suppress their curiosity and flee in all directions. Oddly enough, amidst the widespread psychic attacks, a vacuum formed around Ling Hai, as if they had a mind of their own. Hello? You must be Yuan Gang, right? In the underground base, Yuan Gang, holding an inspection form, was intently focused on the new recruit's training camp when he was startled by an unexpected question from Ling Hai. Nearly losing his grip on the form, when Ling Hai's voice reached the other instructors' ears, their reactions mirrored that of Yuan Gang. A few even assumed a combative stance. The reason was simple. Ling Hai's sudden appearance was utterly enigmatic. They had not seen him on the monitors, as if he had materialized out of thin air. However, Yuan Gang, forewarned by Yifan, managed to quell his shock and gestured for the instructors to continue with their duties. The only individual bold enough to wear such attire in the training camp, apart from Ling Hai, whom Yifan described as the stabilizing force, was unlikely to be found anywhere else in the entire Xia. Do not be alarmed. He is a high-ranking official who will oversee our training outcomes for the coming year, Yuan Gang announced. In response, Ling Hai played along, adopting a demeanor befitting someone seasoned in officialdom. Relax, comrades. Treat me as if I were invisible. Do not let me disrupt your training schedule. His final chuckle was somewhat exaggerated, leaving Yuan Gang momentarily stunned. Had he not known Ling Hai's true identity, he might have believed him to be an official sent for inspection. Yet, was this 6th pinnacle of humanity not a tad too youthful? He appeared even younger than Lu Wuwei and Guan. Could it be related to the Forbidden Ruins and lifespan? As Yuan Gang pondered, Ling Hai was fixated on the monitor, observing a buzzcut youth meditating, seemingly unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. Instructor Yuan, please show me this individual's information. Ling Hai nudged Yuan Gang. Though he could discern each person's identity through the thread of fate, it was prudent to maintain appearances. Yuan Gang paused for a moment before obediently handing over the inspection form. Name, Xiao Yuan. Title, Black King of the Forbidden Ruins. Age, not specified. Remarks? Here to seek influential connections? Ling Hai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy on the monitor, who was lost in contemplation. Instructor Yuan. Since he is here to seek connections rather than participate in the new recruit training, let us expel him. Upon hearing Ling Hai's casual suggestion to expel the boy, even Yuan Gang, who had weathered many storms, widened his eyes in disbelief. But he possesses a highly dangerous background from the Forbidden Ruins. While his attitude might be somewhat passive, he is among the better recruits we have seen in recent years. He stammered, his rugged brows knitting tightly, his hands unconsciously gripping the hem of his uniform. Were it not for Ling Hai's extraordinary strength, he might have already dismissed the youth without hesitation. However, with Yifan's explicit directive, Ling Hai held the highest command authority in the Night Watch training camp for the year. If Ling Hai insisted on expelling Xiao Yuan, even as the chief instructor, Yuan Gang would have to comply. Stealing a glance at Ling Hai, who appeared deep in thought, Yuan Gang cursed Yifan silently. Where did they find this ancestor? Causing a stir on the very first day in the training camp. following the arrival of the seemingly youthful leader. All instructors in the underground base discreetly shifted their focus to Ling Hai. Even the recruits engaged in tactical contests against the masked team momentarily forgot their own struggles. Many believed him to be a privileged heir, enjoying his family's influence while seeking amusement in the training camp. Subconsciously, they held no favorable opinion of Ling Hai. Nonetheless, everyone skillfully concealed their disdain for this young nobleman, recognizing that he was an emissary from above. And having no significant conflict of interest with him meant it was wiser to avoid trouble. Ling Hai's remarks to Yuan Gang were clearly heard by all. A few hot-headed instructors tossed their inspection forms to the ground, mocking, "How dare you wield trivialities as authority before Instructor Yuan? If it weren't for the higher-ups' orders, I would have slapped you on sight. You might stay in the training camp for a year, but who gave you the audacity to dictate terms? Speak again, and I will not hesitate to deal with you." The atmosphere became palpably tense. Yuan Gang, embarrassed and unable to meet Ling Hai's gaze, felt the weight of the moment. Having known him for less than 10 minutes, he was uncertain of Ling Hai's temperament. Yufan would not, nor need to, deceive him. If Ling Hai, as a pinnacle of humanity, chose to unleash his wrath, neither he nor the less capable instructors would stand a chance. Not even all the Night Watch teams stationed in the capital. Yet, turning to face the indignant instructors, Yuan Gang hesitated to admonish them. After all, they were his subordinates. And their fiery tempers, though misguided, were merely attempts to save face. He could not allow internal strife among his own ranks. Meanwhile, Ling Hai cast a fleeting glance at the blustery instructor, then returned his focus to the monitor, where Chao Yuan remained steadfast. He was not angered. Divine love encompasses all. According to Yi Fan, this year's recruits for the Night Watch were indeed significantly stronger than those of previous years. As the supreme commander of the Night Watch, facing pressure from the higher-ups, he had constructed a villa within the camp and secured the highest authority. Expelling a promising recruit on the very first day seemed rather ungracious. Disregarding Yuan Gang's discomfort and the instructor's hostile expressions, Ling Hai pointed at the screen, his gaze profound. "Let us implement an elimination system. His name is Chao Yuan, correct? Serpent. Go, but do not harm him." As the agitated instructors focused solely on Ling Hai's command, when the serpent moved as instructed, all present noticed a fleeting flash of azure light, accompanied by a surge of Ling Hai's formidable mental energy that seemed to shake the very heavens. The instructor who had previously hurled insults turned pale, discreetly shielding the bewildered instructors behind him, hoping Ling Hai had not caught sight of his face. In a storage room within the training camp, all recruits, sensing the surging waves of mental energy emanating from the underground base, turned pale with fear. "Hey, Chi, this mental energy doesn't belong to Instructor Yuan or anyone from the masked team, right? Why does it feel like all the hairs on my body are standing on end?" Bai Li, chubby and on alert for any potential intrusion from the masked team, anxiously nudged Lin Shiyi, who was crouching beside him. Although he had yet to awaken the forbidden ruins, he could feel the overwhelming strength of that mental energy. How it compared to Wang Mian, he did not know, but it was certainly several realms above Yuan Gang. Lin Shiyi, perpetually on edge, jolted at Bai Li's touch, nearly retaliating against him in reflex. The other recruits may have been oblivious, but Lin Shiyi was acutely familiar with this mental energy's fluctuations. Whether at the Nanshan Mansion or within the Peace Affairs Office's underground base, he had sensed it before. Upon realizing this energy belonged to the Azure Emperor, he could surmise that the villa was indeed constructed for Ling Hai. Regarding Ling Hai's unexpected presence in the Night Watch's training camp, he had a growing suspicion. It was undoubtedly a favor from the captain to Ling Hai. Given Ling Hai's prowess, having a personal residence within the training camp was hardly surprising. Steeling himself, he shot a resentful glare at Bai Li. "In the midst of our discussion, let us refrain from resorting to physical confrontation, shall we? This surge of mental energy might be attributed to the other instructors from the training camp. After all, we have only been here for a few days and are not yet familiar with everyone." Upon hearing this, the stout figure of Bai Li exhaled deeply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the tightly shut door. In the shadows, two small eyes gleamed with intensity. "That is reassuring. If Instructor Yuan and the others were to send more individuals to apprehend us, I might find myself unable to withstand the consequences." Within the dormitory, the formidable Shen Qingzhu, who possessed an exceptionally perilous aura, also sensed the overwhelming waves of mental energy. His narrow eyes narrowed, and a hint of excitement graced his unruly lips. Another strong contender. Perhaps? "Higi, do not disappoint me." In the corridor, the steadfast Chao Yuan merely opened his eyes to survey the empty training camp square outside before closing them once more. He remained oblivious to the chilling presence that approached him with unmatched speed. By the time he realized the danger, the constrictor snake had already arrived. Faced with the boundary of Chao Yuan's consciousness, the assailant did not even need to assume their true form. With a casual flick of the wrist, a swift and sharp mental force sliced toward Chao Yuan, tearing through the air with a faint hiss. By the time Chao Yuan sensed the world-ending force, he had already been cleaved in two. Chapter 60. Who summoned this devil? The strike was both sudden and swift, causing even the immaculate wall behind Chao Yuan to be severed. Through the gap, one could observe whirlpools akin to a cat stalking a mouse, wandering about the square, including figures like Moon Ghost and others. Stunned, he glanced down to see a crimson line gradually manifesting at his waist. When he looked up again, he met the emotionless gaze of the constrictor snake. The man before him bore an expression as frigid as frost, as though a mere glance could freeze a soul. Yet, aside from the moment he unleashed his strike, Chao Yuan could not discern a trace of energy emanating from him. The other recruits hiding within the dormitory were rendered speechless upon witnessing this scene, barely daring to breathe. They tiptoed deeper into the shadows, as if such actions could help them evade the constrictor snake's awareness. Due to the overwhelming speed, Chao Yuan had not even felt the pain until blood gushed forth from his waist like a spring. The corridor, which had previously only carried a faint scent of perspiration, was suddenly filled with the metallic tang of blood. The constrictor snake observed the sweating Chao Yuan with an indifferent expression, flicking his long, pale fingers. In an instant, Chao Yuan, now without his lower half, felt a dizzying sensation, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His ribcage shattered under the impact. Had it not been for his rigorous training, he likely would have succumbed to unconsciousness from that blow. The long knife he had clutched fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. The sound echoed in the hearts of the new recruits, sending a shiver through their bodies, and their breaths became so faint they were hardly discernible. The loudest sound in the air was the pounding of their hearts. Once his vision stabilized, Chao Yuan realized he had been pinned to the wall by the man in the azure robe using mental force. A multitude of sharp pains radiated from his palms. In truth, he felt the pain but was not afraid. If given the choice, he would gladly end his life to atone for the sins he had committed. Yet the dark energy and murderous intent swirling within him incessantly reminded Chao Yuan that he could not perish. For the sake of others, he must survive. With a gasp, he opened his mouth, and a copious amount of bright blood erupted from his throat, blooming like a vibrant flower in the air. Upon sensing this aura, the members of the masked team exchanged glances, their expressions shifting before returning to normal. They were all too familiar with this mental energy. They trusted Yu Fan's judgment. Ling Hai would not instigate a murder within the training camp. With this thought, they resumed their activities. I cannot die. If I perish now, none of you will survive. Chao Yuan swallowed the metallic taste rising in his throat, forcing back the weariness that threatened to overtake him, and spoke earnestly to the constrictor snake. However, the man merely glanced at him before transforming into a beam of azure light and vanishing within the dormitory. Wait, so rather than casting someone out, you choose to kill them directly? The gazes of all turned toward Ling Hai, their expressions shifting from disdain to awe, and now to that of a grim reaper. Instructor Yuan's words rang true. He was indeed a promising candidate for a night watchman. I maintain a good rapport with your leader, and I must consider his thinning hair. However, this trial must undergo a transformation. With this, he picked up the microphone from the control panel, signaling Yuan Gang to activate it. Hello? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, new recruits. Good afternoon, friends from the masked team. I am your chief instructor, Ling. I have an announcement to make regarding the ongoing game of cat and mouse. The rules have undergone slight modifications. Firstly, all members of the masked team are prohibited from holding back or showing leniency during the hunt. I do not wish to hear any claims of only using 30 or 40% of your strength. Otherwise, I will become the one hunting you. Those wishing to reminisce with me may attempt it. Of course, your strength must remain within the confines of the boundary. It would be unfair to bully the new recruits. After all, secondly, this hunting operation will adopt an elimination format. It is not a matter of you taking turns. When a member of the masked team captures a new recruit, they must, like me, pin them to a stake in the center of the square. You may take inspiration from Chao Yuan in the boys' dormitory. For each elimination, their name will be announced. The process will continue until all new recruits are eliminated or the masked team members are eradicated. Lastly, I am Ling Hai, your chief instructor. By the way, the first to be eliminated is Chao Yuan. Upon finishing, he gestured for Yuan Gang to say a few words. Ahem. Let us proceed as chief instructor Ling has instructed. The operation continues. Among the instructors, a slightly bolder man swallowed hard and stepped forward. Chief Instructor Ling. There are no stakes in our training camp square. Ling Hai smiled slightly, pointing toward the monitor. Who said there are none? The crowd followed Ling Hai's gaze toward the empty square. In the next moment, the ground trembled as if a colossal beast were awakening. Massive cracks resembling spider webs suddenly appeared on the flat surface of the square, rapidly spreading. A towering tree grew wildly before the terrified and bewildered gazes of all present, expanding within mere seconds. It lay there like a giant, completely obscuring the sunlight that fell upon the square. The heat in the air seemed to dissipate. From its sturdy trunk hung 238 branches. Each branch, upon touching the ground, swiftly took root and expanded, perfectly serving as stakes for impaling. Aren't I considerate? I even thought to help them with sun protection. Yuan Gang and the other instructors wished for nothing more than for this exceedingly peculiar Ling Hai to be less considerate. When the sunlight shines upon those new recruits, it might even dispel the deathly aura surrounding them. Who summoned this devil? Such a scale of mental energy, the range of ability, and the precision of control. Even Wang Mian could not accomplish this, could he? This man is indeed the pinnacle, isn't he? Within their hearts, everyone screamed and howled, crawling in disbelief. Dozens of eyes fell solemnly upon Yuan Gang, communication passing silently among them. Yuan Gang turned his head, feigning blindness, trembling as he reached for the thermos on the table, only to find it empty as he had unknowingly drained it. I, too, am curious about Yufan's thoughts. Releasing such a vast amount of spiritual energy at once must have exhausted him. Ling Hai waved his hand, since he bore the title of instructor. He felt compelled to take responsibility to the end. Moreover, the level of spiritual energy expended here was trivial compared to what I exert when straining due to constipation. Chapter 61. Continuous elimination. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as Yuan Gang was momentarily stifled by Ling Hai's words. At that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Observing Yuan Gang's ashen expression, the other instructors exchanged glances, their eyes darting about. This table is remarkably clean. Did you also purchase one? Where did you place it? The girls' dormitory is not particularly safe. Prior to Yuan Gang's utterance, the mass team had already surged towards Chao Yuan's location. What a jest. That is Ling Hai. The extent of leniency they show will surely reflect in the force Ling Hai employs against them. A minute later, 5 members of the masked team, including Wang Mian, arrived at the new recruits' dormitory building. The corridor was lined with tightly shut dormitory doors, yet they could sense the spiritual energy emanating from the new recruits, dissipating due to sheer fear. For them, this was the optimal moment to eliminate these individuals. However, they refrained from acting hastily. The overall strength of the new recruits was evident. They only needed to exert a modicum of seriousness to render them utterly defenseless. The immediate priority was to ascertain Chao Yuan's current condition and to comprehend the nature of the nail Ling Hai had mentioned. As the distance between the two parties diminished, a thick scent of blood invaded their nostrils. Beneath her mask, Rose furrowed her brow. On such a hot day, the hallway already reeked of sweat, and now, before she could finish her thought, she bent over and retched. Meanwhile, several teammates continued their advance towards the suspended Chao Yuan. The assault unleashed by the anaconda not only pinned Chao Yuan to the wall, but also infused him with the spiritual energy of the Ninqing Song domain, keeping him perpetually teetering between life and death. It was akin to wielding a whip dipped in iodine, striking while simultaneously disinfecting. Upon sensing the footsteps of those before him, Chao Yuan found himself unable to open his eyes, no matter how hard he tried. Merely maintaining consciousness had already reached his limit. He lacked the energy to discern who approached. However, it was evident that those leisurely lingering in the dormitory at such a critical moment must be members of the masked team. Ling Hai is truly merciless. They have been at the training camp for less than 3 days, and he is already ramping up the intensity? If this is the training regimen, I can scarcely imagine how hellish it will be once it officially commences. Vortex gasped in shock. Turning his gaze away to fixate on the towering tree in the training camp square, he understood that the peculiar occurrences surrounding Chao Yuan stemmed entirely from Ling Hai's actions. After engaging in battle with the mysterious, he had witnessed far more gruesome and grotesque scenes. The current plight of Chao Yuan was indeed unworthy of presentation. Yet, for the new recruits, Ling Hai's expectations were exceedingly high. When he was a mere novice, the training he underwent paled in comparison to Ling Hai's standards. Although he internally criticized Ling Hai for his harshness, Vortex maintained a stoic facade. Unless he wished to court death, he would keep his thoughts to himself. Captain, I just counted the wooden stakes in the square outside. There are 238 in total, yet this batch of new recruits should consist of 239. Before Tian Ping could finish his sentence, Wang Mian interrupted him with a raised hand. Didn't Ling Hai mention that a new recruit named Chao Yuan had already been eliminated? If I am not mistaken, this must be the very lad before us. Aside from him, there are precisely 238 remaining. His tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet internally, a tempest raged within him. Like Chen Mai and the others, he had initially harbored doubts regarding Ling Hai's capabilities. After all, on the day at the Peace Affairs office, the power of the Green Emperor had erupted from Lung Xian. Ling Hai's prowess had only been relayed to them through words. Wang Mian and the others had never truly experienced the strength of the self-proclaimed human pinnacle. However, today's developments revealed that Ling Hai had indeed spoken no falsehoods. If he were a human paragon capable of manipulating plants, even mimicking his actions would be impossible to achieve at Ling Hai's level. The 238 wooden stakes vaguely formed the shape of a character. Ling Hai's wicked sense of humor was palpable, and beneath his mask, Wang Mian's lips involuntarily twitched. As if struck by a realization, Moon Ghost, who had been following closely, trembled slightly and discreetly cast a glance at Wang Mian. "Speak." Moon Ghost stepped forward, glancing at Chao Yuan, whose legs were pinned to the ground and hands nailed to the wall, then shifted his gaze to Wang Mian's mask. "Captain, if we fail to eliminate all the new recruits, should we not expect to be nailed to those stakes ourselves? And you are the captain." He did not dare to finish his sentence, yet the implication was clear to all present. The stakes would surely bear someone, if not the new recruits. Then it would be them, the specially invited instructors. Particularly for Wang Mian, as the captain, he would undoubtedly be the first to face such a fate. With so many people nailed to the stakes, as members of a special squad, they would likely lose face in front of their peers. Wang Mian turned his gaze away from Chao Yuan pinned to the wall and instead fixed his stare on the stakes, resembling upright coffins. The only threat here is that divine agent. The rest, can we not handle? Moreover, there is an exceedingly dangerous forbidden ground here. For pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to the listless and silent Chao Yuan, as if observing a living sculpture. Wang Mian's voice remained unabated. The new recruits hiding in their dormitories felt a tightening in their chests, and sweat began to bead in their empty palms. They had all witnessed Chao Yuan's horrific state firsthand. No one wished to endure the agony he had suffered. When Ling Hai announced the new rules, every face turned pale for an instant, including Lin Chia's. He understood that, even though Ling Hai had joined the new recruits training for his sake, he would show no mercy. After all, he had been mercilessly thrust into the fray before encountering the Ghost-Faced King. He would not be spared either. In the underground base, Ling Hai took delight in observing the panicked expressions on the faces of the new recruits as he sauntered out of the facility. "Instructor Ling, where are you headed?" "Of course, I am going to guard the execution grounds. Those individuals will undoubtedly attempt to rescue them. I will assist the mass team in safeguarding their hard-won results. What if a new recruit crosses paths with you?" Ling Hai's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Then they shall consider themselves fortunate. I am quite gentle in my approach." As his words lingered in the air, only the faint pulse of spiritual energy remained. The moment Ling Hai's figure vanished from the underground base, all the instructors simultaneously exhaled in relief. Sharing the same space with him felt akin to having a mountain pressing upon one's chest, with the constant threat of being crushed into a puddle of mud. Upon arriving at the execution grounds, Ling Hai fashioned a bamboo chair for himself and reclined leisurely, basking in the sunlight that filtered through the leaves, transforming it into countless fragments of gold. In under 10 minutes, over 100 new recruits had already been nailed. Rose had been assigned to remain in place, ready to receive the unconscious new recruits transported by Vortex. The pink giant hammer she clutched in her hand proved useful for nailing the new recruits. Initially, she hesitated to strike these budding flowers of the Night Watchman. But under Ling Hai's imposing gaze, her pace quickened. After nailing 40 or so, she became utterly numb. The new recruits, awakened by their pain, could only curse at the sight of Ling Hai leisurely sunbathing on the bamboo chair. Chapter 62. The stubborn Shen Qingzhu, a succession of elders, long unheard of by Ling Hai, emerged from the mouths of these new recruits. Ling Hai remained indifferent. His eyes closed as he focused intently on the fleeting figures of the masked team members within the training camp. The new recruits, eliminated in such a short span of time, were predominantly novices, faced with the battle-hardened members of the masked team. Most of them merely feigned resistance before surrendering their bodies to be manipulated. It was only when the pain intensified in their palms that they began to grasp the gravity of their situation. Some wailed helplessly, others cursed vehemently, and some pleaded for mercy through tears. Naturally, there were those who attempted to use their forbidden items to escape, only to be met with the shock of finding their spiritual energy sealed upon contact with the wooden stakes. The forbidden items they carried transformed into useless debris without exception. The recruits, left with no alternative, squirmed like worms. Violet spatial vortices flickered to life across the execution ground, with an increasing number of new recruits nailed to the wooden stakes. The cacophony beneath the towering trees grew ever louder. Eventually, it was Rose who could no longer endure the chaos. Her expression contorted as she glanced at Ling Hai, who remained with his eyes tightly shut. Were it not for the palpable aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, she might have assumed he had fallen asleep. After securing the new recruits to the stakes, Rose began to use her massive hammer to knock them unconscious. As time passed, the frequency of recruits being transported to the execution ground began to diminish. Those who had suppressed their realms to the lowest level were no longer the effortless conquerors they had been initially. Faced with recruits who could genuinely be deemed geniuses, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. On several occasions, Zhou Ping, the Vortex, and others nearly fell victim to ambushes from recruits hiding in corners. However, their extensive combat experience and adept manipulation of forbidden abilities proved invaluable. Although the situation had become somewhat troublesome, it was not insurmountable. The execution ground, once filled with noise, had transformed into an eerie silence. In stark contrast, a large area near the dormitory building had shifted from an initial deathly quiet to a vibrant hub of activity. With the number of surviving recruits dwindling, Ling Hai, who had been hiding, was compelled to join the fray. Within his perception range, Ling Hai noticed a boy with a buzz cut, exuding a rogue charm, stealthily approaching the execution ground. Ling Hai opened his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, betraying his excitement. Finally, he had arrived, the high-risk forbidden item user, Zhou. During his time in the underground base, Ling Hai had memorized the detailed information of the new recruits from Yuan Gang's assessment sheet. Moreover, he held a particularly vivid impression of this recruit whose fate intertwined with Lin Chi's. Rose, who had been waiting at the execution ground, also took note of Zhou's advancing figure. As her spiritual energy surged, she was about to step forward with her hammer when Ling Hai blocked her path. Your task is to receive the newly transported recruits. This one, I will handle. You should attend to your own duties. Having said that, he strolled toward Zhou. It had been too long since he had a chance to torment newcomers, and the thought excited him. Avoiding the likes of Wang Mian and others, Zhou focused intently. Confirming that there were 5 members of the masked team participating in the hunting operation, he had observed only 4 along his route. The last must be guarding the execution ground. Regarding Rose, the sole female member of the masked team, Zhou felt no fear. Possessing a high-risk forbidden item, he believed he would not fall to someone of the same realm. Compared to the other members, Rose's abilities were the most manageable. Zhou planned to deal with Rose first and then team up with the survivors to confront the remaining members like Wang Mian. Initially, he had intended to rescue his teammates nailed to the wooden stakes. Lost in thought, he found himself mere steps away from the execution ground. At the end of his line of sight stood a graceful figure, masked and wielding a massive hammer. Rose glanced at Zhou before turning away, content to wait for the vortex to deliver the eliminated recruits at her feet. Ling Hai's intervention was unlikely to trouble her much. At most, he would assist in nailing the undoubtedly defeated Zhou to a stake. However, she remained curious about how Ling Hai would handle this hot-headed newcomer. After all, she had only heard of the legendary human ceiling before. She had yet to witness their prowess firsthand. Hello there. Are you eyeing the teammates nailed to the stakes? Or perhaps the masked team member with the massive hammer? Or am I the one you seek, the infamous Commander Ling, whose presence causes chaos and destruction? Ling Hai's voice floated softly into Zhou's ear. Oblivious to Ling Hai's presence, Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine. After a sharp intake of breath, Ling Hai vanished in a flash, leaving Zhou standing in confusion, scrutinizing himself. His chest heaved violently, and his gaze, filled with fury, remained fixed on Ling Hai. Are you the one who announced the new rules over the broadcast? That beast? Zhou spat, a compressed ball of air swirling at his fingertips. Ling Hai remained unfazed. Indeed, you've saved me quite a bit of effort. Thus, you shall meet your demise. Zhou's expression suddenly hardened, and the bubble in his hand shot forth like a cannonball. An astonishing heat and a blinding brilliance flooded Ling Hai's vision. Ling Hai sidestepped, and a thunderous explosion reverberated, jarring the eardrums. An invisible shockwave rippled through the air, awakening those eliminated recruits who had been knocked unconscious by the hammer. Several individuals nearby, exposed to the scorching heat, found their lips blistering, their singed hair releasing a foul odor. Blood flowed from their wounds, evaporating in the oppressive heat. The recruits, initially wide-eyed in anticipation of Zhou's rescue, were now rendered unable to open their eyes from the searing heat. Ling Hai casually glanced at the scorched earth at the bottom of the pit, then turned his gaze to Zhou. At such close proximity, you might harm your teammates. You know, shouldn't you worry about that? Zhou scoffed. I've known them for only a few days. Their lives mean nothing to me. If they perish, it is your doing. With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, forming a sphere with a radius of 1 meter around Ling Hai. Within this sphere, the gas density began to condense at an alarming rate. The levels of nitrogen and oxygen surged rapidly. The few recruits behind Ling Hai stared wide-eyed in terror, knowing that a direct hit would spell disaster for them. Already injured, they would be left crippled or worse by the impending explosion. Overcome by the fear of death, they struggled with their last ounce of strength. Even Rose, distanced from the chaos, clenched her fists unconsciously. This new recruit was indeed ruthless. Ignoring the desperate murmurs of those around him, Ling Hai remained composed. And so, the winds rise. Chapter 63. The Calabash Boy Rescues Grandpa Wind? Shinchiju, ever vigilant, suddenly let out a cold laugh. It appeared that this instructor knew nothing about the recruits under his command. His forbidden item possessed the power to extinguish any form of wind at will. He instinctively believed Ling Hai sought to assert dominance before him, but had misjudged the target. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but Shinchiju sensed a rustling in the towering trees above, as if a hint of chill had truly swept through the air. His chilling gaze fixated on Ling Hai, awaiting the man's inevitable self-inflicted torment. If Shinchiju's intuition was correct, Ling Hai was likely also a possessor of a forbidden relic, with abilities linked to the wind. Unfortunately for the disgraced instructor, his opponent was none other than Shinchiju. Had it been anyone else, they might have truly succumbed to Ling Hai's might. The nitrogen and oxygen levels around Ling Hai continued to escalate. As his vision pierced through the circular area, it began to distort slightly. Under Shinchiju's scornful gaze, Ling Hai raised his hand, and the intensifying airflow swirled around him like fish in water, enveloping him in a haze of fine dust, obscuring the view of the rookie. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted, casting a purple glow that illuminated Shinchiju's suddenly pallid face. The deafening thunder reverberated against his eardrums, as a bolt of purple lightning roared through his chest like an ancient dragon. The searing heat, akin to an explosion, consumed him entirely. The lightning flickered for but an instant. A charred silhouette collapsed to the ground amidst the swirling dust. The nitrogen and oxygen around Ling Hai dissipated rapidly, as if nothing had transpired. "You bastard," you were clearly the wind. Anger propelled him to utter the last few words, before his consciousness fell into a chaotic abyss. Ling Hai looked up, signaling the distant Rose to come and clean up, sneering disdainfully at the emerging form of Shinchiju on the ground. "What I say is absolute. Isn't it too naive? Do you truly think this is a game? Shouting before using skills? In battle, it is entirely possible for an enemy who was engaged in fierce combat one moment to turn and strike with abandon the next. Can you react in time?" In the underground base, Yuan Gang sighed heavily as he gazed at the fallen Shinchiju. He had anticipated witnessing a breathtaking duel, only to find that Ling Hai showed no mercy toward Shinchiju. Upon hearing the phrase "the wind rises," he had hoped to witness a tempest that would temper the rookie's fervor. On the ground, in a visual blind spot, Lin Chiye sensed the nearby rookie through the realm of mundane deities. Under the relentless hunting of the masked squad, their numbers were dwindling. It wouldn't be long before they faced this peculiar team directly. "Brother Chiye, I just overheard someone mention that a guy named Shinchiju is attempting to ambush Rose over by the plaza." Bye-bye, Fatty whispered, tugging at Lin Chiye's sleeve. Lowering his voice as much as possible, "Fatty, Shinchiju alone might struggle against Rose. He is likely engaged in a fierce battle right now. Given your wealth of forbidden items, I'll divert the masked squad's attention while you assist Shinchiju against Rose. Once I find an opportunity to regroup with you, we'll devise a strategy to confront the remaining 4 members of the masked squad." He pondered for a moment, uncertain if this newly acquainted comrade would heed his plan. However, the urgency of the situation overshadowed his hesitations. "I'll seize the opportunity to reach the plaza and reunite with Fatty and Shinchiju. There are still many rookies near the dormitory. They certainly won't focus all their attention on you. When you feel the time is right, head toward the plaza. After we regroup, we can think of other methods to deal with the masked squad." Meeting Lin Chiye's tentative gaze, Molly hesitated for just a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, picking them off one by one is indeed a sound strategy. However, you must be swift. I may not endure for long." With the strategy set, Lin Chiye and Bye-Bye Fatty surged from the shadows. One dashed toward the plaza, while the other remained attuned to the positions of Wang Mian and his companions, ready to shout and draw attention at the slightest indication of danger. Breathlessly arriving near the plaza, Bye-Bye Fatty leaned against his knees, gasping for fresh air. He had never realized his speed could reach such heights. As they approached, he was struck by the imposing sight of a gigantic tree. Yet, now was not the time for marveling. He steadied his breath and strode purposefully toward the center of the plaza. As he drew nearer, Bye-Bye Fatty noticed an eerie silence enveloping the area. Aside from the sporadic sound of a hammer striking wooden stakes, it starkly contrasted his expectations of a fierce battle. Could it be that the arrogant one had already met his demise? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he halted in his tracks. But upon reconsideration, he reasoned that with Shinchiju wielding a high-risk forbidden relic, it was inconceivable that Rose had emerged from their clash unscathed. Now was the perfect moment for him to seize the advantage and heroically rescue the valiant one. "What are you thinking? Have you arrived at your doorstep yet not entered for a visit?" Amid his musings, a warm male voice resonated from behind him. Startled, his legs nearly buckled beneath him. When he turned, however, he found no one there, as if it had merely been an auditory illusion. He chided himself for jumping at shadows. Yet, when he shifted his gaze to the plaza, he was astonished to see a man in casual attire leaning against a wooden stake, beckoning him. This doesn't match my memory of Shinchiju. However, seeing the man's kind demeanor, Bye Fatty brushed aside his doubts, scratching his head and cheerfully making his way toward Ling Hai. Comrade, have you seen a rookie who looks rather roguish with short hair? Ling Hai raised an eyebrow, motioning for Bye Fatty to look behind him. Their Shinchiju, charred and gasping for breath, his finely chiseled features still recognizable to Bye Fatty. He staggered back in disbelief, a growing desire to flee surging within him. Come now, your attitude seems agreeable. Why not choose a prime location? As the words left Ling Hai's lips, the radiant Yao Guang surged forth, propelling Bye Fatty swiftly in the opposite direction. Ling Hai chuckled mischievously, his hands mimicking the grip of a rope. At the other end, Bye Fatty's figure diminished in size. Hey. As Bye Fatty realized the distance between him and Ling Hai was narrowing, despair gripped his heart. With Shinchingju's example so close at hand, fear compelled him to frantically retrieve his forbidden items. This one won't do. This one either. When he realized that even with all his forbidden items he could not escape. He plopped down onto the hovering Yao Guang, gazing at the golden light encasing him. A spark ignited in his eyes. Right, I still have Yao Guang. He now fervently hoped that Lin Xie had not foolishly ventured close, lest they all fall one by one. Fatty. Lin Xie, having shaken off the pursuing moon ghost, was greeted by the sight of Ling Hai smashing Yao Guang with a single punch. Chapter 64. Harnessing this power with a crisp crack. The sound resonated not only as the shattering of Yao Guang, but also as the dissolution of hope within both Bye Fatty and Lin Xie. Bye Fatty understood he was about to be impaled upon the stake. Upon witnessing Ling Hai personally participating in the hunt, Lin Xie's spirits plummeted. In the center of the execution ground, Rose, expressionless, continued to receive newly arrived rookies through the vortex, casting a casual glance at Lin Xie. Initially, she had anticipated witnessing an exhilarating duel between him and Wang Mian. Now, she could only offer a silent tribute to him. During the confrontation with Shinchiju and Ling Hai, she sensed the formidable prowess of a true human pinnacle. Unlike herself and her teammates, who had constrained their abilities to a mere flicker, the new recruits arriving at the execution ground faced an individual who did not hold back his strength. Little Chi Yi has arrived as well. Let me prepare a special treat for you. Find a good spot. 5 minutes later, the 195th eliminated contender was Shinchiju, followed by the 224th, Bai Li Tuming, and the 237th, Lin Xie. As Molly rushed towards the execution ground, the names echoed over the loudspeaker, causing her spirit to deflate. Gazing at the plaza shrouded in shadows, she pondered whether to advance. Rose single-handedly eliminated 3 individuals, a scion of the Bai Li conglomerate, an owner of a high-risk forbidden territory, and an agent of the divine? Absurd. Truly absurd. In her frustration, she burst into laughter, laced with disbelief and despair. A low metallic hum resonated as a gun barrel sliced through the air. I must see what you, Rose, are truly capable of. With her eyes crimson with determination, Molly transformed into an arrow, darting towards the execution ground. Alas, before she could catch a glimpse of Rose, darkness suddenly enveloped her. Captain. Along with Chao Yuan pinned to the dormitory wall, this must be the last one, right? In a swirling vortex of purple space, Wang Mian, wielding a baseball bat taken from the boys' dormitory, nodded at the crumpled Molly on the ground. Indeed, this girl is the final eliminated contender. Now you need not worry about being nailed to a stake by Ling Hai. When Molly awoke, stung by pain in her palm, the announcement reached her ears. The 239th eliminated contender, Molly, with a bitter laugh escaping her throat, her consciousness slipped back into the abyss. Time passed, and an icy torrent of water cascaded down, awakening Chao Yuan, haphazardly discarded in the center of a wooden stake, alongside the charred Shinchingju. The other new recruits gaped, fixated on Ling Hai, who stood on the platform with a carefree grin. If looks could kill, Ling Hai would have been riddled with wounds by now. This man, regarded as a thorn in the side by everyone except Lin Xie, leisurely instructed an instructor to bring him a reclining chair. Holding a drink in one hand and a bag of chips in the other, Yuan Gang discreetly glanced at Ling Hai, enduring the murderous gazes of the crowd, and cleared his throat. Look at your predicament. The rules merely shifted, yet you were utterly annihilated by the masked team. Not one of you has even managed to touch their masks, despite your initial bravado. Show me that grandiose demeanor again, will you? You've wilted, haven't you? Of course. Some of you deserve commendation for using your intellect instead of merely charging forward. Just a slight unexpected turn of events. However, Yuan Gang's voice boomed. This does not conceal the fact that you are all weak. He shamelessly reprimanded for several minutes. while Ling Hai endured the ire of hundreds of gazes for an equal duration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he rose from his chair, casting a condescending glance at the new recruits below. If the masked team is mysterious, your current state is merely a prelude to worse fates. To become a night watchman, do you think the training awaiting you is merely on par with that of ordinary individuals? Surely not. With that, he disregarded the incredulous stares of the surrounding instructors and swaggered towards his villa. The moment the door slammed shut, a radiant azure light surged through the villa's window, bathing the wounded recruits in its glow. Chao Yuan's legs, still sprawled in the dormitory corridor, visibly grew back from the wounds on his upper body. Yuan Gang's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly removed his military jacket, draping it over Chao Yuan's lower half to shield his peculiarities. The physical injuries of the other new recruits were also entirely healed. Bali Fatty, pinned beside Shinchiju, noticed the tender flesh beneath the charred exterior and hastily retrieved a sealing scroll to wrap him securely. Thank goodness I brought enough forbidden items. Otherwise, Brother Shin, you would have been exposed today. The melancholic Shinchiju, deceived into solitude by Ling Hai, merely cast a fleeting glance at Bali Fatty and nodded gently before turning away to meditate. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Xie's elimination announcement, Chao Yuan locked his gaze on Lin Xie's figure amidst the crowd. Rising and clutching his military jacket to shield his modesty, his eyes, devoid of worldly desires, sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Seeing that the recruits had mostly recovered, Yuan Gang promptly announced the dismissal. The following dawn, Ling Hai was roused by the instructor's shouts. Dog Leaf Fan, who arranged the soundproofing. I ought to have him suspended for 3 days and nights. The sounds of running echoed in the distance as he donned his pajamas and approached Instructor Hong, observing the recruits jogging haphazardly on the field. He also noted the other instructors behind Hong, spirited yet idle. A plan formed in his mind. He patted Instructor Hong's shoulder and strolled towards the warehouse. Sensing Ling Hai's retreating figure, the rigid Instructor Hong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor Yuan hasn't even risen. Why is this ancestor up so early? I don't know, but I have a feeling something is about to happen. Never mind. Let's observe a moment of silence for this batch of recruits. A few minutes later, Ling Hai, cradling a large box in his left hand, waved at Instructor Hong, who stood on the platform. Comrade, come here for a moment. Since you instructors are standing around idly, why not find something to do? Over 200 live targets. Let's use this. It packs a punch. Instructor Hong frowned, but dared not speak, merely watching as Ling Hai opened the familiar box. Upon seeing the rows of unassembled, glimmering sniper rifles, his face paled abruptly as if struck by a revelation. Chapter 65. I still have a bit of pus in this ingrown toenail, though the cold wind blew through the air. Beads of sweat trickled down Instructor Hong's forehead. Instructor Ling, I'm not quite sure. Ling Hai, effortlessly assembling a sniper rifle, smiled brightly. No, you do understand. After all those visits to the Peace Affairs office, you've absorbed quite a bit of Cold Xian's firearm skills. 20-some instructors hesitantly loaded their rifles while the recruits continued their arduous laps. A few instructors, having led numerous previous batches, felt an unfamiliar emotion, pity, towards the new recruits. They're truly suffering under Ling Hai's hands. If you want to fire at them, I will fire at you. Ling Hai sat cross-legged on the ground, leisurely dusting off his sniper rifle, as the dark muzzle pointed at the instructors. A wave of fear coursed through the hearts of these robust men. If it were merely a matter of being shot, they might not have feared it. The critical point was that this ancestor-as forbidden territory ability could heal. The new recruits, Chao Yuan and Shinchiju, who had nearly fallen, were revitalized in the blink of an eye. Given Ling Hai's previous demeanor towards the recruits, he would undoubtedly show no mercy to these instructors. If they dared to refrain from firing, Ling Hai would genuinely turn them into a sieve. Every 2 minutes, he would fire at the last recruit in line, ensuring not to hit the head, as revival would be quite troublesome. With 1/3 of the recruits remaining, he would cease fire once they completed the remaining distance. Deeming it a success, Ling Hai rested his left hand on the trigger, propping his chin up with his right, his gaze fixed on Bali Fatty, who lagged at the back. Starting with that little chubby one, fire away. No one will die. Bang. The sound resonated, and many of the new recruits could hear what this devil had uttered. Naturally, Bai Li, the plump one, also caught wind of it. Even before the bullet pierced flesh, he felt an agonizing pain in his heart. Driven by an overwhelming dread, his rotund body began to accelerate. His short legs propelled him forward. Just as he was about to catch up to the penultimate recruit, that recruit suddenly surged ahead, solidifying Bai Li's position as the last. After a thunderous gunshot, Bai Li collapsed to the ground, his resilient body bouncing twice before succumbing to unconsciousness. With over 20 sniper rounds lodged in him, there wasn't a single intact piece of flesh on his lower half. To describe Bai Li's current condition as putrid would be far from an exaggeration. Once Ling Hai confirmed that such injuries wouldn't result in immediate death, he chose to disregard him. It was essential for them to remember this pain. Only then could they exert their full strength in the battles against the mysterious foes. Otherwise, under the training intensity originally planned by Instructor Hong, by the time Bai Li graduated from the training camp, he would merely possess a few forbidden items compared to ordinary special forces. Without those items, he might even fall short of a special soldier. Ling Hai squinted, his eyes glimmering with interest as he observed the fate line hovering above Bai Li's head. Oh, the old friend. Watching those around him fall one by one, the surviving recruits exerted every ounce of strength they had, pushing their potential to the limit, fearful that they would be the next to collapse. Even Shen Qizhu, who initially chose to slack off, wore a grave expression. His once carefree demeanor transformed into one of struggling to breathe. The sensation of electricity coursing through his body yesterday had been unbearable, although he feigned strength. He truly wished to avoid experiencing such excruciating physical pain again. As he quickened his pace, he estimated how many recruits remained. The 20-plus loaded sniper rifles loomed overhead like Damocles' sword, ready to strike and sever his head at any moment. Under this dual torment of body and mind, Shen Qizhu felt as if he had been running for a decade without respite. Finally, among the surviving recruits, someone cried out in joy, "We made it. When they're done, we are liberated." The voice sounded like a heavenly gospel, and Shen Qizhu felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing onto the track. Inertia carried him forward. The agony in his chest felt as though it would explode, rendering him a mere shell devoid of emotion. Suddenly, another gunshot rang out. Ling Hai, smiling, blew the smoke from the barrel and waved in Shen Qizhu's direction. "Hey there, comrade. You're about to fall to the last position." The other instructors had ceased firing, but he was still willing to shoot. Upon hearing this, Shen Qizhu, gasping for the crisp morning air, regarded Ling Hai with eyes filled with fury. As if confronting a demon from hell, ultimate fear morphed into rage. Feeling he had reached his limit, Shen Qizhu slammed his bottom onto the ground, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he glared at Ling Hai. "You dare shoot too? How many of us will be left this time? Is it amusing to toy with me? Damn you." Ling Hai maintained his benign demeanor, unfazed by the harsh words. Bang! A bullet whizzed from the gun, obliterating the lower half of Shen Qizhu's face along with his throat into a mass of flesh. This bullet bore a fragment of the spiritual energy from the Nine Qing domain, clinging to Shen Qizhu's life, which had nearly slipped away. The once cacophonous training ground fell into a silence, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. The instructors behind them, witnessing Shen Qizhu's tragic state, instinctively took a couple of steps back, attempting to distance themselves from Ling Hai. Had it not been for Yuan Gang personally confirming Ling Hai's identity, they might have believed this young man, seemingly the same age as the recruits, was an undercover agent sent by the ancient god sect to harm the future flowers of the Night Watchers. "When only 10 remain, I will cease fire. Keep it up." With this proclamation, Lin Qiye, who had been leading for a while, felt unperturbed. Securing a spot in the top 10 was a foregone conclusion. Following closely behind, Chao Yuan was merely slightly out of breath, his pace unaltered, perhaps due to the influence of the Black King's extermination. His years of asceticism on Jiuhua Mountain had endowed him with physical prowess far beyond the ordinary. Almost keeping pace with Chao Yuan was Mo Li, who had been knocked unconscious by Wang Mian's strike the previous day. Though she possessed a high-risk forbidden item, her physical training had not faltered. Meanwhile, the other recruits who recognized their chances of overtaking were resigned to slacking off. Ling Hai honored his commitment, granting each of them a bullet. Time passed, and the last 10 recruits completed their distance. Just as they were about to collapse from exhaustion, a pure stream of spiritual energy from the Nine Qing domain washed over them, sweeping away their fatigue. The other recruits on the brink of death also regained their full strength. Upon waking, Bai Li clutched his robust legs, weeping loudly. "My legs! My legs! Brother Qiye, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair." As more and more eyes turned toward him, Lin Qiye, with a dark expression, rushed forward and covered Bai Li's mouth. "Your legs are fine. Stop crying." Ling Hai casually glanced at the recruits still suffering from phantom pain, yawned, and tossed the sniper rifle into Instructor Hong's arms. With that, he slammed the villa door shut amidst the complex gazes of the recruits. In the dormitory, Bai Li clung to Lin Qiye's leg, sobbing profusely. "Brother Qiye, how much longer must we endure this? Before we even get to fight the mysterious foes, I'll be driven mad by that Instructor Ling." Lin Qiye, fatigued, lay on the bed, allowing his roommate to soak his pants with tears. In truth, he did not despise Ling Hai's hellish training. Having closely observed the battles between Zhao Kongqing and the Ghostface King, as well as between Lang Xian and the assassin from the ancient god sect, he understood that, as Night Watchers, they would face far harsher realities than Ling Hai demanded. Once on the battlefield, they would not have timely support to heal their wounds. When Yuan Gang's phone rang, Ling Hai had only just fallen asleep. As he groggily made his way to the cafeteria, the new recruits had yet to arrive. Yuan Gang and several instructors had already arrived early, assisting Elder Sun in distributing meals. Casually glancing at the bloody raw beef in the iron basin, he wore an expression of disbelief. Are they really eating this for lunch? Yuan Gang instinctively nodded. What's wrong with the beef? When it comes to the battlefield, they might not even get to eat. Ling Hai slapped his thigh. Exactly. Since they want to have access to food on the battlefield, we shouldn't let them eat raw beef right now. Here. Let me give them a special treat from my ingrown toenail. Instructor Yuan, I apologize for the trouble. Ling Hai nodded in agreement and followed Elder Sun straight to a small table deep in the cafeteria. At Yifan's special request, Elder Sun not only prepared a separate meal for the masked team, but also arranged a dedicated table for Ling Hai. When the famished recruits entered the cafeteria, they were greeted by the sight of Ling Hai indulging in a feast laid out before him. However, as they glanced at the small tables laden with raw, crimson beef and hard, cold steamed buns, their already somber expressions fell even further. After enduring so much torment, this was the meal they were offered? The metallic scent of raw beef wafted into their nostrils, prompting some recruits to voice their dissatisfaction loudly. Hearing the commotion, Elder Sun rushed out, his face fierce as he scolded, "This is it. No alternatives. After this meal, I cannot guarantee what will be in your bowls. Today, eat it or not." As he spoke, he gestured for the recruits to look at Ling Hai. The uproar among the recruits caught Ling Hai's attention as well. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gleaming pistol. Those who do not finish their meal can come to collect a bullet later. Let's see which is more palatable, the bullet or the beef. With a voice laced with mirth, the previously grumbling recruits fell silent. The only sound that remained was the rhythmic clinking of Ling Hai's chopsticks against his plate. Soon, the entire cafeteria was filled with the sound of hearty eating. As the recruits devoured their meals with newfound enthusiasm, the raw beef they had initially scorned suddenly seemed to transform into delicacies. The tardy masked team observed in astonishment as the recruits displayed no complaints whatsoever. Well, who would have thought? This batch of recruits is far more adaptable than ours. Without masks, the Vortex widened his eyes, glancing at the iron basin. Indeed, it is raw beef. And they're enjoying it so much? Zhou Ping nodded in agreement, reminiscing. In our time, the recruits nearly revolted over such meals. Looking back, I truly miss those days in the training camp. Rose, with an expressionless face, gestured for her teammates to look at a particular individual. Their gaze fell upon Ling Hai, who was full and wiping his mouth. Noticing their attention, Ling Hai and Wang Mian exchanged nods before swaggering out of the cafeteria. At the dining table, Wang Mian, who was eating leisurely, suddenly felt a poke from Yu Gui beside him. Captain, I found out that the kid over there is Michaela's agent, the one sitting with the chubby guy." Following Yu Gui's pointing finger, Wang Mian raised his head to see Lin Chiye, who was stretching his neck and forcing down a cold steamed bun with raw beef. Wang Mian remarked, "Before coming to the training camp, I thought there would be a showdown between us. I didn't expect Ling Hai to intervene. By the way, who eliminated him? Such skill to subdue an agent of a deity at the same level." Rose replied, "No one eliminated him." Once Lin Chiye saw Ling Hai pulverize that chubby guy's protective item with a single punch, he voluntarily stepped aside. It could be said that among all the recruits, he had endured the least suffering. Oh, by the way, Lin Chiye is the recruit reported from Sangnan City, right? If that is the case, he must know Ling Hai. I wonder how many times they will meet. After breakfast, it was time for the recruits' physical training. This segment of training posed no challenge that Ling Hai could elevate in intensity. Excessive repression would soon lead these recruits to a state of despair. From behind a wall, Ling Hai discerned that Instructor Han, who was teaching the recruits, was not particularly formidable. The recruits' instructor was just about right, filled with fear, joy, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude. The chaotic footsteps were distracting and vexing for Ling Hai. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Chao Yuan, wielding a knife with reckless abandon. Black malevolence emanated from him, and his bloodshot eyes glowed a sinister red. The knife in his hand radiated dark flames. Though merely a wooden blade, to others, it seemed like a lethal weapon capable of taking lives at any moment. Ling Hai clicked his tongue in irritation, forcefully pushing the door open and striding over to the frenzied Chao Yuan. Ignoring the sealing scroll handed to him by the plump Bai Li, he seized Chao Yuan by the neck, lifting him into the air. A potent sense of suffocation surged as Chao Yuan's muscular limbs flailed wildly. Nevertheless, he still tightly gripped the knife imbued with dark flames. The blade crackled as it descended toward Ling Hai, yet he remained unfazed. The gathered recruits stared in awe as Ling Hai effortlessly handled the frenzied Chao Yuan as if he were a mere chick. In that instant, a black aura swirled toward Ling Hai's palm, while the dark mist enveloping the surroundings dissipated at a visible rate. Yuan Gang, along with the other instructors, stood quietly in the distance, observing as Ling Hai expressionlessly extracted the dark energy from Chao Yuan's body, completing the task with fluid grace. Ling Hai's right hand formed a loose grip, revealing a struggling, furious black figure at its center. Chao Yuan then collapsed to the ground, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. What are you staring at? Is the physical training class over? Do you want me to give you a supplemental lesson? At his words, the previously chattering recruits fell silent, retreating several steps as if fearing misfortune would befall them if they drew closer to Ling Hai. Ling Hai cast a casual glance at the black figure in his hand, then surveyed the unconscious Chao Yuan on the ground. He is asleep. Wake him up and continue the lesson. With that, he nodded toward Yuan Gang in the distance and, with an air of impatience, retreated to his room. Ling Hai drew the curtains, establishing an invisible barrier around the villa. Within this barrier, the divine power emanating from him would remain undetected by the outside world. Little did he expect that the first deity he encountered would be you, a half-blood. He murmured to himself as a pure strand of Qingdi divine power seeped into the black figure. As the divine energy gradually merged, the previously volatile black figure miraculously quieted. Holding the palm-sized black figure before him, Ling Hai's gaze deepened, as if transcending time to gaze upon this fragment of his past. It has been over 1,000 years. Hasn't it? Gong Yangzhua. Chapter 67. Gong Yangzhua, the 139th Special Biological Response Unit is, in fact, the predecessor of the Night Watchman. The Exorcism Division is the predecessor of the 139th Special Biological Response Unit. Gong Yangzhua is the younger brother of Gong Yangwan, the second chief of the Exorcism Division. He is also the Black King, who has long been a source of torment for Chao Yuan. 1,000 years ago, due to circumstances surrounding the deity of the K clan, Gong Yangzhua nearly faced death, for reasons unknown. He acquired a body derived from the heart of the K clan deity Kujuan. Strictly speaking, the Black King is a soul of the Daxia people, merged with the flesh of the K clan deity, an anomalous existence. It is precisely because of this that he lacks the boundary that separates mortals from deities. In 99 BC, Gong Yangzhua ascended to the peak of the main deity realm without encountering any barriers, attempting to reach the ultimate state. Ultimately, as a human soul, Gong Yangzhua could not resist the spiritual corruption from Kujuan as an outer god. His consciousness submerged and became untraceable. Conversely, Ling Hai, as a national deity, remains unaffected by outer gods. Infused with Qingdi divine power, Gong Yangzhua awakens. Awake! Awake! Damn it! Will you wake up? Before Ling Hai could unleash his wrath, the entirely black Gong Yangzhua slowly opened his eyes. Even in the face of overwhelming defeat, his strength remains unyielded. Were it not for Ling Hai's foresight in establishing a barrier within the villa, the entire Night Watchman's rookie training camp would likely have been reduced to ash beneath the might of the Dark King. The light, which had not graced his eyes for millennia, struck him, causing Gong Yangzhua to blink uncomfortably. Before him stood an exceedingly youthful individual from the Great Xia. Senior Qingdi? Upon realizing the true identity of the person before him, Gong Yangzhua's drowsiness vanished, his eyes widening in astonishment. The diminutive figure, less than 20 centimeters tall, bowed deeply in reverence, thanking the senior Qingdi for his rescue. Although his spirit had been tainted, Gong Yangzhua could still sense the slightest changes in the world around him through Chao Yuan. Naturally, he was aware of the historical upheavals of the past millennium. As for how he found himself within Ling Hai's chamber, he understood that clearly as well. Ling Hai lounged on the bed, casually crossing his legs. Now that you've addressed me as senior, how could I possibly refuse to assist you? He exhaled, restoring Gong Yangzhua to the size of an ordinary adult. Gong Yangzhua, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Ling Hai, his gaze filled with deep gratitude. I owe my thanks to you. Without your intervention, countless innocent citizens of Great Xia would have perished at my hands. My sins are beyond redemption in this lifetime. The air thickened with the melancholy of his words, falling into a momentary silence. Then go die, Ling Hai replied, his tone devoid of emotion, casually tearing open a pack of beef jerky from the bedside table and beginning to chew. I am destined to perish, he chewed, adding. But before I end my own life, there are 3 unresolved matters weighing on my heart. He continued to chew, a hint of humor in his voice. Ling Hai straightened up, intrigued. The first matter is that I wish to see my sister once more. I know that after my disappearance, she has dedicated herself to finding me. If there is one thing that troubles me most, it is my sister. With the complete memories of Qingdi, Ling Hai naturally knew who Gong Yangzhua's sister was. Her image surfaced in his mind. She appeared more enchanting than most women in the world, yet possessed a core of unwavering strength. In the face of turmoil, she acted decisively and with great resolve, earning Ling Hai's sincere admiration. The second matter concerns helping the child who suffered because of me. If it weren't for my actions, he would not have borne the burden of 333 lives at such a tender age. he would not have been confined to Jiuhua Mountain from childhood. This is a debt I owe him. I will assist him until the end of his days. The third matter is that I wish to find the true essence of past kindness. Before he could finish his heartfelt declaration, Ling Hai abruptly lifted him from the ground. Reign in your divine power. Let me show you that boy. You have no idea how badly I dealt with him yesterday. Gong Yang's gaze flickered. Ling Hai pulled back the heavy curtains, allowing brilliant sunlight to stream in and illuminate Gong Yang's pale face. After suppressing Kusuin's malevolence, he appeared as a slightly gaunt, scholarly youth, yet a persistent gloom lingered between his brows, prompting Ling Hai to furrow his own. Do you see that boy who refuses to even touch a blade? That is Chao Yuan. No, you should be more familiar with him than I. No introduction is necessary. Listening to Ling Hai's words, Gong Yang's gaze fell upon Chao Yuan, sensing the bitterness and suffering that had tormented him for over a decade etched upon his expressionless face. He understood all too well why Chao Yuan dared not wield a weapon. I must repay him, Gong Yang said, inclining his body slightly. I understand. I will gradually transfer my spiritual energy to him according to his cultivation level. Furthermore, I can act as his guardian spirit, if I may put it that way. I am somewhat familiar with the concept from an anime I watched. I can fight alongside him as a guardian spirit possessing the strength of a true deity. While I do not wield the powers of fate like you, I can ensure his safety throughout his life. With me by his side, no one but the supreme deity can harm him. I beseech you to grant me this. His words were heartfelt. His eyes filled with a profound sense of guilt and compassion towards Chao Yuan. Ling Hai's gaze shifted between Chao Yuan and Gong Yangzhuo before he smirked and nodded. Very well, you can only free yourself from his predicament once he ascends to godhood or naturally passes away. Remember, this path is your own choice. Senior, there is one matter I do not understand, Gong Yangzhuo inquired. Speak. Why do you publicly claim to be the agent of Qingdi? Chao Yuan learned of your false identity from the agent of Michael. If it is to avoid trouble, I doubt anyone in Great Xia would dare to provoke you now. As Ling Hai transformed Gong Yangzhuo into a pure essence of black divine power, he explained, human words are notoriously unreliable. Currently, deities from various pantheons eye Great Xia with malice. The appearance of a living deity from Great Xia poses a considerable threat to them. The invasion of a dozen or even dozens of deities is inconsequential to me. However, we cannot guarantee that they will not mobilize their entire ranks. The divide between gods and mortals is not merely a chasm. You understand this better than anyone. For now, aside from those 5 peak beings, to everyone else, I am merely a pinnacle human of the Klein realm, one who has not joined the Night Watchman. Ling Hai held Chao Yuan's thread of fate in one hand and Gong Yang's was in the other, his fingers leaving trails in the air as the divine resonance of the 9 Qin Song domain surged rapidly. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yangzhuo replied, I understand. Chapter 68. Hide and seek. As they spoke, Ling Hai appeared beside the training ground, enveloped in a sphere of black energy. Although there had been a minor interruption earlier, the new recruits, having undergone 2 days of training, quickly regained their focus. Lin Qiye, come down. Chao Yuan, you take his place. Ling Hai interrupted the ongoing sparring between Han Li and Lin Qiye. He stepped forward, crossing over the heads of the new recruits, and pulled Chao Yuan up, discreetly infusing him with the inky, black divine power. Within Gong Yangzhuo resided a trace of Ling Hai's everlasting Qingdi divine power, ensuring that Kusuin's spiritual pollution would never intrude upon his soul. The interrupted Lin Qiye saw Ling Hai and chose not to say much, nodding to instructor Han before sitting beside Bai Li. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ling Hai's voice, Chao Yuan trembled, wanting to flee. But the man, resembling a devil, gripped the nape of his neck firmly. But you also saw that when I touch a blade, I lose all rationality. I truly do not wish to trouble you repeatedly. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations. Ling Hai observed Chao Yuan's actions and the fear in the other recruits' expressions. Without hesitation, he severed Chao Yuan's right arm with a swift motion. Warm blood splattered across the face of a nearby recruit, who trembled, covering his mouth in terror of attracting Ling Hai's attention. Ling Hai casually tossed the over 6-foot-tall young man aside, as if he were a crumpled piece of paper, landing him at Han Li's feet. Lin Qiye exclaimed, as expected. Other recruits murmured, here we go again. Chao Yuan pondered, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Han Li interjected, not again, man. Gong Yangzhuo remarked, the senior remains as brutish as ever. From a distance, other instructors watched, exclaiming, could you be gentler? These are the future blossoms of the Night Watchman. Why can't we communicate properly? After shutting down, they need a psychologist. Still in a daze, Chao Yuan heard a thud, and his mind spiraled into darkness. Upon raising his head, Han Li was met with the sight of Han Li's terrified and helpless expression. The scene of this young lad wielding a knife engulfed in black flames. indiscriminately striking at anyone in sight, was still vivid in his mind. If given a choice, he would rather not engage in sparring with this reckless youth. However, upon catching sight of Ling Hai in the audience, who appeared utterly harmless, he suddenly realized that Chao Yuan had an appealing presence. Observing Chao Yuan was akin to gazing upon his own son. Ling Hai casually drew a wooden sword from a nearby weapon rack and placed it into Chao Yuan's severed hand. In the blink of an eye, as the azure light dissipated, Chao Yuan, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, discovered that his right hand had mysteriously returned to its former state, gripping the very knife he had long feared. As he processed the current situation, his eyes widened in disbelief. The new recruits and instructors below held their breath, all braced for a quick escape. Bai Li, feeling anxious, felt beads of sweat forming on his palm, which gripped the sealing scroll. Shen Qingzhu, usually indifferent, found his breath accelerating unknowingly. Only Lin Qiye remained composed. Ling Hai, having allowed Chao Yuan to wield the knife, must have his reasons, while others may not have noticed. He was keenly aware of the pulsating black energy in Ling Hai's palm when he made contact with Chao Yuan. Perhaps this was the key to Ling Hai's audacity in allowing Chao Yuan to hold the weapon. Chao Yuan, on the verge of discarding the knife, suddenly realized his consciousness had not plunged into darkness. Haven't he changed? His chest heaved as incredulity filled his gaze, fixated on his right hand. After so many years, he had finally freed himself from this curse. Did this mean he could live like a normal person? Tears streamed down his face as he lifted his head. Han Li furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. He yearned to flee. But with over 200 pairs of eyes upon him, he was at a loss as to where to escape. Instructor, shall we have a spar? As his words fell, Chao Yuan leaped into the air like a fierce tiger. Han Li gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, adjusted his trousers, and clashed with Chao Yuan. The sound of wooden swords clashing resonated throughout the training platform. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Han Li soon realized that without the enhancement of the Black King's obliteration, Chao Yuan's swordsmanship was indeed below the average level of the recruits. Now, he found it easy to dominate him, as effortless as eating or drinking. With this thought, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a Dragon King's smile. Gong Yangzhu, witnessing this, exclaimed as his peak divine power surged forth. And he remained mentally clear. Suddenly breaking his silence, he bellowed, "Instructor, my apologies." With a crack, the wooden sword shattered. Chao Yuan, gripping the sword with one hand, held the blade a mere 5 centimeters from Han Li's neck. Han Li swallowed hard, his pupils constricting. What had just happened? How did this lad suddenly transform into someone so formidable? Ling Hai observed Chao Yuan's transformation, clearing his throat. Merging his thoughts with Gong Yangzhu's awareness, he instructed. Abide by the rules. The amount of mental energy within Lin Qiye should be the same as what you leave for Chao Yuan. Gong Yangzhu, hiding within the depths of Chao Yuan's soul, nodded slightly. Mental energy surged in like a tide and receded just as swiftly. Chao Yuan, unable to adapt to the sudden shift of mental energy within him, felt his grip falter. The once battle-worn wooden sword clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li sought to redeem himself before the 200 recruits. Look, did you all see that? On the battlefield, never let your weapon slip from your control. The enemy will seize any opportunity to take your life. Just like this, Han Li executed a crude flourish in the air, the broken sword poised at Chao Yuan's neck. If I were Chao Yuan's enemy and wielded a real weapon, that lad would now be facing his demise. Therefore, you must learn from me diligently. Otherwise, when the time comes on the battlefield, you will have tears to shed. After hastily finishing lunch, the entire Night Watchman recruit training camp lay deserted, save for a few personnel from the security and logistics departments. Ling Hai squinted, basking in the sunlight, his figure blending into the ethereal. As brilliant azure light enveloped the villa, he vanished from the training camp. On a spacious platform at Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Instructor Hong surveyed the spirited recruits and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Very spirited. Now, we shall commence extreme training. Wait. A familiar voice echoed from the mountain path behind. All instructors and recruits, including Yuan Gang, trembled in unison. Some recruits, with weaker composure, were filled with tears of fear, as if they had glimpsed their own grim future. As soldiers, they had never anticipated such a humiliating day. Meanwhile, Instructor Hong, who had just been announcing the training rules, was rendered speechless. Why had this ancestor arrived so promptly? Couldn't he at least wait until the rules were fully announced and the recruits had all entered the mountain before causing a disruption? In that moment, he felt immense pity for himself and for the 239 recruits. Old Yuan, how could you not call for me? That is quite inconsiderate. After all, I am also an instructor, am I not? Ling Hai emerged from behind, patting Yuan Gang's shoulder, startling him, as if ensnared by a venomous snake. Yet he had to greet him with a smile. This is merely to alleviate your burdens, let you rest a bit. Ling Hai turned, casting a predatory glance at the trembling recruits before him. I'm not sure how much Instructor Hong has told you. Now, the rules of the game have changed. We shall play hide and seek. The ghost is me, along with my emerald python. Xiao Yuan should have informed you all about the emerald python. If it catches you, consider yourself fortunate, for it will swallow you whole and digest you instantly. If I catch you, however, consider yourself unfortunate. Males will be subjected to rough treatment, while females will face the Peepa punishment. Rest assured, before the execution, I will have specialists administer stimulants to ensure you won't faint from the pain, allowing you to fully comprehend the suffering of the weak. You have 2 hours. After that, the emerald python and I will enter the mountain to commence the hunt. The hunt will last 3 hours. Now, flee for your lives. As the words echoed, those recruits familiar with the rough treatment and Peepa punishment took off into the depths of the forest. Chapter 69, I smeared bird droppings on it. Upon hearing Ling Hai's described punishments, the faces of over 20 burly men turned pale in unison. Having survived the bloody battlefield for so many years, they were all too aware of what rough treatment and Peepa punishment entailed. Such punishments were rarely inflicted, even on the most heinous criminals. Once all the recruits had vanished into the forest, Yuan Gang hesitantly approached, his trembling right hand hovering momentarily over Ling Hai's shoulder before gently patting it. Instructor Yuan, is there something you need? Ling Hai turned to face him, his innocent eyes fixed on the true commander of the recruit training camp, summoning his courage. Yuan Gang met Ling Hai's gaze for a moment, only to feel the goosebumps rising all over his body. Would the rough treatment and Peepa punishment be too cruel for the recruits? It was that he didn't support Instructor Ling's training methods. He merely suggested, perhaps we could adopt a gentler approach. In the event that some psychologically vulnerable recruits experience a breakdown after enduring punishment, it could lead to an unfortunate conclusion. Moreover, considering their tender age, is it not rather hasty to subject them to such intense training? Of course, this is merely a suggestion, ultimately. The training methods rest upon your discretion. Instructor Ling Hai has been at the recruit training camp for less than 2 days. In this brief span, every action he has taken has pushed the recruits beyond their psychological limits. Not only the new recruits, but even the seasoned veterans might falter under the intensity of the training he has implemented. Yuan Gang waited with hopeful anticipation for Ling Hai's response, while inwardly berating Yi Fan with unrestrained disdain. Wasn't it stated that this ancestor was reluctant to excessively involve himself in the affairs of the Night Watch? Yet here he was, relishing every moment of his involvement. Once this recruit training concludes, he would surely demand compensation for emotional distress from Yi Fan. With a colleague like Ling Hai, it was quite possible that he would break down before the recruits did. Am I not the chief instructor? Shouldn't not only the recruits, but also the instructors partake in this exercise? After a few moments of contemplation, Ling Hai's eyes sparkled with intensity, sending shivers down the spines of Yuan Gang and the other instructors present. For no apparent reason, Yuan Gang suddenly felt his right eyelid twitch. Spending time with these inexperienced recruits could diminish their own abilities. As the chief instructor, I have a duty to ensure your welfare. I hereby declare that. In addition to the 239 recruits, the remaining 20 or so instructors shall also participate in this game of hide and seek. You have an hour and a half left to conceal yourselves, instructors. Best of luck. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Ling Hai's mouth as his gaze swept over all the instructors, including Yuan Gang. Why are you all still standing there? Do you have such unwavering confidence that I cannot find you? Once his words settled in, the instructors, realizing the gravity of the situation, dispersed in haste. They understood that this devil would follow through on whatever he said. Instead of standing idly, they might as well head into the mountains and find a favorable hiding spot. Yuan Gang felt similarly. As he disappeared among the dense foliage, he cast a complex glance back at Ling Hai. He was determined to claim that compensation for emotional distress. Present alongside the instructors were a multitude of medical and logistical personnel. Upon sensing Ling Hai's gaze, the leader of the group instinctively took a step back, gripping his colleague's clothing tightly with clammy hands. After swallowing hard and steadying his breath, he trembled as he spoke. Do we also need to enter the mountains? Please, no. We are merely contractors. After this deal, we are to sign a confidentiality agreement. It is truly unnecessary. Ling Hai appeared perplexed. Hadn't the entire Jinan mountain been renovated? With the instructors hiding within, they would likely require your assistance to operate the mechanisms. Do you possess such skills? Upon hearing this, he could distinctly hear dozens of gasps. We can. In this situation, only a fool would admit to being incapable. With a wave of his hand, dozens of individuals scurried into the nearby temporary base like startled rabbits. Since he was to play the role of the ghost, Ling Hai refrained from entering, but summoned the silent python to silently count down the time. Within the depths of the forest, Qiao Yuan and Lin Qi Yi kept pace side by side. Bai Li Pang exerted all his effort to keep up with their rapid strides. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so fast during training." Upon hearing Lin Qi's astonished exclamation, Bai Li Pang blushed, too timid to speak. He feared that any misstep would leave him trailing far behind the two. The Bai Li group maintained close relations with the Night Watch. Although Bai Li Pang appeared somewhat frivolous, he had received elite education inaccessible to ordinary individuals. He had heard whispers of the two types of punishments Ling Hai had mentioned, which was why he was determined to stay close to Lin Qi. Among all the recruits, if Lin Qi was second in perceptive ability, then none dared to claim the first position. Following Lin Qi in search of a hiding place was their best chance to evade both Ling Hai and the unseen python. Qiao Yuan seemed to perceive Bai Li Pang's thoughts and, while adjusting his breathing, began to explain to Lin Qi. Jiuhua Mountain houses numerous ancient texts. Having lived there since childhood, I am quite familiar with the tortures of antiquity. Qi, have you ever heard of the tortured Lut and people punishment? Lin Qi nodded, simultaneously expanding the range of his perception to its maximum while attentively listening to Qiao Yuan's elaboration. The tortured Lut involves piercing a man's, and then pulling on it mercilessly. Enough. You needn't elaborate. Before Qiao Yuan could finish his well-meaning explanation, Lin Qi was already drenched in sweat, feeling phantom pains emanating from between his legs. Who says words lack impact? This was far more potent than any tear-jerking prose he had ever read. Thud. Perhaps frightened by Qiao Yuan's vivid description, Bai Li Pang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His mind involuntarily conjuring images of his precious parts being tormented. His heart raced violently in his chest, as if it might burst at any moment. His round form trembled like jelly. Lin Qi and Qiao Yuan both halted, concern etched on their faces as they crouched beside him. Pang, are you all right? Can you still run? Struggling to emerge from his fear, Bai Li Pang forced a smile and raised his head, licking his parched lips. Qiao Yuan. Don't worry about me. You should go on ahead. I feel like I am reaching my limit. If this continues, I will only drag you both down. Lin Qi and Qiao Yuan exchanged glances, silently agreeing to hoist Bai Li Pang up from the ground. But I truly cannot be a burden to you. You both know how twisted Ling Hai can be, especially you, Qi. It's only a matter of time before he finds us. We cannot escape him. As Lin Qi assisted Bai Li Pang deeper into the valley, he sought to comfort his friend, who teetered on the brink of despair. Pang, have you forgotten? Ling Hai mentioned that he isn't the only one playing the ghost. There's also the python. The one who catches us may not necessarily be Ling Hai. So try to think positively. Moreover, Jinan Mountain is vast. If we hide well, we might just escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang lifted his gaze to Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan, you have encountered that python before. Is meeting it truly luckier than encountering Ling Hai? At the mention of the python, Qiao Yuan's complexion paled as he nodded with difficulty. It is likely so. At least, we would die more swiftly. Moreover, did Qi not say that Ling Hai would resurrect us? If we cannot find a good hiding spot, we can always head straight for the python. The trio encouraged one another, and before long, they ventured deep into Jinan Mountain. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Hai whistled and exchanged a glance with the python, which abruptly sprang into action. The previously restrained python transformed into a massive emerald serpent, roaring as it surged into the forest. Meanwhile, Ling Hai strolled leisurely, occasionally pausing to admire the breathtaking scenery of the mountains. Time passed unnoticed. Hidden away in a small cave that could barely accommodate a single person, Xinqing Zhu held her breath to the utmost degree. Through the gaps between the withered leaves, he observed all the movements of the outside world. Having experienced the bizarre nature of Ling Hai, he understood that he would ultimately be found. From the outset, he never intended to genuinely conceal himself. After all, Ling Hai never stated that one could not scheme against a ghost. Minutes passed, and a steady cadence of footsteps approached, drawing the somewhat lax attention of Xinqi. Although the light in the forest was dim, he could still discern the figure of Ling Hai, unmistakably close. Just 5 meters away, Ling Hai, locked onto by Xinqi's gaze, looked somewhat amused at the incongruous sight of the leaves blocking the cave's mouth. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I personally drag you out? He taunted, stepping closer. Still not coming out? The psychic energy emanating from you has already revealed your position. Silence ensued. Ling Hai sighed, crouched down, and brushed aside the leaves. The faint light illuminated the smug expression on Xinqi's face. What are you laughing at? Did you not say that I exude psychic energy? Have you not noticed where I have directed it? Before he could retort, Ling Hai felt a sticky sensation on his hand as he pushed aside the foliage. Shen Qingzhu shoved the stunned Ling Hai aside and emerged from the cave, adopting a posture of surrender. Though there exists a town seal, my ultra-high-risk forbidden zone can still exert some influence. I masked the scent on the leaves with a mist. I wager that someone as unfathomably powerful as you would overlook this detail. Do you see the leaves you've brushed aside? I smeared them with bird droppings. In truth, Shen Qingzhu needed not elaborate further. Once he reined in the psychic energy he had released, a distinct foul odor slithered into Ling Hai's nostrils like a venomous snake. The only sound in the air, aside from the rumbling of a python slithering over the mountainside, was the profound silence. Ling Hai lowered his head and suddenly burst into laughter. Shen Qingzhu, feeling triumphant, scrutinized Ling Hai's face for a hint of defeat. Yet, with a splat, Ling Hai transformed into a streak of azure light, forming a ball of bird droppings with his psychic energy and, in a flash, forced it into Shen Qingzhu's mouth. He then raised his hand, forcibly shoving the foul, warm droppings into Shen Qingzhu's abdomen. In disbelief, Shen Qingzhu widened his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists, ready to strike Ling Hai. A blinding bolt of lightning illuminated the dark forest, the purple light scorching everything within a 50-meter radius into charred earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of incinerated wood. Ling Hai, expressionless, crouched to wipe his hands on Shen Qingzhu's corpse. Soon you will comprehend what it means to play recklessly. Xiaoqing. The voice fell, and a gentle breeze swept in. Black ash swirled around Ling Hai. Master. A playful voice emerged from behind him. A girl resembling a lowly, with two buns atop her head, donned in a blue silk robe, and with eyes like blue stars, bounced forth from within Ling Hai. 3 pairs of azure wings fluttered excitedly at her waist. Upon seeing Ling Hai, she exhibited exuberance. Oh dear, master. You haven't let me out for several hundred years. I decided to ignore you for 5 seconds. Huh, why do I sense the presence of the Python brother? Humph, I'll ignore him. He.S. just a dullard. He might not even speak a word for thousands of years. Master, how long do you plan to let me roam this time? I want to play outside for a few days, okay? While I may not compare to the Python brother or that annoying Sang Li, my strength is formidable. I really have been diligently cultivating. Even a supreme god would be knocked down in an instant. By the way, whose smelly corpse is this? What did they do to provoke you? Humph. If they provoked Master and ended up like this, they deserve it. Oh, by the way, why does your aura feel different? As Xiaoqing, enveloped in pure wind attribute psychic energy, appeared, her petite mouth babbled incessantly. Ling Hai sighed, his mood still sour, and discreetly glanced at the girl. I relocated you to a large platform down the mountain. There's a temporary base nearby that you will see immediately. Xiaoqing's eyes widened, and her lips pouted. Wah, the moment you let me out, you make me do menial labor. My life is so hard. I haven't even had the chance to savor this new world before encountering this stinky corpse. Humph, I'll ignore you for 3 seconds. By the way, master, I sense there are over 100 tiny ants nearby. They are so weak. Should I move them all to the platform you mentioned? Don't underestimate me. I am quite capable. Hey, why do your hands smell bad? Did someone 1, 2? The countdown echoed, and Xiaoqing, tugging at her garment, vanished. In her place, a blue whirlwind swept Shen Qingzhu's corpse into the air, disappearing from Ling Hai's sight in an instant. Watching Xiaoqing depart, Ling Hai let out a deep sigh, feeling an unprecedented weariness. Sometimes he pondered how much simpler life would be if he were an ordinary mortal, earning a living through magic tricks. Upon manifesting as the Azure Emperor, Ling Hai naturally inherited all of his predecessors' legacies, which included the 3 oracles of wood, wind, and thunder, the python, Xiaoqing, and Sang Li, a silent, pragmatic snake, a chattering bird, and a deer brimming with murderous intent. If not for Xiaoqing's ability to transport new recruits and instructors, Ling Hai would have been reluctant to summon her. Just 2 seconds later, the blue figure reappeared beside Ling Hai, bouncing energetically. In her place stood a nearly 2-meter-tall man, clad in a black plush cloak, with long hair secured by a simple wooden hairpin. The black fur shimmered with a purplish hue in the sunlight, and a pair of spiraled horns adorned his forehead. His dark pupils resembled an abyss of hell. Upon his arrival, the air around Ling Hai seemed to chill. Electric currents danced across the already scorched earth. Master, aside from the 83 ants swallowed by the python, there are 179 remaining. Shall Sang Li eliminate them all for you? His voice bore an unwavering reverence for Ling Hai, intermingled with boundless, pure murderous intent, as if he were born solely for slaughter. Follow me. I will locate one, and you shall transport it to the platform below. Without my command, do not act against anyone, Ling Hai instructed. Sang Li bowed respectfully, understood. 2 hours later, the instructor team was completely annihilated. Yuan Gang, unfortunately, was captured by Ling Hai. He had hidden at the bottom of a mountain pond, and had it not been for a sudden flatulence, he might have evaded Ling Hai's search, which was conducted with reined-in psychic energy. When he saw Sangli, he had not even managed to speak before a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving him scorched. "Did I permit you to speak?" Ling Hai remarked. "Still, the python is more reliable." Naturally, the exhausted Bai Li was also caught by the ghost, though whether to label it as luck or misfortune remained uncertain. The fortunate part was that he was captured by the python. Regrettably, due to its size, the python, which typically engulfs its prey whole, found itself compelled to chew when it attempted to swallow the plump Bai Li. The mixture of grease and warm blood smeared across its mouth created a sensation akin to biting into a repulsive tapioca pearl while enjoying bubble tea. Despite the python's usual stoic demeanor, one could discern a look of nausea etched upon its serpentine visage. Having parted ways with Chao Yuan, Lin Xie, relying on his ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures, sought refuge in a cave at the base of the mountain. As 3 hours elapsed, Lin Xie, having evaded capture by Ling Hai and the python, glanced at his wristwatch and let out an ecstatic shout within the cavern. At last, he would no longer endure the excruciating torment that had sounded unbearable. Yet, he found himself pondering the fates of Bai Li and Chao Yuan. However, ensconced within the depths of the cave, he remained oblivious to the seismic shifts occurring throughout the entire Jin Nen mountain. He mistook the rumbling of the mountain's movement for the python's slithering. Thus, when he realized he was ensnared in utter darkness without a means of escape, a wave of despair and frustration enveloped him. Chapter 71. What you hold is clearly a steel nail. Hello? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Chao Yuan, Bai Li, Ling Hai? Lin Xie cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape. Although he could sense nocturnal creatures through his connection to the mundane realm, the shifting mountain rendered even them unable to find a way out in a timely manner. Moreover, he had not brought any communication devices with him on this expedition into the mountains. Contacting the outside world seemed a mere fantasy at this moment. Surely, when Ling Hai notices someone is missing, he will come to rescue me, right? The significance of the town's commemorative stone was virtually meaningless to him. Choosing a flat spot, he sat down, his eyes glimmering in the pitch-black expanse of the cave. Unfortunately, each message he received was identical. Congratulations, Lin Xie. You are one of the 2 victors in this game of hide-and-seek. In the darkness, a familiar voice resonated. Ling Hai? Ugh. During training, it's all about the titles. Lin Xie's vision blurred, and he found himself back at the initial platform of Jinan Mountain. Behind him, Ling Hai released his grip on the nape of his neck, revealing a platform strewn with the various unfortunate fates of numerous new recruits and instructors. Eh? Why is Instructor Yuan here too? Lin Xie was astonished to feel Yuan Gang's spiritual energy emanating from a charred body. Ling Hai, while directing the logistics team to lift everyone onto vehicles, explained, half an hour after you entered the mountain, I invited the instructors to join this game as well. After all, since they're here, they should feel involved, shouldn't they? Lin Xie replied, is that really how you do it? By the way, you just said I'm one of the 2 survivors. Who is the other? Only after comprehending the current situation did Lin Xie recall Ling Hai's words in the cave. You see that corpse that is floating? A new recruit who can't swim slipped into the lake. Since it has been long, he has surfaced yet. At least we didn't find him, so he is lucky. By the way, what about Chao Yuan and Bai Li? Lin Xie sensed neither of their presences among the crowd and began to speculate. In response, Ling Hai patted his stomach and said, both of them were swallowed whole by the python. However, I heard the python complain that one of the little fat ones was unpleasant to eat. I wonder if that was Bai Li Tu Ming. To have the usually reticent python vent about him, that recruit must be quite something. Minutes passed as the 2 exchanged trivial banter before joining the larger group as they boarded the vehicle. Half an hour later, over 200 individuals, who had either died or been severely injured, opened their eyes on the vast training ground. Not a single word was uttered, as an atmosphere of dread enveloped them all. The logistical personnel remaining at the training camp regarded the fixed assembly of individuals on the training ground with pity. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul who had drowned knelt before Shen Qingzhu, sobbing, Brother, I want to live and die with you. I refuse to enjoy this alone. Despite the lingering pain, Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth and shot a glare of disappointment at his little brother. Crying. All you do is cry. Do you know you've won? Damn it. Only 2 people weren't caught. With such good fortune, you're still looking for punishment? Just sit and watch. Is it such a big deal? That individual stared blankly at Shen Qingzhu for a moment before resolutely standing up. Instructor Ling, I intended to stick with Brother Shen from the very beginning. So, I can't be counted as a winner. I want to be with Brother Shen. Ling Hai, overseeing the logistics preparations, didn't even lift his eyelids. Python. Do as he says. Bind him next to Shen Qingzhu. Since the new recruit had made such a request, he was obliged to fulfill this minor wish. Lin Xie. Do you wish to join them as well? Ling Hai inquired, holding a glinting steel wire. his expression unusually amiable. No. No need. Lin Qiye sprang up from his seat like a startled cat. The newly revived Xiao Yuan and Bai Li were taken aback. Humph. Is it such a commotion just for plucking a few strings? Shen Qizhu observed Lin Qiye's flustered demeanor with disdain. This individual, who had either been skipping classes to fight or was on his way to do so, clearly had no inkling of what awaited him. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang kept his eyes shut, calculating how much compensation he would demand from Yi Fan for this incident. To be frank, he shared the recruit's apprehension regarding the plucking of strings. However, as the chief instructor, he could not allow his fear to manifest on his face. Look at your expressions. This is merely a minor punishment. If I send you to the battlefield to face the enemy afterward, you'd probably wet yourselves. Huh. If you can't endure this little hardship, how can you call yourselves night watchmen? Well said. Ling Hai nodded approvingly, applauding Yuan Gang's remarks while retrieving a piece of wire from his pocket. Then, let our instructor Yuan go first. Let us see what it means to embody the spirit of a night watchman. What is a trivial bit of flesh to our instructor Yuan? It's nothing. Yuan Gang. Spare me. We're colleagues, after all. Have mercy. For the next 5 minutes, the training camp echoed with the agonizing cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs, startling the birds nestled in the forest. The new recruits, who had been devoured by the python and adorned in fresh military uniforms, initially held a morbid curiosity. However, upon hearing those screams, they seemed to experience the torment in a visceral way. During the execution, as Shen Qingzhu watched the python approach him, his face grew pale, and he stammered, "No, the steel wire I just saw isn't the one in your hand. Damn it, you're one of Ling Hai's, right? What you're holding is clearly a steel nail. I protest. I'm out." The following morning, due to unspoken reasons, the morning training was cancelled. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of half the recruits, the other half wore expressions devoid of all luster. Although everyone had been healed by Ling Hai's spiritual power after the punishment, the pain felt as if it had seeped into their very souls, requiring a long time to erase the terror and helplessness from their hearts. He feared that these new recruits, upon graduating from the training camp, would unhesitatingly join the cult of the ancient gods. Compared to Ling Hai, those ruthless followers seemed somewhat more endearing. If it weren't for Ling Hai's consistent efforts to soothe the new recruits' fears with the Nanxing Song domain, Yuan Gang suspected that within days, these recruits would collectively defect. Hey, Yi Fan, can I quit? It's nothing. I just feel the world is so vast, and I wish to explore it. My funding increased tenfold. It's fine. I'm only doing this for your sake. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even acknowledge them. Time flew by like fleeting moments. The taste of it could only be experienced by oneself. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. During this brief period, over 200 new recruits were either missing an arm today or a leg tomorrow. Each time they caught a glimpse of Ling Hai in the training camp, they would flee like rabbits. Even Yuan Gang, who received compensation, tried his utmost to avoid encounters with Ling Hai. Ever since the incident at Jinan Mountain, no instructor had proposed conducting training outside. In the chilling wind, under Ling Hai's direction and instructor Hong's supervision, the new recruits engaged in one-on-one shooting drills, real guns, and live ammunition. One-on-one meant one person aiming at another. If someone were to perish, the lurking anaconda would promptly resurrect them, a rather considerate arrangement. Ling Hai basked in the sun at the sentry post, squinting to feel the flow of energy around him. In the next moment, he stood from his reclined position, squinting as he gazed intently at the distant sky. Chapter 72. I crave thrills noticing the approaching night watchman recruits training camp. He lazily stretched. Is it finally time for my true role as the stabilizing force? With his words, a flash of green light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, Ling Hai had vanished from sight. The mentally numbed recruits, upon witnessing Ling Hai's sudden disappearance, did not feel curiosity but rather exhilaration. Brothers, we are liberated. A cheer erupted from the training ground, previously silent except for the sounds of gunfire, followed by a surge of excitement that could overturn the heavens. The cluster of new recruits erupted like boiling water, bouncing around the training area. Even Instructor Hong, who was supervising, silently breathed a sigh of relief. This hardly resembled training. Even death row inmates wouldn't require repeated executions. Not to mention the rotund Bai Li, standing opposite Lin Qiye. If it weren't for the Nanxing Song domain provided by the anaconda, this considerably slimmer figure would have long turned into a beehive. Among all the recruits, Bai Li's feet were soaked with the most blood. Each time he saw Lin Qiye apologetically raise his gun, his legs would instinctively tremble. Curiously, Lin Qiye's knife skills ranked among the best among the recruits, yet his shooting accuracy was inferior to that of Shen Qingzhu, who had spent years fighting on the streets. One wondered how Team 136 was trained. The expressionless anaconda, standing beside Instructor Hong, observed the recruit's ecstatic antics, letting out a soft sigh. In the next moment, everyone felt a sudden wave of suffocating pressure. It was as if countless ants were gnawing at their veins. Continue. He spoke softly, his voice devoid of warmth. He appeared as an unyielding block of ice, distant and unapproachable. Ling Hai hovered in the air, eagerly gazing into the distance. Moments later, several missiles streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving behind fiery trails in the air. The distant roar reached Ling Hai's ears, and his gaze traversed the swiftly approaching missiles, piercing through space to land on the number 39 missile base, hundreds of kilometers from the training camp. So it begins. Boom. As the explosion echoed throughout the heavens, an invisible shockwave uprooted the trees on the ground. Amidst the flames, Ling Hai stood resolutely, extending his hand. Imbued with the divine power of the Red Emperor, he absorbed the destructive light and heat into the fingertips of his right hand. An ancient saying from the great Xia states, "Since you have come, make yourself at home. Since I am here, let me entomb what lies beneath." At the No. 39 missile base, the vast control room resonated with intermittent electronic sounds from the communicator. Responding to this anxious voice was the lilting laughter of a woman, the Medusa agent. With keen interest, toyed with the communicator. Raising her delicate eyebrows, she exerted slight pressure, transforming the communicator into a heap of scrap metal. In the corridor, the lifelike stone statues emitted fearful wails. The Medusa agent gazed at the screen displaying the missile explosion's location, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. Oh, it was intercepted earlier than expected? How intriguing. It seems the night watchmen are not entirely useless after all, haha. With that, a bloodthirsty excitement danced in her emerald eyes, her crimson tongue licking her lips. Is this a compliment to me? Thank you in advance. Who? The instant the voice echoed, the Medusa agent's psychic energy surged violently. When did this happen? How could he evade my senses? And he even struck before I could react. Is this a mere bluff, or a profound confidence in his abilities? She feigned calmness as she turned, meeting the gaze of a man clad in casual attire, wearing home slippers, his eyes shimmering with a green glow. Ling Hai shifted his gaze from the Medusa agent to the statue beside him. What wrongs have they committed? Of course. Blocking my path is the greatest error of their lives. And you? Will you also stand in my way? She swayed her hips gracefully, approaching Ling Hai, each movement exuding charm. Her curvaceous form pressed against Ling Hai's robust physique, akin to a seductive yet perilous serpent. Ling Hai smirked, lowering his head. Their eyes locked. A fleeting glimmer flickered in the Medusa's gaze. Is petrification ineffective? What level of power does this man possess? A hint of doubt flitted across her exquisite face. Let us test this tactic and see if you can handle it. She leaned back against the control panel, her flawless jade-like hand grasping the decorative woven cord around Ling Hai's neck. Their faces drew perilously close, allowing Ling Hai to distinctly sense the enchanting fragrance with each breath she took. Subtle serpentine patterns appeared in the Medusa's eyes. Ling Hai's tilted form paused, his eyes glimmering with energy, then plunged into a void of confusion. Beautiful one. He reached out, grasping the Medusa's chin, his gaze flooding with desire. Humph. Indeed. No man can escape my allure. His fingertips painted a rosy hue on her chin, rendering her even more delicate and tempting. Ling Hai's hand glided along her long, smooth thigh, caressing gently. Do you desire it? The Medusa entwined her legs around Ling Hai, her cherry-like lips whispering in his ear. What do you think, beautiful one? Then let us proceed. You may harvest at your leisure. Ling Hai's lips curved into a slight smile as he lifted the Medusa agent from the control panel. Don't rush. I crave something more thrilling. This place, lacks excitement. Oh, what do you mean? What I desire is to achieve harmony between yin and yang under the sun and sea. In other words, wilderness combat. What do you think, beautiful one? Men. She masked the disdain in her eyes, effortlessly wrapping her hand around Ling Hai's neck. I'll follow your lead. As her words fell, Ling Hai hoisted the Medusa agent up horizontally, chuckling softly. The next moment, the azure light flickered, and the figures of the two vanished within the confines of missile base number 39. Yet, before the blue radiance fell into silence, dozens of spiritual energy waves from the 9 Azure Song domain merged into the stone statues. The Medusa agent felt a fleeting blur before her eyes. What greeted her was not the frigid control panel, but rather the warmth of sunlight, sandy beaches, and the vast ocean. Due to their proximity to the mist, a bright yellow warning line was visible along the coastline. Ling Hai gently placed her on the beach, ignoring her astonished expression, pressing her head down. Oh, so eager? Ling Hai smiled silently. Patience, dear. How else could I demonstrate what true passion entails? Chapter 73. It matters not. I will intervene. Ling Hai's fingertips lightly brushed against the lips of the serpent woman, a flicker of excitement passing through her seemingly vacant eyes. The serpent woman lowered her head, awaiting Ling Hai's next move, parting her lips ever so slightly. How considerate, as she felt the warmth emanating from his fingertips. A shiver ran down Ling Hai's spine. How revolting. Reluctant to engage further in this charade with a follower of the ancient god church, he flicked his middle finger. Before the serpent woman could react, the heat from several missiles he had absorbed surged like a river into her body. This sequence of actions transpired in an instant. Just before the explosion erupted, Ling Hai delivered a powerful kick, sending the serpent woman soaring above the ocean's surface. She gasped in shock, directing a gaze filled with resentment and terror at the man standing nonchalantly on the shore, hands in pockets. This man had always been an actor. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a sense of despair overwhelmed her. The destructive energy tore through her body, which had once captivated countless men, like a fierce tiger. The serpent woman's consciousness rapidly dissipated amidst the flames. Though she had attempted to resist this force with her mental prowess, given her current level, it was akin to chasing a mirage. Ling Hai squinted at the vibrant orange fireworks that erupted from the mist. The heat washed over him, tousling his hair and obliterating the final traces of the serpent woman's existence in this world. Truly a beauty. Even in death, she remained stunning. Were it not for my pity, I would have considered reviving you to witness more explosions. Alas, it was fitting that she perished just 2 days before the new year. If only there had been more followers present, I could have treated all the new recruits to a grand fireworks display. The roaring waves swept in, erasing the 2 rows of footprints. Ling Hai gazed towards the training camp, his body transforming into countless azure streaks of light, weaving through the clouds. Since the ancient god church had begun to act as the esteemed anchor hired by Yi Fan, I must not show weakness. Standing idle and allowing the enemy to unleash their fury upon me is far from my style. On the very first day at the Night Watchman new recruit training camp, I disowned the presence of an undercover agent among the instructors. To put it plainly, I had stripped the undergarments of all their secrets. I knew better than anyone when these instructors and recruits had wet the bed, when they had indulged themselves, and who had spoken ill of whom. I had refrained from intervening, merely curious to see what mischief they would conjure. Today's missile attack should serve as the catalyst for the ancient god church's operations. Upon arriving at the training camp, the new recruits were in the cafeteria, devouring their meals. Casting a casual glance at the ravenous recruits in the blood-soaked training grounds, Ling Hai forcefully pushed open the door to Yuan Gang's office. "Oh, still eating, are we?" His gaze landed on a steaming braised chicken leg on Yuan Gang's desk as he shut the door behind him. Yuan Gang paused mid-bite, even his breath momentarily faltering. He set down his chopsticks, attempting to render his stiff expression more amiable. "You just went out?" Ling Hai comfortably settled on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Indeed. I went out to see some fireworks. Quite beautiful, though regrettably in short supply." "Fireworks?" Though Yuan Gang was uncertain of the truth behind Ling Hai's words, he did not dwell on it for long. "Let us get to the point. It's been a while since you last visited my office. What brings you here this time? Just say it, and old Yuan will ensure it's handled properly." Despite his confident words, he secretly feared Ling Hai might propose something utterly astonishing again. He could hardly blame himself for his anxiety. Last time, Ling Hai had insisted that the instructors perform a striptease to alleviate the recruits' pent-up stress, even as the 20-plus rough men had protested vehemently. Ling Hai remained resolute in his idea. He vividly recalled the biting cold of that day, the recruits' laughter echoing with abandon, and the blinding light of Ling Hai's camera. Such incidents had transpired countless times over the past 5 months. Ling Hai rose from the sofa, casually snatching a chicken leg from Yuan Gang's plate. The new year is fast approaching. It's time to grant the recruits a break. The training camp requires a thorough cleaning. Moreover, the continuous high-intensity training raises concerns about the recruits' mental state. Yuan Gang watched with a forlorn gaze as Ling Hai devoured the last chicken leg, his mouth twitching in irritation. "Huh, you're worried about the recruits' mental state? Keeping your distance from them would be a blessing." Though he internally scoffed. He had been entrenched in the upper echelons of the Night Watch for long enough to recognize the underlying meaning in Ling Hai's words. "A thorough cleaning. You imply there are traitors among us. With so many instructors present, how could they dare?" Ling Hai retrieved a piece of paper from the desk to wipe his mouth, spreading his hands. "For money, for love, or for other reasons, who can say? However, I am here to inform you that it's time to give them a break." As for the specifics, he glanced at the sunlit curtains. "This afternoon seems quite suitable. The weather is clear and bright. As for how many days to grant, that is for you to decide. Identifying the undercover agents will depend on your skills, Chief Instructor Yuan. Surely, you can uncover such matters?" With that, he waved his hand, leaving Yuan Gang to ponder in his office. Ling Hai possessed a portion of the powers of the Azure Emperor, a fact well understood by Yuan Gang. Thus, he held no doubts regarding the veracity of Ling Hai's statements. Allowing unsavory elements to fester beneath his watch was utterly intolerable. As he contemplated how to apprehend these individuals without fail, Ling Hai suddenly poked his head through the window. "By the way, if you cannot find them in a short time, I have already sent the personnel list to your email." Startled at first, Yuan Gang quickly opened his computer without hesitation. A fool who passes up a bargain. Li Yao Wang, Wang Gui, Wu Ruodong, Ancient God Church, Yuan Gang, have truly underestimated you. To have managed to slip so many individuals under my nose undetected. Humph. The Ancient God Church. Upon hearing the reports from below, the murmurs of surprise escaped as the depths of his pupils flickered with intrigue. The serpent woman is dead. What is your take on this? Yu Huai. The man seated beside him on the stone throne snorted disdainfully. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. It's only because you are nurturing them. Besides, did you not claim your plan was flawless? To have exposed your flaws so swiftly is uncharacteristic of your usual strategic finesse. The followers beneath the murmuring figure instinctively took a half step back, fearful that Yu Huai might erupt in anger and slay them on the spot. For despite being one of the co-founders of the Ancient God Church, Yu Huai's strength surpassed that of the murmuring figure, if he truly intends to cleanse his ranks. Even the murmurs of the mind may prove futile. The derided whispers remained unperturbed, merely chuckling softly. As you have remarked, they are all but useless. Yet, even the useless have provided our ancient God society with a wealth of intelligence, have they not? This incident may have been unforeseen, but it does not imply that every encounter will be fraught with surprises. 1,000-mile embankment may be breached by an ant's nest, Yu Huai. Do not underestimate them. I have heard that you are to join the operations over the next couple of days. Merely a dual deities agent and a scion of the Baili group, your involvement may not be necessary, correct? Upon hearing this, Yu Huai abruptly rose from the stone seat. Have you forgotten the demise of that Sea Realm believer? In Songnan City, aside from the useless 136 team, there are others lurking in the shadows. Moreover, through divination, I have already discerned the culprit responsible for the Ancient God Society losing 40% of its combat strength, and that very individual resides in Songnan City. This time, even without your plan, I shall go to Songnan City. With my prowess, as long as the pinnacle of humanity does not intervene, who could possibly stand against me? The whispers slowly lifted a hand, their pale, emaciated fingers stretching and shifting under the stark white light. They cast a sidelong glance at Yu Huai, their voice laced with chilling confidence. This time, did I not send forth a disciple of the infinite realm? Even Yuan Gang merely possesses the sea realm. There shall be no further blunders. Do not speak of our ancient God society. How many experts of the infinite realm exist throughout the vast expanse of Great Xia? I advise you to remain calm and await good tidings. Furthermore, do not forget that treasure still lies in Chinmai's possession. Should he choose to engage in a mutual destruction tactic, you too shall not escape. As those words fell, Yu Huai had already reached the exit of the hall, leaving the whispers with nothing but a shadowy silhouette. It matters not. I shall take action. With my presence, even if he possesses the audacity to act, I assure you. Before he can raise a hand, head shall roll. Simply command your subordinates. My affairs require not your inquiry. Chapter 74. Activate backup hidden energy. Songnan City, Peace Affairs Office. Are you truly not joining us for a meal? You only have 4 days off this time. It is rare for us to gather. Hong Ying donned a thin outer garment, her cheeks flushed from the heat of the hot pot. Lin Chiet glanced apologetically at the group huddled together, truly sorry. Sister Hong Ying, they are unfamiliar with this place. As a native of Songnan, I cannot neglect my duty as a host. After all, we have 4 days of holiday, and there will be ample time for gatherings. Please, enjoy your meal. With that, Lin Chiet put on a padded jacket, grabbed his suitcase containing the star blade, and hurriedly exited. With a resounding bang, the iron door sealed the cold air outside. Did you see that? Their faces, once plump, now appear so gaunt. When Shima picked up a piece of beef and placed it into the bubbling red broth, surveying the despondent expressions of those around him, chuckling lightly. Perhaps it is due to the unpalatable food at the training camp that they lack appetite? We too have endured the rigors of the training camp and understand how challenging life can be. These past 6 months have flown by. It will not be long until Chia graduates from the training camp. At that time, we shall gather daily. We shall nourish him into a round and plump figure. Zhao Kongcheng, with a cigarette perched between his ears, clicked his tongue, saying, Do you think our little Chia has not been bullied in the training camp? There may be some who have been born into hardship. Wu Xiongnan chuckled lightly. Did you not hear him? He is now a dual deities agent. Not only is he our team's precious gem, but he is also a treasure of Great Xia. Who would dare to bully him? It would be a miracle if he does not bully others. Long Xian silently placed a shrimp paste onto Si Xinan's plate, agreeing, exactly. Moreover, with Ling Hai guarding the training camp, he and Xie share a bond. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling Hai would not allow him to be bullied by others. He may very well be living a better life than we are now. Chen Mai, who had remained silent, fixed his gaze intently on Long Xian. What has become of those scoundrels who infiltrated Songnan City from the fasting institution? He held chopsticks in one hand while the other gently caressed the star blade resting beside his leg. After Ling Hai entered the training camp, Zhou Ping had sought him out in Songnan City. After all, he was aware of Ling Hai's true identity and recognized that Long Xian was Ling Hai's agent. It could be seen as a gesture of gratitude for Ling Hai's assistance in his ascension to the divine realm. Perhaps once Ling Hai emerges from the training camp, he may surprise him. The mysterious forces active within Great Xia are as inconsequential compared to those shrouded in the mist as a grain of rice is to the sun and moon. The power of both sides does not exist on the same level. Should the mysterious entities dwelling in the mist launch a large-scale invasion of Great Xia, with the current combat reserves of the Night Watchers, it is uncertain whether they could cope in the short term. Yet, it is in such perilous circumstances that Long Xian has survived for over 2 months. Zhou Ping recognized this quality in him, which is why he felt secure allowing him to confront those from the Sea Realm, Infinite Realm, and even the Klein Realm. Only when teetering between life and death can a person's potential be maximally unleashed. After countless battles and resurrections, merely 2 months have passed, and Long Xian has already stepped into the Sea Realm. He stands on the precipice of the Infinite Realm. In less than half a year, he has transformed from a mere mortal into a Sea Realm powerhouse. Such a rapid ascent in strength is a rarity throughout the entirety of Great Xia. Upon attaining the Sea Realm, Long Xian's spiritual dominion now stretches across the entirety of Songnan City. The moment those former Night Watchers from the Fasting Institution entered Songnan City, Long Xian meticulously analyzed their fate lines. In response to Chen Mai's inquiry, Long Xian chuckled softly. Do not fret. It is perfect for Qi Ye and his friends to hone their skills. We can comfortably enjoy our hot pot here. Nanshan Mansion. These petty lackeys are barely adequate for Lin Qi Ye and his group to practice against. After 5 months of grueling training, most of the new recruits have reached the pinnacle of the Pool Realm. Lin Qi Ye and several others, possessing high-risk forbidden grounds, are merely 1 step away from the River Realm. At the entrance of a 5-star hotel, Qiao Yuan gazed at the dismembered bodies of the assassins with a complicated expression. With such meager strength, they dared to assassinate us? Lin Qi wiped the blood from the star blade, contemplating the bodies on the ground, his eyes filled with disappointment. I barely used 1 hand throughout. I find myself missing Ling Hai a bit. Bali Pang, confused. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Bali Pang shook his head, saying, No, not at all. I just feel that you seem somewhat different, Brother Qi. Ling Hai? Is that even something to contemplate? Just hearing those 2 words would likely give one nightmares. Have you all eaten? I know of a fantastic noodle shop. Let us go. The next day, Peace Affairs Office. Lin Qi, while letting the steam rise from the soy milk, surveyed his surroundings. Although Zhao Concheng is not known for rising early, he should not be this late. At this hour, Zhao Concheng should be seated on the bench, critiquing the lack of flavor in the tea eggs prepared by Wen Qima. Today, not even a shadow is in sight. Just beneath Jinan Mountain, where no one has ever seen, it is ample space for him to wreak havoc. After all, not everyone is like Long Xian, who has Ling Hai assisting in training. The protective strength of our underground training facility simply cannot keep pace with Zhao's full-powered Mingxing flashing moon. Moreover, with the recent cold weather, fewer people have frequented the Peace Affairs Office, so it is only fitting he went there. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, blood smeared across Zhao Concheng's face. One of his eyes had vanished, and half of his collarbone was reduced to a mangled mass. He rolled on the ground several times before the starry blade plunged into the earth, allowing him to rise with great difficulty. Before him lay a scene drenched in crimson, accompanied by a tall, slender figure cloaked in black. In the morning mist, this figure resembled a vengeful specter. Despite the violent heaving of his chest, Zhao Concheng regarded the ancient god cult's limitless realm assassin with a contemptuous gaze, akin to one surveying refuse. Just yesterday, our captain mentioned today would be the day. The assassin remained silent, merely raising a hand, an eerie mental energy swirling between his pale fingers, as a viscous black liquid materialized from his palm. Upon striking the ground, the liquid instantly conjured another identical figure in a black robe at the center of the battlefield, their essence indistinguishable. They were both undeniably potent beings of the limitless realm. Sensing the disparity in power between the two, Zhao Concheng displayed no hint of fear, only exhilaration. Hey, the limitless realm? I truly am unafraid of you. Open your eyes and behold this. What was that line from the animated series my son watched? Yes. Activate the backup hidden energy. Chapter 75, Cold Xian vs. Limitless Boom. The 2 assassins, like phantoms, struck Zhao Concheng's chest with their powerful fists simultaneously. The impact sent him crashing into the mountainside, akin to a cannonball. The giant mountain quaked as clouds of dust obscured the assassin's view. Amid the rubble, Zhao Concheng seemed to hear a disdainful scoff from the assassin. Just an ant from the river realm. Even with the ghostly spirit invocation, He could never be my match. Waiting for death is the only thing you should do. Sensing a sudden change within Zhao Kongqing, the assassin conjured yet another doppelganger. 3 figures radiating the oppressive aura of the limitless realm advanced step by step toward the staggering Zhao Kongqing amidst the ruins. Their footsteps echoed faintly on the sandy terrain, reverberating like heavy drums within the heart of the giant. At the moment Zhao Kongqing was sent flying, the sound of snapping ribs pierced the ears of all present, including Ling Hai and Cold Xian, who were observing from the woods. TSK, 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 how ruthless. Those 2 punches are hard to withstand even for someone of the limitless realm. Had Zhao Kongqing not employed the ghostly spirit invocation, he would likely have perished by now. What do you think? Ling Hai nudged Cold Xian, who stood dazed, his gaze still fixed on the gasping Zhao Kongqing. Cold Xian's mental energy surged. The ghostly spirit invocation unleashes the user's full potential all at once. He had previously utilized it against the Ghost Face King. Would it still be effective now? This naturally included Zhao Kongqing's potential. However, as one's realm increases, the effectiveness of the ghostly spirit invocation diminishes. The Klein realm is nearly the limit of its efficacy. When first used, Zhao Kongqing surged from an ordinary person to the river realm. This time, he would likely only barely cross the threshold into the limitless realm. Cold Xian stretched his limbs, his eyes filled with pure killing intent directed at the assassin. What do you mean? Ling Hai yawned, pulling out a warm cup of soy milk from his pocket. What I mean is that even with the ghostly spirit invocation, becoming a powerful being of the limitless realm, Zhao Kongqing remains no match for this assassin from the ancient god cult. If we were to compare the strength of the possessors of the Forbidden Ruins to a water-filled bottle at the same realm, Zhao Kongqing would only be 1/10 full, while that assassin has reached 80%. Not to mention, he is currently gravely injured, unable to even harness that 1/10 of his strength. Alas, he is destined to die. It is your turn to act now. After saying this, Ling Hai nonchalantly sipped his soy milk, channeling a thread of mental energy into Zhao Kongqing's battered body, temporarily sustaining his life. Meanwhile, as Ling Hai finished speaking, Cold Xian transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind the assassin. You bastard. You've beaten him to this state. You deserve death. Suppressing his anger, Cold Xian uttered this line and wasted no more breath. The mental energy of the ocean realm surged forth from him, forming a whirlwind enveloped in purple lightning, soaring toward the heavens, dissipating some of the mountain mist. Concurrently, the diverse vegetation on the mountainside seemed to come alive, morphing into countless menacing claws, howling as they charged toward the assassin countering Cold Xian. 3 gaunt, ghostly figures sealed off the space in which Cold Xian could maneuver. The assassin, sensing the genuine aura of the ocean realm emanating from Cold Xian, felt a momentary surprise. Wasn't he the Lord of Murmurs supposed to say that the Night Watchers of Tsangnan City only reached the river realm? Where did this ocean realm master emerge from? In a moment of desperation, he even overlooked how Cold Xian had silently approached him. Merely an ocean realm, yet you dare boast so boldly. Today, let me show you the chasm that exists between realms. The 3 black-robed figures simultaneously scoffed, disregarding the raging winds and lightning around Cold Xian, their forms erupting into motion, leaving behind 3 straight black afterimages in the air. Cold Xian showed no intention of evading, while fighting against the mysterious blood battle under Zhou Ping's leadership in the mist. He had often met the attacks of the Klein realm with his own flesh. Each time his body was shattered, thanks to the influence of the 9 Azure Song domain. He could recover before the next attack arrived. Throughout, he had never regarded this assassin from the limitless realm with any seriousness. Standing his ground, he unleashed a torrent of lightning attribute mental energy. Cold Xian gripped tightly, a long and a short purple lightning sword appearing in his hands. As a member of Team 136, prior to awakening the 9 Azure Song domain, Cold Xian's swordsmanship was only slightly inferior to Hong Ying's, coupled with 2 months of guidance from Zhou Ping, the sword immortal of the Great Xia. He could assure that within the same realm, few could surpass him. Even against an assassin of the limitless realm, he would not find himself at a disadvantage in a short time. Cold Xian swiftly swung his right hand, tracing a purple arc in the air with the long sword, while positioning the short sword horizontally before him to block the gaunt assassin's bony hand. As for the other, he allowed the opponent's fist to plunge into his chest. Feeling the warmth in his palm, the assassin, known for his mercilessness, was taken aback for a moment by Cold Xian's reckless approach. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant azure light emanated from Cold Xian's eyes. Loosening his grip on the bloody doppelganger, he embraced it tightly. This is the moment I've been waiting for. In the next second, the encroaching vegetation surged forth, and from within Cold Xian, countless purple thorns erupted. Due to the rapid succession of these actions and the proximity between the two, the doppelganger had no time to react. The plants ensnared its limbs, while the cold, glinting tips of the thorns pierced its flesh. Meanwhile, The mental energy emanating from Cold Xian shifted in hue. Amidst a storm of purple lightning, the assassin, firmly ensnared, was reduced to a foul-smelling heap of charred bones. Cold Xian, however, fared little better, his clothes reduced to ashes beneath the tempest of lightnings, as the thorny vines obscured his modesty. Upon perceiving the vitality of his doppelganger extinguished, the two figures retreated without hesitation in the opposite direction of Lung Xian. The ability to conjure a doppelganger of equal strength to the original undoubtedly incurs a price. In the moment of that doppelganger's demise, the excruciating pain of being utterly shattered engulfed the assassin. In the blink of an eye, the injuries afflicting Lung Xian vanished completely. Witnessing this spectacle, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, scrutinizing Lung Xian as he drew nearer with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. How could a mere figure of the sea realm achieve such a feat? Surely, you must possess some forbidden artifact, mustn't you? Ignoring the assassin's frantic cries, Lung Xian approached with an impassive demeanor, as countless flora in the forest converged into a 100-meter-long dragon, consuming the two fleeing figures into its depths. With a flick of his wrist, thunder roared as if the heavens themselves were enraged. A dazzling purple radiance, akin to the rising sun, illuminated the clouds above, casting them in a resplendent hue. Time was not squandered. Turning around, Lung Xian encountered Ling Hai, who was tucking away a crimson velvet cloth into his pocket. What of Zhao Kongqing? As he wove a cloak of mental energy, he glanced behind Ling Hai. The stirred dust had long since dispersed, revealing the tattered Zhao Kongqing, with the starry blade in his left hand and massaging his head with his right, offering a sheepish grin to Lung Xian. The wounds on his collarbone and chest had mysteriously vanished. Lung Xian, this time, my strength surpasses yours. Right here, it shall suffice.